Chapter 1. The Celestial Martial World. Two factions were engaged in a fierce battle, their combat echoing with the clash of swords and the glimmer of cold light, clearly showcasing the prowess of extraordinary warriors. Suddenly, a flash of icy brilliance darted through the fray, as a sharp arrow pierced the crowd, heading straight towards the rear. "Your Highness, be careful." The captain of the guards, Sujio, was stricken with horror, his voice a desperate cry. Alas, it was too late. The arrow struck a plump young boy at the back with tremendous force, sending him flying over 10 feet before he crashed heavily to the ground. "Your Highness! Your Highness!" the guards exclaimed in shock. The assassins, witnessing the incident, felt invigorated. He's hit. He's hit. The false prince has been struck. Quickly, eliminate them. Curse you!" Sujio bellowed suddenly, unleashing his inner strength as he released his sword, which soared like a bolt of lightning, pinning a distant archer against a tree. His opponent, filled with unexpected glee, seized the opportunity as the sword lunged towards Sujio's chest like a venomous serpent. Die. Sujio's hair stood on end, yet he did not evade. Instead, he charged directly forward, allowing the sword to pierce his torso. In that fleeting moment of his adversary's astonishment, Sujio struck with both palms, delivering a crushing blow to the foe's head. Instantly, the skull exploded like a watermelon, blood and brain matter splattering in all directions. "Your Highness! Your Highness!" Without pausing to assess his victory, Sujio turned and rushed to the young boy, lifting him up. Cough. The boy spat out a mouthful of congealed blood, his eyes still holding a hint of confusion. "Uncle Gio, I'm fine." "Fine?" Sujio was momentarily taken aback, scrutinizing the boy closely, and was astonished to discover that the arrow had indeed struck the boy's chest, leaving a large tear in his clothing. Yet strangely, no blood flowed from the wound. Instead, the arrowhead had shattered, and only half of the shaft fell limply to the ground. The boy, lost in thought for a moment, suddenly remembered something and pulled out a broken jade pendant, split in two, from his chest. "Uncle Gio, I'm fine." His arrow hit the ancestral jade. What a pity for the ancestral jade, which has been passed down in the Su family for hundreds of years. In a luxurious mansion on Earth, that I found you. Su Muyang's eyes sparkled as he swiftly maneuvered the mouse, aligning an eightfold scope on the final opponent's head. With a gentle click of the mouse, victory in this match would be assured. Yet in that very instant, a ding resonated in his mind. Startled, his hand trembled, causing the shot to veer off course. The opponent reacted with equal swiftness, nearly simultaneously pulling the trigger. In an instant, the screen darkened. Damn. Su Muyang slammed his mouse in frustration, his anger boiling as he delved into his thoughts. "Dog system, what now?" A mechanical voice echoed in his mind. "Ding, warm reminder from the multi-child and multi-blessing system. It has been detected that your descendant, Su Qing, is in grave danger and is seeking assistance from the ancestors. Will the host proceed?" Note: Su Qing is the sole bloodline of the host in the Tianwu world. Should Su Qing perish, the host will forfeit the world's power bestowed by the Tianwu realm. The Tianwu world? Su Muyang paused for a moment, only to recall this almost forgotten realm. However, the sole bloodline. Have all my descendants in the Tianwu world perished? Gazing at the computer screen, Su Muyang suddenly felt a surge of irritation. Descendants? I, as the bearer of the multi-child and multi-blessing system, have my bloodline scattered across myriad realms, and I am to be concerned about just one? Even if you're the only bloodline in the Tianwu world, what of it? Do you think you can casually summon me? What you stand to lose is merely your life, whilst I stand to lose a chicken. As the saying goes, it is rare to encounter a chicken in life. Yet, after a moment's reflection, Su Muyang shook his head in resignation. Very well, I shall go and see. The Tianwu world, after all, is a small realm. It would be quite a pity to let it go to waste. With a mere thought, the air before him began to ripple, and Su Muyang's figure vanished in an instant. Upon witnessing that the chubby boy was indeed unharmed, Sujio felt a slight easing of his tension. "Your Highness, protect yourself. I shall go and vanquish these foes." Just as he intended to turn and assist others, a sudden jolt of terror seized him, causing his heart to race with fear. For before them, a figure had inexplicably materialized. The individual was young, with short hair and clad in an odd attire, casting a displeased gaze upon the chubby boy was Su Muyang. "Your Highness, be cautious." In his alarm, Sujio rushed to shield the chubby boy, his gaze fixed intently on the newcomer, despair creeping into his heart. Injured and confronted by the enemy, he feared this time it was truly the end. Su Muyang glanced at the chubby boy, then looked up at the sky, murmuring to himself, "This world is truly weak." He then directed his attention back to the chubby boy, his countenance darkening. You are Su Qing, the one who prevented me from enjoying my chicken. Enjoying chicken? What does this mean? All present were momentarily stunned. The chubby boy, though trembling, managed a grin. What are you pretending for? Since you dared to pursue me, do you not know who I am? At this proclamation, Su Muyang's displeasure intensified, his expression darkening further. Who the hell do you think you are? With a casual wave of his hand, an invisible force bore down upon Su Qing, pinning him to the ground. Not only that, the sword lodged in Su Jio's chest suddenly flew forth as if controlled by an unseen hand, soaring through the air to deliver a resounding smack upon Su Qing's backside. Once, twice, thrice. Although obscured by clothing, it was unmistakably evident that the rear had swollen several folds. Scoundrel! How dare you humiliate His Highness? Seeing this, Su Jio was instantly filled with rage, disregarding the blood flowing from his chest wound, and lunged directly at Su Muyang. Annoying, Su Muyang did not even glance at him, casually swatting him away as one would a fly. With that motion, Su Jio was thrust into the ground like a nail. This maneuver left everyone present utterly astonished, and many instinctively took several steps back. Yet a few individuals rushed forward, positioning themselves protectively in front of Su Qing. Some reached for the sword that had struck Su Qing's rear. Others attempted to pull the impaled Su Jio free, while some remained vigilant, watching Su Muyang closely. Su Muyang frowned, his expression growing increasingly grim. What business is it of yours if I discipline my unworthy descendants? Without any further action from him, the sounds of thud, thud, thud echoed as the individuals surrounding Su Qing were all similarly driven into the ground. Even the pursuers' expressions changed, and they began to retreat. In an instant, the scene fell into an eerie silence. Only the cries of Su Qing rang out incessantly. Come on, if I merely frown, I am your grandson. Damn it, everyone comes to bully me. Just kill me already. It hurts so much. He concede. Just make it swift. The more he shouted, the worse Su Muyang's expression became, and the frequency of his sword strikes quickened. Who do you think you are, calling yourself my grandson? Do you understand the hierarchy of age and respect? You, aspiring to be my grandson? You are not even worthy of your grandfather. Unworthy descendants. Truly unworthy descendants. I spit. You are the wrong generation. What if I strike your rear? You infuriate me, Ancestor. This bizarre scene left the pursuers dumbfounded, exchanging bewildered glances. What on earth is happening? Is this how a master of such caliber behaves, lacking all decorum? Despite this mysterious expert attacking Su Qing and the others, seemingly on their side, their methods striking rears, driving nails, and hurling insults suggested a rather unstable mind that on the ground. Su Qing grimaced in pain, tears streaming down his face, and for a moment he lacked the strength to continue his tirade. Noticing his silence, Su Muyang's ire began to subside. With a wave of his hand, the sword fell to the ground, and the two pieces of jade pendant that had previously dropped also landed in his palm. As he caressed the jade pendant, a glimmer of nostalgia flickered in Su Muyang's eyes, and his expression softened slightly. His system was known as the more sons, more blessings system. As the name implies, the more descendants he bore, the more formidable his abilities became. Moreover, the system allowed him to traverse various realms. Thus, he now possessed descendants scattered across countless worlds, wielding unparalleled power himself. In the realm of Tianwu, he had initially entered during the nascent phase of his system's activation at that time. He was relatively innocent, cherishing a strong bond with his wife and children. Unlike in some later worlds, where his pursuits were solely for the acquisition of power, devoid of any emotional engagement, he now found himself engulfed in nostalgia upon seeing the jade pendant he had left behind years ago. He fell into silence. The pursuers exchanged glances, and eventually, one brave leader stepped forward, mustering his courage. Thank you, esteemed senior, for your assistance, he declared. I am the commander of the Imperial Guard. However, before he could finish his statement, Su Muyang's brow furrowed, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. In an instant, the commander's head exploded like a watermelon, blood and brain matter splattering in all directions. Su Qing, who had been crouched on the ground, nursing his sore backside, was taken aback as the gruesome remnants rained down upon him. Terrified, he covered his mouth and held his breath, too frightened to make a sound. The pursuers, equally horrified, were left in a state of shock. This enigmatic master had struck down one of their own so ruthlessly upon arrival, it was evident he was affiliated with them. Yet he had suddenly turned against his comrades in such a brutal fashion. If Su Muyang could hear their unspoken thoughts, he would surely scoff that it was a family matter for the Ancestor to discipline his descendants. but to raise a hand against him was tantamount to courting death. Without hesitation, Su Muyang took a casual step forward. The earth trembled as if a dragon were awakening, and suddenly, a dozen stone pillars erupted from the ground, skewering the pursuers like candied hawthorns. Blood rained down, and the air was filled with cries of agony. This terrifying spectacle left Su Qing utterly astonished, his eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. Those were formidable opponents, ranked 7 or 8. How could a single step lead to their demise? The prowess of this mysterious master was nothing short of extraordinary. Just moments ago, he had been merely patting his own backside. Had he turned his gaze upon Su Qing or stamped his foot, it would have surely sent shivers down his spine. Seat? Su Muyang waved his hand, and without ceremony, he settled down. A column of earth shot up beneath him, serving as a makeshift seat. That Su Qing experienced a similar phenomenon behind him. However, after rubbing his sore backside, he shook his head in distress. In the presence of such a senior, I dare not act presumptuously. Is that so? Su Muyang glanced at him sideways, seemingly unconcerned. Suit yourself. He fiddled with the shattered jade pendant for a moment before inquiring. Who is Su Zhe to you? Suthe? Su Qing cautiously stole a few glances at Su Muyang, his confusion evident. That Su Zhe is the ancestor of my Su family, the founding emperor of the great Su dynasty, who established the dynasty's 5-century legacy. Does your mention of the ancestors imply any connection to my Su family? 5 centuries had passed. Su Muyang felt a twinge of nostalgia. For him, time had become utterly meaningless. The world he traversed experienced the passage of time at a vastly different pace, and as he moved between realms, his age had long since become incalculable. To this world, Su Zhe was a figure from 5 centuries past. Yet for him, that was an event shrouded in the mists of millennia, now somewhat hazy. When he heard Su Qing's inquiry, he casually remarked, "Oh, 500 years ago, Su Zhe referred to me as father." Father? Above Su Qing's head, several large question marks slowly materialized. If I heard correctly, you're taking advantage of me, aren't you? Indeed, it must be so. My ancestral emperor has been deceased for centuries, and yet you claim to be his father. Doesn't that make you my ancestor? I am a rightful prince, and you dare to take advantage of me? He opened his mouth to rebuke, but upon recalling the astonishing abilities this individual had just displayed, he hesitated. Su Muyang observed the shift in his expression and assessed his plump physique, suddenly breaking into a broad smile. Quite good, quite good. Your temperament and physique clearly indicate that you are fit to be a tyrant. Among my descendants, few can capture the favor of our ancestors as you do. He spoke with genuine satisfaction, his words heartfelt. For him, it was not essential for his descendants to achieve great success. Rather, they must reproduce abundantly. With a larger progeny, the power of my ancestors will only grow stronger. This lad before him, with such a physique, appeared to be indolent and unlearned, destined to be a ruler enthralled by carnal pleasures. The ancestor approves. Yet to Su Qing's ears, these words were increasingly maddening. What the hell? The absurdity escalates. Not only are you taking advantage of me, but you also dare to label me a tyrant? Just as he prepared to erupt in anger, Su Muyang deftly shifted the conversation. Now, tell me, what is the situation? How is it that the Su family has been reduced to just you? What that commander of the Imperial Guards pursuing you? Is there a plot to usurp the throne? He had experienced far too much and, with just a glance, grasped the general circumstances. What intrigued him most was how his bloodline in this world had dwindled to a single sprout. Su Qing's eyes flickered as he quickly calculated in his mind. Although this person treated him with a degree of disrespect, seemingly intent on taking advantage and claiming to be his ancestor, there appeared to be some connection to his family. Otherwise, he would not have possessed that jade pendant or exhibited such expressions, nor would he have intervened to eliminate those pursuers. With such astonishing abilities, if he could be won over. Contemplating this, Su Qing steeled his emotions and suddenly burst into tears. His weeping was so poignant that it moved listeners to sorrow. Predecessor, call me ancestor. Su Qing choked momentarily, and the emotions he had just begun to cultivate weakened by a third in an instant. Old senior. Just as my father has recently passed away, treacherous individuals have risen up, attempting to overthrow the mighty Su dynasty. Were it not for Uncle Gio and others risking their lives to protect me, I fear I would have long since met the same fate as Uncle Gio. His words abruptly halted, as he suddenly remembered that Su Gio was still buried in the pit, serving as a steadfast anchor. Su Gio was not of royal blood. He served as Su Qing's chief bodyguard, unwaveringly loyal and extraordinarily capable, honored with the surname Su by Su Qing's father. Since childhood, Su Qing had maintained a close relationship with him, privately referring to him as Uncle Geo. Yet now, his Uncle Geo remained entombed in the ground. Pointing cautiously at the several pits, Su Qing spoke with great care. That esteemed elder, Uncle Geo and his companions. Su Muyang remained silent, casually stepping on the ground. With his movement, the soil in several depressions suddenly writhed, forcing a few individuals out. Your Highness. Su Geo instinctively shielded Su Qing, his expression filled with vigilance. The others mirrored his actions, though they were immobilized. Their ears remained attuned to the events unfolding around them. They were aware that Su Muyang had slain those pursuers, which is why they refrained from immediate confrontation. Moreover, they were aware of their own limitations and strength. Uncle Geo, you are injured. Quickly, tend to Uncle Geo's wounds. Su Qing then realized that blood was gushing from Su Geo's chest, and his complexion had turned pale to a frightening degree. Your Highness, there is no need to worry about me. It is merely that a Geo can no longer protect you in the future. Su Geo forced a smile, halting Su Qing. He was acutely aware of his own injuries. A sword pierced his chest, and having been treated like a nail for half a day. Enduring until now was already beyond his limits. Su Qing stubbornly shook her head and snatched the ointment for wounds from the hands of a bystander, pouring it all over without hesitation. Observing this scene, Su Muyang nodded in satisfaction and smiled. You possess a heart of innocence. This guard is indeed loyal, though his strength leaves much to be desired. Su Qing was in a fluster as she attended to the wound, when she was suddenly filled with irritation upon hearing those words. Jioshu was indeed a master of the 8th rank. Just as he began to speak, he abruptly froze. In this world, martial arts practitioners were classified into 9 ranks, with the 1st rank being the lowest and the 9th the highest. However, the number of 9th rank masters in the entire realm could be counted on one hand, making the 8th rank a rarity among experts. At a relatively young age, Su Geo has already ascended to the esteemed 8th rank, a fact that Su Qing has taken great pride in. However, in the presence of this enigmatic master who claims to be their own ancestor, the 8th rank seems rather insignificant. Your Highness. Su Geo urgently grasped Su Qing's arm, lowering her voice. This senior possesses astonishing abilities. They may very well be the legendary Grandmaster. Your Highness must exercise utmost caution. The legendary Grandmaster. Su Qing's eyes widened in astonishment. Although his martial prowess was modest, he possessed a fundamental understanding of the art. The Grandmaster was a legendary realm, said to possess the capability to single-handedly lead an army or obliterate a nation, akin to a celestial being among mortals. To think that such an individual stood before him now as a Grandmaster. He glanced at Su Geo's wounds, and with a sudden determination, he gritted his teeth and knelt before Su Muyang. Esteemed elder, are you not to be my ancestor? If you can save Uncle Geo, I shall henceforth address you as my ancestor. Your Highness, you must not. Su Geo's complexion changed dramatically as he desperately pulled at him. Your Highness, your esteemed self cannot kneel. Others rushed over, their expressions grave, attempting to lift Su Qing. Yet, Su Qing remained resolute, shaking his head and fixating his gaze unwaveringly on Su Muyang. Upon witnessing this, Su Muyang chuckled softly and remarked, Oh, my dear descendant, I have many offspring. Your presence adds but one more, and your absence takes away none. Moreover, I am indeed your ancestor, whether you choose to acknowledge it or not. This remains an undeniable truth, and I am not one to be concerned with such matters. However, I do appreciate your sincerity, and it warms my heart. Thus, in light of our first encounter, I shall bestow upon you a modest token of goodwill. Upon hearing the words ahead, Su Qing initially felt a tinge of melancholy. However, upon realizing his willingness to take action, she was instantly filled with exuberant joy. Su Muyang pondered for a moment, then suddenly extended his hands, slowly parting them in the air. With this motion, a pitch-black rift abruptly emerged in the sky, resembling a piece of fabric that had been torn open. From within this fissure emanated a chilling aura, as if it harbored an unfathomable terror. Upon a glance, Su Qing and the others could not help but feel a chill run down their spines, instinctively retreating several steps back. Su Muyang extended his right hand, gradually probing into the fissure of the void. As his hand delved deeper, his arm vanished inch by inch, as though being devoured by the rift. In the vast expanse of the Zhangxian continent, within a sprawling estate covering 100 miles, a martial arts arena was bustling with activity. Thunderstrike. A young girl clad in battle attire stood poised in midair, her long sword drawn forth. Suddenly, several powerful bolts of lightning erupted from the void, descending with a cataclysmic aura. Below, a middle-aged man stood unfazed by the impending storm. With swift hand movements, he deftly conjured a spell. Shield. At his command, the ground within a Tinjong radius abruptly collapsed, sending countless stones and earth soaring into the air, coalescing into a massive stone shield. The lightning struck the shield with a thunderous crash, sending debris flying, yet it proved futile against the protective barrier. Confinement. The middle-aged man altered his spell again, and the stone shield transformed into a stone prison, enveloping the girl. "Ah!" she exclaimed, her form flickering like a shooting star as she landed gracefully on the ground. "Stop. Stop. I concede. Third grandfather, I am no match for you." With a wave of his hand, the stone prison crumbled into dust, and he chuckled warmly. Ruo Bing has made commendable progress in her training lately. She stands out among her peers. However, her experience in combat is somewhat lacking. In due time, she should embark on a journey to hone her skills. Su Ruobing was instantly filled with pride. Of course, our Su family is the foremost clan in the Sangshuan continent. And as the greatest genius of the Su family, does that not make me the greatest talent in Sangshuan? With this, she placed her hands on her hips and laughed triumphantly towards the heavens. The middle-aged man shook his head slightly, feeling somewhat helpless. Ruobing. Although our Su family wields great power, we must not underestimate the world, lest we invite calamity. Humph. The girl dismissed, though the Sangshuan continent is vast. Who would dare to provoke my Su family? Just as the middle-aged man was about to continue his persuasion, his expression suddenly changed, and he looked up towards the sky. The girl, noticing his reaction, quickly followed suit. To their astonishment, a massive rift opened in the sky, as if the heavens themselves had been torn apart. From this chasm, a colossal hand emerged, slowly descending. The hand, warm and jade-like, bore an overwhelming aura of destruction, causing the very void to shatter under its pressure. Enemy attack. The middle-aged man's complexion turned grave as he shouted. In truth, the estate had already been stirred by this overwhelming force. Countless powerful auras surged from every corner of the manor. A gigantic protective barrier swiftly rose, resembling a transparent dome that secured the estate. Mystical runes flickered upon the barrier, instilling a profound sense of safety. Yet, the middle-aged man's expression grew increasingly severe. Such a display of might was otherworldly. Could the family's defensive array truly withstand it? Stand guard. Numerous individuals soared into the air within the manor, a mix of men and women, old and young. Leading them was an elder with hair as white as snow. He gazed at the enormous hand approaching overhead, his brow furrowed, and spoke in a deep voice. Who dares to intrude upon the Su family? As he spoke, he channeled his power into the protective array, and others followed suit. The defensive formation immediately strengthened, its runes shining even brighter. However, the elder remained uneasy and shouted, "Sons and daughters of the Su family, heed my command. The intruder is formidable. We must approach with caution. All disciples of the 4th generation and below, enter the teleportation array and prepare for evacuation." Indeed, he lacked confidence. Despite being one of the most elite cultivators in the entire Sangshuan continent, the terrifying scene before him exceeded the limits of his comprehension. Realizing disaster loomed over the Su family, the elder decisively organized the retreat. Su Ruobing exerted considerable effort to sustain her magical output and declared loudly, "Second Ancestor. We shall not retreat." Presumptuous. The elder glared at her fiercely. The ancestral teachings of the Su family, at all times and in all matters. The continuation of the Su lineage must take precedence. Hurry and leave. Su Ruobing bit her lip, her figure darting swiftly towards a grand hall. Shadows flickered in every direction, as many others rushed forth as well. Gathering at the entrance of the hall, Su Ruobing raised her gaze, only to find herself surrounded by young individuals and children, each bearing a solemn expression tinged with confusion. She clenched her fists, resolutely making up her mind, and spoke in a solemn tone. "Everyone, immediately enter the teleportation array and prepare to evacuate. Today, our Su family faces dire adversity. Your cultivation is still in its infancy. Remaining here would only distract our ancestors. Moreover, you are the future hope of our Su family. After your departure, you must devote yourselves to training diligently, so that one day we may rebuild the Su family." As she spoke, she turned to leave. A boy of 7 or 8 years grasped her arm tightly. "Auntie, I will not leave." Su Ruobing raised her head defiantly, proclaiming loudly, "I, Su Ruobing, am the greatest talent of the Su family. How could I possibly falter at this moment? You must hurry and go. Auntie, go now. Enough with the chatter. Auntie, leave. Avenge me in the future." "But Auntie," the boy was nearly in tears. "Please look." Su Ruobing looked up in confusion, momentarily stunned. In the sky, a colossal hand was gradually descending. As its proximity increased, the protective barrier flickered ominously, seemingly on the verge of collapse. This scene caused the hearts of everyone present to race. On the Tsongshan continent, the Su family's protective barrier was undoubtedly the most formidable. Yet even so, it could not withstand the oppressive force of their adversary. Who could this person be? Could it be that the Su family was truly facing inevitable doom today? As the enormous hand drew nearer, anxiety gripped the throats of all. However, in the next moment, everyone was taken aback. Just as the hand seemed poised to breach the protective barrier, it suddenly halted midair. After a brief pause, it gradually shifted to one side. What was happening? The second ancestor of the Su family wore a grave expression and intoned solemnly, "The enemy is cunning. We must remain vigilant." Upon hearing his words, the others too felt a surge of caution, their alertness heightened. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, that colossal hand descended slowly onto the open ground outside the manor. What was truly astonishing was the sheer magnitude of its presence, a force that could shake the heavens, yet when it touched the earth, it was as graceful as a feather, stirring up scarcely any dust at all. In midair, witnessing this spectacle, the second ancestor's pupils constricted instantly. As the saying goes, amateurs watch the spectacle, while experts discern the subtleties. What appeared to be a simple maneuver was, in fact, as challenging as scaling the heavens. This demonstrated that the enemy's mastery over their strength had reached an unparalleled zenith, allowing them to exert such control without a trace of power escaping. What manner of adversary is this? The second ancestor remained on high alert, his mind racing with thoughts. The Su family has long been a transcendent presence in the Xinsong continent, rarely embroiled in conflicts with other factions. How could they have drawn such an indomitable adversary? Wait. Suddenly, the second ancestor felt a chill run through him, as a realization struck him. In his youth, he had indeed offended quite a number of individuals. For instance, he had once set his sights on the seventh princess of the Divine dynasty, boldly storming the royal palace to claim her for himself. She is now his second wife. Moreover, his third wife had been a maiden from a sacred land, whose childhood sweetheart he had unwittingly torn apart. And let's not forget his fourth wife, who, during her pregnancy, had worried about her nutrition and thus ventured into Dragon Valley to hunt several dragons for sustenance. Reflecting on all this, it seems he may not have been the most virtuous of individuals. The second ancestor of the Su family shook his head, casting aside these chaotic thoughts. No, I am a good person. These are all tasks assigned to me by my father. While he indulged in these musings, it did not hinder the actions of that enormous hand. The hand lingered momentarily on the ground nearby, then grasped an object and slowly ascended into the sky. As if intending to depart. Ancestor, what is that? Su Ruobing approached the second ancestor, her brow furrowed in confusion as she inquired. The second ancestor of the Su family felt a sense of bewilderment. Initially, he believed there was an impending threat. However, upon closer inspection, it appeared that the individual was attempting to procure something. After contemplating for a moment, he infused his gaze with spiritual energy for a more meticulous observation. After a prolonged scrutiny, he suddenly scratched his head and, with confusion, remarked, "If I am not mistaken, he is grasping 2 blades of foxtail grass." Foxtail grass. Everyone was taken aback, and they concentrated their energies to observe more closely. After all, foxtail grass is merely an ordinary weed, ubiquitous along the roadside. This individual had created such a commotion, causing chaos within the Su family, all for the sake of 2 insignificant weeds? Yet, upon further examination, the enormous hand clearly clutched what could only be described as foxtail grass. What on earth is happening here? Amidst the puzzled gazes of the onlookers, the colossal hand finally ascended once more, gradually vanishing into the rift. The terrifying fissure that had exuded a menacing aura subsequently closed, disappearing entirely. As if nothing had transpired at all. The second ancestor of the Su family cautiously waited for a moment, and upon confirming that everything had indeed returned to normal, he commanded the dismantling of the protective formation. He then soared into the air, heading straight towards the direction where the enormous hand had descended moments ago. Su Ruobing pondered for a moment before gracefully leaping to follow. Upon landing on the ground, the second ancestor of the Su family surveyed the surroundings, feeling increasingly perplexed. The area was overgrown with weeds, and foxtails were scattered everywhere, making it nearly impossible to discern any abnormalities. Had he perhaps misjudged the situation? After a brief contemplation, He suddenly closed his eyes, meticulously attuning to the lingering aura around him. After a considerable time, his expression changed dramatically. He swiftly retrieved a jade pendant from his storage ring, clenching it tightly in his palm, and let out a piercing howl towards the heavens. Father, is it truly you who has returned? Father, what is happening? Su Ruobing was momentarily taken aback. Isn't the father of the second ancestor of the Su family the venerable Ancestor himself? Second Ancestor? Are you speaking the truth? Is it truly the Ancestor who has returned? The second Ancestor raised the jade pendant, his expression filled with fervor. This jade pendant is the one left by my esteemed father. The lingering aura just now is identical to that of the pendant. Su Ruobing curiously examined the jade pendant, blinking her large eyes as she inquired with a hint of perplexity. If he truly is an ancestor, then why did he only gather 2 wheats? Could it be that the ancestor has a fondness for grass? She continued, Ancestor, allow me to massage your shoulders. Is this pressure agreeable? Su Qing, with her backside arched and a countenance brimming with obsequiousness, busily waved her chubby little hands in a flurry of activity. Upon witnessing this scene, Su Jiao and the others silently lowered their heads. Logically speaking, as the crown prince of the Great Su, Su Qing found himself in an unusual predicament following the demise of the previous emperor. Under normal circumstances, he would be revered as the sovereign of the realm. Yet, in a most undignified manner, he now served others, akin to a sycophant, much to the embarrassment of his attendants. However, the remarkable prowess displayed by 2 mere blades of grass, which had birthed a grand master and several adept warriors of various ranks, was nothing short of astonishing. What could be said of the strength possessed by such a figure? To call them a living deity would not be an exaggeration. Serving such a celestial being transcends mere duty. It is an act of profound devotion. Nevertheless, Your Highness, it is truly unbecoming for you to engage in such servitude. Were it up to me, I would assume that role. Observing the obsequiousness of his descendants, Su Muyang, unfazed, inquired with a smile. Do you now believe I am your ancestor? Indeed, I must believe. Su Qing exclaimed, his chest thumping audibly in exaggerated fervor. Ancestor, the moment I laid eyes upon you, I felt an overwhelming sense of familiarity, more so than with my own father. However, the previous situation was perilously fraught, and I feared that revealing your identity might bring harm upon you from those pursuing us. In my eagerness to safeguard your venerable self, I feigned disbelief. See how considerate I am of your well-being. Some gazed at the heavens, while others focused on the ground. Some silently closed their eyes to embrace the newfound strength. Your Highness, you have gone too far. How can you utter such shameless words with such nonchalance? Su Muyang found it somewhat amusing. No matter how eloquently you speak, it is of no consequence. The dogtail grass has already been exhausted. Su Qing froze momentarily, but soon redoubled her efforts in massaging the back, smiling obsequiously. Oh, esteemed ancestor. What are you saying? Am I that kind of person? Is it for those few blades of grass that I toil? No, it is for you, my venerable ancestor. For you, whose kind eyes and noble virtues shine brightly, whose wisdom grows with age, and whose generosity knows no bounds. Honoring you, esteemed ancestor, is not only my duty, but also my greatest blessing. Su Muyang found himself both amused and exasperated. He gently patted the young man on the shoulder and explained, You charming rascal, your sweet words have certainly pleased the old ancestor. However, if you truly aspire to become a grandmaster and elevate your existence to a higher plane, it will be exceedingly difficult for you to conceive offspring with an ordinary woman. Thus, if you genuinely wish to win the old ancestor's favor, you must consider siring several children, understand? What on earth? Su Qing was momentarily stunned, her mouth agape, rendered speechless. Your reasoning is compelling, formidable, leaving me utterly at a loss for words. The others exchanged glances, their earlier exhilaration from the newfound strength evaporating in an instant. If I interpret your words correctly, does this mean we shall henceforth be but half castrated? Su Muyang stretched languidly and said, Pray tell, with the Su family once thriving with numerous descendants, how is it that you are now the sole remaining sprout? The notion of a thriving lineage sparked a hint of peculiarity in the gazes of those gathered around. Su Qing was somewhat bewildered and instinctively replied, A flourishing population? How is that possible? Since the reign of Emperor Taizu, our esteemed Su royal family has been passed down for 18 generations in direct lineage. Wait, Su Muyang interjected abruptly, his brow furrowing slightly. 18 generations in direct succession? How can that be? Su Qing scratched his head, puzzled as he inquired, Isn't this a matter of universal knowledge? How could you, Ancestor, be unaware. Universal knowledge? Su Mu Yang's expression grew increasingly grave. The number of descendants directly correlates to his strength. The Su family's bloodline is unique, making the nurturing of offspring quite arduous. However, having fewer descendants is one matter. Being the sole heir for 18 generations is quite another. He scrutinized Su Qing for a moment and finally discerned the root of the issue. I must ask you, why have you not cultivated the yin-yang harmony technique that I have passed down? This. Su Jiao and the others silently bowed their heads, wishing they could cover their ears. What a splendid name. Upon hearing this technique, it was evident that it belonged to the legendary dual cultivation method that doubles joy. However, the question arises, as a celestial being capable of effortlessly creating grandmasters, why would you engage in a discussion about dual cultivation techniques with a bunch of ordinary men? Are you serious? Yet, to Su Qing, these words struck like a thunderclap, causing him to exclaim in astonishment. Yin-yang harmony technique? How do you know this name? Previously addressing the person as Su Mu Yang's ancestor was not out of genuine belief in their identity, but rather due to feeling powerless in confrontation. However, this name stirred an incredulous thought within him. Could this truly be his family's ancestor? The name of this technique had only been passed down orally within the Su family, never revealed in any other form. The fact that this person could utter it so easily conveyed an overwhelming significance. How would I know? Su Muyang snorted. The bloodline of the Su family is unique. It is exceedingly difficult to conceive offspring when paired with ordinary women. Thus, I deliberately created this technique to pass on to Su Zhe as the lifeblood of our family. But why have you not cultivated it? Why do your ancestors, after practicing this technique, still struggle to pass on their lineage? This was his greatest perplexity. When he first arrived in this world, he already possessed considerable power, far exceeding that of ordinary individuals. In this lower realm, the suppression of bloodlines makes it challenging to bear offspring, which contradicts the system. Hence, he specifically exchanged for this technique from the system. Yet now you tell me that the Su family has maintained an unbroken lineage for 18 generations? Are you jesting with me? In Su Qing's heart, a tempest had already surged, causing her demeanor to become notably more respectful. Elder, it is not that I am unwilling to cultivate. It is simply that this particular technique has long been lost to time, with only its name surviving. Lost? Su Muyang furrowed his brow and pressed further. How could it have been lost when the Su family had not severed its lineage? Su Qing cast a furtive glance at Su Muyang and murmured softly. The ancestor of Su Zhe relied on this technique to conquer vast lands, seizing the throne from the previous dynasty and renaming the nation as the Su. However, he hesitated for a moment before stammering. The ancestor of Su Zhe established a family decree, asserting that an emperor must prioritize state affairs and not succumb to the allure of women, thus refraining from passing down this technique. It is only mentioned occasionally in the secret accounts of the Su family's descendants. Yet, I cannot shake the feeling that the ancestor of Su Zhe chose not to transmit this technique, perhaps out of a sense of shame. If at this moment one were to provide Su Jiao and the others with a microphone, they would undoubtedly sing. I should be under the car, not inside it. Is it appropriate to describe the founding emperor with the term shame? Never mind. You are the crown prince, a descendant of the founding emperor. Your word is final. However, upon hearing this, Su Muyang was instantly consumed by rage. What shame? What nonsense? That little rascal Su Zhe is so antiquated, ignorant, and hypocritical. Among the three unfilial acts, failing to produce heirs is the gravest. Ensuring the continuation of the lineage is of utmost significance. What do state affairs, empires, or the world matter compared to the act of procreation? Not understanding this truly infuriates the ancestors. Caw, caw, caw. In the air, it seemed as if a few black crows flew past cawing. Ancestor, please calm your anger, calm your anger. After all, these are all recorded in the royal secrets. And Qing, having previously lacked education, may have misremembered. If the ancestor truly wishes to uncover the truth, how about Qing accompany you on a journey to the capital? Su Qing's eyes darted about restlessly, while her lips feigned persuasion with a semblance of sincerity. After venting his anger for a while, Su Muyang's temper began to subside somewhat. You little rascal, do not presume that the old ancestor is oblivious to your thoughts. Are you hoping for my assistance to quell the rebellion and restore the realm? Su Qing's expression shifted slightly, and her ingratiating smile deepened. The elder's gaze was piercing, radiating an overwhelming authority that commanded genuine admiration from Qing. However, esteemed elder, consider this as a figure of your stature. It would be rather disheartening for your descendants to be unworthy, ultimately losing the realm to others. Such a scenario would not only tarnish your reputation, but also invite ridicule from those who hear of it. Su Muyang cast a sidelong glance at him and coldly snorted, "Youngster, your provocations are rather amateurish. I have traversed the world for countless years. What have I not encountered? Do you think such trivial tricks can deceive me? Were it not for my amusement at your shamelessness, I would not have the patience to engage in this banter with you." Su Qing smacked her lips, at a loss for words. "Speaking of which, are you praising me? It seems so, doesn't it? But since when did shamelessness become a virtue?" Su Muyang gestured towards Su Jiao and the others, expressing a sense of disappointment and frustration. In this world, the level is quite low. The Grand Master is already the pinnacle of combat prowess. You possess a Grand Master and so many experts of the 8th and 9th rank, yet you cannot handle a mere handful of traitors, even if one is inept. There should be some semblance of a baseline, should there not? Observing the prince's face flush with shame and humiliation, Su Jiao, with a heavy heart, rose and offered a deep bow, speaking with utmost respect. "Esteemed Ancestor, the current situation in court is intricate and tumultuous. The prince is still but a youth and inevitably finds himself lacking in strength. As mere martial practitioners, we are only capable of safeguarding His Highness through combat. Beyond that, we are completely at a loss. Your profound wisdom and divine methods, coupled with your close relationship with the prince, compel us to implore you to show mercy and extend your hand to help turn the tide." To be candid, Su Jiao and the others harbored doubts about Su Muyang's true identity, yet they were not foolish. He represented an extraordinary source of strength beyond their wildest imaginings. If he were to lend his assistance, the prince's ascension to the throne would surely be assured. Moreover, since the prince had shamelessly sought familial ties and acknowledged his ancestors, what more could they do? Indeed, Su Qing nodded fervently, struggling to conjure a few tears. "Oh, Ancestor, you cannot fathom the depths of my suffering. Just after the passing of my father, troops stormed in, shouting and wreaking havoc, even breaching the East Palace with intent to take my life. Chaos reigns within the capital. Flames engulf the city, and the cries of battle resonate everywhere. Thankfully, Uncle Jiao and the others risked their lives to rescue me, allowing me to escape. Yet, truth be told, I remain unaware of the identities of the rebels, nor can I discern the loyal from the treacherous. If you choose to disregard my plight, what fate shall I have to continue living in this world? No, I have lost the legacy of the Su family. Even in death, I would have no courage to face my ancestors." As he spoke, he could no longer contain himself, covering his face and weeping uncontrollably. Amidst his tears, he peered through his fingers, observing the surroundings. Su Muyang was left speechless. How is it that I, an ancestor who has traversed the realms, have descended to such a feeble descendant? The empire has been lost, my life hangs by a thread, and yet you remain utterly oblivious to the perpetrator. To be this foolish, even I am astounded. After a moment of contemplation, Su Muyang let out a resigned sigh. Alas, if these troubles are not resolved, you shall have no inclination to wed and bear offspring, to continue the lineage. However, for an ancestor to intervene in this child's play, certain conditions must be met. Su Qing hastily swallowed her tears, instantly revitalized. Grand Ancestor, you have my word that I shall agree to any conditions. Su Muyang let out a cold snort. From this moment forth, for every wife you take, I shall reclaim a city on your behalf. What say you? Su Qing's mouth fell agape, her eyes widened in disbelief, casting doubt upon her own hearing. The others exchanged glances, ensnared in a profound state of self-doubt. One must ponder. Are we truly engaged in such a grave discussion regarding the reclamation of our dominion? Upon witnessing this, Su Muyang nodded with satisfaction. As long as there is no opposition, speak on. Where is the most recent city located? Su Qing was on the verge of tears. Elder, which eye did you use to discern that I am in opposition? As she observed Su Muyang's brow furrowing, her heart sank, and tremblingly, she raised her finger to indicate a direction. Elder, 30 miles hence lies Jizhou Prefecture, governed by Lord Yirue. During my time in the capital, I had the occasion to meet him on several occasions. However, in these times when loyalty and treachery are indistinguishable, I cannot guarantee his intentions. She shrank her neck, refraining from further commentary. It was utterly humiliating. This prince's conduct was nothing short of a farce. Su Muyang, however, was not particularly concerned. If you were truly a commendable emperor, engrossed in affairs of state daily, when would you have the time to conceive offspring? If you did not bear children, how could the power of our ancestors be enhanced? After a moment of contemplation, Sumu Yang casually retrieved a handful of glittering golden beans from his pocket and tossed them aside. Those beans, upon meeting the breeze, swiftly transformed into over 100 golden-armored soldiers. Each one was robust and formidable, wielding sharp blades, exuding an aura of majesty, and standing in a formidable formation. This scene caused a dramatic change in the expressions of all present. Su Qing was so startled that she let out a cry and jumped to Sumu Yang's side, her teeth chattering in fear. Elder Ancestor, who are these people? Where did they come from? Sumu Yang, seemingly unperturbed, spoke casually. Casting beans to form an army is merely a trivial trick. Casting beans to form an army? A group of individuals was taken aback, an incredulous thought emerging in their minds. Could this suddenly appeared ancestor possibly be a celestial being descended from the heavens? Su Qing was momentarily taken aback, then suddenly burst into wild laughter, hands on her hips. Ancestor, you must be a celestial being. Surely, you are a divine spirit, aren't you? Ha ha. I never imagined that the venerable ancestor of the Su family would be a heavenly deity descended to earth. At last, the fortunes of the Su family shall be restored. Ha ha. Sumu Yang ignored him. Instead, he stroked his chin while gazing thoughtfully at the golden-armored soldiers, murmuring to himself, something seems to be missing. He then extended his hand and gently tapped a few times. The weapons in the hands of those golden-armored soldiers swiftly transformed, shifting from gleaming blades and spears into ceremonial flags, cleansing banners, white marsh flags, and golden gongs. Remarkably, a battalion of fierce warriors had transformed into a ceremonial guard. Sumu Yang clapped his hands, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. Now this is more like it. Since we are going to fetch the bride, we must make a grand display. Set off. A collective confusion enveloped the group. Master, are we not supposed to be reclaiming the city? In the study of the Jizhou prefecture, the governor Yi Rui furrowed his brow, engrossed in official duties. Just then, with a loud bang, the door swung open, and a figure rushed in, appearing quite flustered. Yi Rui lifted his gaze, annoyance flickering in his eyes. However, upon seeing the anxious expression of his secretary, his demeanor shifted to one of concern. The secretary was not one to act recklessly. His unannounced entrance hinted at some urgent matter. As anticipated, the secretary spoke in a breathless manner. Sir, it is dire. The prince's procession has appeared outside the city. Do not panic. What did you say? Yi Rui exclaimed, leaping from his chair, inadvertently flinging his brush and splattering ink across himself. The secretary swallowed hard, his tone dry. According to the guards stationed at the city, a ceremonial procession is approaching from 5 miles away. The banner displays the name of His Highness, Prince Su Qing. Cold sweat trickled down Yi Rui's forehead as he lifted his long robe, preparing to dash outside. What are you still waiting for? Quickly prepare to receive him. Wait. He halted abruptly at the door, murmuring to himself. Rebels are plotting treason. Chaos reigns in the court. The prince is being pursued, and his whereabouts are unknown. Why has he suddenly appeared in Jizhou City? And in such an ostentatious manner? Could there be a deception at play? The secretary cautiously glanced at him and whispered, Sir, this matter does indeed seem suspicious. The soldiers reported that the procession is moving steadily, showing no signs of distress or haste. Given the current turmoil and the treachery within the court, with many raising arms under the pretext of loyalty, if this truly is the prince, such a high-profile appearance could place him in grave danger. Yi Rui pondered for a moment, finally resolving to investigate. Whether it is true or not, we shall ascertain it. With that, he hurriedly made his way outside. Behind him, the secretary hesitated for a moment before speaking up. Sir, if it truly is His Highness, how should we respond? Yi Rui paused briefly, then continued to stride forward. Inside a grand carriage, Sumu Yang lounged lazily, reclining comfortably. Su Qing, with a playful grin, sidled up to him, raising her chubby little fists to thump his leg, chattering incessantly. Oh, venerable ancestor, as the saying goes, when one ascends to greatness, even the chickens and dogs prosper. Since you are a celestial being, it would be remiss of your descendant, Qing, to neglect your legacy, wouldn't it? How about imparting a few skills to me? My aspirations are modest. I merely desire the gift of eternal life. With a dismissive scoff, Sumu Yang did not even bother to lift his eyelids. Immortality? How fanciful of you, he remarked. This world is bound by rules. The maximum lifespan is merely 200 years. Beyond that, do not harbor such hopes. 200 years is still acceptable. Su Qing's eyes sparkled with excitement as she thumped her chest. As long as it is a gift from the ancestors, I would not mind. Even if it means living for only 199 years, I would gladly accept. Ah, this. Su Muyang's lips twitched slightly. Despite my vast experience across countless realms, your words possess such profound wisdom that I find myself at a loss for a response. Just then, Su Jio's voice resonated from outside the carriage. Master, Your Highness, the governor of Jizhou, Yi Rui, has come to offer his greetings. Su Muyang waved his hand. Seizing the opportunity to divert the conversation, he encouraged him to take the floor and speak. Su Qing opened her mouth, instantly feeling unwell, harboring resentment towards Yi Rui. Just when I was about to secure valuable items from the Ancestor, your timing is utterly inopportune. I have overstepped my boundaries. Yi Rui, initially filled with doubt, found clarity upon seeing Su Jio and the others. He quickly offered his apologies, bowing respectfully as he ascended the carriage. To his astonishment, he beheld the plump young prince, Su Qing, who had been mysteriously pursued and was now unaccounted for. However, he was mentally prepared for this revelation. What truly astonished him was that there was another individual seated within the carriage. With peculiar hair and unusual attire, this person occupied the central seat. To his bewilderment, Prince Su Qing was dutifully massaging his legs. Who is this? What is happening? Fear gripped his heart, yet he maintained a composed facade, deeply bowing down. Governor Yi Rui of Jizhou pays his respects to His Royal Highness, the Prince. Su Qing assumed the demeanor of a prince and nodded slightly. Your Highness, please take your seat, Yi Ai Qing said as he sat down to speak. Thank you, Your Highness. Yi Rui then cautiously rose and carefully settled onto half of his seat. Su Qing scratched his head, suddenly donning a smile. Master, what should we do next? Master? What master? Where did this master come from? This title filled Yi Rui with suspicion, yet as a seasoned veteran in the bureaucratic realm, he maintained an impassive demeanor. Su Muyang cast a fleeting glance at him and spoke languidly. There are those who conspire for the throne. As a governor, do you intend to align yourself with the crown prince or with those rebels? Yi Rui's heart trembled. He disregarded the coarseness of the words and immediately knelt down with a thud. Your Highness, may you see clearly. I, a humble minister, am utterly loyal to your majesty and the crown prince, with no treacherous intentions whatsoever. Although my abilities are modest, I am willing to serve you with utmost dedication and pledge my life to repay your imperial grace, even if only in the slightest measure. Enough, enough. Su Muyang interjected, waving his hand to cut him off. Since the Ancestor is present, there is no need to fear your ulterior motives. I shall pose but one question. Yi Rui's heart skipped a beat. He discreetly glanced at Su Qing and, seeing no opposition, replied with utmost respect. Please, speak, esteemed sir. Su Muyang revealed a hint of a mischievous smile. Do you have a daughter at home? How old is she? Is she married? Yi Rui was momentarily taken aback. What do you mean by that? However, seeing that Su Qing did not oppose, he reluctantly replied, I have a daughter, age 24, who is yet to be wed. Perfect. Su Muyang clapped his hands, his joy evident. I have taken a liking to your daughter. What on earth? Su Qing was suddenly enveloped in darkness. Oh, Ancestor, you are a celestial being descended from the heavens. How could you act like a rogue, brazenly abducting a maiden in broad daylight? Yi Rui was equally taken aback, instinctively retorting, Sir, please refrain from speaking so nonsensically. Oh no, my daughter is as delicate as a willow. No worries, I bear no disdain. Su Muyang interjected with a cheerful smile. Coincidentally, this little chubby fellow is not the most impressive in appearance either. Marrying your daughter to him would result in no loss for anyone. I shall take charge, and it shall be decided thus. Qing, you wouldn't oppose this, would you? Who? Me? Su Qing pointed at her own nose, a look of bewilderment on her face. I was thoroughly enjoying the gossip. How did it suddenly turn to me? Marriage? I am still but a child. How can I be thrust into the grave of love? At this moment, Yi Rui finally came to his senses. His complexion turned pale, and his tone was laced with growing anger. Absurd. How could such matters be treated as jest? Should this gentleman continue to speak nonsense? He must not blame you for turning hostile. Su Muyang, unfazed, smiled and said, Why do you disagree? The crown prince is yet unmarried. Should he be betrothed, he would ascend to the esteemed position of empress upon his coronation. Is it not the case that Lord Yi, in his repeated refusals, harbors doubts about the crown prince's potential for a turnaround, fearing to be implicated by him? Su Qing blinked in sudden realization. Indeed. If you are unwilling to have your daughter become the queen, what is your true intention? Do you believe I am destined for demise? Upon witnessing this, Yi Rui's fury erupted as he rose, stating with unwavering conviction, "I am deeply favored by the emperor and shall dedicate my utmost efforts to support the crown prince in restoring order. It is my solemn duty." However, how can matters of state and family be conflated? My achievements, ascending to the position of governor of Jizhou, are the result of my scholarly pursuits, my fervent passion, and my unwavering commitment to the nation and its people. I am not one who seeks wealth and power through the sale of kin for personal gain. In that moment, it seemed as if a beam of righteous light illuminated him, accentuating his stature, which was not particularly tall, yet radiated an aura of grandeur. For a brief instant, Su Qing felt a pang of shame. Yi, a man of unyielding integrity and loyal heart, truly embodies the ideal for all. This matter was merely a jest from our venerable ancestor. I humbly ask that you do not take offense, esteemed Yi. Ancestor, let us not trouble Yi any further. Shall we? Su Muyang gazed at Yi Rui with a playful glint in his eyes. If that is the case, let this matter rest. I only hope that Lord Yi will not come to regret it in the future. Before he could finish his words, his expression shifted abruptly. At that moment, a clear notification sound resonated in his mind. Ding. The blessing of many offspring system warmly reminds you. It has detected that your descendant, Su Rua Bing, is invoking the ancestors in the Zhongxian continent. Shall the host proceed? Zhongxian continent? Is my descendant in peril? Su Muyang's expression abruptly turned solemn. The realm they currently inhabited, the Tianwu world, was merely a low-level world, where the strength of descendants could be deemed negligible. As long as the lineage continued, one could harness the power of the world. However, the Zhongxian continent was an entirely different matter. It was a mid-tier world, beyond acquiring the power of the world. Each descendant could significantly enhance one's strength, making them an invaluable resource. Should any misfortune befall them, it would genuinely cause him distress. In a flash of insight, Su Muyang swiftly reached a decision. Young one, you should confer with Lord Yi first. I have some matters to attend to and shall return shortly. With that, he waved his hand, causing the air before him to ripple mysteriously. The figure of Su Muyang gradually grew fainter, soon vanishing into the air. This scene left Yi Rui utterly astonished. Upon witnessing the sudden disappearance of the ancestor, Su Qing became anxious. Ancestor, please do not leave. I have yet to resolve my matters. If you depart, what shall I do? Unfortunately, despite his cries and pleas, Su Muyang's presence was nowhere to be found. Yi Rui stood in a daze for a moment before suddenly retracting his neck and quietly inquired, Your Highness, who exactly is this ancestor? Su Qing cast him a sidelong glance and muttered, This is my ancestor from the Su family, the father of the founding Emperor Su Zhe. What? Yi Rui's eyes widened in disbelief as he exclaimed, How can this be possible? The founding emperor lived hundreds of years ago. What is impossible about that? Su Qing raised his chin, regarding Yi Rui as if he were a simpleton. My ancestor is a celestial being, ageless and immortal. What are a mere few hundred years in comparison? Celestial being? Yi Rui gulped, forcing a laugh. Your Highness, please do not jest. How could there possibly be celestial beings in this world? Humph. Su Qing shot him a glance, extending his finger to gesture around boastfully. Do you see this entourage? These are soldiers summoned by my ancestor with but a handful of beans. In this carriage, it was transformed from a grand tree by my ancestor's enlightenment. Do you think I would carry such a large vehicle while fleeing otherwise? And my guards, who were on the brink of death, were restored to full health merely by my ancestor providing them with a couple of weeds, resulting in one great master and a host of 8th and 9th tier experts. My ancestor's powers are beyond the imagination of mere mortals like you. This. Yi Rui surveyed his surroundings, his expression shifting unpredictably. Logically, he could not bring himself to believe in celestial beings. Yet, the astonishing display of Su Muyang's departure was too remarkable to dismiss. He had also closely observed Su Jiao and the others. Despite his modest martial prowess, their imposing presence and dignified demeanor were unmistakable. Furthermore, the members of the entourage, with their subtle yet striking brilliance, were all undoubtedly top-tier experts. This was far beyond what a prince should possess. Could it be that the esteemed ancestor truly was a celestial being? Lord Yi, what are you contemplating? Perhaps you could first enlighten me about the current situation. Upon observing the fluctuations in his expression, Su Qing furrowed her brow and interjected. It was then that Yi Rui regained his composure, glancing at the chubby little fellow. Suddenly struck by a resolution. Resolute, he adorned his face with a warm smile. Your Highness, the current situation is exceedingly intricate, and mere words cannot encapsulate its complexities. Perhaps it would be prudent for your highness to accompany me to my humble abode for a more in-depth discussion. Ah, and by the way, I have a daughter at home, a maiden of 18, blessed with exquisite beauty, poised grace, and virtuous character. Not only is she well-versed in literature and wisdom, but she also excels in culinary arts. Should your highness not take offense, might we allow my daughter to prepare a meal for you? Su Qing blinked her eyes, sensing an underlying discord, and instinctively retorted, "Esteemed Lord Yi, is it not inappropriate for your daughter to remain in seclusion?" Yi Rui immediately grew anxious. Inappropriate? How could that be? Throughout the realm, all lands belong to the sovereign, and all subjects are beholden to the crown. My daughter, as a citizen of Desu, is naturally under His Highness's purview. It is not merely a matter of cooking. Even serving His Highness is a privilege. His eyes sparkled with urgency as he continued. Given His Highness's esteemed status, it is essential that he is attended to during this journey. The esteemed officials possess remarkable martial prowess and can certainly ensure His Highness's safety. However, when it comes to serving tea, they may lack the finesse required. If His Highness does not mind, my daughter is willing to accompany him, serving tea and tending to his needs. This. Su Qing smacked her lips, finally coming to a realization. My lord Yi, you did not say so before. You were once steadfast and unyielding, vowing never to trade your daughter for personal gain. Yi Rui's face flushed crimson, and he promptly responded with righteous indignation. Your Highness has misunderstood. How could I ever consider such a thing? This is all a misunderstanding. To be candid, during my tenure in the capital, my daughter has long harbored admiration for your Highness. Each time I returned home from the palace, she would eagerly question me about your Highness, inquiring about your appearance, talent, and character. He discreetly cast a glance at the plump boy beside him, swiftly diverting the conversation. In short, my daughter has already vowed that she shall marry none but your Highness. I implore you to consider my earnest affection for my daughter and my unwavering loyalty, and grant me this heartfelt wish. Yi Rui squeezed his eyes tightly, producing 2 tears, and spoke with deep emotion. For the sake of my daughter, I would endure the world's misunderstanding and accusations of seeking wealth and status without a hint of regret. After all, what I lose is merely my reputation and dignity. But what my daughter gains is true love. In the Zhongxian continent, in the main hall of the Su family manor, the second ancestor of the Su family sat in the main seat, clutching a jade pendant, lost in profound nostalgia for his father. The others exchanged glances, hesitant to speak. Only Su Ruobing, emboldened by her favored status, gently offered words of comfort. Please, Ancestor, take heart. The Su family now flourishes in prosperity, with a thriving lineage. If our esteemed Ancestor were to behold this from the heavens, he would undoubtedly find solace. Silence. The second Ancestor shot her a fierce glare. My father is not dead, nor will he ever be. He has merely ventured forth to explore the world. Indeed, Su Ruobing readily agreed on the surface, yet inwardly, she remained unconvinced. Though they were all formidable cultivators, even the mightiest were bound by the constraints of mortality. Despite the second Ancestor's exalted status atop the Songshuan continent, he too had entered the twilight of his years, with but a few left to live. No matter how powerful the Ancestor had been, he could hardly surpass the second Ancestor, who likely had already. However, the Su family had always been united and filial, and such thoughts were not words she would dare utter to provoke the second Ancestor. After a lengthy contemplation, the second Ancestor reluctantly extended the jade pendant towards Su Ruobing. Ruobing, this pendant was left by my father. It carries his essence. He once declared that this pendant should be entrusted to the one among the descendants of the Su family with the strongest fate. Among the new generation of the Su family, though you are young, your exceptional talent and remarkable cultivation render you capable of great deeds. Today, I bestow this pendant upon you to wield. What? In the hall, the members of the Su family were taken aback, rising in unison, their expressions shifting dramatically, with many of them sporting reddened eyes. For all had discerned that the second Ancestor was designating the heir of the Su family's next generation. More crucially, this implied that the second Ancestor's time was drawing near, and preparations for the future were beginning. The mere thought of the venerable second Ancestor, who had governed the Su family for countless years, departing, filled them with a profound sense of impending doom. Su Ruobing was filled with trepidation, repeatedly shaking her head in refusal. Second Ancestor, I am still young. How can I bear such a heavy responsibility? I implore you to retract your command. What is all this weeping about? The second ancestor replied with a gentle chuckle. My frail body may endure for a few more years. It is not as if I am to perish at this very moment. Ruabing, I can still guide you for a few more years. Do not underestimate yourself. It is imperative that you grow swiftly. Having reached this point in their conversation, Su Ruabing could only acquiesce helplessly, with utmost reverence. She accepted the jade pendant and solemnly declared, Rest assured, second ancestor, I shall dedicate myself fully to the flourishing of the Su family. The second ancestor nodded with satisfaction, offering further counsel. Remember this. The teachings of the Su family dictate that, at all times and in all matters, the continuation of the Su bloodline must take precedence. This was a repeated admonition from your father. In the future, let this serve as a warning to you. Do not act recklessly or engage in conflict that might endanger the descendants of the Su family. Moreover, as you embark on your journey of training, ensure that you keep this jade pendant close to you. Attune yourself to its aura. It may even lead you to the whereabouts of your father. He continued to impart his advice, while Su Ruabing, somewhat distracted, fumbled with the pendant in her hand, her mind swirling with questions. The second ancestor was so grave in his demeanor that she had expected the pendant to be an extraordinary treasure. Yet, upon closer examination, it appeared to be nothing more than a common piece of jade, or perhaps her limited cultivation prevented her from recognizing its true potency. Su Ruabing was filled with an insatiable curiosity, instinctively squeezing it a few times. However, with a sudden crack, the jade pendant shattered into two pieces. The hall fell into an eerie silence as everyone stood in stunned disbelief, gazing at the broken pieces of the pendant in Su Ruabing's hand, their minds utterly blank. The ancestral token had just been entrusted to you, and you had the audacity to break it? The family heirloom had barely arrived in your possession, and you had already damaged it beyond repair? The second elder of the Su family paused for a moment. His face suddenly flushed crimson, and he rose abruptly, slamming his palm onto the table. Under the immense force, the table, crafted from a millennium-old purple sandalwood, was reduced to a pile of powder. The second elder of the Su family trembled with rage, bellowing, Su Ruabing, you possess an audacious spirit. How dare you destroy? Before he could finish his words, a spurt of fresh blood erupted from his mouth, and he collapsed backwards, his eyes tightly shut, rendered unconscious. Father, grandfather, second elder, quick, someone. The second elder has fainted. Chaos erupted in the hall. Some rushed to attend to the second elder, while others produced various elixirs in an attempt to administer aid, and still, some stood frozen in place, shouting in panic. This wave of alarm quickly spread from the hall, engulfing the entire estate. The second elder has fainted. Hurry. Go to the pill room and fetch some soul-reviving pills. What did you say? The second elder has fainted? What? The second elder is dead? This is dire news. The second elder is dead. This is catastrophic. The Su family is in grave trouble. In mere moments, the entire estate descended into utter turmoil. What is happening? I heard someone exclaim. Is it true that the second elder of the Su family has perished? Near the Su family estate, a group of individuals gathered, one of whom inquired with a hint of bewilderment. Earlier, a colossal hand had descended from the heavens, only to vanish in an instant, stirring not only the Su family, but everyone within a 1,000-mile radius who bore witness to this extraordinary spectacle. In a flurry of speculation, opinions varied widely. Some claimed it was the Su family's second ancestor practicing some divine technique, while others suggested that the family was facing formidable adversaries. There were even those who fervently asserted that the Su family had been annihilated. Experts from nearby sects and spies from various factions hastened to the Su family, eager to uncover the truth. However, upon their arrival, they were met with the staggering news of the second ancestor's demise. This revelation was nothing short of exhilarating. Indeed, the Su family's status on the Tsangxian continent was exceedingly prominent, and they seldom sought conflict with other powers. Yet, therein lay a persistent flaw, passed down through generations. Whenever a Su family member took a liking to someone, they would directly propose marriage, often in an irresistible manner. If they sought subtlety, they would offer a plethora of rare treasures as a bride price. Should they desire a more forceful approach, they were not shy about displaying their might. For ages, the Su family adhered to this domineering strategy, forging intricate connections with numerous factions through these forceful unions, yet inadvertently offending many. After all, how could one bear to see a goddess, revered from afar, reduced to a mere concubine of the Su family, or witness a beloved childhood companion bearing several children for the Su clan? And what of the cherished little one, once cradled in one's hands? now crying out to marry into the Sioux family, willing to share a man with other women. It was a bitter pill to swallow. But alas, they had to endure it, for the Sioux family wielded immense power, and resistance was futile. However, with the second ancestor's death, chaos now enveloped the Sioux family. And an opportunity had arisen. Amidst the panicking crowd, Sue Ruobing stood in a daze, her spirit adrift. She had caused a catastrophe. She had inadvertently destroyed the family's heirloom. Moreover, she had enraged the second ancestor to the point of bloodshed and unconsciousness. In a moment of carelessness, she had shattered half of her family's legacy. A tumult of regret and fear surged within her. Yet, as she stood there in her stupor, she suddenly noticed the air before her rippling without warning, reminiscent of water's gentle undulations. Gradually, a figure began to materialize from the disturbed atmosphere. The individual appeared quite youthful, donned in peculiar attire, with short hair atop their head, presenting an altogether strange visage. Who goes there? With a sudden jolt, Sue Ruobing instinctively unleashed a bolt of lightning. With a crack, the lightning struck the individual directly atop their head. However, to her astonishment, the bolt, rather than causing any harm, seemed to dissipate harmlessly, akin to water in the vast ocean, leaving not even a hair out of place. This realization struck her, a formidable master. Without a moment's hesitation, Sue Ruobing swiftly conjured a long sword, positioning herself before the intruder. This sudden commotion captured the attention of others in the grand hall. A sense of alarm permeated the air. Protect the second ancestor. The crowd reacted with remarkable agility. In mere moments, their figures danced into action, their energies intertwining as they formed an imposing formation. Su Muyang disregarded them and instead surveyed his surroundings, a slight frown etching his brow. Wasn't he someone calling for him? The atmosphere seemed rather peculiar. Observing their demeanor, it was evident that, despite being his descendants, they appeared as though they were facing a formidable adversary. After a brief moment, Su Muyang's gaze settled upon the figure of his second ancestor lying on the ground. Was this his son, Su Xian, in this realm? It suddenly became clear to him. Su Muyang finally experienced a moment of clarity. It appeared that he was not facing a life-threatening situation, but rather that his son had sustained grave injuries, prompting the summons. With a slight nod, Su Muyang strode purposefully towards Su Xian. However, this action only served to heighten the tension among the others. Halt! Do not move. Who are you to dare intrude upon the Su family? Thief, meet your demise. As these words were uttered, the grand formation began to activate. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth within a radius of several dozen miles suddenly surged violently, rushing towards the Su family estate. Through the transformation of the formation, it swiftly morphed into an inexhaustible tempest of wind, fire, and lightning, crashing down upon Su Muyang with unrelenting force. In that moment, their hearts were filled with both terror and fury. In the conference hall of the Su family, an intruder had stealthily entered. Observing the earlier scene where he clashed with Sue Ruobing, it was evident that he was a master among masters. Given this, how could he possibly hold back? Alas, the Su family is in turmoil. Feeling the violent fluctuations of the natural spiritual energy, someone more than 10 miles away from the Su estate exclaimed with delight. A nearby individual, puzzled, inquired, "Brother Ku, what do you mean by that?" The elder, Brother Ku, a man of somewhat unsavory appearance, confidently gestured toward the estate and elaborated. "Look, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth is in such upheaval. It does not appear to be mere training or sparring. There must have been a cataclysmic battle within the Su family. Yet, we are here. Who could their adversaries be?" After a moment of contemplation, he continued, "The truth is singular." He stroked his beard, embodying a sage-like figure, with a glimmer of wisdom in his slanted eyes. Here is how the events transpired. That earlier formidable hand was an enemy's assault, and the second ancestor of the Su family led the charge in a desperate defense. Though they managed to repel the assailants, the second ancestor sustained grave injuries and, without the chance to utter even a few parting words, passed away. His death was too sudden, leaving no time to designate a successor. This is the Su family, a vast estate with countless treasures and the mightiest forces on the continent. Who would not covet such a legacy? Consequently, every eligible member of the Su family has emerged to stake their claim to the inheritance. You desire more, I desire more. No one is willing to yield, and thus, conflict ensued. Just look at the magnitude of this situation. The participants must be numerous. As the crowd exchanged glances, they nodded in agreement, their gazes filled with admiration for the elder. Astoundingly clever, remarkably insightful. With merely a fragment of information, he has deduced the truth of the matter. Indeed, the men of the Ku family are born detectives. The earlier speaker, his eyes darting, quietly posed another question. Esteemed friends, I possess a few acquaintances within the Su family. As chaos reigns, I am inclined to offer my assistance. Does anyone wish to accompany me? The crowd regarded him with knowing looks. Assistance? Are you certain you are not merely seeking to profit from the turmoil? Do not inquire how I know this, for I harbor the same thoughts. As Brother Ku absent-mindedly tugged at his beard, a few strands were inadvertently pulled out. Friends, let us speak candidly. It is well known that the most beautiful women, the rarest treasures, and the most formidable powers reside within the Su family. I refuse to believe you are not intrigued. He scanned the crowd, observing many heads bowed, their eyes shimmering with uncertainty, yet none dared to speak. The long-standing reputation of the Su family exerted an immense pressure. Brother Ku steeled himself, finally resolving. Since none of you are willing to take the lead, I shall become the vanguard. Ladies and gentlemen, the Su family is currently engulfed in chaos, presenting us with a magnificent opportunity. If any of you are inclined, follow me into the heart of the Su family, avenge those with grievances, seek justice for the wronged. And for those without enmity, seize the chance to profit before departing. What do you all think? A profound silence enveloped the gathering, yet the flicker of greed in their eyes betrayed their inner thoughts. After a considerable pause, someone curiously inquired, Brother Ku, your enthusiasm suggests a personal vendetta against the Su family. Is that so? At the mention of this topic, the elderly Ku's countenance turned a shade of green, his forehead seemingly emanating a faint glow. I share a profound enmity with the second ancestor of the Su family, Su Xian. Our grudge is one that cannot coexist. A murmur of intrigue ignited among the crowd. Ku sighed deeply, lost in memories. I recall my own origins, born into a family of cultivators, renowned in my youth, brimming with ambition. One fateful day, I encountered her, a vision of celestial beauty. I silently vowed to marry none but her. Alas, that scoundrel Su Xian, wielding the Su family's influence, ensnared her with rare treasures, taking her as his concubine. I was left utterly alone, desolate and forsaken. Such treachery is intolerable. At last, an opportunity presents itself. I shall personally avenge myself upon Su Xian and reclaim my goddess. His eyes brimmed with a hatred that threatened to overflow. The others, resonating with his sentiment, offered soft words of comfort. Brother Ku, your plight evokes immense sympathy. You and your lady must have shared a deep bond. Surely she has thought of you throughout these years. Ku sighed once more, shaking his head, his face etched with sorrow. Thought of me? Perhaps not. She was once a revered saint. While I was merely an ordinary outer disciple, she likely never even knew my name. Though she never recognized me nor spoke a word to me, I firmly believe she distanced herself to shield me. The moment she was taken by the Su family, I vowed that one day, I would breach their stronghold and rescue her. Today, that opportunity has finally arrived. The dream I have harbored for nearly a millennium is on the verge of realization. He raised his fist, filled with fervor and anticipation, envisioning a radiant and hopeful future. Yet, unbeknownst to him, the others exchanged glances, remaining silent in contemplation. What could this mean? Sumu Yang slightly furrowed his brow, a myriad of doubts swirling within him. His descendants summoned him forth, only to unleash a frenzied onslaught upon him. Yet, witnessing their fierce assault, he had no time for contemplation and slowly uttered a single word. Stop. As the word escaped his lips, it appeared to trigger some arcane rule within the cosmos, causing time to freeze instantly at that moment. The once tumultuous spiritual energy of the world abruptly transitioned from chaos to utter stillness. The Su family, who had been brimming with ferocity moments ago, seemed as if a pause button had been pressed, transforming them into lifeless statues. Their bodies were rendered immobile, their inner power stagnating like a still pond, leaving only their thoughts to function with great difficulty. What was happening? A profound sense of dread and an unprecedented despair surged within everyone. Despite being among the esteemed cultivators of the Zhongshan continent, this display of power far exceeded their imagination. When had the Su family provoked such a formidable adversary? Had their 1,000-year standing finally led them to this inevitable calamity? As these thoughts crossed their minds, many succumbed to utter hopelessness, particularly for Su Ruabing. A wave of regret washed over her. If she had not carelessly shattered that jade pendant, their second ancestor would not have fainted from rage. Had he remained conscious, with his unparalleled cultivation, he surely could have withstood this enigmatic foe. Alas, it was too late for such reflections. the Su family was doomed. Having just been recognized as the heir, she had unwittingly brought ruin upon her clan. I am the sinner of the Su family. As she pondered this, tears welled in her eyes. Unfortunately, being immobilized, her expression remained static, and even weeping was beyond her reach. Su Muyang disregarded the crowd and stepped forward to where the second ancestor, Su Xian, lay on the ground. He lowered his gaze and was immediately struck by a sense of foreboding. With his keen perception, he discerned the underlying cause of the situation. It was evident that the man had succumbed to an overwhelming surge of emotions, leading to a reckless rush of blood that rendered him unconscious. However, a pressing question arose. Su Xian, having lived for so long, possessed a resilient state of mind. What could have provoked such a violent reaction? The answer was singular. He was undoubtedly agitated by his unworthy descendants. Furthermore, they had the audacity to lay hands on him. Could it be that a familial discord was brewing, with some seeking to overturn the established order? With this thought, Su Muyang's mood soured considerably. He turned around and cast a fierce glare at the group of statuesque figures. Look at the mischief you have wrought. The moment he fixed his gaze upon them, a heavy silence enveloped the onlookers. It was clear that such a menacing stare heralded a forthcoming bloodbath. In the midst of their despair, Su Muyang slowly extended his right hand, summoning a soft, ethereal white light that enveloped Su Xian's entire form. If it were possible to close their eyes, every member of the Su family would instinctively have done so, unwilling to witness such a scene. The illustrious second ancestor of the Su family, who had traversed the azure mystic continent for countless years, was he to perish silently at the hands of an unknown foe? However, to everyone's astonishment, moments later, Su Xian, shrouded in the white light, coughed a few times and gradually opened his eyes. The first sight that met his gaze was Su Muyang's countenance, tinged with anger. Su Xian's eyes widened in disbelief as if he had witnessed a miraculous event. In an instant, he lunged forward, wrapping his arms around Su Muyang's legs and weeping uncontrollably. The sight of an elderly man, his hair as white as snow, clinging to the legs of a young man and sobbing heartily, ignited a furious outrage among the witnesses. "Scoundrel, what have you done to our second ancestor?" Yet, in the next breath, the elder cried out, "Father, you have finally returned. I have missed you terribly." "Father?" The revelation struck like a thunderclap, leaving everyone in a state of bewilderment. The second ancestor referred to this young man as his father? Surely, I must have misheard. As Su Xian's tears began to flow freely, Su Muyang frowned and kicked him lightly. "Get up if you're not dead. What a sight you are. Weeping like a child." "Ah, I heed your words, esteemed father." Su Xian sprang up, wiping away the tears from his face, revealing a blissful smile. In that moment, he was as joyful as a child. Su Muyang let out a cold snort and sat firmly in the main seat, speaking with an air of indifference. "Go ahead. Tell me, what have you turned the family into over the years?" Su Xian perceptibly sensed the displeasure in his father's tone and promptly responded in a hushed voice, "Father, I remain ever mindful of your teachings and would not dare to exhibit the slightest negligence. Our Su family has flourished and thrived, having been passed down through 7 generations, boasting a direct lineage of 238 descendants." Su Muyang was also slightly taken aback. At first glance, this number did not appear to be substantial. However, it is important to recognize that the more formidable a life form is, the more challenging it becomes to procreate. This is an undeniable truth. The prowess of the Su family is undoubtedly beyond dispute, and the lineage inherited from Su Muyang is exceptional. In this context, to sustain a lineage of hundreds speaks volumes of Su Xian's tireless efforts over the years. Contemplating this, Su Muyang's ire diminished somewhat, his tone softening slightly. "Xianer, our Su family is vast and prosperous, naturally burdened with myriad trivialities. Do not immerse yourself solely in cultivation, neglecting the family's daily affairs." Indeed. Su Xian replied with a lowered gaze, "Father, your words resonate deeply with me. I shall remember them well. It has been quite some time since you last returned home. This time, I shall ensure that we all honor you properly." However, as he concluded his words, he suddenly sensed an oddity. The discussion hall was eerily silent. Not a single person among the multitude spoke. "You wretched children, are you so lacking in perception? Is this some sort of jest at my expense?" He swiftly turned around and admonished in a stern voice, "Why do you all stand there in a daze? Come forth and pay your respects to the ancestors." Yet, the atmosphere remained hushed, with no one daring to utter a word or make a move. Su Xian felt an overwhelming frustration within. What a group of ungrateful descendants. Do they truly wish to drive their elder to despair? Su Muyang let out a cold snort and calmly declared, "Release." As the word left his lips, a throng of individuals instantly came to life. Without a moment's hesitation, they all knelt on the ground in unison, their voices rising in a cacophony of reverence. "I pay my respects to grandfather. Grandfather, grandfather. I pay my respects to great-grandfather. I pay my respects to the ancestor." The faces of each person were illuminated with excitement, their exuberance spilling forth with abandon. Ha ha, it turns out this extraordinary master is indeed a member of the Su family. Moreover, he is my grandfather, great-grandfather, and even my great-great-grandfather. What a formidable pillar of support this is. No wonder I felt an innate familiarity upon seeing him. A profound respect that resonates from my very soul and lineage. You may rise now. Su Muyang waved his hand, signaling everyone to rise and speak. Although they were his descendants, he found no pleasure in being addressed in such a manner, with them kneeling and bowing. The moment their foreheads touched the ground, a familiar voice seemed to echo in his ears. "Wishing you prosperity. Bring forth the red envelopes." With so many offspring, if they all demanded a token of fortune, it would surely lead him to financial ruin. Upon hearing his words, everyone gradually stood up, respectfully positioning themselves on either side. Only Su Ruobing remained kneeling in the center of the hall, her expression filled with remorse. "Ancestor, second ancestor, I have committed a grave error today. I implore both of you to administer punishment upon me." Su Xian was momentarily taken aback and quickly clarified, "Father, her name is Su Ruobing, and she is the 8th descendant of our Su family as 7th generation. Her cultivation is exceptional among her peers, and even when compared to the older generation, she holds her own. She is destined to be a leading figure for the future of our Su family." Su Muyang glanced at her, nodded slightly, and casually remarked, "Indeed, possessing a natural thunder spirit body makes you quite a promising individual. What mistake did you just mention?" Su Ruobing lowered her head, her face marked by guilt. "The heirloom of the Su family has been inadvertently destroyed by me." As she spoke, her eyes began to glisten with unshed tears. Su Muyang was somewhat taken aback. "A legacy token? What sort of legacy token?" Su Xian hurriedly explained, "Dear father, it is the jade pendant you specifically left for me when you departed. Since it is a treasured heirloom bestowed by you, I regarded it as a symbol of our family legacy. However, to my dismay, Ruo Bing has erred today and unfortunately damaged that precious pendant. Alas." Su Ruobing lowered her head and softly murmured, "I only applied a slight amount of force." Yet the jade pendant shattered. She took full responsibility, pleading for the ancestor's punishment. The mention of the jade pendant suddenly enlightened Su Muyang. "No wonder I was summoned. I initially thought something significant had occurred, only to find it was a trivial mishap caused by the young girl. It was somewhat amusing yet perplexing. What kind of treasure is that?" "It is merely an ordinary jade pendant infused with temporal and spatial information. This pendant was specifically intended for summoning me in times of dire need. If it were to shatter, I would naturally receive the message and come to aid. If it were truly indestructible, would that not be counterproductive in critical situations?" "Wait." Su Xian suddenly stood in stunned disbelief, unable to fathom the revelation. "Father, did you say that shattering the jade pendant would bring you back? Indeed, is there a problem with that? So your return today is solely because Ruobing inadvertently shattered the pendant?" "Yes, I have mentioned this before, Haven Ti." Su Xian opened his mouth, yet no words emerged, his heart akin to a myriad of wild steeds galloping through his mind. "Father, why did you not elucidate your intentions? A millennium has passed, a full 1,000 years. I cherished this jade pendant as a treasured relic, reverently enshrining it, fearful of causing it harm. And now you reveal that this pendant was merely a plaything? Throughout these 1,000 years, I cannot count the times I yearned for you. Countless moments of sorrow, believing you had long since ascended to the heavens. Now you tell me that by shattering the pendant, you would appear without delay? How could I have endured this millennium?" Gazing at the pendant, now split in two, Su Xian felt his heart bleed. This is not merely a pendant. It is the embodiment of my lost youth. In that instant, a wave of grievances and heartache surged within him, reddening his eyes. "Father, why did you not clarify this matter long ago?" His demeanor, filled with hesitation and melancholy, resembled that of a wronged bride. "Did I not express this?" Su Muyang was momentarily taken aback. After all, he had traversed numerous realms, leaving behind a plethora of jade pendants. Could it be that he truly neglected to convey something vital? No, he must not utter such words. Otherwise, where would the dignity of a father stand? While his mind was in turmoil, his expression remained composed as he spoke with a solemn tone. If I had elucidated matters to you earlier, you would have had a foundation to rely upon, and in your actions, you would become increasingly reckless. As a father, I am merely nurturing your independence, am I not? Su Xian scratched his head, feeling that something was amiss. Noticing his lingering confusion, Su Muyang swiftly changed the subject and turned to Su Ruobing, saying, "You have broken the jade pendant. In truth, it is of little consequence. Merely an inadvertent mistake that does not amount to a grave error." Su Ruobing was momentarily elated, but before she could utter a word, Su Muyang continued, "If you want to talk about mistakes, you have indeed erred. Allow me to inquire, after my arrival, did you not strike me with lightning?" Su Ruobing was momentarily taken aback, her delicate face instantly paling as she hastily explained, "Ancestor, it is all my fault. Your esteemed self's sudden appearance startled me, and I mistakenly believed we were under attack. Thus I implore you to impose punishment." At this moment, her heart was filled with despair. What a disaster! The very first encounter with the esteemed ancestor had been marred by her reckless invocation of thunder. Such an act was indeed a grave disrespect. The ancestor appeared to possess a rather formidable temperament. Surely, she would not prepare to punish her? The others exchanged glances, and in unison, they knelt once more, clamoring in a chorus, "Esteemed grandfather, we too have unwittingly formed a formation that offended your venerable self. Please, dispense your punishment." "Grandfather, this is not solely Ruobing's fault. We also share grave errors. Great ancestor, it is primarily your imposing presence that has frightened us." Ah, how unified they are! Su Muyang felt a quiet sense of satisfaction within. Throughout history, the collapse of many formidable forces often began from within. When he first arrived, he had assumed that the Su family was embroiled in internal strife, which had irked him somewhat. However, upon observing Su Xian, he realized that the young man was quite capable, managing the family's affairs commendably. He nodded slightly and remarked in a calm tone that your actions were unintentional. They were nonetheless improper. Hence, a punishment is warranted. At that moment, a sense of apprehension washed over those present, for it seemed that Su Ruobing was indeed to be punished. Many harbored a flicker of resentment towards the elder. After all, it was unjust to penalize the young girl without consideration. It was rather disheartening. Even though they understood she was their own ancestor, the bond they shared with Su Ruobing, whom they had watched grow up, was far more profound. As some appeared poised to intercede on her behalf, Su Ruobing swiftly interjected, "The elder has spoken. If punishment is to be rendered, please, let it be so." Su Muyang lifted his head, his gaze seemingly penetrating all obstacles. "Do you not take delight in vanquishing foes? Conveniently, there are dozens of individuals conspiring against the Su family, located 13 miles southeast. Go forth and eradicate them all. Those deserving of death shall meet their end, and those to be buried shall be interred. Let not their presence disturb my family." Enemies? The crowd gasped in unison, turning their eyes outward. The myriad barriers of the estate obstructed their view, yet they could not hinder the scanning of divine consciousness. Upon a swift sweep of his divine consciousness, Su Xian felt a surge of urgency. "Father," he implored, "though Ruobing has committed the grave offense of defying you, such transgression does not warrant a death sentence. You must reconsider your stance." Su Ruobing was still unaware of the unfolding events. Observing the second ancestor's defiance towards the old ancestor, she hastily intervened, saying, "Second ancestor, since the old ancestor has spoken, it would be best for Ruobing to engage in battle. Please do not let your contention with the old ancestor arise due to my presence." Su Xian cast her a fierce glare and exclaimed, "What do you know? Are you aware of the kind of individuals outside? The leader, Old Ku, is a formidable figure in the demonic path, a true Yuan Ing elder. Moreover, the others are not mere novices either. If you choose to confront them alone, it would be tantamount to seeking your own demise." A collective gasp echoed through the crowd, and the glances directed at Su Muyang shifted, tinged with an unsettling sense of distance and aversion. This elder is indeed rather vindictive. You suddenly appear, and they instinctively unleash a lightning strike, leaving not a strand of your hair disturbed, yet you expect them to risk their lives? Earlier, when word spread of the elder's arrival and overwhelming power, everyone was filled with unrestrained joy. Yet now, faced with such a petty elder, one cannot help but question whether this is a blessing or a curse. Su Xian hurriedly bowed to Su Muyang, saying, "Father, if Ruobing is still young and unable to confront such a formidable enemy, I implore you to grant me permission to face the foe on your behalf." Among the crowd, several voices rose in disarray. "Grandfather, I wish to accompany Ruobing into battle. Please grant your consent. Ancestor, I am willing to fight. Ancestor, why don't we activate the protective family formation to ensure those rogues do not return? What is going on? Su Muyang raised an eyebrow, chuckling softly. How precious are the Su family members? Would we engage in such reckless sacrifice? Do you truly believe that the Ancestor is so ruthless as to watch her go to her demise? Though many did not voice their thoughts, the glimmer in their eyes unmistakably conveyed such sentiments. Su Muyang, feeling no need for further explanation, waved his hand, causing several glimmering golden beads to fall into Su Ruobing's grasp. If you find yourself at a disadvantage, simply cast these few beads aside. The onlookers instinctively turned their gaze toward her, only to behold Su Ruobing cradling a handful of resplendent golden beads. In that moment, everyone was left in a state of bewilderment. Although the objects shimmered with a lustrous golden hue, suggesting a certain value, at the end of the day, they were merely a handful of beads. Could one truly fend off an adversary with such trinkets? Surely, this was an absurd jest. Su Ruobing bit her lip and bowed deeply to everyone. May the Ancestor take care, and may the second Ancestor be well. Ruobing takes her leave. With that, she turned and soared into the distance, her silhouette exuding a poignant sense of melancholy reminiscent of the chilling winds along the Yi River. Su Xian pondered for a moment, and suddenly his eyes brightened. Father, those few beans must be formidable treasures, right? This remark also served as a reminder to everyone present. Indeed, the ancestral figure's might was unparalleled, and his skills were extraordinary. It was reasonable to assume that anything he casually produced would be a valuable artifact. Are you referring to these? Su Muyang casually retrieved a few beans from his pocket and nonchalantly tossed them into his mouth, crunching them with a loud sound. They are merely a handful of ordinary beans, a mere snack I used to entice your nephew, my grandson. The crowd was left speechless, a sense of despair washing over them. If Su Ruobing were to falter, would tossing these beans be an attempt to pacify the adversaries as if they were mere children? Su Xian opened his mouth, but no words emerged. However, his thoughts swiftly followed Su Ruobing, and he secretly resolved within himself. Should Su Ruobing find herself at a disadvantage, he would risk incurring his father's wrath to offer assistance. Surely, his father's punishment would be but a mild reprimand. After all, she was also a descendant of his bloodline. It would be inconceivable for him to truly wish for her demise. Noticing the tumultuous changes in Su Xian's expression, Su Muyang abruptly shifted the conversation. By the way, I see your time is drawing near, isn't it? This statement instantaneously captured everyone's attention, causing a collective heaviness to settle in their hearts, momentarily eclipsing any concern for Su Ruobing. Indeed, while the Su family flourished and boasted numerous formidable experts, the stature of the second Ancestor remained unparalleled. Should he depart from this world, the absence of the supreme deterrent over the Zhongxian continent would undoubtedly herald a significant upheaval for the Su family. As for the old Ancestor, though he might be a top-tier expert, his absence rendered his power futile. A hint of bitterness suddenly crept across Su Xian's face. I must report to you, my father, that indeed it has been merely these 3 to 5 years. Therefore, I am currently making preparations for the aftermath, with Ruobing as my chosen successor. His intention was to indicate his preference for Su Ruobing, yet Su Muyang seemed oblivious to the underlying meaning in his words, merely offering a slight nod in acknowledgement. Indeed, this realm is bound by certain rules. One's cultivation level is limited to the Yuaning stage, and one's lifespan does not exceed a millennium. You are, in fact, nearing your end. Su Xian let out a long sigh, filled with both regret and solace. Father, for a millennium, I have lived a life full of splendor. To see you once more before my demise is a blessing that leaves me without regrets. Many bowed their heads in silence as an air of sorrow enveloped the surroundings. Yet, a middle-aged man suddenly brightened, urgently inquiring, "Old Ancestor, if I may be so bold, could you reveal your age this year?" His words abruptly stirred the thoughts of everyone present. Indeed, the second Ancestor was nearing the end of his days. How was it that the old Ancestor remained so sprightly? Su Muyang chuckled softly, refraining from responding to the inquiry. After all, he found himself incapable of providing an answer. Having traversed through various realms, time had lost all significance for him. Enough of this lamenting, he remarked. It is quite irksome. It is merely a matter of lifespan, nothing of great consequence. Is it truly just a matter of lifespan? Su Xian was momentarily taken aback, but suddenly, his expression shifted dramatically, and he donned a sycophantic smile, grasping Su Muyang's hand and shaking it fervently. Father, your ungrateful son has failed to honor you all these years. Please grant me this opportunity, so that I may fulfill my filial duty to you in the future. Su Muyang felt a jolt run through him, a chill coursing down his spine, nearly prompting him to kick out in disgust. The sight of an elderly man, hair completely white, playfully flirting with a young man was utterly repugnant. Yet, upon deeper reflection, it seemed only natural for a son to exhibit such affection in front of his father. Su Muyang abruptly withdrew his hand and said irritably, "All right. Since I am here, I shall not mourn the living for the dead." He glanced at Su Xian's head of white hair and then touched his own thick, lustrous black locks, hastily diverting from the topic. As for methods to extend one's lifespan, there are indeed a few. The first approach is to transcend this world and seek advancement in the upper realm. Transcend this world and venture into the upper realm, Su Xian echoed, his eyes lighting up with realization. So that is it. Father, have you not returned all these years because you have ascended to the upper realm? I am willing to accompany you there and fulfill my filial duties at your side. However, Su Muyang suddenly faltered, a hint of headache creeping in. Ascending to the upper realm was not inherently difficult. The challenge lay in the fact that worlds with higher power levels were increasingly scarce. In a realm that you cannot fathom, I married a formidable wife, whose strength is unmatched. Even I cannot contend with her now. The crux of the matter is that she possesses a rather jealous disposition, constantly simmering with envy. In this lesser world, she remains oblivious to my affairs. But if we were to enter a more powerful realm, what if one day she happens to glance my way and discovers I have suddenly acquired a son? That would surely lead to domestic strife. Noticing Su Xian's eager gaze, Su Muyang pondered for a moment before slowly speaking. This world is merely a small one. Power ultimately has its limits. In the future, our Su family shall ascend to the upper realm as a whole. However, the time is not ripe yet. For now, you should remain in this realm for a few more years. A wave of excitement surged through the crowd as everyone rejoiced. It seemed the future of the Su family held boundless potential. Yet, some could not help but feel a twinge of anxiety. As the saying goes, better to be a head of a chicken than a tail of a phoenix. The Su family, a formidable power on the Zhongxian continent, has ascended to the pinnacle of the world. But what awaits them in the upper realm? Will their journey be smooth sailing, or will it be fraught with challenges? After all, with no knowledge of the upper realm, they are unable to weigh the pros and cons and must rely solely on the guidance of their ancestors. Shifting away from this topic, Su Muyang casually produced a peach, roughly the size of a fist, and offered it to Su Xian. "Dear Xian, please indulge in this peach." Su Xian, somewhat perplexed, obediently accepted the peach. Upon careful scrutiny, he observed that the peach boasted a vibrant hue and a perfectly rounded shape. Yet beyond that, he could discern no peculiarities. "Father, I shall partake as instructed." "Indeed, your humble son shall comply." Su Xian no longer hesitated and directly placed the peach into his mouth. The peach appeared to be unremarkable, yet it melted upon contact, instantly transforming into a warm current that spread throughout his entire being. A comforting warmth enveloped him, bringing exquisite delight. "Father, what is this wondrous fruit?" Su Muyang waved his hand dismissively, stating nonchalantly, "It's merely a low-grade peach of immortality, of little significance. It merely prolongs one's life by a few years." "Ah?" Su Xian was taken aback. This is truly a treasure that can extend one's lifespan? Just as he was about to speak, the crowd in the hall suddenly erupted in astonishment. "Elder Ancestor, your hair has turned black." "Wow, Elder Ancestor, your wrinkles have vanished." "Heavens, this is truly incredible." Su Xian was taken aback and quickly conjured a water mirror. Upon glancing at it, he could not help but gasp in astonishment. Previously, he had appeared with hair and beard completely white, embodying the visage of an elderly individual. There lingered a faint aura of twilight about him. Yet now, the reflection in the water mirror revealed a man devoid of any signs of aging. His hair was as dark as the night, his skin smooth and radiant, and the black beard beneath his chin danced in the breeze, presenting a striking image of a handsome middle-aged gentleman. Moreover, he distinctly sensed a transformation within his body. It was as though an old, rusted machine had been anointed with lubricating oil, rendering him light and agile, with each cell pulsating with vibrant vitality. Su Xian was momentarily taken aback, his speech becoming somewhat stammered. "Father, have I truly become younger?" Su Muyang waved his hand dismissively and said, "This peach possesses the ability to extend one's life by a millennium. Thus, you are merely in the prime of your life. However, one must understand that with every gain, there comes a sacrifice. You shall still endure some suffering." "Suffering?" Su Xian just basked in ecstasy when these words struck him like a sudden jolt. Could it be that such a miraculous artifact harbored some unforeseen side effects? Before he could fully process this thought, Su Muyang unexpectedly reached out, seized him, and casually tossed him upwards. With a piercing scream, the roof of the conference hall was abruptly breached, creating a substantial hole. Su Xian soared from the depths like a ball, propelling towards the heavens. All eyes instinctively followed the tiny black that was once Su Xian, only to be struck by a sense of dread as they realized the sky had abruptly transformed. Moments ago, it had been a vast expanse of clear blue. Yet now it was shrouded in ominous clouds, thick layers swirling ominously, casting a shadow over the land. Not only that, but within the tumultuous clouds, bolts of lightning roared, akin to the wrath of deities, tearing the darkness asunder as if heralding the end of days. Suddenly, amidst the thunderous claps, a lightning bolt as wide as a bowl erupted from the clouds, descending with a cataclysmic force. The target of this celestial fury was unmistakably second ancestor. Many gasped in alarm. Su Muyang, however, was not taken aback. He merely spoke in a calm manner, urging everyone not to panic. Having transcended the infant stage to attain divine transformation and extended his lifespan by a millennium, he had already breached the rules and limits of this world. Thus, he was inevitably destined to face divine retribution. The term divine retribution caused a palpable heaviness to settle in the hearts of all present. It seemed dire indeed. Merely for consuming a peach, the second ancestor was to be struck by lightning. We shall initially enter the Su family estate under the pretext of visiting friends, and then conduct a thorough investigation. If the Su family is unscathed, we shall refrain from intervening to avoid falling into a trap. However, should the Su family be in disarray, then it shall present us with an opportunity. Elder Ke meticulously outlined his plan. Someone could not suppress their curiosity and inquired, Elder Ke, what if the Su family does not permit us entry? Elder Ke chuckled, that would be splendid. If they truly deny us entrance, it would indicate that the Su family is in grave trouble. So what are we waiting for? The crowd, upon reflection, suddenly comprehended. Indeed, a family as prominent as the Su clan would typically be eager to welcome guests, not shun them at the door. If they were to refuse entry, it could only mean that something monumental had transpired. What could such a monumental event be? The second ancestor of the Su family has passed away. Even the descendants of the Su family have resorted to fierce conflicts over inheritance, resulting in a veritable river of blood. If that is the case, the Su family has become a lamb awaiting slaughter, merely waiting for us to seize what we can. Ha. Just as a crowd of individuals were lost in their imaginations, a delicate voice echoed from afar. Who dares to intrude upon the Su family? In an instant, a graceful figure soared through the air. It was none other than Su Ruobing. The laughter abruptly ceased, and some instinctively took several steps back. The reputation of the Su family is not to be trifled with. Just as they were calculating their schemes against the Su family, the appearance of the rightful heir sent a shiver through many. Old Ke's eyes subtly shifted, and with a beaming smile, he approached. I wondered who it could be. It turns out to be Ruobing. You see, we previously witnessed a colossal hand descending, seemingly striking the Su estate. We thought perhaps the Su family was facing a formidable enemy, hence our arrival to lend a hand. Quick, go inform Su Xian, and tell him that I, Old Ke, have arrived. Su Ruobing's delicate face darkened, and she coldly exclaimed, Do you still wish to deceive me? Your so-called assistance is clearly intended to harm the Su family. Prepare yourself. With that, she formed a spell with her hands, conjuring several bolts of lightning that swirled around her. Witnessing her take the initiative, many were momentarily stunned, only to stifle their laughter soon after. This girl is truly insane. She is ready to fight at the slightest provocation without even considering the strength of her opponent. With just a few bolts of lightning, does she really think she can strike me while I remain here unyielding? However, as this thought crossed their minds, every spectator's expression shifted dramatically. As her lightning materialized, the heavens darkened instantaneously and ominous clouds gathered, with countless bolts of lightning churning within them. Could it be that this girl is so formidable? How could this be possible? Not only were they astonished, but even Su Ruobing herself was taken aback. Wait, I merely formed a lightning spell. How did it create such a tremendous commotion? Fairy Ruobing, please cease at once. Seeing the overwhelming display, Old Ke was paralyzed with fear, immediately backing down without a second thought. Terrified that a single misstep might summon that terrifying lightning, reducing everyone to mere ashes, their hearts were already filled with despair. What on earth is happening? Su Ruobing is merely a junior member of the Su family. How could she possibly wield such astonishingly extraordinary methods? This spectacle, I fear, Even the foremost figure of Tsang Xian, Su Xian, would be unable to replicate. Goodness, the Su family's concealment is indeed remarkably profound. Although Su Ruobing felt astonished within, her countenance remained composed. She continued to form the lightning seal and spoke in a delicate voice. What is your purpose in coming to the Su family? Will you not honestly disclose your intentions? Although the elder had warned her that these individuals harbored ill intentions, Su Ruobing noticed a few esteemed elders among the crowd, causing her to feel uncertain for a moment. Seizing the opportunity while they appeared intimidated, she decided not to act hastily. Old Ku, with a crafty glint in his eye, lowered his gaze and replied, what could the esteemed fairy Ruobing mean? Our visit is purely for the sake of friendship. Is that so? Su Ruobing retorted with a cold smile. If your intent is indeed to foster friendship, why not be forthright? Instead, you choose to lurk in the shadows, which clearly indicates ulterior motives. Among you are not a few prominent figures. As a descendant of the Su family, Su Ruobing was merely a junior in their eyes. However, within the realm of cultivation, there existed another unyielding law. Strength commanded respect. In the vastness of heaven and earth, one's life held paramount importance. When faced with the overwhelming might of thunder, a group of individuals found themselves compelled to lower their heads in deference to this junior, Su Ruobing. Fairy Ruobing. Please do not misunderstand. The elderly Ku, in a sudden panic, swiftly retrieved a vial of elixir. Esteemed Fairy Ruobing, behold. This is the 9-treasure tranquility pill, capable of dispelling inner demons and aiding in cultivation. It is a rare treasure on the Sangshuan continent. It took me decades of effort to refine this, and I have come today specifically to share it with your esteemed elder brother, Su Xian. I implore you, do not misinterpret my good intentions. Well, what? The crowd was momentarily stunned. Just moments ago, he had been the loudest, almost wishing to annihilate anyone who dared oppose him. Yet now he was offering money to pave the way. Not only them, but Su Ruobing was also taken aback. She understood fully that the tempest of thunder had nothing to do with her. Should a conflict arise with these individuals, it would surely end in disaster. Thus, she decided to use the thunderous display to intimidate them and send them on their way. As for the old ancestor's suggestion of executing and burying, she felt he had overestimated her capabilities. While she was momentarily lost in thought, the others quickly regained their composure and began to speak in rapid succession. Fairy Ruobing. The second ancestor once guided me hundreds of years ago, and I have come today to express my gratitude, bringing a sun flame immortal mushroom as a gift. Fairy Ruobing. I find myself perplexed in my cultivation and seek the guidance of Su Erzu. I am willing to offer 3 heavenly bamboo as a token of appreciation. Fairy Ruobing. I came to discuss a match for my rather unremarkable niece, who possesses unparalleled beauty. I am here to seek your assistance in this matter. In just a brief moment, an array of rare treasures, magical artifacts, and elixirs appeared before Su Ruobing. Su Ruobing was utterly astonished. With your excessive politeness, I am left at a loss as to how to proceed. The eccentric Ko Lao, displaying wisdom beyond his years, hastily set down his belongings and, without uttering another word, rushed outside, exclaiming, Fairy Ruobing, I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. No need to see me off. Before Su Ruobing could even process his words, he had vanished in the blink of an eye. What on earth? The crowd, nearly paralyzed with shock, hastily followed suit, fleeing in a frenzy, terrified that lingering behind would result in being obliterated by the impending storm of lightning. Only Su Ruobing remained rooted to the spot, gazing at the pile of rare treasures before her, engulfed in profound self-doubt. How many kind-hearted souls exist in this world? Ku, my friend, you are exceedingly inconsiderate. Indeed, I have failed to reap any benefits, and have even lost quite a bit. Fortunately, Su Ruobing possessed a modest demeanor. Otherwise, she might have met her end here today. After flying for quite some time, the group reconvened, voicing their grievances against Ko Lao. He snorted in disdain, feeling equally displeased. What do you understand? I am merely a sage who recognizes the shifting tides. Besides, had I not set the example for you, would you have been able to escape so easily? And instead of expressing gratitude, you dare to complain? Yet, before he could elaborate further, a thunderous roar erupted as a massive purple lightning bolt, as thick as a bowl, descended with cataclysmic force. The crowd was instantly startled. Could it be that the little demoness Su Ruobing had accepted a bribe for their lives, and then reneged? Without a moment's hesitation, they turned to flee. Wait, Ko Lao suddenly called out to them. Look! The crowd followed his gaze and, upon realizing that the lightning was not aimed at them, they let out a collective sigh of relief. However, A question lingered, if the lightning was not targeting them. Then who was its true victim? It's Su Xian, Ku Lao shouted, pointing into the air. There, suspended in the sky, was none other than the second ancestor of the Su family, Su Xian. To their astonishment, the devastating bolt of lightning struck him directly. Gasps of disbelief echoed among the crowd. They could almost feel the impact. Even from a distance, the ferocity of the purple lightning was overwhelming. What would it be like for Su Xian, the one who bore its full brunt? Su Xian was doomed. In that instant, a collective judgment echoed within the hearts of all present, seemingly validating their foreboding suspicions. A bolt of purple lightning struck, followed immediately by another, once again targeting Su Xian suspended in midair. This was not the end. A third bolt followed suit, relentless in its assault. After 3 strikes of the purple lightning, Su Xian's protective talismans and garments were utterly reduced to fine powder. He transformed into a dark, charred mass, plummeting heavily to the ground, disappearing from sight. Had he been reduced to cinders? Despite witnessing the event firsthand, an overwhelming sense of disbelief enveloped the crowd. Was the illustrious Su Xian, who had traversed the Songxian continent for a millennium, truly gone? My goodness, I had assumed he would only perish upon reaching the limits of his lifespan. Yet here he was, gone in an instant. Moreover, he had been struck down by lightning in the most visceral manner. What sins had he committed to deserve such a fate? After a moment of silence, old Ku suddenly spoke. The extraordinary phenomena witnessed earlier were undoubtedly not orchestrated by Su Ruobing. The crowd shot him sidelong glances but remained silent. Was that not a self-evident truth? Setting aside whether Su Ruobing possessed such power, it was inconceivable she would strike the second ancestor of the Su family. Old Ku smiled faintly, exuding an air of someone who had seen through the veil of deception. In fact, I had already discerned this point earlier. However, to lower the guard of the Su family, I feigned indifference towards Su Ruobing, seeking to bide my time. The crowd exchanged knowing glances, nodding in agreement. Indeed, that was precisely my thought as well. How fortuitous that we all arrived at the same conclusion. I had assumed you were genuinely intimidated. How could that be? I could never fear a mere little girl. As expected, we are as astute as ever. A glimmer of brilliance flashed in old Ku's eyes, reminiscent of a crouching dragon or phoenix. Now, the Su family would surely have let down their guard. If we were to launch a surprise counterattack at this moment, bang. Through the enormous hole he had been flung through, the charred figure of Su Xian crashed heavily into the conference hall, slowly exhaling a series of dark circles. Father. Second ancestor. Grandfather. The crowd rushed over, assisting him to his feet. Su Xian, still feeling somewhat dazed, instinctively inquired, Father, what is happening? Sumu Yang chuckled lightly. Why not take a shower first and change into a fresh set of clothes? It's important to maintain a respectable image in front of the younger generation. Huh. Su Xian was momentarily stunned, instinctively lowering his head to take a glance, then let out a startled cry before vanishing without a trace. In the grand hall, a few crows seemed to caw as they flew overhead. The crowd silently withdrew their hands, recalling the earlier scene, which left them with an inexplicable sense of discomfort. However, one must admit, the second ancestor possessed an extraordinary physique. Moments later, after tidying himself up, Su Xian reappeared before everyone, instantly astonishing them. Earlier, he had merely restored his middle-aged appearance, but now, even his skin had undergone a remarkable transformation. It was fair, delicate, smooth, and taut, as if it could be broken by a gentle touch, radiating a lustrous warmth akin to that of a newborn. Many of the women present felt their eyes welling up. Second ancestor, what whitening technique have you employed? We are family, please do not keep secrets from us. Not only were they astonished, but even Su Xian himself was taken aback. Yet, his astonishment did not stem from the change in his skin, but rather from the vast and formidable magical power coursing within him. Father, what realm is this? Sumu Yang lifted his teacup and took a leisurely sip, speaking softly. This realm is but a small world, with a limited hierarchy of power, where one can ascend only to the Yuaning stage at most. Beyond the Yuaning, there exist several realms such as Huashan, Liansu, Hiti, Dujia, and Decheng. Only upon achieving the perfection of Decheng can one reshape their celestial body and ascend to immortality. You have merely just broken through to the Huashan stage. In the journey of cultivation, you are still at the nascent phase, not yet an immortal, and therefore, there is little to take pride in. The crowd was captivated by his words, yet there lingered an implicit sense of a new door being opened. Su Xian took a few deep breaths, compelling himself to regain a semblance of calm, and sincerely spoke, What you have said, esteemed father, is indeed profound. In my youth, I was but a frog in a well, underestimating the vastness of the world. Fortunately, your guidance has enlightened me. Otherwise, I fear I would have invited great calamity upon myself in the future. Sumu Yong nodded in approval. However, there is no need for you to underestimate yourself. In this realm, your ability to cultivate to the pinnacle reflects exceptional talent, temperament, and perseverance. Previously, you were constrained by the Yuaning realm, with a lifespan limited to merely 1,000 years, which was simply the boundary set by the laws of this world. Now that you have shattered this limitation, you are facing the tribulation of heaven, which serves both as a test and a rare opportunity. After enduring this ordeal, your body has been tempered by the heavenly tribulation, and you have already achieved a semi-divine physique. The path to your future cultivation will undoubtedly be smooth, with no obstacles remaining before you attain immortality. Immortality? The crowd erupted in joyous excitement, eagerly advancing to congratulate Su Xian, filling the atmosphere with warmth and camaraderie. Especially Su Xian, who maintained an outward appearance of calm, yet inwardly felt as though he were bursting with joy. Su Muyang gazed upon this harmonious family gathering, his spirits undeniably lifted. There is no need for envy. The descendants of the Su family, inheriting my bloodline, possess their own extraordinary traits. When the time is ripe, I shall open the celestial passage. All members of the Su family, upon reaching the nascent soul stage, will have the opportunity to ascend to the upper realms for cultivation. At that juncture, attaining immortality and becoming ancestors will merely be commonplace. Hearing the elder's words, everyone became increasingly exhilarated, prostrating themselves on the ground and exclaiming in a cacophony of gratitude. Thank you, Ancestor. The Ancestor is magnificent. Ha ha ha. Who would have thought that I, too, might have the chance to attain immortality? Observing the enthusiasm of those around him, Su Muyang smiled gently and turned to Su Xian, speaking with warmth. The path of cultivation emphasizes the clarity of one's thoughts. There is no need to suppress oneself. If you feel the urge to laugh, do not hold it back. Su Xian could no longer contain himself and finally let go, bursting into hearty laughter. Ha ha. Today, I, Su Xian, have transcended the realm of infancy and entered the celestial path. Let us celebrate the Su family. Ha ha. The crowd echoed his sentiments, collectively exclaiming, "Congratulations to the second ancestor. Cheers to the Su family." In that moment, the sound reverberated through the land. Second ancestor. The recent scene where the purple lightning struck Su Xian did not escape Su Ruobing's notice, and her heart tightened with concern. What had transpired within the family? What could have caused such a cosmic phenomenon, especially one that directly impacted the second ancestor? Could all of this be connected to the mysterious elder who had suddenly appeared? Confusion swirled within her mind. Hastily gathering the rare treasures before her, she turned to fly back home. Just then, a series of whooshing sounds pierced the air behind her. Kuleagwa, accompanied by a group, soared back into view. Unlike their earlier demeanor, they now exuded a fierce aura. Eager to reclaim their lost dignity after their earlier embarrassment before Su Ruobing. Su Ruobing felt a sense of urgency within, yet her expression remained composed. Senior Ku, do you have any further matters to discuss? The old man let out a cold laugh, his tone sinister. Fairy Ruobing, were you satisfied with the heavenly materials and treasures from earlier? However, the Su family's dominance is unparalleled. I fear the treasures within your home may be worth countless times more than those trinkets. As Su Ruobing's heart sank abruptly, she instinctively tightened her grip on the sword in her hand. It seemed that a confrontation was inevitable today. Previously, when her ancestor had mentioned that certain individuals ought to be dealt with decisively, she had harbored some reservations, believing the elder to be excessively ruthless. Perhaps her initial unfamiliarity with these individuals had led to some misunderstandings. However, it had become evident that these people harbored nefarious intentions. Indeed, her ancestor was right. The mere thought of her ancestor naturally brought to mind the golden beans, and she subconsciously squeezed them in her hand. Noticing Su Ruobing's hesitation and silence, the old monster felt a surge of confidence. It was clear now that all that had transpired before was merely an illusion. With a cold sneer, he revealed a blood-red long knife that glimmered ominously in his hand. Come forth. Just then, a boisterous laughter echoed throughout the surroundings. Ha ha. Today, Su Xian breaks free from the confines of infancy and ascends to divinity. The celestial gates are flung wide open, and the path to immortality is unimpeded. Congratulations to the Su family. This voice belonged to Su Xian, whose pupils constricted, and an alarm rang loudly in his heart. Su Xian has surprisingly not perished. Moreover, What does he mean by broken infant transformation? What is transformation? And what does the opening of the celestial gate signify? Although some of it remains unclear. The power inherent in that voice sent shivers down his spine, even from afar. Could it be that Su Xian, instead of facing calamity, has achieved a new breakthrough? At this critical moment, he instantly made a decision. With both hands gripping the sword, a smile adorned his face. Those previously mentioned treasures were indeed woefully inadequate. If Ice Fairy, this is my innate magical artifact. Do you believe it suffices as a gift? Above Su Ruobing's head, several large question marks slowly emerged. Observing her bewilderment, the smile on old Ku's face widened even more. Fairy Ruobing, Su Xian is indeed the foremost figure of Zhongxian. Now, as he makes further breakthroughs, this is not merely a joyous occasion for the Su family, but also for the entire Zhongxian continent. How could we come to congratulate without a gift? Alas, my pockets are rather empty, and after much contemplation, the only item that caught my eye is this Zhongyue sword. I hope you will not look down upon it. He spoke nonchalantly, but inwardly his heart bled. This was, after all, his life's treasured artifact, a rare gem within the Zhongxian cultivation realm. Yet, what could he do now? Given the tumultuous situation stirred by Su Xian, a single misstep could lead to dire consequences. If he were to blame anyone, it would be his own poverty for having left home without sufficient funds. His audacious move left the crowd in stunned silence. Well, old Ku has certainly proven his worth to have come this far, they thought. You are at least a peer of Su Xian. How can you shamelessly refer to him as senior? Even offering his own life as treasure, the display was painfully familiar. It seemed he had played the sycophant role far too often over the years. However, this tactic proved to be remarkably effective, as even Su Ruobing appeared utterly perplexed. Clearly at a loss. With a precedent set, others swiftly began to produce various rare treasures, gems seldom seen on the Zhongxian continent. Fairy Ruobing, I seek nothing more than for the esteemed second ancestor to share his wisdom with us, one said. Fairy Ruobing, you must believe me. I come with utmost sincerity and goodwill. Another pleaded. Fairy Ruobing, does your family accept students at your academy? If not, perhaps you could hire servants instead? Seeing the crowd outshine him, old Ku became displeased. What are you all implying? Do you wish to steal my thunder? At this pivotal moment, his millennia of experience proved invaluable. Suddenly, he produced a stack of portraits, a broad smile on his face. Fairy Ruobing, I've heard you are yet unmarried. And I happen to have several suitable candidates to recommend. If you find any of them agreeable, they could join the Su family. Behold this portrait. This is our sect's chief disciple, the future leader of our sect, highly trusted by all. And this one, though his cultivation may be lacking, is strikingly handsome. Voted the most charming man in our sect. Lastly, this is our young genius, destined for greatness, sure to become a valuable ally to the Su family. He paused, then sheepishly added, Oh, I apologize, that last one is my self-portrait. Upon hearing old Ku mention marriage, Su Ruobing felt a mix of embarrassment and anger. Especially when she beheld his self-portrait, she was startled to the core. In her moment of shock, the golden bean she held in her hand inadvertently slipped from her grasp. As the golden bean fell to the ground, it began to sprout in the wind, and within moments, it transformed into several armored soldiers clad in golden armor. Everyone was taken aback, including Su Ruobing. When she initially acquired the bean, she had examined it closely, and it appeared to be an ordinary bean. However, since the Ancestor had instructed her to use these beans to confront the enemy, they must possess some extraordinary nature that she could not comprehend. Yet, no matter how hard she pondered, she could not fathom that these beings could metamorphose into living beings. For a moment, she was frozen in place. She was stunned, as were Kuleagwai and the others, but the golden-armored soldiers did not share their astonishment. Upon their emergence, they immediately targeted Kuleagwai and his companions, swiftly shifting positions to encircle them tightly. Attack! With a commanding shout from the leader of the golden-armored soldiers, everyone sprang into action. Some unleashed a barrage of elemental spells, while others brandished their weapons, striking directly at the heart of the formation. There were those who concealed themselves in the void, poised to deliver a lethal blow at any moment. They are all at the nascent soul stage. Someone exclaimed in disbelief. It was a disaster. In that instant, everyone was seized by terror. In the Zhongshuan continent, the nascent soul stage represented the pinnacle of cultivation, even among their own group. There were only a scant few who had reached the nascent soul stage. Yet, all of the dozen or so golden-armored soldiers present were indeed at that formidable level. Su Ruobing stood in stunned silence, utterly bewildered by the scene unfolding before her. A piercing scream shattered the air, marking the first signs of casualties among the crowd. The disparity in cultivation levels was staggering, and these golden-armored soldiers appeared to be born for battle, each one wielding their spells and combat techniques with unparalleled mastery. Even more disheartening was the realization that the occasional spells cast upon these warriors failed to penetrate their formidable defenses. How could one possibly fight against such odds? The cacophony of wails echoed relentlessly as one after another fell. Even the nascent soul practitioners were not spared, utterly obliterated. "Spare us, fairy," they cried in desperation. "Though we harbor ill intentions, we have not acted upon them. We beseech your mercy," they lamented, blaming the instigation on the old trickster, Preoccupied, claiming they were merely his pawns. "Fairy, save us." Witnessing the downfall of esteemed predecessors filled Su Ruobing with a profound sorrow. Her anxiety manifested in frantic pacing. "This is a treasure bestowed by my ancestor. He instructed me only to release the beings, but did not impart how to control them. Perhaps if you could hold on a little longer, I could consult my ancestor for guidance." Her words, though well-intentioned, only deepened the despair among the crowd. It was common knowledge that the Su family revered their second ancestor, Su Xian, but when had an ancestor emerged? Could it be that he was a relative of Su Xian? If that were the case, what unfathomable cultivation strength would he possess? Today was indeed not the day to provoke the Su family. Amidst the overwhelming feelings of regret and hopelessness, more and more individuals succumbed to the ground. "Annihilate!" With a commanding shout from the leader, a cold glimmer struck Preoccupy's forehead. In an instant, his eyes bulged, then gradually dimmed, and he collapsed heavily to the earth. Was this truly the end? Su Ruobing gazed at the scene before her in a daze, engulfed by an unsettling sense of unreality. These individuals, after all, were seasoned veterans of considerable renown. How could they have fallen so swiftly? Following the conclusion of the battle, the golden-armored soldiers remained tirelessly occupied. Some gathered the spoils of war, while others conjured spells to create a vast pit in the ground, into which they discarded the lifeless bodies. There were even those who wielded their magical prowess to summon an array of vegetation to cover the grim remnants. In mere moments, the battlefield was meticulously cleared, leaving no trace of the fierce clash that had just transpired. Subsequently, the golden-armored soldiers, bearing the trophies of victory, formed a line before Su Ruobing. Kneeling on one knee and intoning gravely, "The conflict has concluded. The Yellow Turban Warriors humbly report to your esteemed self, and we await your command." Yellow Turban Warriors? Are these golden-armored soldiers indeed referred to as the Yellow Turban Warriors? It was at that moment that Su Ruobing comprehended their true identities. Observing them, kneeling on one knee, utterly still as they awaited her commands, she was suddenly overwhelmed by an intense desire to possess such power. So formidable, so skilled, so industrious, and yet so obedient. Goodness! What should I do with this longing? Ancestor! Upon her swift return to the council hall, Su Ruobing's face blossomed with a radiant smile as she called out sweetly. A chorus of gasps echoed as several individuals slapped their foreheads, their faces flushing with embarrassment. In their astonishment over the second ancestor's breakthrough, they had completely forgotten about the ongoing skirmish outside. This was truly unacceptable. However, seeing Su Ruobing's beaming countenance suggested that there was likely no grave issue at hand. But wait, who are those golden-armored soldiers? Their aura is exceedingly powerful. The atmosphere crackled with energy, prompting some to discreetly channel their magical prowess. Su Muyang sipped his tea, a faint smile gracing his lips. "How fares the battle?" Upon hearing this, Su Ruobing's demeanor brightened instantly. She gave a thumbs up, her face radiating admiration. Truly, the old ancestor exudes an aura of formidable power. What treasures are these beings that they have transformed into such a multitude of formidable cultivators? No, they are akin to the Yellow Turban Warriors, effortlessly slicing through foes as if they were mere vegetables. I merely stood there and shouted a few times, and then it was all over. Ancestor, these being artifacts must be exceedingly precious indeed. Su Muyang was acutely aware of her subtle feelings, but chose not to confront them directly. Instead, he waved his hand, causing the formidable Yellow Turban Warriors to instantly transform into golden beings that rolled gracefully to the ground. The crowd's gaze instinctively fixated on these beings, their eyes shimmering with disbelief. What appeared to be mere beings was, in fact, the manifestation of several skilled practitioners. Only then did Su Muyang leisurely speak up. "These beans? Merely ordinary beans, though quite delectable. They happen to be my grandson's favorite snack, which is why I carry some with me." He chuckled softly at the notion of the Yellow Turban Warriors being formidable. While they possessed some strength, Their primary role is to handle menial tasks and errands. Our family, the Su clan, ought to maintain a broader perspective. If we were to be astounded by such trivialities as the yellow turban warriors, would we not be tarnishing our ancestors' honor? What nonsense is this? The crowd was nearly driven to madness. Such powerful cultivators, and you employ them for trivial chores? Is this not a gross misuse of their talents? Su Ruobing, naturally vivacious and cheerful, had previously been unfamiliar with her ancestor and, after making a mistake, had feigned modesty with her head bowed. Now, witnessing her ancestor's amiable demeanor, her confidence blossomed considerably. With a playful glint in her eyes, she began to indulge in a bit of charming coaxing. Ancestor, I am about to embark on a journey alone, and I find myself quite pitiable. Would you be so gracious as to bestow upon me a few small beans? Would that be agreeable, dear ancestor? Su Muyang gazed at her with a smile, a hint of playful teasing in his demeanor. Who would have thought you possessed such a sweet tooth? He remarked. Bestowing upon you a few beans is hardly a matter of concern. However, he paused, allowing the excitement in Su Ruobing's eyes to intensify. Before continuing, these few beans were previously infused with my magical prowess, enabling me to summon the yellow turban warriors to aid us. Should I withdraw my enchantment, they would merely be inconsequential morsels. Are you certain you desire them? So that is the case. Su Ruobing was immediately disheartened. If it were merely a few snacks, what was the point? Did they truly think her to be a glutton? However, she was soon captivated by the mention of divine abilities from Su Muyang and eagerly inquired, Ancestor, what are divine abilities? Are they powerful spells? Is the technique of summoning soldiers from beans easy to learn? Not only was she curious, but the others were equally intrigued. Su Muyang patiently elucidated that the art of magic merely constitutes the application of the spiritual energies of heaven and earth, while the divine powers pertain to the fundamental principles governing the cosmos. Not only are they immensely powerful, but they also possess unparalleled utility. For an ordinary cultivator, acquiring even a single divine power is akin to a stroke of extraordinary fortune. Take, for instance, the most prevalent divine powers, namely the 36 methods of Tiangang and the 72 techniques of Dishon. The 36 methods of Tiangang encompass the manipulation of creation, the reversal of yin and yang, the transposition of stars, the restoration of the sun, and the summoning of rain and wind. The 72 techniques of Dishon include traversing the ethereal, exorcising spirits, bearing mountains, prohibiting water, harnessing the wind, shrouding in mist, invoking clear skies, and praying for rain. Seizing the opportunity, Su Muyang imparted knowledge of some advanced cultivation techniques, captivating the audience and igniting their aspirations. After an extended period, Su Muyang finally paused, lifting his teacup to take a sip. Su Ruobing's eyes glimmered as she approached with a mischievous grin. Grand Ancestor, your words are so lively. Why not teach us a few tricks? She implored. I, Ruobing, am not greedy, not at all. Just impart to me the art of summoning soldiers from beans. The others nodded in agreement, their eyes brimming with yearning. Su Xian approached closely, affectionately calling out, Father, you mentioned that I have already reached the transformation stage. I am unsure how to proceed with my cultivation from here. Would you not offer some guidance? Moreover, as a representative of the Su family in the Zhongshan continent, I ought to possess some formidable skills. Would you not agree with this reasoning? Su Muyang cast a stern glance at them and remarked with exasperation, haven't you yet mastered the art of walking? And already you yearn to run? Such lofty aspirations are hardly beneficial for practitioners. Noticing the slight disappointment among the crowd, he suddenly broke into a smile. However, since it is rare for me to return, if I do not impart some teachings, you might claim that I am being stingy. Among the 36 laws of Tiangang, there exists a technique known as golden light of the earth, which allows one to transform into golden light and traverse vast distances in an instant. Do you wish to learn it? Yes. Initially, the crowd had assumed there would be no opportunity, and their spirits had plummeted. Yet suddenly, the tide turned, and joy erupted. Only Su Ruobing rolled her eyes and muttered softly, this sounds like a method for escape. Why not impart a formidable technique that can overcome stronger foes? Though her voice was barely above a whisper, every attentive ear present caught her words. A palpable silence enveloped the gathering, as many inwardly lamented. Oh, dear niece, you are usually favored and often indulge in whims without reproach. Yet today, you stand before the Ancestor. Should he take offense, what if he decides not to teach the golden light of the earth at all? Su Muyang, however, paid no heed to it, merely smiling as he spoke. My dear girl, as a cultivator, one must understand the principle that there are always others beyond oneself, and realms beyond this one. Although my Su family is prosperous, every individual is irreplaceable. Temporary victories and defeats are inconsequential, as long as one retains their life. The future will reveal its own clarity. Su Xian also concurred, stating, Father is indeed correct. The ancestral teachings of the Su family dictate that, at all times and in all matters, the continuation of the Su family lineage must take precedence. Let us cease this debate. Su Ruobing stuck out her tongue, hesitant to utter another word. Su Muyang spoke slowly. The Zondi golden light is a celestial technique, one that you cannot directly cultivate. Therefore, I have simplified it. Once the foundation is established, it can be wielded, allowing one to traverse 10 miles in an instant. Upon reaching the nascent soul stage, one may cover 100 miles in the blink of an eye, after enduring the heavenly tribulation and transcending to become an immortal. One will be able to practice the complete technique. As he spoke, an extraordinary phenomenon manifested in the sky. Heavenly flowers cascaded down, golden lotuses erupted from the ground, and an enchanting fragrance filled the air, accompanied by ethereal melodies that resonated, creating an atmosphere that captivated all present, rendering them entranced, as if enlightened by divine wisdom. Time slipped away unnoticed until Su Muyang finally ceased his discourse, yet the audience remained lost in reverie. After what seemed like an eternity, individuals gradually opened their eyes, and upon a moment's reflection, they were overwhelmed with joy. Not only had they adeptly mastered the simplified version of the Zondi golden light imparted by their ancestor, but their magical prowess had also significantly increased. Remarkably, a few clan members even achieved breakthroughs on the spot. Su Muyang nodded with satisfaction, raising his hand as a storage ring gracefully floated before Su Xian. Xiener, within this storage ring are 100 inferior grade Pan Tao. Should any member of the Su family reach the pinnacle of the Yuanying stage or find their lifespan approaching its end, they shall be entitled to one. Thank you, Father. Thank you, Ancestor. Under Su Xian's guidance, the crowd expressed their gratitude in unison. A few elderly clan members gazed longingly at Su Xian. Second Ancestor. The Ancestor was referring to me. Very well, this matter is concluded, and I must take my leave. Su Muyang drained the tea from his cup and then rose to his feet. Ah, is he leaving already? The crowd was taken aback, quickly followed by a sense of reluctance. The elder is both formidable and enigmatic, generous in his actions. I truly admire him. Su Xian grasped Su Muyang's arm tightly. His eyes slightly reddened. Father, why must you leave so soon upon your return? I have yet to properly show my filial piety. Su Muyang chuckled softly, ruffling his son's hair. I have some trivial matters to attend to in another world. How could I linger here? In due time, I shall open the celestial passageway, and you shall ascend to the higher realms to meet me. There is no need to rush for this fleeting moment. With such words, Su Xian could only respond with a resigned nod. At that moment, Su Ruobing suddenly blurted out, Ancestor, I happen to be preparing for an adventure. Would you take me along? In Jizhou City, at the residence of the prefect Yi Rui, every entrance and key passage was firmly guarded by a battalion of soldiers. Clad in golden armor and wielding sharp blades, they stood like statues, imposing and immovable. Many servants, frightened, hid inside the house, peering through the windows to observe quietly, whispering among themselves. After all, this was the prefect's residence. How dare soldiers run rampant here? Moreover, their demeanor suggested they intended to take over the estate. Had something happened to the prefect? In the main hall, a banquet was already laid out. The plump Su Qing occupied the seat of honor, with Prefect Yi Rui beside him. On the opposite side sat two women, a middle-aged lady, Yi Rui's wife, and a beautiful young girl, Yi Rui's daughter, Yi Qiaoer. However, both mother and daughter wore expressions of displeasure. It was no surprise. According to the customs of the Tianwu continent, women were not permitted at the table and were never seen in the presence of outsiders. Yet, today, with the sudden visit of the crown prince, Yi Rui had allowed them to accompany him. What kind of decorum was this? Particularly as the crown prince appeared rather domineering upon entering. His guards immediately took control of the residence. Was this not a case of the guest overshadowing the host? Most importantly, though they were women, they were still family of the prefect and had some knowledge of the current tumultuous political situation, knowing that there were plots of rebellion and that the crown prince was fleeing for his life. Thus, his ostentatious appearance in Jizhou was only bound to bring them trouble and peril. Hence, their discontent was entirely understandable. Nonetheless, Yi Rui seemed unfazed. He had witnessed Su Mu Yang's miraculous abilities and knew that the crown prince had a celestial being backing him. What could those rebels possibly amount to? Taking advantage of the crown prince's misfortune to offer support was indeed a wise decision. Moreover, the celestial being had already arranged a marriage. His foolish daughter was destined to become the empress. Your Highness, the court is currently in turmoil. May I inquire when you intend to return to the capital and restore the realm? After a few rounds of wine, Yi Rui casually set down his chopsticks and posed the question seemingly without intent. Upon hearing these words, Su Qing found himself momentarily bewildered. His abilities had always been modest, and previously he had been preoccupied with merely escaping, leaving no room for distant thoughts. Now that he had the protection of the Ancestor, his safety was no longer in question, and reclaiming the throne in the capital seemed entirely reasonable. Yet, with the Ancestor's presence, why should he burden himself with worries? Would it not be more delightful to heed the Ancestor's commands and be a dutiful and obedient child? However, when suddenly confronted by Yi Rui's inquiry, he found himself at a loss for an answer. Yet, a thought struck him regarding the Ancestor's conditions to marry a wife and conquer a city. This implication sparked a glimmer of realization in his mind, and he tentatively responded. It seemed that the Ancestor was not in a hurry for him to return to the capital. Oh, not in a hurry? Yi Rui raised an eyebrow, genuinely surprised. Logically, the priority should be to swiftly return to the capital, eliminate the traitors, and ascend to the throne. Yet, this immortal being was not urging him to return? After a moment of contemplation, Yi Rui's eyes suddenly brightened, and he exclaimed, "Brilliant! Truly remarkable! No wonder he is an immortal. This vision and demeanor are truly admirable." Su Qing was taken aback and quickly pressed on. "What is Lord you discerned? I implore you to enlighten me." Yi Rui stroked his beard, gazing at Su Qing with a smile. "Look at my son-in-law, how humble, polite, and respectful he is towards me. Your Highness, I shall venture to speculate. In my humble opinion, the immortal has three intentions. First, the court is currently a chaotic mix, with many generals raising armies under the pretense of loyalty to the throne. In such circumstances, discerning who is loyal and who is treacherous is indeed challenging. Therefore, it would be wise to observe from a distance, allowing them to reveal their true colors, making everything clear. At that time, Your Highness can return to the capital and act decisively, eradicating the treacherous and restoring peace to the court." "Oh, the Ancestor harbors such intentions?" Su Qing's eyes suddenly brightened, and she nodded in deep agreement. "Secondly," Yi Rui said with significant meaning, "the immortal holds high hopes for His Highness." "High hopes?" Su Qing furrowed her brow, eagerly pressing for answers. "Lord Yi, it seems that the Ancestor does not hold me in high regard. Upon our first meeting, I was struck. How could I possibly be the recipient of such high expectations?" Yi Rui paused, somewhat helplessly explaining, "Your Highness, please forgive my presumption. As the saying goes, the deeper the love, the greater the resentment. Your Highness has previously lost the kingdom and fled in disarray. The immortal must have been greatly disappointed, thus administering a slight punishment. Otherwise, with the immortal's extraordinary powers, if he truly wished you harm, the consequences would be dire. Moreover, if the immortal did not value Your Highness, he would not have bestowed upon you these elite guards for your protection." Indeed, upon hearing this, Su Qing suddenly experienced a moment of clarity, nearly moved to tears. "I always knew it. I knew it. I am the sole heir of the Su family. The Ancestor must surely care for me. But the turmoil we face is due to my late father's inadequacies. The Ancestor's punishment was misplaced." Noting the mention of the late emperor, Yi Rui promptly shifted the topic. "Your Highness, since the late emperor has long passed, there may have been shortcomings in his guidance. The immortal advises you to return to the capital slowly. In my view, this is an opportunity for him to personally mentor you. Your Highness is wise and eager to learn, and the immortal possesses extraordinary skills. If you can absorb even a fraction of his wisdom, you will undoubtedly achieve great renown, excelling in both literary and martial pursuits, bringing peace to the realm and becoming a revered sovereign throughout the ages." Such grand visions stirred Su Qing's blood. "Exactly. Just as I thought. I am indeed the Ancestor's favored child. Not only does he personally assist in restoring my domain, but he also intends to elevate me to the throne of a timeless ruler. Ancestor, I adore you." Yi Rui discreetly observed Su Qing's expression and continued, "Furthermore, Your Highness, to achieve greatness, you will require the support of many loyal and virtuous individuals. However, should you wait until you have dealt with treachery, the court may be left lacking, which could disrupt its operations. Thus, The immortal's directive for you to return to the capital at a measured pace allows for the inspection of officials across the regions. By observing their governance and the well-being of the populace, as well as their reputation among the people, you can ascertain their character and capabilities. Should you encounter capable individuals, they may be appointed to positions in the capital to assist you in governing the realm. Your Highness, the immortal's actions are also nurturing trusted officials for you. Such profound care from the immortal should not be taken lightly. Ah, I see now. How enlightening. Su Qing's expression shifted unpredictably, and within his heart, tumultuous waves surged. After a prolonged silence, he suddenly composed himself, rising to his full height, and bowed deeply to Yi Rue. Your words, my lord, resonate with more wisdom than a decade of study. I am acutely aware of my own mediocrity and my inadequate abilities to govern. It is only upon meeting you, my lord, that I truly comprehend your remarkable talents. To confine such brilliance to the position of a mere prefect is indeed a grave underestimation. Once I ascend the throne, I implore you to come to the capital and assume the role of chancellor, aiding me in the governance of the realm. Startled by the prince's gesture of respect, Yi Rue hastily knelt, lowering his head in deference, afraid to raise it. The prince's sincere words moved him deeply, bringing forth tears of emotion. What merit or capability do I possess to catch your highness's discerning eye? Grateful for your highness's kindness, I vow to dedicate myself wholeheartedly to support you, serving with utmost diligence until my last breath. Su Qing assisted Yi Rue to rise, and the two sovereigns exchanged a knowing smile, their unspoken understanding palpable in the air. This scene, brimming with the camaraderie of a wise ruler and an astute minister, left Lady Yi and Yi Qiao momentarily stunned. How could it be that in the blink of an eye, her husband, her father, had ascended to the role of prime minister? Yet, dear sirs, do awaken. Even if one were to be bestowed with a title, it must surely follow the quelling of rebellion and the formal ascension to the throne, yes? Given the current turmoil, what grounds do you have to declare the restoration of the realm? Is it merely on account of your title as crown prince? But these two appeared enchanted, unwavering in their belief that the prince possessed the capability to achieve all this, which was utterly perplexing. Moreover, what is the meaning behind your references to the immortal and the ancestors? Are we not all subjects of Desu? Must we require a translator to comprehend your discourse? After resuming their seats, Yi Rue pondered for a moment and spoke. Your Highness, the immortal has foretold that he shall arrive shortly. It would be prudent for you to await him in Jizhou, fulfilling the immortal's directive. Upon seeing Su Qing nod in agreement, a glimmer of cunning sparkled in Yi Rue's eyes. Since your Highness has a flaw, why not seize this opportunity to marry and welcome my daughter into your household? The immortal seems to disdain conventional ceremonies, so we need not make grand preparations. Simplicity shall suffice. What say you? What? The ladies of the Yi family were taken aback, standing up in shock. Particularly Yi Qiao, who was enjoying the gossip, now found herself at the center of it all. Embarrassment and anger surged within her, and without thought, she blurted out in reflex, "No, this is unacceptable." Unacceptable, you say? Yi Rue's countenance darkened. The mandates of parents and the matchmaking of a matchmaker cannot be contested by you. Moreover, His Highness is the child of destiny, destined to ascend the throne. To receive His Highness's favor is your blessing and indeed, a lofty privilege for our Yi family. Seeing her daughter in distress, Lady Yu steeled herself to interject. My lord, the current situation is precarious. The affairs of the state must take precedence. Besides, how can one treat the esteemed crown prince's position so lightly? Truth be told, she held reservations within her heart. Setting aside the precariousness of the crown prince's situation, embarking upon this ship of fate may leave them stranded. Furthermore, even if he were to truly ascend, life within the palace is a labyrinthine affair, a world away from the joys of mortal existence. And her daughter may not find happiness therein. Yet Yi Rue was resolute in his determination to turn raw rice into cooked. He gestured with feigned courtesy, asserting with conviction. This union has been ordained by the immortal. It is a match made in heaven, and cannot be contested. My mind is made up. Cease your frivolous talk. His words served to admonish both mother and daughter, while simultaneously reminding Su Qing. This is a decision made by your revered ancestor. Do not waver. I am resolute in marrying your daughter. Yi Rue is not foolish. On the contrary, he is exceptionally astute. Although his interactions with Su Qing have been limited, he has discerned Su Qing's character. While he may lack certain talents, he is gentle and humble, treating his subordinates with great kindness, devoid of any arrogance or the frivolous demeanor often associated with the wealthy. He can be regarded as a genuinely virtuous young man. His daughter will inevitably marry one day. So why not consider Su Qing? He possesses a high status, noble identity, a mild temperament, and is backed by a powerful immortal, truly an exemplary match. Oh, if my daughter could wed him, it would indeed be a moment of great pride for the entire Yi family. I would bask in your glory, my dear daughter. As the family began to quarrel over this matter, Su Qing found himself rather at a loss. After contemplating, he suggested, Lord Yi, let us discuss this matter later. Once the elder returns and we have his counsel. Your Highness speaks wisely. Yurue pondered for a moment before accepting with a respectful gesture, though a deep sense of regret lingered in his heart. Previously, he had presented himself to Su Muyang with unwavering fidelity, rejecting this very union. Now, he found himself reconsidering, hoping to solidify the arrangement while Su Muyang was absent. Yet, he had not anticipated Su Qing's unwavering deference to the immortal, fearing that he might not surpass the immortal's scrutiny. Alas, the bitter fruit of his own making must be borne by him alone. He could only blame his own lack of discernment. Fortunately, the prince had already promised him a position, which could be seen as a significant gain. Though the topic had been set aside, the atmosphere in the room had grown somewhat delicate. At that moment, a series of synchronized footsteps suddenly echoed from outside. Thud, thud, thud. The group turned towards the sound to find the previously statue-like golden-armored soldiers surging in like a tidal wave, surrounding the main hall completely. Not only that, but these soldiers drew their swords and knocked their arrows, forming a protective barrier against the hall, exuding an air of imminent danger. Even atop the roof, a squad of soldiers had leapt into position, bowstrings taut, concealed among the eaves. What is happening? Everyone was taken aback, puzzled by this unexpected turn of events. As Su Qing was about to speak, Su Jiu suddenly flew in from the entrance. Upon witnessing the scene, he was taken aback and then reported, Your Highness, a troop is advancing towards us with hostile intent. What? Everyone was utterly astonished. Su Jiu continued to elucidate. Shortly after our entry into the city, a formidable troop emerged from the military camp beyond the city gates, sealing off all 4 entrances and advancing towards the governor's residence. The banners they bore indicated that they were the garrison of Jizhou, numbering at least 2,000 to 3,000 strong. In times past, such a sight would have undoubtedly incited panic within him. However, the circumstances had changed dramatically. After consuming that stalk of foxtail grass, he had ascended to the level of a grandmaster, a formidable adept of unparalleled prowess. The other guards were also masters of the 8th or 9th rank, constituting an immensely powerful force that could easily surpass the capabilities of a mere 1,000 ordinary soldiers. At the very least, they could ensure the prince's discreet escape. Thus, although he felt a twinge of anxiety, he did not exhibit any signs of panic. Yirue was somewhat aware of their capabilities as well, particularly the confidence exuded by the immortal, which lent him an air of calm. He stroked his beard and smiled, saying, Your Highness, the garrison of Jizhou is commanded by the governor Gue Xing. He and I have always held divergent political views, and there have been some conflicts between us. It seems he wishes to seize this opportunity to eliminate me. While they spoke with an air of composure, the 2 women from the Yi family were utterly terrified. Lady Ye's complexion turned pale as she glanced at the mere 100 or so golden-armored soldiers surrounding them, her voice trembling slightly as she spoke. Your Highness, my lord, since Gue Xing harbors ill intentions, perhaps we should seek refuge. Su Qing broke into a smile, a subtle sense of triumph illuminating his demeanor. Previously, he had been relentlessly pursued, living in a state of peril and trepidation day by day. Yet now, the situation had shifted, with the support of his ancestors. Why should he fear these insignificant foes? It was his turn to take action. He caressed the jade pendant, restored by Su Muyang, feeling an overwhelming surge of courage. As the crown prince of a nation, the heir to the great Su Empire, how could he flee without a fight, thus diminishing the regal dignity of his house? His declaration resonated with grandiosity, exuding an air of audacity that could rival the heavens. Even Yirue couldn't help but be taken aback. Had he misjudged this prince? Could it be that this young man was indeed a gem in the rough? Alas, I must seize this golden opportunity. At that moment, Yi Chaoer interjected unexpectedly, absurd. Oh? A collective gaze turned towards Yi Chaoer. Under the scrutiny of so many, she felt a slight flush rise to her cheeks but summoned her courage to continue. As the saying goes, while the Green Mountains remain, one need not fear the absence of firewood. Why engage in this futile conflict, Your Highness? For the sake of a trifling reputation, or an imagined dignity, to place oneself in a perilous situation. This is not the conduct befitting a prince. The world is on the brink of chaos. Your rightful status instills a semblance of restraint. Yet, should the prince find himself in peril, the realm would undoubtedly descend into turmoil. Yirue was momentarily taken aback, observing his daughter with a newfound perspective. Su Qing felt similarly. Initially, he had consented to marry this unfamiliar woman only due to his ancestor's insistence, feeling a degree of reluctance. After all, he was the esteemed crown prince, and this was to be his first female companion. Yet, she was merely the daughter of a provincial governor, forced upon him by his ancestors. However, upon closer inspection, it appeared that this girl possessed some insight. After contemplating, he inquired further, "What do you propose, Miss Yi, regarding this matter? It is unwise to act rashly at this juncture." Yi Qiao replied without hesitation. After a moment's reflection, she added, "However, with the city gates sealed, an outright escape may prove difficult. Your Highness could arrange for someone to impersonate you, leading the armored soldiers and guards to forcefully breach the east gate. At that point, the guards stationed at the surrounding gates are sure to respond, rendering the defenses at the other gates considerably weaker." Sujio nodded and replied, "So, Your Highness can indeed exit through the western gate? Miss Yi truly possesses a clever strategy." "Not at all," Yi Qiao continued with increasing confidence. "This feint, to mislead the enemy, is hardly ingenious. The governor of Jizhou would undoubtedly anticipate it. At that time, he would likely feign support at the eastern gate, while secretly positioning troops at the other three gates, lying in wait for Your Highness. Should one attempt to break through, it would surely be perilous. In my view, it would be best for Your Highness to conceal yourself among the civilian dwellings amidst the chaos at the eastern gate, creating the illusion that you have already departed. After a few days, when the commotion subsides, it will not be too late for Your Highness to leave." "Haha." Yirue chuckled, stroking his beard with delight. "My daughter truly surprises me. Although somewhat inexperienced, she displays remarkable intelligence. What do you think, son-in-law? Are you satisfied with this future empress?" Su Qing was indeed taken aback. The esteemed Lord Yirue, with his profound insights, possessed a daughter who was equally astute. "However, do you perhaps harbor a misunderstanding regarding the forces surrounding me?" Shaking her head, she smiled faintly and remarked, "Those individuals are targeting me. If I were to abandon the situation, would it not place the entire Yi family in jeopardy? Alas, in such dire times, why still concern ourselves with these matters?" Yi Qiao, vexed, stamped her foot and quickly interjected, "My father holds considerable prestige in Jizhou City. Even if the Jizhou governor were to act against us, it would not pose an insurmountable challenge." The smile on Su Qing's face deepened. "Miss Yi's concern for me truly takes me by surprise. However, Miss, you need not worry. With my uncle Jiu present, a mere 2,000 or 3,000 individuals are hardly a cause for alarm." Yi Qiao, feeling both shy and indignant, lightly scoffed. "Who is concerned about you? Do not overthink it, Your Highness. It is merely that your well-being is tied to the fate of the world. If calamity were to befall you in Jizhou, it would indeed become the epicenter of chaos. My father's considerable efforts in this Jizhou prefecture would then be rendered futile. Although Mr. Sujio is a master, can he truly single-handedly confront 1,000 foes? Do you perceive him as a legendary grandmaster?" Including Yirue, several expressions appeared rather peculiar. "Congratulations, you have all mastered the art of answering hastily. Sujio truly embodies the essence of a grand master." As they were embroiled in their debate, a resounding knock echoed from outside. To describe it merely as knocking would be an understatement. It was more akin to a forceful battering. Before anyone could approach to open the door, with a resounding crash, the entrance was violently thrust open, stirring up a cloud of dust. Amidst the swirling particles, a contingent of armed men surged forth, brandishing swords and clubs, filling the spacious courtyard to its brim. The formation parted to reveal a commanding officer clad in armor who advanced slowly. "Your Highness, please remain calm. Allow a Jio to confront the foe." In Sujio's tone, there was a subtle undercurrent of eager excitement. He was now a grand master, a figure of legend. Unfortunately, since his ascension to this esteemed rank, he had been accompanied by an enigmatic old sage, which had left him perpetually cautious and unable to revel in his newfound status. However, the situation was now vastly different. With the old sage absent and surrounded by numerous adversaries, it presented the perfect opportunity for him to sharpen his skills and showcase the formidable presence of a grand master. He was not alone in this sentiment. The other guards, whose powers had significantly increased, were also eager to prove themselves. Su Qing nodded and cautioned, "Be careful, ninth uncle." Yi Rui pointed at the general entering the door and added, "That man is the governor of Jizhou, Gui Xing. If you have the strength, it would be best to capture him alive. He is merely a minor governor, yet he dares to involve himself in treasonous matters. There must be a greater villain behind him. Rest assured, Master Yi. Su Jiao is eager to make a move," Su Qing replied. Just then, a loud bang echoed from outside. The golden-armored soldiers stepped forward in unison, moving as if they were one. The leading soldier, brandishing his long blade, shouted sternly, "Surrender or die." The guards rushing in were taken aback, instinctively retreating a few steps, causing their formation to falter and their momentum to wane. Gui Xing had just entered and had not yet spoken when he too was startled by the fierce proclamation. Seeing his soldiers in such disarray, he felt a surge of anger and bellowed, "You dare to be so arrogant? Bring forth that pretender of a prince to confess." Before he could finish, the golden-armored soldier interrupted him, declaring, "If you do not surrender, then you shall die. Kill." With that single command, all the golden-armored soldiers roared in unison, "Kill." Suddenly, an overwhelming aura erupted from the 100 or so soldiers, so potent that it distorted the very air around them. The sky itself seemed to turn a blood-red hue, as if a sea of blood were surging forth. The guards were thrown into disarray by this terrifying presence, their courage shattered, and the clattering of weapons echoed as many dropped their arms in fear. Some were even knocked to the ground by the sheer force of the aura. Even Gui Xing, who had been brimming with confidence moments earlier, now appeared pale and trembling. This scene left Su Qing and the others utterly stunned. However, while they were frozen in shock, the golden-armored soldiers were not. Suddenly, a myriad of golden lights flashed within the courtyard, one rushing directly toward Gui Xing's neck. Moments later, the atmosphere shifted from chaotic to eerily silent, the only sound being the rhythmic footsteps. The leading golden-armored soldier strode into the main hall, holding a severed head with wide-open eyes, and knelt before Su Qing, presenting the trophy with reverence. "Your Excellency," he announced, "the yellow turban warrior has beheaded the bandit leader. The remaining 2,983 have been captured. What shall we do with them? Execute or bury? Please give your command." The scene was enveloped in an oppressive silence. Everyone stood in stunned disbelief. They had anticipated victory, but never imagined it would come in such a manner. How much time had just passed? How is it that I merely blinked, and the battle has concluded? Furthermore, that Gui Xing, rushing in with such enthusiasm to instigate rebellion, uttered not a single word before his head met the ground. I had intended to capture him alive for interrogation, and now, alas, he has vanished. Yi Rui swallowed hard, his neck stiffly turning as he surveyed his surroundings. In the courtyard, the previously defiant guards had all knelt prostrate on the ground. Upon closer inspection, one could discern that each of them was hunched over, their faces flushed, beads of sweat cascading from their foreheads as if they bore an invisible weight akin to a colossal stone. Meanwhile, the golden-armored soldiers stood resolutely, their expressions as cold as marble statues, encircling the guards with unwavering presence. Su Qing finally regained her composure, parting her lips to speak, her voice somewhat hoarse. "Please, General, rise." "Not at all," replied the golden-armored soldier, bowing respectfully. "We are but the yellow turban warriors under the master's command, tasked solely with menial duties and servitude. Unworthy of being called generals." Menial duties? Servitude? A wave of confusion swept through the crowd. These individuals were unparalleled in battle formations. And yet, you declare yourselves mere servants? Such a waste of talent. Su Jiao silently approached and gazed at him for a long time before suddenly uttering, "Are you also a grandmaster?" The yellow turban warrior, however, did not respond. He merely stood there with utmost reverence, seemingly indifferent to the inquiry. Su Qing felt a flicker of curiosity. "Indeed, what kind of power do you possess?" The yellow turban warrior then responded with utmost reverence. "Your Excellency, we are constrained by the laws of this realm, and thus we can only wield the pinnacle of strength within this world. If judged by the martial prowess of this realm, we are indeed of the Grand Master level." A collective gasp escaped the lips of all present, their expressions shifting dramatically. "Grandmaster, a legendary existence. But now you are telling me that all of your 100-odd individuals are grandmasters?" Especially Su Jiao, who began to question his very existence. "Here I am, a grandmaster myself, a figure of considerable stature in the world. Yet ever since my ascension, I have felt utterly insignificant. Initially, with the presence of celestial beings, it was only natural that I would feel dwarfed. But now, just as I was presented with an opportunity to showcase my might. You inform me that grandmasters are hardly valued? Are your grandmasters merely a dime a dozen? Why do I feel so invisible? However, upon seeing the head of the governor of Jizhou, Gui Xing, he suddenly regained some confidence. Thankfully, I still have a role to play, unlike Gui Xing, who barely has a line to utter. Moreover, a single grandmaster could effortlessly deal with the guards, yet over 100 grandmasters have been dispatched. Are you not terrified? After a moment of shock, Yi Rui was suddenly filled with exhilaration. This gamble has paid off. From their words, it appears they are also celestial beings. Should they be in the celestial realm, their cultivation would be unfathomable. Most importantly, judging by their earlier demeanor, this group of over 100 yellow turban warriors follows only Su Qing. This implies that this is Su Qing's private force, devoid of any possibility of betrayal. With this thought, he suddenly bowed deeply to Su Qing, his expression brimming with excitement. Congratulations, Your Highness, congratulations. The crowd looked on in puzzled curiosity. Your Highness, with celestial beings aiding you and such formidable experts at your side, you are destined to sweep through the realm and carve out vast territories, ultimately unifying the world. At that time, your merits will overshadow all, bestowing blessings upon the world, your power reigning supreme across the seas, achieving eternal glory as the Emperor of all ages. Congratulations. Your Highness, congratulations. Indeed, his words served as a reminder to everyone present. A single Grand Master could annihilate a city. How much more so with over 100 Grand Masters? In this vast world, who could stand against them? When calculated thus, this little chubby fellow is being groomed for the position of the Eternal Emperor? Is it truly this absurd? Su Qing contemplated these thoughts, a smile nearly stretching from ear to ear. With a feigned humility, she remarked, all credit belongs to our esteemed ancestors. I have merely benefited from their legacy. Moreover, while seizing a kingdom may be a straightforward endeavor, governing it is a formidable challenge. To manage the realm effectively, the assistance of wise individuals like Lord Yi is indispensable. Such is my earnest wish, though I would not dare to impose. Yi Rui returned the gesture with a bow, his heart swelling with excitement. In the future, as a chancellor of this grand empire, he would stand second only to the emperor, a legacy destined to be etched in the annals of history. Not to mention his own daughter. As Su Qing followed his gaze, he turned to see Yi Qiaoer, who appeared utterly stupefied, and a warmth surged within him. Since his flight, aside from his ancestors and Sujiu, Yi Qiaoer was the first to show concern for him. After a moment's contemplation, Su Qing spoke slowly. Miss Qiaoer, our betrothal has been ordained by my esteemed ancestor, and your father has consented as well. This matter is irrevocable. Yet I vow, in the name of the Crown Prince of Desu, that when I reclaim the capital and ascend the throne, it will be the day you enter the imperial palace and reign as the mother of the nation. Upon hearing Su Qing's declaration, Yi Rui was taken aback. Collapsing to the ground, his voice trembling with excitement. I, Minister Yi Rui, express my deepest gratitude for your Highness's grace. However, Yi Qiaoer remained in a state of shock. Why was she suddenly promised the position of empress? Had she not consented? Observing her bewilderment, Yi Rui was almost driven to pull her down himself. The situation was unmistakable. The crown prince's rise was a foregone conclusion. Why hesitate now, especially with the empress position already promised? He urgently urged, Qiaoer, express your gratitude quickly. At that moment, Lady Yi finally regained her senses and promptly knelt alongside Yi Qiaoer. I, Lady Yi, extend my heartfelt thanks for your Highness's grace. The rapid changes in the world left Lady Yi momentarily dazed. Just recently, the crown prince had been fleeing for his life. And now he was poised to become a timeless emperor? Truly, our Qiaoer brings fortune to her husband. The sight of a good son-in-law encountering our Qiaoer has indeed turned his fortunes around. Yi Qiaoer, still somewhat dazed, stammered as she spoke. What do you mean? Yi Rui, exasperated, interrupted her. Qiaoer, upon his Highness's ascension, state affairs will be exceedingly demanding. You must not be troubled by trifles. As the matriarch of the harem, you are to diligently manage all affairs within it. Do you understand? Instinctively, Yi Qiaoer was about to nod, but suddenly froze. Why were they discussing her responsibilities after entering the palace? After a brief pause, an idea struck her, and she blurted out, manage the harem? Does that mean the emperor will marry many women? A peculiar silence enveloped the room, as if a few crows were cawing in the distance. What a thought-provoking question. Someone mused, noting the jealousy that seemed to linger in the air. Just as the atmosphere grew awkward, a clear, cold voice floated in from outside. Where's Su Qing? Come forth and meet me." The melodious sound echoed like a golden aureole emerging from the valley, resonating in the ears of all present. Who is that? Everyone instinctively turned their gaze towards the entrance. A woman gracefully stepped through the doorway. With delicate brows and enchanting eyes, her lips were adorned with a subtle crimson hue, and her gaze shimmered like mist upon autumn waters. Dressed in a flowing white gown, she exuded an extraordinary elegance, ethereal and otherworldly, reminiscent of a celestial being descending to earth. A fleeting moment of enchantment flickered in Yu Rui's eyes, only to be replaced by a sudden tightening in his heart. Who was this woman? Such beauty, seemingly connected to the crown prince. Could it be? He glanced at his daughter and then back at the woman outside, lowering his head in silence, unable to suppress a sigh. "My dear daughter, your formidable rival has arrived. And by the looks of it, you have encountered a swan in the presence of a mere duckling." Not only he, but Su Qing was equally astonished, even though he had grown up in the palace. Accustomed to the sight of countless beauties, he had never before encountered such an exquisite woman. Yi Qiao instinctively turned to glance at the copper mirror in the room, then lowered her gaze to her toes. Quietly taking a step back, she timidly inquired, "Your Highness, who is she?" Su Qing wiped the drool from the corner of her mouth, finally regaining her composure. "I truly do not know," she replied, having never encountered such a situation before. A flicker of despondency crossed Yi Qiao's eyes as she forced a smile. "Your Highness, please do not conceal the truth from me. Since you have promised me the position of the consort, I have the right to inquire about this matter. This sister is indeed strikingly beautiful, her allure surpassing that of Qiao 100-fold. If your Highness is inclined, I am willing to mediate on your behalf." As she spoke, her voice began to tremble, and her eyes glistened with unshed tears. Indeed, the tales are true. Men are all insatiable creatures. Just a moment ago, he was showering me with sweet words, and now he is entangled with such a lovely woman while withholding the truth from me. This is a matter of concern. Hearing her words, Yu Rui felt both comforted and pained. He was comforted by the realization that his daughter had already embraced the role of a queen, exhibiting the grace and poise befitting a ruler of the harem. Yet, he felt sorrow for Qiao. In her current state, she stood no chance. Su Jiu was momentarily taken aback, but suddenly a glimmer of realization sparked in his eyes as he murmured, "Your Highness, the Ancestor once mentioned that should you take a woman as your wife, he would assist you in reclaiming a city." He refrained from voicing the latter part of his thought, yet the implication was unmistakably clear. If one must marry, why not choose a woman of exquisite beauty? Thus arose the question, who could possibly surpass this woman in allure? The lady in white gracefully stepped through the doorway, casting a cursory glance around the chamber. She observed 2,000 or 3,000 individuals kneeling in submission, accompanied by over 100 golden-armored soldiers standing at the ready. Had an ordinary person witnessed such a scene, they would undoubtedly be taken aback. However, the woman in white merely nodded slightly and remarked coolly, "If one cannot even manage their own troops, the Ancestor's words hold true. This little rascal is utterly useless." With a few casual musings, she continued her stride toward the main hall. As she advanced, the golden-armored soldiers did not impede her passage. Rather, they parted to make way. Before long, she arrived at the entrance of the main hall, sweeping her gaze across the assembly until her eyes settled on Su Qing, her delicate brows furrowing slightly. "So, you are Su Qing? You appear passably well, somewhat festive in appearance, though a tad portly and lacking in vigor, I must say." "What?" Upon hearing her words, Su Jiu's fury ignited before anyone else could react. As Su Qing's captain of guards and his most devoted subordinate, he had always regarded Su Qing as the focal point, revolving his every action around Su Qing's will. Now, upon hearing someone speak disrespectfully of Su Qing, his protectiveness and inflated sense of duty as a grand master compelled him to leap forward and bellow, "Silence! Who are you to show such disrespect to the Highness?" "Oh." The woman in white lifted her gaze to regard him, her tone unperturbed, speaking insolently, with no regard for propriety. "How dare you?" As she spoke, she raised her alabaster hand and gently waved it through the air. In response to her motion, a semi-transparent hand materialized before her, swiftly striking toward Su Jiu's cheek. Su Jiu instinctively attempted to summon his internal energy for resistance, yet to his astonishment, the formidable true essence within him was as stagnant as a pool of stagnant water, utterly immobilized. Furthermore, the atmosphere surrounding him seemed to grow exceedingly oppressive, rendering him completely incapable of movement, while he found himself paralyzed. The translucent hand showed no signs of hesitation. With a resounding slap, the hand forcefully struck his cheek, the immense power propelling his entire being outward, culminating in a heavy crash onto the ground. It was clear that this was an adversary, not an ally. In an instant, Su Qing's guards made their assessment without a moment's hesitation, launching themselves forward without a second thought. Su Qing hastily retreated, calling out repeatedly, "Where are the yellow turban warriors? Quickly protect his majesty." Yet, an uncanny scene unfolded before her eyes. The guards of Su Qing, enhanced by the prowess of the dogtail grass, were all formidable experts of the 8th and 9th rank. Yet, at this moment, as they took a step forward, they abruptly halted, resembling statues, motionless, their faces flushed, cold sweat beading on their brows. Observing their demeanor, it bore a striking resemblance to the guards outside. It was not just them. Even more astonishing were the yellow turban warriors. Earlier, before the guards arrived, they had already prepared to confront the enemy. Although merely a meager force of 2,000 to 3,000 ordinary soldiers, over 100 of them had mobilized entirely to ensure Su Qing's safety. However, at this moment, they stood as if deaf and blind, rooted to the spot. No, to be more precise, someone had indeed taken action. The leader among the yellow turban warriors, holding the severed head of Gui Xing, silently stepped back a pace. The woman in white, as if nothing had transpired, gracefully walked to the main seat and leisurely drew out a silk handkerchief to wipe her hands, casually remarking, "Su Qing, upon seeing this lady, why do you not kneel?" Bewildered, Su Qing was momentarily at a loss. "Who are you to demand my kneeling upon our first meeting?" Before he could articulate a response, Yi Qiao suddenly stepped forward, mustering her courage to exclaim, "Who are you to humiliate my husband?" She was evidently frightened, her voice quivering, yet she stood her ground. Her words, however, caused the woman in white to pause slightly, her gaze flitting between Yi Qiao and Su Qing, her eyes glinting with amusement. "Husband? Have you already wed? Then do enlighten me. How have I been impolite?" Yi Qiao, sensing a hint of malice in her tone, felt her anxiety intensify. "My husband is the crown prince. One kneels to the heavens, to the earth, and to one's parents. To demand he kneel would be to humiliate him." The woman in white appeared unfazed by this revelation, instead continuing her probing. "You have yet to answer my question. When did you wed? Is this truly the crux of the matter?" The question echoed in the minds of countless onlookers, yet none dared voice a word. After all, a single slap had sent a grandmaster flying. Who would dare to speak? Yi Qiao felt a sinking sensation. Her concerns regarding this matter confirmed her suspicions. At this critical juncture, a strange possessiveness surged within her, temporarily overshadowing her fear. "Though we have not yet wed, we have received our parents' decree. In the words of a matchmaker, the engagement is established and cannot be altered." "Ah, I see." The woman in white nodded, her tone nonchalant. "Since you are the daughter-in-law of the Su family, allow me to clarify a few points. As a junior, to meet an elder and not only fail to kneel in greeting, but also speak disrespectfully. Who, then, is truly impolite?" Everyone was momentarily taken aback. At a crucial moment, a spark of inspiration illuminated Su Qing's mind, prompting her to exclaim, "Could it be that you, fair maiden, are an elder of the Su family? Yet, we have been the sole heirs for 18 generations." The woman in white chuckled lightly. "You are the 18th descendant of the Tianwu Su family, while I am the 7th descendant of the Zhongshuan Su family. By the reckoning of our ancestors, you should address me as great aunt. But, alas, let us simplify matters. You may call me aunt." An abrupt silence enveloped the scene, leaving everyone in a state of astonishment, their minds a blank slate. After a prolonged pause, Su Qing suddenly regained her composure and, with a thud, knelt upon the ground, bowing deeply. "Grandson and great-grandson Qi Qing respectfully greet you, aunt." In the courtyard, the newly ascended Grandmaster Su Jiao, who had just struggled to his feet, paused momentarily before raising his palm to deliver a resounding slap across his own face. "This is what you get for your loose tongue. To suggest that His Highness marry aunt. Who else should I strike if not you? You deserve it." Su Qing knelt on the ground, a broad smile gracing his face. "Esteemed lady, how is your health? I must confess, I had not previously encountered you. Hence I failed to recognize you at once. This truly warrants punishment. Has the Ancestor sent you here?" Despite his status as the crown prince, he dared not exhibit the slightest arrogance at this moment. The trials of his recent escape had imparted a crucial lesson. Status and reputation are but illusions. True strength holds paramount importance. This lady clearly possessed celestial origins, and her temperament appeared rather formidable. What harm was there in acknowledging one's humility? After all, she was a revered elder. Bowing before one's forebears is not an act of cowardice, but rather a demonstration of filial piety. Yet, his flattery seemed to have missed its mark, as Su Ruobing arched an eyebrow and remarked coolly, "Elder, do I appear old to you? Oh dear, it seems I misspoke. I shall reprimand myself." With a beaming smile, Su Qing lightly slapped his own face a few times. "How could you possibly be old? You are in the prime of your beauty, a paragon of grace, akin to the moon eclipsing the sun, and the flowers bowing in your presence. A myriad of praises could be sung. Upon seeing you, I was convinced you were a celestial being descended from the heavens, hence my failure to pay my respects immediately. You must not hold this against me, esteemed lady." His adept flattery brought a sense of joy to Su Ruobing, her bright eyes narrowing in delight. "I did not expect you to possess such sweet words. These are music to my ears. However, no matter how much you flatter, a punishment remains inevitable. Do you understand?" "Absolutely, absolutely." Su Qing nodded fervently. It was only natural for the esteemed lady to discipline him, and he dared not voice any dissent. "Very well." Su Ruobing replied with a meaningful smile, then gracefully waved her delicate hand. Above Su Qing's head, a tempestuous mass of dark clouds suddenly materialized, crackling with lightning and thunder. From within this ominous cloud, a bolt of white lightning, as thick as a chopstick, erupted and struck Su Qing directly atop his head. "Ah!" Su Qing let out a harrowing scream as he collapsed to the ground. His hair stood on end, and his entire body was charred, blackened, and trembling uncontrollably. "Your Highness! Your Highness!" The others immediately grew frantic, calling out in alarm. Su Ruobing nonchalantly withdrew her hand and spoke, "The yellow turban warriors. Take him to bathe and change his clothes before returning to see me." "Understood," replied the two yellow turban warriors, as they lifted the soot-covered Su Qing and exited the hall. Su Ruobing wore a smile on her face as she directed her gaze towards Yi Rui, filled with trepidation. Yi Rui hastily knelt upon the ground, demonstrating utmost respect. "Your humble servant Yi Rui pays his respects to the esteemed princess and the celestial being." The disparity in their ranks left him momentarily at a loss for proper address, and inwardly he lamented his predicament. This formidable lady appeared to be no easy adversary. Su Ruobing nodded slightly, speaking with a calm demeanor. Though she harbored some personal interests and displayed a certain cunning, she was nonetheless quite capable, deserving of the elder's endorsement to assist that young man. While he may appear somewhat inept, he is, after all, a direct descendant of the Su family and should be nurtured to diligently pursue his endeavors, receiving ample support along the way. However, should one entertain unwarranted thoughts simply due to his youth? She smiled meaningfully, leaving her words hanging in the air. Yet, to Yi Rui, her utterance struck like a thunderclap, leaving him trembling in fear, drenched in cold sweat. "I would never dare, esteemed fairy. Your clarity is unmatched. I am unwaveringly loyal and would never entertain any treachery." Su Ruobing nodded slightly, then directed her gaze towards Yi Chaoer, her expression softening considerably. "Yi Chaoer?" Startled, Yi Chaoer quickly knelt in reverence. "I pay my respects to my esteemed grandaunt." At that moment, her heart was in turmoil. In ordinary families, the relationship between mothers-in-law and daughters-in-law is notoriously challenging. How much more complicated it must be in a royal family, especially when it involves a grandaunt whose lineage spans countless generations. It felt overwhelmingly difficult, truly overwhelming. However, to her surprise, this grandaunt's demeanor towards her was markedly different. "Rise, so that I may have a good look at you." Yi Chaoer paused momentarily, then gradually lifted her head. Su Ruobing scrutinized her carefully and nodded in satisfaction, exclaiming, "Indeed. Quite impressive. She possesses a pleasing demeanor, clear eyes, and a commendable temperament, a fine young lady. It is no wonder that she has caught the attention of our esteemed ancestor, who has personally endorsed this union." Endorsed by the ancestor? Yi Chaoer was immediately engulfed in doubt. Others had mentioned it before, but she had paid little heed. However, it now appeared that this ancestor might indeed be a tangible presence. After a moment of contemplation, her curiosity became insatiable. "Dear grandmother, has the esteemed ancestor ever laid eyes on me?" Su Ruobing chuckled softly and remarked, "The ancestral being possesses immense powers, omniscient and omnipotent. Why would there be a need for a face-to-face meeting? Not to mention that venerable one, even with my humble cultivation. A mere projection of my consciousness allows me to perceive every whisper of the wind and every movement of the grass within 100 miles. Upon hearing this, the audience was captivated, their hearts racing with excitement. Previously, they held a vague understanding of the might of deities. Now, however, they had caught a glimpse of its profound essence. Su Ruobing pondered for a moment before casually retrieving a jade vial from her storage bag and presenting it. "I hastily left without bringing much," she remarked. "Allow me to offer you this rejuvenating elixir as a token of our meeting." An elixir? The thought ignited in the hearts of those present, their gazes fixed on the jade vial with fervent anticipation. This was none other than the legendary elixir. Yi Qiaoer felt a desire to politely decline, yet her hand instinctively reached forward. A rejuvenating elixir. Its purpose was unmistakable. Moreover, it was bestowed by a celestial being. A genuine remedy indeed. For young women, the allure of such a gift was undeniably potent. "Thank you, esteemed aunt, for your generous gift," Qiaoer expressed, her gratitude overflowing. The title esteemed aunt rolled off her tongue with heartfelt sincerity. Su Ruobing waved her hand nonchalantly and remarked, "Now that you have entered the Su family, we are all kin, and there is no need for such formality. This bottle of beauty elixir is hardly a rare treasure. It is merely a practiced concoction made by the younger generation of our family during their alchemical training. It holds little value for us cultivators, but for ordinary mortals, it can enhance beauty, nourish the skin, and preserve youthful appearance for a century. Please do not think me stingy." "Not at all. We would never consider you stingy." Countless voices echoed in their hearts. "If you believe you are being miserly, then by all means, bestow upon me a bottle," especially Mrs. Yi, who, being a woman herself, felt a tinge of envy, her eyes glimmering with desire. "How fortunate this young lady is. I must negotiate with her for a few pills." Suddenly, she recalled, "My husband is a prime minister, and my daughter is a queen. I am, in essence, half of royal blood myself. When in public, I cannot tarnish the royal reputation. Can I? Thus, for the sake of royal dignity, I must ensure that I receive my share of this beauty elixir." Mrs. Yi was already calculating in her mind. "Thank you, dear aunt, for your generous gift." At that moment, a figure entered from outside, bowing deeply without uttering a word. Everyone turned to see who had arrived, and they were momentarily taken aback. It was none other than Su Qing. However, he was markedly different from before. Previously, though not entirely rotund, he had been somewhat portly. Now, he appeared to have lost weight dramatically, presenting a leaner physique that exuded vigor and strength. Striding confidently into the room, he emanated an aura reminiscent of a dragon's might and a tiger's ferocity. What could possibly account for this transformation? Su Ruobing beamed with a smile, her eyes twinkling with warmth. Though her plump figure exuded a certain endearing charm, as an empress, it lacked the imposing grandeur befitting her status, rendering her somewhat less visually appealing. "Just moments ago, I had employed the force of heavenly thunder to assist you in refining your physique, effectively incinerating some excess fat. Now, this appearance is indeed far more pleasing to the eye." At this revelation, the crowd suddenly understood, yet an inexplicable sensation lingered in the air. One could not help but wonder, with your dual focus on beauty and weight loss, dear aunt, are you perhaps running a beauty salon? With this gesture of goodwill, Su Ruobing's standing in the hearts of the onlookers elevated significantly. "Auntie, please enjoy some tea." Although the experience of being struck by lightning was rather unpleasant, Su Qing was nonetheless overjoyed by the transformation, respectfully presenting a cup of tea. "Xiao Qing," Su Ruobing said as she accepted the cup, taking a delicate sip and embodying the poise of a senior. "What are your plans moving forward?" Su Qing's eyes subtly shifted, her face adorned with a radiant smile. "Initially, this matter ought to have been dictated by the elder's arrangements. However, with the elder no longer present, it is only natural that you, dear aunt, assume command." Su Ruobing nodded, clearly pleased with his attitude. The ancestral teachings of the Su family dictate that, at all times and in all matters, the continuation of the Su bloodline must take precedence. For now, set aside other concerns and prepare to marry Qiaoer as soon as possible. Suddenly, Su Qing was taken aback. He had initially believed that the arrival of this esteemed lady was to lead him back to the capital and ascend to the throne. Yet now, the priority seemed to be marriage? Was this matter truly more significant than the realm itself? Surely, even in haste, there was no need to rush into such a decision at this very moment. Instinctively, he glanced at Yi Qiaoer, who flushed with embarrassment and lowered her head in silent acquiescence. He turned to Yi Rui for assistance. But Yi Rui's face beamed with unrestrained joy as he eagerly exclaimed, "The fairy is indeed correct. This matter is of utmost urgency. Rest assured, I shall prepare forthwith to ensure that this marriage is celebrated with great fanfare. His happiness was palpable. After all, witnessing the successive arrivals of his future in-laws, each more extraordinary than the last, he harbored concerns about potential complications surrounding the union. To avoid prolonged uncertainty, it was best to hasten the completion of this union. What? You speak of reclaiming the throne? Please, with this fairy and the numerous yellow turban warriors at hand, is that truly an issue? Furthermore, our esteemed ancestor has advised a gradual return to the capital. Seeing that no one would ally with him, Su Qing could only bow in resignation. I shall defer to my esteemed aunt's judgment. Su Ruobing nodded and solemnly reminded him, once wed, you shall be considered an adult. You must no longer act recklessly or indulge your whims. Also, adhere to our ancestral teachings and swiftly bear 70 or 80 offspring, so that my heartfelt intentions shall not be in vain. Her incessant chatter rendered the scene particularly peculiar, as she appeared merely a youthful maiden herself. At that moment, a light chuckle resonated from above. As the laughter echoed, Su Muyang's figure gradually materialized before the gathered onlookers. Ah, esteemed ancestor, you have returned. Before anyone could react, Su Ruobing suddenly leapt up and dashed to Su Muyang, exclaiming, Ancestor, I have warmed the seat for you, and the tea is prepared. Please, do take a seat. As she spoke, she eagerly assisted him, transforming from a figure of high esteem into a fawning sycophant, leaving everyone momentarily stunned, unable to grasp the situation. Su Muyang, unperturbed, gradually approached the seat of honor and sat down, lightly chuckling as he inquired, Is it enjoyable? Su Ruobing beamed like a flower, nodding repeatedly. How delightful. It is truly fascinating. Ancestor, as you are aware, I am merely a junior at home, always having to show respect to everyone I encounter. Yet now, suddenly faced with a descendant of such a significantly lower generation, my status has unexpectedly risen. This is indeed incredibly amusing. Ancestor, to venture out with you, not just for amusement, but for the sake of experience, is simply captivating. Suddenly, the corners of Su Qing's mouth twitched uncontrollably. Ah, no wonder she exuded such an air of elderliness. It turns out she had grown accustomed to playing the role of a little leader at home and had come here to assert her authority. The offspring of the Zhongshan wolf, when successful, becomes audacious. However, she soon regained her composure and promptly knelt in reverence. Qingqing pays respects to the ancestor. Yi Qiaoer was momentarily taken aback, but quickly followed suit, though inwardly she lamented. Speaking of which, could the members of the Su family not arrive all at once? Each visit feels like an interview, and the pressure is quite overwhelming, you know? Yi Rui and Su Jiu also bowed in unison. Rise. For the customs of our Su family are not so stringent. Su Muyang waved his hand, gesturing for them to rise. Behind him, Su Ruobing, who was eagerly kneading his shoulders, discreetly stuck out her tongue. Oh, ancestor, could you refrain from exposing my secrets? Just a moment ago, I had used Su Qing's rudeness as an excuse to give him a good beating. Ah, Qing, what are your plans once you are married? Su Muyang inquired with a gentle and amiable demeanor. Su Qing smiled faintly and offered a perfunctory response, acting solely on the instructions of the elder. This was quite troubling indeed. Su Muyang shook his head slightly. You are the sole heir of the Su family in this realm. All matters here should rightfully be under your command. Otherwise, once I depart, what will become of you? Now that you possess the means for survival and have the capable Lord Yi as your ally, it is imperative that you develop your own perspectives. Elder, you intend to leave? Su Qing was taken aback, though their time together had been brief. He had truly come to regard Su Muyang as a venerable elder and his only pillar of support. Hearing that this support was about to vanish left him utterly dismayed. Su Muyang nodded and elaborated. If it weren't for your predicament, the ancestor would never have crossed realms. After your marriage, the ancestor would take his leave. The restoration of the realm must revolve around you. His words rang true. For him, he had reached a bottleneck in strength. To transcend this limitation, there were only two avenues. One was to cultivate a formidable descendant. Currently, in a certain supreme world, he had wed a wife of great power. Yet, the stronger the partner, the more arduous the task of bearing offspring, as dictated by the laws of fate. Thus, while this method appeared straightforward, it was far from easy to accomplish. The other approach was to enhance the abilities of his existing offspring. As their strength escalated, so too would Su Muyang's own, allowing him to harness the power of additional realms. However, to elevate them, certain world rules must be adhered to. Hence, in the Zhangxian continent, Su Muyang directly augmented their prowess. In this world, he intended to support Su Qing on his path to imperial sovereignty. Should he truly carve a path along this route, the world's power would ultimately fall into his grasp. Nevertheless, there was no need to elucidate these matters so explicitly to Su Qing. Su Qing contemplated for a long while before letting out a resigned sigh. Ancestor, I have previously indulged in laziness and frivolity, truly lacking in knowledge and skill. Now, I am aware that I must return to restore the realm and ascend the throne. Yet I find myself utterly ignorant of how to proceed. Please forgive me, Ancestor. It is of no consequence, Su Muyang replied, not reproaching him, but instead offering a gentle smile. To possess a clear understanding of oneself is, in itself, a form of wisdom. A sovereign's responsibilities are fundamentally comprised of military, political, financial, and civil affairs. As long as these are managed effectively, one shall be deemed a wise ruler. Previously, while traversing the celestial realms, I discovered that the governor of Jizhou, Yi Rui, governs with skill and has garnered the affection of the populace. Although he possesses a degree of worldly cunning, he is nonetheless a capable official. With his assistance, you shall navigate the intricacies of governance with ease. Yi Rui quickly bowed in gratitude, unable to suppress a silent retort within. You may praise me, but why speak of worldly cunning? In the presence of such a divine being as yourself, I would not dare harbor any ulterior motives, regardless of my own shrewdness. Su Muyang continued, as for the military, I shall leave behind a few strategies, so there is no need for you to worry. However, to govern the realm, one must possess wealth and the hearts of the people. Therefore, I previously sent Ruo Bing to meet you while I ventured elsewhere to procure a few items for you. As he spoke, he waved his hand, and several books materialized, gracefully floating before Su Qing. Su Qing took the books and glanced through them, her expression filled with perplexity. Old Ancestor, the titles of these books are rather intriguing. Manual for Barefoot Doctors, Militia Military Training Manual, and Friend of Dual-Use Talents in Military and Civilian Affairs. What is the meaning of this? If this were to be heard by Earthlings, they would surely burst into laughter. What is this? Could it be the legendary 3 divine books of transmigration? Seeing the amiable demeanor of the immortal, Yi Rui summoned his courage to inquire. Might I ask, Immortal, are these 3 volumes the fabled heavenly scriptures? Though he spoke these words, he could not suppress an inner critique. The titles of these heavenly scriptures seemed so unadorned and simple. Could this truly embody the age-old wisdom that simplicity is the ultimate sophistication? A glimmer of respect flickered in Su Muyang's eyes as he spoke earnestly. Do not underestimate these 3 volumes. If you can thoroughly comprehend their contents, externally, you shall be invincible. Internally, the nation will prosper and its people will live in peace. He casually picked up one of the books. This particular volume, titled The Manual for Barefoot Doctors, is revered as a comprehensive medical compendium, clear and straightforward, aimed at practical effectiveness. It covers a wide range, from common ailments like coughs and vomiting to complex cardiovascular diseases and cancer. From knowledge on pest control to protection against nuclear and biological weapons, encompassing acupuncture, herbal medicine, and commonly used pharmaceuticals, it is all-encompassing. Should this book be disseminated widely, within a decade, the population of Dessous could potentially multiply several times. A collective gasp echoed among the onlookers. The Tianwu realm resembles the ancient world of Longhua, where medical technology is underdeveloped and countless lives are lost to common diseases. Coupled with the frequent turmoil of war, population issues have long been of paramount concern to all nations. Now, this single book promises to exponentially increase Dessous' population? Truly, it is a divine scripture passed down from celestial beings. Indeed, it is remarkable. However, what do terms like cardiovascular diseases, cancer, nuclear weapons, biological weapons, and Western medicine signify? Could these be expressions from the celestial realm? It seems this tome is indeed profound. Su Qing curiously opened a book, delightfully exclaiming, The Militia Military Training Manual. This clearly teaches how to march and engage in combat. I must study this thoroughly. Suddenly, his eyes widened, and a flurry of question marks seemed to float above his head. Ancestor, what is an atomic bomb? What is a rifle? What is a hand grenade? What is a landmine? And is there really a flying rooster called an airplane? Why must we defend against it? A barrage of inquiries erupted from him, leaving everyone else equally puzzled. Su Muyang couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. After delivering Su Ruobing, he had returned to Earth to fetch these 3 books. He recalled that they were essential for traversers, but he had never examined them closely himself. Now, Upon reviewing the contents, he found them rather advanced. However, as the elder, he could not allow his authority to falter. With a slight smile, he calmly replied, "These are relatively advanced weapons that require your own research. Otherwise, if I divulged everything, you, as the emperor, would find your role far too effortless." Indeed, Ancestor. Your wisdom is undeniable, they responded in unison. Su Qing's head drooped suddenly, silenced by fear. On the other side, Yi Rui trembled with excitement, as if electrified. "Your Highness, the divine book, the divine book. Behold this compendium of versatile talents, encompassing all realms. It not only elucidates the strategies for military triumph, but also instructs on the cultivation of vegetables and trees, the husbandry of livestock, the construction of dwellings, the art of culinary delight, and the repair of household appliances." What exactly are household appliances? And here, what is photography? What does accounting entail? He found himself momentarily speechless, engulfed in profound self-doubt. How could I, Yi Rui, who often prides himself on being erudite, now realize the vastness of the world, only to discover that I am but a frog at the bottom of a well? So many things I have never even heard of. It is truly a testament to my ignorance. Observing the crowd's uproar, their naivety apparent, Su Ruobing felt a sense of pride and said with satisfaction, "Very well. We shall delve into this slowly in the days to come. Since it is a treasured inheritance from our ancestors, it must be incredibly profound, not something one can easily comprehend." Su Qing contemplated for a moment and acknowledged the truth in this reasoning. She decided not to dwell on it any longer. Amidst the fervent gazes of the onlookers, she carefully tucked away the 3 books. Then, a thought struck her, and she gestured towards the courtyard, inquiring, "Elder, how shall we handle these guards?" Su Muyang smiled faintly, remaining silent. Upon noticing this, Yi Rui immediately grasped the situation. The celestial being was imparting wisdom to Su Qing. He promptly leaned in and whispered, "Your Highness, throughout history, the treatment of captives in battle has typically fallen into 4 categories: execution, release, surrender, or enslavement. However, these soldiers are part of our esteemed Su family's guard and may have merely been misled by Gui Xing, lacking full awareness of the circumstances. Regardless, their actions amount to treason. How to proceed rests upon your judgment." He swiftly elucidated the crux of the matter, yet chose to defer the decision-making power to Su Qing, wishing to convey his intentions before both Su Muyang and Su Qing. "I shall provide counsel. The ultimate course of action is yours to determine." Su Qing ran his fingers through his hair, appearing somewhat distressed. According to the laws of Desu, those who conspire against the state should face the annihilation of their entire clan. Although they are merely accomplices, they cannot be exempt from punishment. However, considering the sheer number of individuals involved, who are all subjects of Desu rather than true enemies, it would indeed be excessively cruel to execute them. Moreover, he cast a furtive glance at Yi Qiaoer and continued, "With my wedding day approaching, to execute them would disrupt the harmony of heaven, which is rather inauspicious. It would not do." Yi Qiaoer's cheeks instantly blossomed with a rosy hue as she shot him a playful glare. "We are discussing serious matters. Why are you dragging me into this?" It was all rather unexpected. Observing the unspoken connection between the two, Su Muyang felt a deep sense of contentment. The lad certainly has a way with women. It seems that the time for him to start a family is drawing near. Su Qing pondered, grasping her hair, when suddenly a light dawned upon her. "Old Ancestor, as I return to the capital to ascend the throne, it would be unwise to bring merely a handful of people, for I cannot suppress those rebels effectively. What if I were to recruit them instead and take them back to the capital? They could thus redeem themselves through service, and it would spare us from bloodshed. What do you think, old Ancestor?" Su Muyang smiled silently, casting his gaze upon Yi Rui. Yi Rui immediately understood and praised. "Your Highness, this act truly embodies the spirit of benevolence. In these tumultuous times, with numerous rebels gathering in the capital and armies numbering in the hundreds of thousands, even though the immortal possesses extraordinary powers, it is unwise to be burdened with every matter. While 3,000 may seem few, they can rally support and amplify your presence." Seeing the approval in Su Muyang's expression, Yi Rui felt invigorated and continued. "Throughout history, to subdue others has always involved a combination of grace and authority. If your Highness could pardon their acts of rebellion, it would be a monumental act of grace, earning their heartfelt gratitude and unwavering loyalty. Furthermore, the previous formidable reputation of the Yellow Turban warriors has already instilled fear within them. With your highness's intervention, success is assured, and they shall be completely subdued. At this moment, Su Muyang nodded slightly and remarked, the true art of an emperor lies in internal virtue and external power, skillfully recognizing and employing talent. The balance of grace and authority is indeed the way to govern subordinates. However, to transform these 3,000 into your most devoted followers will require some special methods. Special methods? Everyone was taken aback. Su Muyang smiled and turned his gaze towards Su Ruobing. My dear, what is your opinion? Su Ruobing pondered for a moment before responding. What the ancestor mentioned is indeed true. Since ancient times, the human heart has been capricious. Ephemeral acts of kindness and authority can indeed draw people back. However, one must recognize that each individual is distinct, and here we have a total of 3,000 souls. Can you guarantee that every single one is of the same disposition? Perhaps some may profess unwavering loyalty today, their faces awash with gratitude. Yet, once they step beyond these doors, discontent may fester within them, or even treachery may arise. There are also those who, while willing to pledge their allegiance, may falter when the time comes to fight for their lives, paralyzed by the instinct for self-preservation. After all, when ensnared in dire straits, how many truly remain unafraid of death? Yi Rui's lips twitched slightly, sensing that this was a veiled reference to himself. But I assure you, I am not one to merely speak of loyalty. My heart is steadfastly devoted as well. Su Qing nodded in deep agreement and remarked, my esteemed aunt speaks the truth. During my father's reign, all officials professed unwavering loyalty. Yet, upon his demise, rebels arose in droves. Moreover, during my flight, I was initially accompanied by over 100 guards. However, while some fought valiantly to the end, others chose to flee for their lives. Ultimately, only a handful, including Uncle Gio, remained by my side. Were it not for their presence, I fear I would never have had the chance to reunite with my ancestors and you, dear aunt. It is Uncle Gio who deserves the utmost credit for my safe return to the capital. Su Gio hurriedly bowed, his face flushed with shame. Your Highness, you flatter me. As the captain of the Eastern Palace Guards, Su Gio felt deeply embarrassed that his subordinates, driven by fear, had placed the prince in peril. His inability to discern character and enforce discipline among his men was a grave oversight. It was a profound mercy that your Highness chose not to impose punishment. How could he then seek to claim credit for your grace? Su Qing hurriedly assisted him to his feet, and the sovereign and his minister exchanged knowing smiles, creating a touching scene of virtuous governance. After a moment of camaraderie, Su Qing turned to Su Ruobing and grinned. My dear lady, I did not anticipate that you were so well versed in the ways of emperors. Su Ruobing raised her delicate face with pride and proclaimed, my family. The Su clan of Zhongshuan stands as the foremost lineage on the Zhongshuan continent, in existence beyond compare. When disputes arise among the 4 sacred lands, the 8 great sect, and the 13 dynasties, it is inevitable that my Su family will intervene as mediators. As the next head of the illustrious Su clan, I have not only inherited exceptional talent and cultivation, but have also been steeped in the art of strategy since childhood. With my innate gifts, manipulating the situation is but a trifling matter. Su Qing nodded vigorously, her enthusiasm palpable as she extolled praises. You are absolutely right, my esteemed lady. Your brilliance and intelligence are truly admirable, and I find myself envious of your remarkable gifts. If only I possessed even a fraction of your talent, I would not have fallen to such depths. This flattery brought a secret delight to Su Ruobing, causing her bright eyes to narrow in satisfaction. Seeing this, Su Muyang could only shake his head in resignation. This little girl, having spent a considerable time in the Zhongshan continent, had been a prodigy from a young age, inevitably cultivating an air of arrogance. His intention in bringing her along was to temper her, to allow her to witness the vastness of the world. However, he did not anticipate that she would only become more pretentious. How infuriating. With a light cough, he spoke in a calm tone. Your analysis is quite astute, but how should one proceed? Without a moment's hesitation, Su Ruobing exclaimed, it is simple. As long as the Ancestor reveals their might, who would dare to defy? However, to summon the Ancestor for such trivial matters seemed a breach of decorum. It would be more fitting to leave it to Ruobing. Though her cultivation was modest, she could still manage to shine before others, albeit with some effort. A subtle smile graced her lips, and a hint of pride flickered across her face. It was indeed exhilarating to accompany the Ancestor on such escapades. Where else could she find so many admirers in her own home? For a moment, she couldn't help but feel a sense of elation. Su Muyang's heart was as clear as a mirror, yet he did not intervene. merely allowing a glimmer of curiosity to flicker in his eyes. Since it is so, let us proceed according to your wishes. I shall heed the ancestral command. Upon hearing this, Su Ruobing was filled with delight. With a wave of her hand, a shimmering sword appeared in midair, which swiftly expanded to the size of a door. Su Ruobing stepped onto the treasured sword, her fingers forming the sword technique as she softly commanded, "Swift." Instantly, the sword transformed into a streak of flowing light, racing forth with incredible speed. Hiss. This dazzling display left the onlookers gasping in astonishment. Su Muyang smiled faintly. It is merely a trivial sword technique. There is no need for astonishment. You may proceed to observe. Upon receiving his command, the crowd hurriedly exited the hall. Raise your heads. In the courtyard, Su Ruobing soared into the sky, her voice resonating with authority. Following her instruction, the yellow turban warriors retracted their oppressive aura. Instantly, the guards felt as if a tremendous weight had been lifted from their shoulders, and they gazed upwards at the sound echoing from the heavens. A mere glance sent waves of astonishment rippling through the crowd. Good heavens, how is she flying? How exquisite! Could she be a celestial being from the heavens? Is she truly riding upon a sword? Surely, I cannot be mistaken. It must be an illusion. A mere trick of the mind induced by the overwhelming presence I just experienced. Su Ruobing let out a cold snort, akin to a thunderclap echoing in the ears of the crowd. Instantly, the venue fell into a profound silence. Su Ruobing coldly declared, "I am the fairy Ruobing, the master of the celestial thunder. Crown Prince Su Qingqin is ordained by heaven, destined to be the sovereign of the mortal realm. You dare to deceive the emperor and raise arms against the crown prince. Such an act is a rebellion against the heavens, deserving of the utmost punishment. Today, at the invitation of Crown Prince Su Qing, I have descended to the mortal realm to execute the law of thunder, ensuring that you are reduced to ashes, forever denied the chance of rebirth." As she spoke, she formed a thunderous incantation with her hands, and her internal powers surged rapidly. Soon, myriad slender bolts of lightning emerged around Su Ruobing, crackling and flickering, illuminating the skies. Amidst the dance of light and dark, a palpable aura of destruction permeated the air, instilling fear in the hearts of all present. Yet, what truly terrified the guards was the implication of her words. They realized that their rebellion would lead to their imminent demise by lightning, their souls scattered. Those quick to react immediately fell to their knees, bowing fervently. "Fairy, spare us. We were misled. Yes, it is all Gue Xing's fault. He only told us to execute military orders. We were unaware of the true purpose. He even claimed that the crown prince was an impostor. We are wronged." They pleaded desperately. "Fairy, have mercy. I have a 90-year-old mother and a 3-year-old child. I implore you for your grace." They wept and wailed, but Su Ruobing remained indifferent, focused solely on her incantation. Soon, a vast expanse of thunderclouds began to take shape in the courtyard, slowly descending ominously. Upon witnessing this scene, Su Qing felt as though her eyes would pop out, and her heart was filled with despair. Good heavens, did you not promise to subdue these individuals on my behalf? Why do you unleash such a powerful move right away? Your Highness, Yi Rue, understanding the situation in an instant, urgently whispered, "I implore you to intervene swiftly and plead for these guards." What? Su Qing was taken aback, and only then did she come to a sudden realization. She hurriedly stepped forward and exclaimed loudly, "Dear aunt, I implore you to cease your actions. The child has something to convey." Su Ruobing feigned a pause, her expression dark and brooding. "Qinger, do you have anything further to say?" Su Qing clasped her hands respectfully and said, "Noble lady, there are as many as 3,000 people here, all subjects of my great Su. They have been deceived by Gue Xing. As the saying goes, ignorance is no crime. I beseech you, noble lady, for the sake of this child, spare their lives." The crown prince is pleading for himself. Many were taken aback. They had come armed with weapons to kill the crown prince, yet he not only refrained from seeking retribution, but instead interceded on their behalf. The thought brought tears to the eyes of many. Truly, the crown prince is a kind-hearted individual. Wait a moment. What does the crown prince call this celestial being? Noble lady, where does that come from? Su Ruobing furrowed her brow, feigning displeasure as she spoke. "Qinger, have you truly considered this? On a public level, these individuals have committed treason, an offense unpardonable by the laws of our nation. On a personal level, the great Su dynasty is the legacy of the Su family, and these scoundrels conspire against us, inciting the wrath of our ancestors. A celestial decree has been issued, commanding me to descend and assist you in restoring our realm. As a descendant of the Su family, you must be resolute in your actions. Why do you hesitate? The assembled guards were taken aback. Their gazes towards Su Qing filled with fervor. It turned out that His Highness the Crown Prince was indeed a descendant of the divine. Su Qing could not help but twitch the corners of her mouth. Oh, dear aunt, so this is how you truly are. Yet, she could only brace herself and continue the performance. Esteemed aunt, although these guards have sinned, their crimes do not warrant death. Moreover, with my wedding imminent, shedding blood at this juncture is rather inauspicious. I beseech you to grant them a chance to redeem themselves, to fight for our great Su and expand our territories. I am willing to vouch for them, and they shall surely harbor no treachery henceforth. Upon witnessing this, the crowd knelt and bowed fervently, their voices rising in a fervent chorus. We are soldiers of the great Su and shall obey the prince's commands without hesitation. Rest assured, fair maiden, the prince is benevolent. From this day forth, I, Zhang, pledge my life to your highness. Wang attempted to harm your highness. His crime is unforgivable, and I do not dare to hope for your forgiveness. Yet, I implore your highness to grant me a chance to die in battle for the emperor. Seeing that the moment was ripe, Su Ruobing slowly nodded. Very well, since the prince has interceded on your behalf, I shall spare you today. However, while death may be evaded, your punishment remains inevitable. Purple flame thunderpool, descend. As her hands wove intricate gestures, dark clouds swiftly gathered in the sky. Bolts of purple lightning surged forth from the clouds, striking down upon the gathered crowd. In an instant, the air was thick with thunder and lightning, enveloping the courtyard in a violet haze. Countless bolts of heavenly thunder struck the guards, eliciting cries of agony. Mercy, esteemed aunt. Su Qing was taken aback and immediately called out loudly. However, Su Ruobing was entirely focused on manipulating the thunder and had no time to respond to him. Just as Su Qing was at a loss, the gentle voice of Su Mu Yang reached everyone's ears. Do not panic. Ruobing has not taken their lives. Upon hearing the words of the elder, Su Qing and the others felt a wave of relief wash over them. Yet, their hearts were still filled with confusion. What on earth was their grandniece doing? After what seemed like an eternity, Su Ruobing gradually withdrew her thunderous energy. In no time, the lightning dissipated, the dark clouds dispersed, and the sky was once again clear. In the courtyard, many individuals lay sprawled in disarray, their faces ashen and their garments torn asunder, groaning helplessly on the ground. Su Ruobing let out a cold snort and spoke indifferently. Since you have pledged your allegiance to the Crown Prince, you shall henceforth be renamed the Thunder Army, serving as the Crown Prince's personal troops. In the future, remember to obey the Crown Prince's commands without the slightest hint of defiance. I have already employed the secret method of thunder to assist you in refining your bodies, allowing your meridians to connect and your martial paths to flourish. Should you achieve great merit in the future, I may bestow upon you supreme secret techniques, granting those who cultivate successfully the gift of longevity. However, should you dare to entertain any rebellious thoughts, beneath the fearsome purple lightning, I shall ensure your utter obliteration. What? Longevity? Upon hearing these words, the pain that had plagued everyone vanished without a trace, replaced by fervent excitement. Longevity, a pursuit sought after by countless souls throughout history, yet often eluding their grasp. But today, do we truly have the opportunity for eternal life? As they took a moment to reflect, they felt that although some pain lingered, there was an unmistakable sense of boundless strength and lightness akin to a swallow in flight. Is this the blessing of the divine? In that moment, countless individuals were overwhelmed with joy, kneeling and expressing their heartfelt gratitude. If one were to observe their loyalty, it would become evident that their allegiance to Su Qing had soared to unprecedented heights. Su Ruobing waved her hand and said, "Ly Sujiu. Take them down for a thorough rectification. From now on, the Thunder Army shall be under your command." As you command. Su Jiu felt a tinge of envy in his heart. Ah, to attain eternal life, how I long for it. However, upon reflection, he realized that he had already caught the eye of the Ancestor, so why should he envy them? Once the crowd departed amidst a flurry of gratitude, Su Ruobing suddenly turned pale, her body swaying slightly, nearly causing her to tumble from her sword. In her desire to present an impressive front, she had exerted herself to the utmost, nearly exhausting her magical energy. Nonetheless, it was evident that her efforts bore fruit, and a sense of pride welled up within her as she forced herself to speak. Ancestor, Ruobing has completed her task and is here to report. Ha ha. A light laugh echoed from the main hall, belonging to Su Mu Yang. Completed your task? Perhaps not quite yet. You might want to look up. Su Ruobing looked up at the sky in confusion, and the crowd followed suit. Upon seeing the spectacle, Their expressions shifted dramatically. High above in the heavens, a colossal golden eye slowly unfurled, casting a delicate golden hue over the entire world. Within that gaze lay an air of indifference and tranquility, devoid of any emotion. Yet, amidst the coldness, there lingered an ineffable majesty that compelled one to instinctively submit. It was not just they who beheld this sight, the entirety of Jizhou City, and indeed all within a 1,000-mile radius, witnessed it as well. In an instant, countless individuals fell to their knees, bowing in reverence. A deity, the divine presence, has manifested. May the deity bless my ailing mother with swift recovery. I beseech the deity for prosperity in my business endeavors. My husband has gone to battle. I pray for the deity's protection for his safe return. Oh, divine one, grant my wife a healthy son, so that the Zhang lineage may continue. Gazing at that immense eye, Su Ruobing felt an inexplicable sense of trepidation. Ancestral spirit, what is this? What does it intend? Su Muyang chuckled softly and said, "This is the eye of heavenly Tao, the embodiment of the heavenly Tao of this realm. As for why it has manifested, it has come for you." Su Ruobing was momentarily taken aback. The heavenly Tao, the sovereign of a realm. What merit do I possess that could summon the heavenly Tao on my behalf? What intentions does the Ancestor harbor? In Su Muyang's tone, there lingered a hint of schadenfreude. In this realm, martial arts prevailed, and the Grand Masters stood as the pinnacle of existence. Yet, as an outsider, you have unveiled powers that transcend these limits. As the guardians of the cosmic order, they are naturally compelled to investigate. Ha ha ha. Dear Xia Bingbing, you were so eager to display your prowess just now. Now, may you seek your own fortune, Su Ruobing was instantly taken aback. Goodness, is this truly the case? Why did you not mention it sooner, Ancestor? Had you informed me earlier, I would not have needed to feign such bravado. No, Ancestor, it is you who have led me astray. A colossal and overwhelming pressure enveloped the atmosphere, creating an almost suffocating tension, where even the air seemed hesitant to stir. Positioned at the heart of this oppressive force, Su Ruobing's complexion turned ashen, as she sensed an unprecedented terror fast approaching. Despite her prowess within the Songchuan realm, she felt no more than an insignificant insect when faced with the heavenly will of an ordinary minor world. Ancestor, Ancestor, save me. In her despair, she could only place her hopes upon the enigmatic figure of her ancestor. Yet, what deepened her hopelessness was the sight of the ancestor leisurely sipping tea, a contented smile gracing his features, seemingly reveling in the unfolding spectacle, indifferent to the grave situation. This is the end. Su Ruobing had descended into utter despair, never anticipating that her journey for experience would lead to her downfall at the hands of a celestial force. In her desolation, the immense eye of the heavenly Tao finally fixed its gaze upon her. A brilliant beam of golden light suddenly shot forth, aiming directly at Su Ruobing. Though she yearned to muster her energy in resistance, the oppressive force of the eye rendered her completely immobilized, leaving her no choice but to witness the golden light approach her. To those observing, although the specifics of the situation remained shrouded in mystery, it was evident that it boded ill. A wave of urgency and helplessness swept over the onlookers. At last, the golden light descended from the heavens, enveloping Su Ruobing entirely. However, to her astonishment, the light that surrounded her did not inflict harm. Rather, it seemed to significantly enhance her internal magical power. What could this mean? This inexplicable transformation left Su Ruobing utterly bewildered. Moments later, the golden light gradually dissipated, and the eye of the heavenly Tao vanished as if it had never existed. Su Ruobing was taken aback for quite some time before finally recalling the ancestral figure. Observing Su Muyang savoring his tea with great pleasure, she felt an inexplicable anger rising within her. Ancestral Master, you have long been aware that the Eye of Heaven harbors no malice towards me, correct? But then, what exactly is the meaning of all this? Su Muyang took a sip of tea and leisurely began to explain. It is indeed peculiar, you see. If you had merely demonstrated your formidable prowess, it would have been one thing. However, to audaciously proclaim that you command the thunder of heaven and earth is quite another matter altogether. Su Ruobing wore a perplexed expression. Did I not merely boast a little? Ancestor, is there truly a problem with this? Su Muyang patiently elucidated. The operation of the universe follows a predetermined order. All is governed by the celestial principles. When you claim the power to command the thunder of heaven and earth, you are usurping the authority of the celestial way, thus establishing a causal relationship with it. What is this nonsense? Su Ruobing felt a dizzying confusion. As a cultivator, she was naturally aware of the concept of cause and effect. How could she have unwittingly touched upon such profound causalities, especially those intertwined with the heavenly principles of a realm? Was this not excessively stimulating? Yet, upon further reflection, a myriad of doubts began to surface. However, venerable ancestor, if this were the case, then why had the heavenly principles not inflicted any harm upon me? Moreover, it seemed that I had even reaped certain benefits, albeit shrouded in ambiguity, making them difficult to articulate. Su Muyang was momentarily rendered speechless and then erupted in laughter. My dear girl, you are indeed fortunate. The heavenly laws of this realm possess their own subtle intentions. They have long desired to ascend to a higher plane of existence. However, the elevation of an entire world is no trivial endeavor. Your crossing into this domain, with a power system utterly dissonant from here, has revealed an opportunity for the heavenly laws to enhance the very fabric of the Tianwu realm. Thus, they have incorporated you into their celestial machinations, bestowing upon you the authority to wield thunder. Noticing Su Ruobing's bewildered expression, her confusion palpable, Su Muyang decided to clarify directly. To put it simply, you have been enshrined as a deity in this world. Enshrined as a deity? The moment this phrase escaped his lips, Su Ruobing leapt in astonishment, stammering. How can this be? The notion of deification is exclusive to the higher realms, is it not? How can it possibly exist here? Moreover, aside from a slight increase in my powers, I feel no other change. Su Muyang sighed and spoke with a sense of resignation. The celestial forces of this world are exceedingly feeble. It is already a considerable strain to sustain the functioning of the realm. Where could there possibly be surplus power to bestow upon you? Furthermore, according to the principles of the great Tao, it is beyond his capacity to convey the truth overtly. He can only offer subtle hints, leaving the rest to your own enlightenment. Su Qing swallowed hard and spoke dryly. Old ancestor, what benefits does my esteemed aunt's deification bring? Su Muyang nodded and remarked, there are indeed advantages to this. The most straightforward benefit is the profound connection with the heavenly Tao. As long as this world endures, so too shall being remain immortal and indestructible. Reflecting upon the vast and primordial universe, one recalls the tumultuous strife endured to appoint the positions of the 365 righteous deities, where countless beings perished in a river of blood. Yet this time, being merely boasted and, astonishingly, ascended to divinity. He chuckled softly, choosing not to elaborate further. However, within his heart, he added a crucial stipulation. All of this hinges upon having a formidable ancestor capable of vanquishing the heavenly Tao to support you. Otherwise, as an intruder, how could one dare to usurp the authority of the heavenly Tao to attain godhood? Even the smallest misstep could lead to dire consequences. Su Ruobing pondered deeply, a sense of unease lingering in her mind. Elder ancestor, is this matter truly as simple as it appears? Have I acquired such immense benefits without any requisite sacrifice? The principles of cause and effect in this celestial realm seem somewhat amiss. Su Muyang nodded in approval. You speak wisely. Rights and obligations are indeed reciprocal. For every benefit received, a corresponding cost must be paid. However, there is no need for you to worry about this matter. Ultimately, it is merely a transaction I have made with the heavens. The consequences will be borne by me. As the ancestor of the Su family, I cannot simply stand by and watch you all fight to the death. Su Ruobing abruptly rose to her feet, her expression grave. Ancestor, you are the venerable progenitor of the Su family, a figure of immense significance. You must not venture into peril. Should you suffer harm for the sake of this entanglement, it would be a grave sin for Ruobing to bear. Not to worry, Su Muyang contemplated for a moment before candidly addressing the matter. It seems prudent to lay it bare. If I do not clarify, you may remain unsettled. In essence, the heavenly Tao of this realm seeks to assist you in achieving divinity and to foster the prosperity of the Su family. However, in return, I am tasked with facilitating its transformation into a mid-tier world. Such is the simplicity of it. As for the method of this transformation, he cast a discerning glance at the crowd and declared, it rests upon your shoulders. Upon our shoulders? The assembly exchanged bewildered glances, each lost in confusion. Ancestor, you truly overestimate our capabilities. The intricacies of the heavenly Tao, the elevation of worlds, such monumental affairs are far too daunting for our humble cadre. Su Muyang nodded at Su Ruobing and spoke softly. Ruobing, in the days to come, you must diligently accumulate merit. When the time is ripe, you shall establish the heavenly court and wield the authority of the celestial realm. As for Su Qing, he cast a glance at Su Qing. a trace of melancholy crossing his face. Once you ascend to the throne in the capital, you must broaden your horizons and swiftly attain the position of the world's sovereign. Furthermore, it is imperative that you sire several offspring. After your passing, your son shall inherit the title of the earthly sovereign, and you shall then venture forth to establish the cycle of rebirth, governing the realm of the dead. When the three realms achieve harmony and operate seamlessly, the heavenly Tao will seize the opportunity to ascend and transform. However, even then, the affairs of the three realms will remain under the dominion of the Su family. It is a pity that despite our family's vast presence across the heavens and the multitude of prodigies among us, such a monumental responsibility has fallen upon your inexperienced shoulders. Truly, the whims of fate are unpredictable. A profound silence enveloped the hall. Everyone was lost in a haze of thoughts, their minds buzzing. Was the elder truly serious? It felt as if they were jesting. I initially aimed only to reclaim the throne. How did the conversation shift to the establishment of the three realms? Su Ruobing and Su Qing exchanged a glance, both perceiving the gravity in each other's eyes. After a moment of contemplation, Su Ruobing, with a furrowed brow, spoke, "Elder Ancestor, I fear that I may not be capable of handling such a significant matter." "That is to be expected," Su Muyang replied candidly, "though it is but a small realm. It is no trivial task. However, you need not fret. Simply accumulate virtue generously and await the right moment. When the time is ripe, I shall procure the heavenly book and the divine ranking, along with the book of life and death, to assist you in establishing the celestial and underworld realms. You need only focus on your own responsibilities." Noticing their reluctance to accept, Yi Rui could no longer contain himself. "Everything today has surpassed my expectations. I am merely an ordinary individual, perhaps with a modicum of talent, yet here I am, hearing talk of establishing the celestial and underworld realms? Let me clarify this. I am the Crown Prince's loyal minister, destined to be a powerful figure in the underworld. My daughter is soon to wed the Crown Prince, thus becoming a member of the Su family. By all accounts, I am half a member of the Su family myself. If what the elder ancestor claims holds true, then I may very well attain a place among the immortals, both for personal and public reasons. My goodness, this is an incredible opportunity." As these thoughts raced through his mind, Yi Rui felt a surge of exhilaration, his speech trembling with excitement. "Immortal, Your Highness, since the elder ancestor has made arrangements, he must surely have a plan. Therefore, you two should not hesitate any longer. This humble old minister, lacking in talent, wishes to follow the Crown Prince and achieve great endeavors." Su Muyang nodded slightly and continued to instruct Yi Rui, having become Qing Heir's right hand. "You have now acquired this opportunity. In the future, within the realms of Tianwu, there shall undoubtedly be a place for you. However, there are several matters that require your attention. Please, Master, give your commands." Yi Rui exclaimed with uncontainable joy, hastily bowing in reverence, awaiting Su Muyang's directives. Earlier, if Ruobing had revealed her divine presence, it would have caused a significant upheaval in the external world. You must propagate this event, proclaiming that Ruobing, the fairy, has transcended the ordinary to attain divine status. Furthermore, within the confines of Jizhou City, establish a temple for Ruobing, crafting a golden statue to receive the offerings of the populace. Understood. I shall faithfully adhere to your instructions. Yi Rui nodded vigorously, eager to comply. Su Muyang turned and spoke, "Ruobing, you shall first traverse the world under the name of the immortal Ruobing. When the celestial court is established, a formal title shall be conferred upon you. In the meantime, you may showcase your divine grace before many, engage in benevolent deeds, and refrain from acts of slaughter. Should you earn the praise of the masses, many troubles shall be alleviated. If you encounter individuals of noble character, you may impart to them the methods of cultivation, as they may offer you assistance in the future." He then extended his finger and gently tapped Ruobing's forehead. As he did so, Ruobing's appearance suddenly transformed. A resplendent wheel of merit manifested behind her, revealing faint images of mountains, rivers, flowers, birds, and fish, radiating boundless golden light of virtue. She donned a flowing gown that shimmered with colors, while clouds of wind and thunder swirled beneath her feet. Originally ethereal and otherworldly, she now exuded an even greater celestial aura. "Your cultivation is still lacking," he continued. "I bestow upon you a wheel of merit to aid in the accumulation of virtue and the enhancement of your magical power. Additionally, I grant you a tome of the 5 elements of merit, a flowing gown of celestial silk, a cloud of auspicious colors, and a space of shumi. along with various other treasures. Do not disappoint the expectations of your ancestor. As he uttered these words, a twinge of pain flickered in his heart. The other items were inconsequential, but the wheel of merit was a portion of his own virtue. Nevertheless, this was a modest experiment. If he could truly enable his descendants to become rulers of the three realms, the elevation of this world would, in turn, augment his own power immensely. Having traversed so many worlds, if he could experience such a journey in those that were suitable, would he still encounter any limitations in his strength? At that time, he could revel in his triumph, perhaps even altering his position in the company of a spouse from a prestigious realm. Su Ruobing was deeply moved by the torrent of information that suddenly flooded her mind, almost brought to tears. The profound affection bestowed upon her by the Ancestor was overwhelming. If she truly was the Ancestor, she would dedicate her life to ensuring your comfort in your later years. Su Muyang's expression suddenly froze. Can you even speak? Do I still need you to support me in my old age? Who knows which one of us will die first? Yet, such words could not be uttered aloud. He merely waved his hand dismissively. Enough of this lingering. Let us all return to our own affairs. I, the elder, must take my leave. Leave? The crowd was instantly taken aback. Su Qing clung to his thigh, pleading earnestly, Ancestor, you must not leave. You have aided me immensely. Yet I have not had the chance to properly show my filial piety towards you. Moreover, you have yet to witness my marriage or the birth of my children. Su Muyang smiled gently, affectionately ruffling his hair. Silly child, do you think I, having lived for so long, still concern myself with such trivial matters? I have imparted to you the control techniques for the 108 yellow turban warriors. Take your time to comprehend them. In the days to come, as Su Jiao leads the 3,000 Thunder Army to expand our territories, these yellow turban warriors shall remain with you for your protection. Su Qing opened her mouth. Unable to utter a single word, her eyes now completely reddened. Although the Ancestor's presence had not been long, the kindness shown to her was undeniable. Not only had her life been saved, but she had also been bestowed with the formidable support of her grandaunt. Furthermore, with the enhancement of Su Jiao and the others, along with over 100 yellow turban warriors, such elite power, and the recruitment of the astute and capable Yi Rui, as well as the perfect match of Yi Chao arranged for her, her prospects seemed exceedingly bright. Most importantly, the Ancestor had laid out her path with utmost clarity. To live as an emperor and, upon death, to ascend as the king of hell, the professional avenues and ambitions had suddenly been unveiled. With such a benevolent Ancestor, what more could one possibly desire? The mere thought of the Ancestor departing filled her heart with an unbearable sorrow. Yet, witnessing the Ancestor's resolute determination, what could she do? She raised her sleeve to wipe away her tears and nodded fervently. Rest assured, Ancestor, I shall not bring shame upon you or our Su family. Su Muyang nodded with satisfaction, just about to speak, when suddenly his expression changed. Ding! The detection indicated that the Su family's teleportation jade pendant had left the Su family member in the modern world of 083, suggesting an accident may have occurred. May I ask the host if you wish to investigate? What? Su Muyang was taken aback. The teleportation jade pendant was something he had left for his descendants in every realm. Under normal circumstances, these pendants would always remain with the members of the Su family. Impossible to lose. The only conceivable reason for its absence would be if the owner had relinquished it willingly. However, he had imposed restrictions on the pendant, ensuring that all Su family members regarded it as a treasured possession. How could anyone possibly abandon it? Yet now, astonishingly, a pendant from one world had genuinely departed from the Su family. Su Muyang furrowed his brow and slowly issued a command. System, initiate the traversal. As the transition commenced, an odd thought suddenly flickered through his mind. Wait a moment. I am unequivocally the esteemed Ancestor of the Su family, the supreme being of the clan. Yet now, how have I become a firefighter? This world does bear some resemblance to the primary realm. However, in comparison, the technology here is somewhat inferior, roughly equivalent to the technological level of a decade ago. Su Muyang strolled leisurely along the street, casually surveying his surroundings. Before long, he found himself before an opulent office building. Ascending to the 18th floor via the elevator, he was greeted by the grand entrance of a company. Prominently displayed at the doorway was the sign that read Ding Tai Auction House. An auction house. Su Muyang's consciousness spread out, and soon he made a discovery. In a small safe, the jade pendant lay quietly in a box, nestled amongst several other collectibles. Su Muyang's brows furrowed slightly, a flicker of displeasure crossing his mind. Could it be that his own descendants had sold off the ancestral heirlooms? To part with their heritage is indeed the mark of a disreputable successor. Good day, welcome. How may I assist you? The receptionist, noticing a young man surveying the entrance, proactively inquired. Sumu Yang pondered for a moment before stepping inside. Please summon your manager, he requested. The young receptionist, possessing keen insight, recognized that although this young man was not of considerable age, his demeanor was distinctly extraordinary. Not daring to neglect him, she responded with a smile, Sir, do you have business to attend to? Please relax in the reception room for a moment. I shall fetch the manager right away. She guided Sumu Yang to the reception area and poured him a glass of water before hastily departing. Before long, a middle-aged man clad in a tailored suit entered, wearing a warm and welcoming smile. Good day, sir. I am Zhao Xingtai, the manager here. I understand you have some business to discuss. May I inquire your name? Sumu Yang did not respond. Instead, he gracefully flipped his hand, revealing a lustrous jade pendant. Have you ever seen this pendant? A gasp escaped the manager's lips as his pupils dilated in surprise. It appears this pendant has a counterpart. The moment the words escaped him, he became aware of his indiscretion and quickly donned a smile once more. Are you seeking to entrust us with its auction? Your discernment is truly remarkable. Our Dingtai auction house is among the largest in the province, boasting a plethora of elite clientele. Should this pendant undergo our appraisal and be presented at auction, it is certain to fetch an impressive price. Sumu Yang's gaze flickered subtly as he spoke softly. From your words, it seems you have indeed encountered such a jade pendant? The manager nodded, his face brimming with excitement. Indeed. Just yesterday we received an order for a pendant identical to this one. Upon our appraisal, it is confirmed to be exquisite mutton fat jade, with craftsmanship that is nothing short of extraordinary. If presented at auction, it could fetch no less than 10 million. Should these two be auctioned together, as a pair, the price would likely triple. Sumu Yang casually pushed the pen and paper towards him. Who was the previous owner of this jade pendant? Please provide me with the client's information. Certainly. The manager, seemingly under the influence of some mysterious force, took the pen and began to write without hesitation. As he scribbled, he elaborated. The individual who brought it in is named Su Yingfei, a promising young entrepreneur and a well-known figure in our city. However, it appears he has recently encountered some difficulties, facing a significant financial shortfall, which is why he decided to part with this jade pendant. By the time he finished speaking, he had already completed the details regarding Su Yingfei. Sumu Yang casually tucked away the piece of paper, feeling a slight sense of relief wash over him. It appeared that financial difficulties had compelled them to part with the ancestral jade pendant. It was not truly an irredeemable extravagance. With this thought, Sumu Yang's irritation dissipated somewhat. After all, if everyone were as inept as Su Qing, it would certainly wear on the heart of the elder. Having obtained the information he sought, Sumu Yang chose not to linger. With a swift movement, he gradually vanished from the reception room, leaving the manager alone, staring blankly in bewilderment. After a moment, he suddenly shook his head, a look of confusion etched on his face. Wasn't I preparing for the weekend auction? How did I end up in the reception room? It seems the recent work pressure has truly been overwhelming. Following an instinctive pull, Sumu Yang soon found himself at the entrance of a kindergarten. Within, a palpable resonance of bloodlines enveloped him, instantly dispelling any lingering dissatisfaction and replacing it with a buoyant spirit. For no other reason than the simple ability to bear children, one would become a great contributor to the Su family. As for everything else, even if the sky were to fall, the elder would shoulder it. At that moment, school was letting out, and a multitude of parents had gathered at the kindergarten entrance, eagerly awaiting their children. However, as Sumu Yang scanned the crowd, he did not spot any familiar bloodlines. It seemed the person there to collect them had yet to arrive. Before long, a few kindergarten teachers emerged, leading a line of innocent, cheerful children. Sumu Yang's gaze was immediately drawn to a small girl with large, expressive eyes. Her big, sparkling eyes glimmered with a hint of mischief, melting the hearts of all who beheld her. However, at that moment, her little mouth was pouted in discontent, clearly indicating her unhappiness. Even someone as seasoned as Sumu Yang, a venerable figure with countless descendants, couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy. Who could possibly have upset our precious little one? Have Su Mingyu's parents arrived? The teacher inquired loudly. From the crowd emerged a petite girl in her 20s. They have arrived. Right here. Sumu Yang's brow furrowed instantly. This girl was evidently not of the Su family's bloodline, bearing no familial connection to Su Mingyu whatsoever. She claimed to be Su Mingyu's guardian. However, he refrained from saying much, merely standing quietly by, observing. Upon encountering the girl, Su Mingyu's eyes suddenly brightened, and she joyfully exclaimed, "Aunt Lu, I'm here." Aunt Lu hastily approached, beaming at Su Mingyu, before turning to the teacher and saying, "Hello, teacher. I am Su Mingyu's guardian." The teacher sighed, appearing somewhat exasperated. "Ms. Mingyu's guardian, it is as follows. Today at the kindergarten, Mingyu had a scuffle with some of the other children." "A scuffle?" Aunt Lu was taken aback, shaking her head vigorously in disbelief. "That is impossible. Absolutely impossible. Our Mingyu is so well-behaved. How could she get into a fight?" "Teacher, are you sure you're not mistaken?" The teacher was momentarily at a loss for words. "How could I not know if a fight occurred? It happened right under my nose." Before she could continue, Su Mingyu timidly raised her small hand. "Aunt Lu, I really did get into a fight today." "Oh dear." Aunt Lu gasped in surprise, her hands immediately searching over Su Mingyu's body. "Little you, did you get hurt in the fight? Is there anywhere that was injured?" Su Mingyu raised her small face proudly. "No, I won the fight and even made Andy cry." The teacher, increasingly exasperated, patiently explained, Mingyu's parent. "Roughhousing among children is quite normal. However, we hope that parents can educate their children properly and prevent them from developing violent tendencies." Aunt Lu smiled apologetically. "The teacher is correct. I will certainly inform Mingyu's father to discipline her appropriately. I appreciate your concern." The teacher nodded and couldn't help but inquire, "May I ask who you are?" Aunt Lu stiffened slightly before regaining her composure. "I am Lu Wenhui, a colleague of the child's father. He has been quite busy at work lately, so he entrusted me with picking up Mingyu. I apologize for the trouble." At that moment, a sharp voice suddenly pierced through the air at the entrance. Who hit our Andy?" A middle-aged woman barged in, accompanied by a child, exuding an aggressive demeanor. The child timidly hid behind his mother and pointed at Su Mingyu. It was her who hit me." The middle-aged woman glared fiercely, nearly spitting as she directed her wrath at Su Mingyu. "So it was you who hit our Andy? Do you have any idea what you have done to him?" Lu Wenhui quickly shielded Su Mingyu behind her, speaking in a soft tone, "I apologize. I only just learned of this incident and am trying to understand from the teacher. However, regardless of the circumstances, there is no need to unleash your anger on a child." The teacher interjected, "Andy's mother, please calm down. This was not a fight. It was simply children playing, which is quite normal. Our school nurse has already examined Andy, and he is fine." "Fine?" Andy's mother scoffed. "Our Andy is a little man. If he weren't hurt, would he be crying? Is this how you teachers trivialize serious matters?" Just as Lu Wenhui attempted to explain, Su Mingyu peeked from behind her, puffing up with indignation. "I was right to hit him. Who told him to say, 'I don't have a mother'?" As soon as this statement left her lips, the atmosphere in the room stiffened. Even the surrounding parents, who had been merely observing, frowned, and some cast disparaging glances at Andy's mother. As the saying goes, do not expose others' shortcomings, and do not strike a person in the face. To utter such words in front of children is utterly excessive. Moreover, how could children possibly comprehend such matters? His words reveal that this mother has undoubtedly been murmuring behind the scenes. It is a pity that such a lovely little girl has lost her mother at such an early age. As the crowd expressed their sentiments, Andy's mother let out a cold laugh. Has our Andy said anything incorrect? Her mother ran off with a man, taking all of her father's money. Is there any issue with that? Our Andy dares to speak the truth. Is there anything wrong with that? The entire audience was taken aback, their eyes alight with the flames of gossip. Such explosive revelations. Many in the crowd cast sympathetic glances towards Su Mingyu. However, amidst the throng, Su Muyang's expression darkened immediately. So it was like this. How dare someone bully our Su family? Do they truly think my ancestor has perished? Wow. Su Mingyu could no longer contain her emotions and burst into tears, her beautiful eyes instantly veiled with a mist of sorrow. Anyone who beheld such a sight would inevitably feel a pang of compassion. Lu Wenhui hurriedly crouched down, flustered as she attempted to console her. In stark contrast, Andy's mother, upon witnessing the chaos she had wrought, felt no remorse. Instead, a smug satisfaction adorned her face. You see, having left our Andy in such a state, it would take no less than several tens of thousands in medical expenses to remedy this, she mused. However, I pride myself on my magnanimity. Furthermore, Su Yingfei, that good-for-nothing, is currently drowning in debt. He likely cannot muster even a few thousand. Did he ever contemplate the consequences when he seized our company's market share? This is what one might call karmic retribution. Her laughter rang out, wild and twisted, as she reveled in her perceived triumph. Enough. Su Muyang could no longer restrain himself. He strode forward, his expression dark and brooding. A subtle aura emanated from him, causing the atmosphere in the room to momentarily freeze, silencing even Andy's mother, whose raucous laughter came to an abrupt halt, akin to a duck whose neck had been grasped. Su Muyang cast a sweeping glance around him and spoke in a deep voice. Are you all unscathed? What are you still doing here? Is it truly so captivating? As he noticed someone intruding upon his eavesdropping, a few instinctively felt the urge to retort. However, upon encountering Su Muyang's frosty gaze, an inexplicable sense of trepidation enveloped them, extinguishing any desire to argue. They hastily took their children by the hand and departed. In just a brief moment, the once bustling entrance of the kindergarten transformed into an unexpected desolation. Su Muyang then turned his gaze towards Andy's mother, his expression as cold as ice. According to the rules of the world, one should not involve family in personal disputes. If you truly have a grievance with Su Yingfei, address it directly with him. What sort of cowardice is it to bully a child? Andy's mother had been feeling inexplicably anxious moments before, but upon encountering this young man who harshly accused her, her anger flared instantly. Who are you? What business is it of yours? Su Muyang's fingers twitched slightly as he coldly remarked. Who I am is of no concern to you, since you are so intrigued by this gossip. Allow me to impart a piece of unsolicited information. If you make your way to room 888 at the Hilton Hotel, you might just encounter an unexpected surprise. Upon finishing his words, his expression suddenly darkened as he bellowed. Why are you still here? Depart at once. As he unleashed a subtle wave of mental energy, Andy's mother was immediately engulfed by an intangible pressure that rendered her breathless. The courage to retort evaporated entirely, and instinctively, she grasped the bewildered Andy and fled in haste. Only after settling into the car did she abruptly realize, wait, why was I so flustered just now? What made that young man seem so intimidating? She contemplated returning to confront him, but suddenly recalled Su Muyang's words. Room 888 at the Hilton Hotel. Her expression shifted unpredictably. After a moment of hesitation, she abruptly started the car and drove towards the hotel. Su Muyang, however, remained indifferent. After dismissing Andy's mother, his expression softened instantly. He bent down to crouch in front of Su Mingyu and spoke gently. Little treasure Mingyu, will you stop crying? Allow me to perform a magic trick for you, shall I? A magic trick? Su Mingyu, with her childlike innocence, was instantly captivated and nodded repeatedly. All right. Uncle, are you a magician? Wow. Uncle, is your surname Zhu? How cool. Mr. Zhu. This title left Su Muyang momentarily bewildered. Little girl, how considerate of you to change my surname to yours when you have nothing else to do. He added, look at my hands. There is nothing here, right? Su Muyang extended his hands and gestured to indicate that he held nothing. Upon closer inspection, something was about to materialize. As he spoke, a jade pendant unexpectedly emerged in his grasp. Wow, Uncle Zhu, you are truly remarkable. Su Mingyu instantly transformed her tears into laughter, clapping her hands and bouncing with delight. Look, it's disappearing. Oh, it has reappeared. A jade pendant materialized in Su Muyang's hands, only to vanish again, captivating Su Mingyu with its enchanting charm. Even Lu Wenhui and the teacher, standing nearby, couldn't help but marvel at the spectacle. Having finally succeeded in cheering up the little treasure, Su Muyang gently placed the jade pendant around Su Mingyu's neck, softly saying, all right, little you, this piece of stone is a gift for you. Do you like it? No. Su Mingyu replied, shaking her head vigorously as she reached for the pendant, attempting to remove it. My father said I shouldn't take things from strangers. Lu Wenhui chimed in to further dissuade her. Mr. Zhu, this is far too precious. We cannot accept it. Though she lacked knowledge about jade, the pendant's translucent glow and exquisite craftsmanship clearly indicated its considerable value. Alarm bells rang in her mind at the thought of a stranger suddenly wanting to gift such a valuable item to Su Mingyu, prompting her to take a cautious step forward, positioning herself protectively behind the little girl. Su Muyang, however, paid her no heed, merely chuckling softly, his fondness for the little girl growing deeper. It was just a stone picked up by the roadside, after all. Besides, I am not a stranger. If one were to consider, I am indeed a relative of your family. Relative? Su Mingyu furrowed her brow, confusion etched across her face. Lu Wenhui, however, grew increasingly vigilant, swiftly scooping Su Mingyu into her arms. Mr. Zhu, to my knowledge, little Yu's grandparents passed away early, and the family has few relatives. Who exactly are you? Su Muyang let out a faint sigh, feeling a twinge of discomfort within. To be fair, He harbored a sense of guilt towards the younger generation. In the past, he had paid them little attention, viewing them merely as tools for his own cultivation. The descendants from the powerful realms were somewhat different, but for the ordinary individuals from mundane worlds, he had scarcely shown any concern. Reflecting upon it now, he felt a lingering regret. Rising to his feet, he spoke with an air of calmness. "Take me to meet Suing Fei." Lu Wenhui was momentarily taken aback. Her imagination had run wild, casting Su Muyang in a negative light, while it seemed far-fetched to label him a trafficker. Especially in a bustling urban area, she pondered the possibility that Suing Fei might have offended someone, leading to a potential threat against the child, a scenario often depicted on television. Yet, the sudden proposal to meet Suing Fei left her somewhat bewildered. After a moment's contemplation, she decided to reach for her phone to contact Suing Fei. Suing Fei found himself somewhat bewildered, yet he acquiesced. At a modest stall within a bustling food plaza, a middle-aged man was industriously engaged in his work. Although the daylight had not yet waned, patrons began to trickle in. Curiously, this particular stall attracted noticeably more customers compared to others, with nearly all of its dozen tables nearly occupied. Occasionally, someone would exclaim their admiration. "This proprietor truly values aesthetics. Just look at how neatly the tables and chairs are arranged. Even the shredded potatoes are cut to a nearly uniform thickness, a delight for those with a penchant for order. Furthermore, the cleanliness was commendable. The tables bore hardly a trace of grease, a surprising standard for such a humble eatery. You may not know this, but the owner is also quite adept in computing," someone remarked. "Just look over there." "Oh?" Others glanced over with curiosity. Beside the owner's workspace sat a laptop. Whenever there was a moment of respite, he would open the computer and type away, the purpose of which remained a mystery. Suing Fei. Su Muyang stood a short distance away, observing with keen interest, subtly nodding in approval. Though this descendant currently found himself in a state of decline, he appeared to possess an indomitable spirit, showing no signs of being utterly defeated. Even while situated by a humble street stall, his attire remained impeccably clean and neatly arranged, and his countenance bore no trace of despair. Rather, he engaged in his tasks with utmost seriousness and tranquility. This was indeed a significant surprise to Su Muyang. In but a fleeting moment, he resolved firmly within himself. This descendant would be under his guidance, and not in a trivial manner. After all, such fortitude and character were exceedingly rare, even among the countless offspring of Su Muyang. "Father, father." Su Mingyu skipped joyfully towards Suing Fei, directly diving into his embrace and playfully exclaimed, "Daddy, Daddy, today I received a little red flower at kindergarten." Suing Fei gently pinched her little nose and inquired, "But I heard you got into a fight at kindergarten? How could a girl like you engage in such behavior?" Realizing the need to divert the conversation, Su Mingyu quickly shifted topics, pulling Suing Fei over. "Daddy, Daddy, this is Uncle Zhu, a truly remarkable magician," she exclaimed, proudly displaying the jade pendant. "Look. This stone was gifted to me by Uncle Zhu. It's absolutely beautiful." Upon suddenly encountering the familiar jade pendant, Suing Fei's pupils constricted, and his expression turned grave. After all, he had just sent this pendant to the auction house, so how could it possibly be in front of him now? Unbeknownst to him, this pendant had passed through the hands of Su Muyang, who possessed numerous such pieces. "Excuse me, sir, may I inquire as to your identity? It seems we have not been previously acquainted. Today, you have come to see my daughter and to meet me. May I ask what brings you here?" Suing Fei gazed intently at Su Muyang and slowly inquired. Su Muyang scrutinized him with a few glances and said indifferently, "Find a suitable place to converse. Perhaps take me to your home." Suing Fei sensed a unique aura emanating from the individual before her, an allure that instinctively compelled obedience. Nevertheless, she declined, saying, "I apologize, but I am currently occupied and have numerous guests to attend to. Perhaps you could take a seat and wait for a while." Su Muyang remained silent, merely crossing his arms and observing him, leaving several individuals perplexed. At that moment, the diners at the more than 10 tables simultaneously rose and began to exit. "Oh dear, I've just recalled an urgent matter. I must take my leave. I need to hurry home. It seems I may have forgotten to close the door," one exclaimed. "Strangely, I feel an overwhelming urge to leave right now, though I cannot quite explain why." In the span of mere moments, the once bustling dining area was left utterly vacant, with each table now devoid of patrons. Su Muyang then leisurely remarked, "Now that you have no guests, shall we return home to converse?" Suing Fei opened his mouth, momentarily at a loss for words to express his refusal. "Then let's go. Lu Wenhui interjected hastily. Brother Fei, I shall take my leave now. I have already spoken to Xiaoyu about this. Please refrain from criticizing her further. A flicker of complexity passed through Su Yingfei's eyes as she softly spoke. Thank you. And please be careful on your way home. Wait. Su Muyang suddenly interrupted them. After a moment of contemplation, her gaze lingered on the two before she calmly declared. She should return with us as well. After all, once you are married, she will be considered a part of the Su family. You. Lu Wenhui's cheeks flushed crimson, yet words eluded her. Su Yingfei let out a bitter smile, shaking his head with a sigh. Wenhui is indeed a good girl. But I am currently in such a dismal state. Kid. Su Muyang's expression darkened slightly. She has deep feelings for you, and yet you dare to refuse her? If this were to get out, it would truly be a disgrace to the Su family. The modest rental room was tidily organized, exuding an air of cleanliness. As soon as Su Mingyu entered the room, she immediately ran off to play with the toys. Su Muyang pulled up a chair and took a seat, his gaze continually following Su Mingyu, growing increasingly fond of her with each passing moment. Su Yingfei was silently observing Su Muyang, lost in contemplation. Lu Wenhui glanced from one to the other, sensing an unusual atmosphere. After a prolonged silence, Su Muyang finally withdrew his gaze and spoke softly, Please. Tell me what's going on. What do you mean? Su Yingfei was momentarily taken aback by the question. What about the child's mother? At this, Su Yingfei hesitated. He wished to evade the topic but felt inexplicably diminished in the presence of this enigmatic individual, lacking even the courage to refuse. After a brief silence, he managed a wry smile. It's nothing. I merely misjudged the situation. Lu Wenhui, unable to contain herself, interjected with indignation. How can you blame yourself, Fij? It's that wicked woman. She colluded with others to abscond with all your money, leaving the company in ruins and burdening you with a mountain of debt. She abandoned both you and your daughter to flee to the lighthouse nation. Wenhui. Su Yingfei interrupted her, a rare weariness etched on his face. Let us not speak of her any longer. It is my fault for being blind and misplacing my trust. Besides, I was consumed by my career then and failed to notice these things in time. Now, I wish to forget it all and focus on repaying the debts and caring for Xiaoyu, nurturing her as she grows. Lu Wenhui pressed her lips together, finally falling silent. Su Muyang listened quietly, gradually grasping the essence of the matter. And a flicker of displeasure crossed his face. What audacity! It is your woman. You alone dictate your fate. Speak. Do you wish for her demise? Or what is your intention? What? This declaration startled both individuals, and Su Yingfei rose abruptly, his expression one of utter disbelief. What did you just say? Su Muyang let out a cold laugh. It has always been my Su family that bullies others. Who dares to oppress a member of the Su family? That woman has betrayed the Su family, so she cannot blame me for enforcing the family law. You, Su Yingfei, have been rambling for quite some time. And at last, you remember a vital question. May I inquire as to your identity? Me? Su Muyang chuckled, beckoning to Su Mingyu. Xiaoyu, come here for a moment. Uncle, are you going to perform magic for me? Su Mingyu ran over with a lively gait, her eyes eagerly fixed on Su Muyang. Su Muyang smiled gently and said, Little Rain, how about I play with you a little later? Could you first show that stone to Daddy? All right then. Su Mingyu pouted slightly, but obediently took off the jade pendant and handed it to her father. Daddy, look, this is the beautiful stone that Uncle Zhu gifted me. As Su Yingfei held the familiar jade pendant in his hand, his emotions were a complex mix of feelings. Do you recognize this jade pendant? Su Yingfei let out a bitter smile. How could he not recognize it? This is a family heirloom of mine, but a few days ago, I sent it to the auction house. How did you come by it, Ancestor? You are mistaken. This is not the jade pendant you sent to the auction house. Su Muyang replied coolly. This is the Su family jade pendant, a symbol of inheritance for the core descendants of the Su family. The one you hold now was bestowed upon Su Mingyu by me, signifying that she shall henceforth become a core member of the Su family. As for the piece you possessed, you must retrieve it yourself. Su Yingfei was momentarily taken aback. Family, core descendants, symbols of inheritance. Was this a novel? His lips twitched slightly as he forced a wry smile. Ancestor, he began. Call me old Ancestor. Su Muyang interrupted. By seniority. You ought to address me as old Ancestor. Are you out of your mind? Su Yingfei increasingly felt that the person before him was not in their right mind. He steeled himself and spoke, Sir, although I do not know where you acquired this jade pendant, according to the commission agreement with the auction house. It has now become one of the items for this weekend's auction and cannot be withdrawn. Furthermore, I do not require any family heirlooms at this moment. What I need is a substantial sum of money to make a fresh start. In my view, taking care of Xiaoyu is far more important than any elusive notion of family. Indeed, you possess clarity of thought, Sumu Yang replied, his gaze increasingly appreciative. Your branch has been estranged from the main family for far too long, and due to various circumstances, you have severed ties with them. I do not hold it against you. However, your unwavering commitment to caring for Xiaoyu pleases me greatly. The teachings of the Su family state that, at all times and in all matters, the continuation of the Su family lineage must take precedence. You have adhered to this principle exceptionally well. Su Yingfei was rendered speechless. Elder brother, what on earth are you talking about? Of course, since you have returned to the family and Xiaoyu has been included among the core descendants. I cannot remain indifferent. You require funds, correct? How much do you need? You still want to provide money? Su Yingfei was utterly bewildered, completely at a loss regarding the situation. Su Mingyu's eyes brightened as she spoke in a sweet, childlike voice. Uncle, if you have money, could you possibly lend some to my father? He works so hard every day to earn a living and hardly has time to play with me anymore. Sumu Yang gently ruffled her hair and spoke softly. To me, money is the most useless thing. His words were undeniably truthful and unvarnished reality. Lu Wenhui, who had previously remained silent, suddenly brightened and eagerly exclaimed, Mr. Su, although Fei Gu has been selling goods lately, he has been diligently working on a program, which is now nearly complete. However, he lacks the funds for further operational investments, with an initial budget of at least 10 million. Wenhui, Su Yingfei interjected sharply, his tone grave. Sir, I am uncertain what you are implying. Although I am in need of money, I am not desperate enough to accept funds of dubious origin. If you wish to invest, please do so through formal negotiations. Sumu Yang suddenly chuckled. Dubious origin, you say? In that case, let us discuss a source of funds that is both clear and legitimate. He casually grabbed a piece of paper nearby and swiftly wrote down a series of numbers. These are the winning lottery numbers for tonight. If you purchase a ticket based on these, you could win 30 million. This source is transparent and lawful. You should have no doubts now, correct? With that, he rose to his feet. It seems you still harbor significant reservations towards me. This is understandable. You now know too much about the Su family, and it offers you no advantage. Prepare yourself. Accompany me to the auction this weekend to reclaim your jade pendant. Upon leaving Su Yingfei's home, Sumu Yang couldn't help but feel a flush of embarrassment. What does this Su Yingfei need money for? I haven't visited this world in ages. How could I possibly possess its currency? Surely, I cannot conjure gold from stone to present to you. That would be far too ostentatious, tarnishing my dignity. Fortunately, at a crucial moment, Sumu Yang recalled that this world had lotteries as well. He calculated the winning numbers for the current draw, barely managing to save face. Yet, he still felt a twinge of inadequacy. As a grand ancestor, resorting to a mere lottery ticket seemed rather petty. After a moment of contemplation, he suddenly had a bright idea and transmitted himself back to his primary world. Next time we meet, I shall surely leave you in awe, compelling you to willingly acknowledge your ancestry. He departed with grace, while in the rented apartment. Su Yingfei and Lu Wenhui exchanged bewildered glances, both utterly perplexed. After a while, Lu Wenhui finally managed a nervous laugh. Fei Gu, your relative is truly something else. You can't possibly be the heir of some grand family, can you? Why does it feel to me as if I am immersed in a novel, so utterly surreal? Su Yingfei shook his head with a bitter smile. How is this even possible? Our family has never been prosperous. For generations, we have had only a single heir. Where could such a relative possibly come from? And to speak of it so earnestly is simply madness. Suddenly, he gasped, his body convulsing as if he had been struck by lightning. Fei Gu, what is wrong with you? Should I call for emergency assistance? Lu Wenhui hurriedly supported him, her anxiety palpable as sweat began to bead on her forehead. I'm fine. Su Yingfei finally regained his composure, scratching his head in confusion. Just moments ago, he was engulfed in an inexplicable sensation, as if thunder had struck him, leaving his mind in a daze. However, he felt normal now. Lu Wenhui observed him for a moment, reassured that he was indeed not in serious trouble. Before her gaze fell upon the note on the table, causing her lips to twitch once more. Fei Gu, do you really believe in this lottery number? Su Yingfei curled his lips and retorted directly. The lottery numbers are entirely random, and the probability of guessing correctly is exceedingly slim. Even if there are some additional factors, they are not accessible to the average person. To casually jot down a few digits and claim they are the winning numbers is utterly laughable. You might as well discard it. He initially intended to mock further, but suddenly recalled the electrifying sensation he had just experienced, and the words lingered on his tongue. Instinctively swallowed. "Oh," Lu Wenhui exclaimed softly, picking up the piece of paper, just as she was about to toss it into the trash bin. She reconsidered and tucked it into her pocket instead. Although Su Yingfei noticed it, he paid no heed and glanced at the time, saying, "Wenhui, it's getting late. You should return to rest." A fleeting shadow of melancholy crossed Lu Wenhui's eyes, yet she forced a smile and replied, "Fij, you should also retire early. Tomorrow afternoon. I will go to pick up Xiaoyu, so you need not worry." Su Yingfei nodded slightly, saying nothing as he escorted Lu Wenhui to the door. After spending some time playing with Su Mingyu and assisting her with her evening routine in preparation for bedtime, his phone suddenly erupted with a cacophony of notifications. Picking up the device, he glanced at the screen and was taken aback to see the caller was none other than Lu Wenhui, who had just departed. "Wenhui," Lu Wenhui interrupted him, her voice laced with urgency. "We won. We truly won." "Won?" Su Yingfei felt a jolt of disbelief as a stunning thought surged through his mind. "Are you saying that string of numbers actually won?" "Yes," Lu Wenhui exclaimed eagerly. "The latest draw has just been announced, and that number is the grand prize winner. With a staggering reward of 30 million. Even after taxes, we would still receive 24 million. Wow. Su Yingfei was startled, leaping to his feet, only to pale instantly and collapse weakly back into his chair, his tone laden with regret. "But I didn't buy it," he protested. "I did," Lu Wenhui exclaimed with excitement. "As I was coming down, I passed by the lottery shop at the entrance of the community and, almost by a stroke of fate, purchased a ticket. It turned out to be a winning one. Brother Fei, we are now wealthy 24 million. You can finally make your comeback." Su Yingfei pressed her lips together, her tone laden with complexity. "Wenhui, this is your purchase, your prize, your money." "I cannot," he replied. "Of course, if you trust my judgment, you may invest. Yet, to be candid, I harbor little confidence in this project." "What are you saying, Fij?" Lu Wenhui was already agitated. "This is clearly the money left to you by your relative. How can it possibly be considered mine?" "Fij, I understand your concern for appearances, but this is not the time for that. At worst, you could treat me to an extravagant meal." Su Yingfei repeatedly shook his head. "No, this simply won't do. Perhaps we should consider it an investment." In that moment, one person insisted on giving, while the other resolutely refused, leading to a stalemate between the two. Su Mingyu lay on the bed, her eyes darting around restlessly. In the tranquil room, the voice from the phone was distinctly audible. Although she did not fully comprehend the situation at hand, she sensed it was related to financial matters. After a moment of contemplation, she suddenly interjected in a childish tone. "Daddy, why not let Aunt Lu marry you and become my mother? Wouldn't that be wonderful?" A moment of silence enveloped the two adults. What a remarkably constructive suggestion. After some time, Su Yingfei chuckled awkwardly, breaking the tension. "How about we go collect the award tomorrow and discuss it further? And what about that esteemed ancestor? Didn't he say he would come to pick us up this weekend? We should consider his opinion then." "That sounds splendid." Lu Wenhui joyfully accepted the proposal, secretly reveling in her delight. It seemed that Fij truly valued the opinions of the relative who referred to himself as an ancestor. Just today, he had expressed his approval of her being the daughter-in-law of the Su family. How embarrassing. Time flew swiftly, and soon it was Saturday. Early in the morning, Lu Wenhui arrived at Su Yingfei's home, her face betraying a hint of anxiety. "Fij, are we really going to attend the auction? Am I going to? What should I do?" Su Yingfei wore a wry smile, clearly overwhelmed by the expectations placed upon him. "You hold me in far too high regard. You are well aware of my circumstances from the past. Although I have accumulated a fair amount of wealth, I have devoted myself entirely to my work, leaving little room for other pursuits. As for auctions, I am completely unfamiliar with them. However, since it was that venerable elder who brought us here, he must possess considerable knowledge on the matter, does he not?" In recent days, the two of them had engaged in extensive discussions about the sudden emergence of this self-proclaimed ancestral figure from the Su family. Their ultimate conclusion was one of profound uncertainty. After all, he had accurately predicted the lottery numbers, suggesting there were deeper intricacies at play. If he had indeed manipulated the lottery, it would imply he wielded immense power. Conversely, if it was merely a matter of chance, how could it be possible? Coupled with the hints dropped by Su Muyang in earlier conversations, their unease only grew. Could it be true, as depicted in novels, that the Su family was a legendary and expansive lineage? Su Yingfei is indeed the legitimate descendant of the Su family. now poised to return to her lineage and embark on a transformative journey. How melodramatic the plot unfolds, even with her resilient mental fortitude. Such chaotic thoughts might inevitably plague her mind. However, it is fortunate that the esteemed elder shall make another appearance today. Some matters are bound to become clearer. Knock, knock. Just as the two were engaged in hushed whispers, a knock echoed through the door. The elder is here. Suing Fei opened the door, ready to greet the visitor, but was taken aback. A large crowd stood outside, led by Su Muyang, who was dressed casually and surveying the surroundings with his hands clasped behind his back. Behind him were a dozen or so men clad in black, each boasting a robust physique, wearing dark suits and sunglasses, as if they were conspicuously labeled bodyguard on one cheek and underworld on the other. What on earth is happening, old ancestor? Su Muyang paid no heed to their titles, merely nodding slightly. Summon them. A dozen individuals clad in black bowed in unison. We have encountered young Mastering Fei. They also bowed to the astonished Lu Wenhui and Su Mingyu standing at the door. We have met Madame Lu and Miss Mingyu. Lu Wenhui was taken aback and repeatedly waved her hands, stammering, No, I am not a madam. What I say is the truth. Su Muyang, with his hands clasped behind his back, strolled leisurely inside. Bring everything in. Yes. The group of black-clad individuals silently filed in, arranging the bags they carried neatly in the living room before quietly retreating. Subsequently, a few young men, dressed in a somewhat flamboyant manner, entered with trepidation, appearing exceedingly anxious. Su Muyang then spoke calmly. As for me, when I step out, I have never concerned myself with appearances. I simply stroll about on my own. However, considering you have remained in obscurity for such an extended period, it is only fitting that you pay some attention to your image upon your first public appearance. Thus, I have prepared several outfits for both of you. These individuals are reputed to be the finest stylists in the city. I have summoned them to assist in refining your looks. The makeup artists forced a grimace, their expressions more grotesque than sorrowful. At that moment, they were on the verge of despair. Initially, they should have felt elated to have secured a significant contract, but given the current atmosphere, they couldn't help but wonder if they had unwittingly crossed paths with a nefarious gang. Suing Fei felt a sense of utter despair. This relative was indeed quite ostentatious in their actions. Old Ancestor, is this really necessary? He questioned. Gathering so many people seems rather excessive, don't you think? Excessive? Su Muyang called over Su Mingyu, affectionately ruffling her small face, and replied nonchalantly, These individuals will be entrusted to you in the future. They possess limited capabilities, merely ensuring your safety and running errands. Rest assured, they will unconditionally obey your every command. Suing Fei's mouth twitched in disbelief. He was rendered utterly speechless. Old Ancestor, I currently possess nothing, and I cannot possibly support so many individuals. Young Mastering Fei, a figure clad in black, suddenly appeared, standing respectfully with hands clasped. You may call me Huang Yi. We number 108, with names ranging from Huang Yi to Huang Yi 108. Among us, Huang Yi to Huang 69 are male, tasked with your personal protection, while the remaining are female, responsible for the safety of the lady and the young miss. We shall not present ourselves before you or the lady unless summoned. Should you or the lady require anything, a mere command will suffice. Within 10 paces, someone will be at your service. Furthermore, you need not concern yourself with our well-being. We shall manage it ourselves. With that, he swiftly exited. Suing Fei was utterly bewildered. So, you mean to say you don't require a salary, food, or drink, and will only work? What an employer's dream come true. But what do you mean by someone will be within 10 paces? Are you implying that you will be watching me while I sleep at night? Will you hold toilet paper while I attend to nature's call? And during more private moments, will you lend a helping hand? The mere thought of such scenarios sent shivers down his spine. Not only he, but Lu Wenhui was also thoroughly taken aback. Wait, I'm still an unmarried young lady. How can you refer to me as the lady so casually? I'm just an ordinary girl. Does this grand affair truly befit me? The stylists, too, were on the verge of tears. I am 100% certain that you are affiliated with a gang. This is utterly terrifying. Su Mingyu, unlike the adults who were taken aback, found the situation rather amusing. After a moment of contemplation, she discreetly raised her hand. May I buy a candied hawthorn? She inquired. In an instant, all eyes turned toward her in unison. Little girl, you truly dare to make such a request? Upon witnessing the situation, Su Mingyu sensed an unusual tension in the atmosphere. She retracted her neck and mumbled, I was merely speaking. I thought it was genuinely amusing. Before she could finish her sentence, a woman clad in black swiftly entered from outside, her expression devoid of emotion, resembling a robot. in her hand. She held several candied hawthorns and approached Su Mingyu, bowing as she presented them. Miss, I wasn't certain of your preferred flavor, so I prepared 7 varieties. Should you find them unsatisfactory, I can procure more. The crowd was left in bewilderment. Wait, in just a few seconds, where did you retrieve these candied hawthorns? Could it be that among your group, someone is designated to carry a target laden with skewers of candied hawthorn? The mere thought of the stern, cool figure in black holding a target was indeed rather incongruous. Perfectly satisfactory. Su Mingyu exclaimed joyfully as she accepted the candied hawthorn, a radiant smile illuminating her face. Her large eyes transforming into 2 crescent moons. How delightful. Xiaoyu, consuming too many candied hawthorns is detrimental to your teeth. Su Yingfei uttered weakly, her voice strikingly feeble. No worries. Su Muyang casually snatched a candied hawthorn from the little girl's hand and popped it into his mouth, mumbling indistinctly. Now that you have rejoined the Su family, certain matters will gradually be revealed to you. Should you ever experience any ailments, feel free to consult these yellow turbans or Huangyi. Their medical skills are quite commendable. However, as members of the Su family, living free of illness and misfortune is merely the bare minimum. He almost let something slip and quickly changed the subject. Indeed, those figures in black were far from any criminal organization. They were the yellow turban warriors summoned by Su Muyang himself. Yet, to don golden helmets and armor in a modern city would be rather extravagant, hence a slight alteration in their appearance was made. All right, stop dawdling. You few. Prepare to commence your tasks. Su Muyang gestured towards the stylist and casually remarked. The smiles on the faces of several stylists were more akin to grimaces than genuine expressions of joy, as they cautiously stepped forward. Young master, shall we begin with the styling? Do you have any specific requests? Su Yingfei glanced at Su Muyang, having completely relinquished any struggle. I do not comprehend these matters. You may proceed as you see fit. Thank you kindly, he expressed with politeness, which caused the stylist to bow repeatedly in fear and deference. Not at all. It is only right, they managed to reply before Huangyi suddenly appeared beside them, discreetly placing several thick bundles of cash into each of their hands. The young master has commanded a reward. With that, he silently withdrew. The stylists stared at the cash in their hands, their eyes gleaming with avarice. Goodness. We haven't even begun our work, merely exchanged pleasantries, and already each of us is rewarded with 50,000 yuan? Just imagine how much we could earn if our work pleases him. The mere thought invigorated them. Their legs ceased to tremble, their teeth no longer chattered, and they bent their waist even lower. What? Afraid? That's simply impossible. They are not a gang. This is unquestionably a family of great means. Old Ancestor. This truly feels a bit awkward. Su Yingfei stepped out of the room with a bittersweet smile, his exquisite suit appearing particularly immaculate. His hair had been meticulously styled, and a subtle touch of makeup adorned his face, rendering him noticeably more vibrant than usual. Su Muyang gently held Su Mingyu, tenderly braiding her hair. He spoke softly. As a member of the Su family, one must naturally possess the composure to remain unfazed by honor or disgrace, as long as one feels at ease. There is no need to concern oneself with the gaze of the mundane world. If it were not for the fact that you will inevitably interact with those common folk in the future, our ancestors would not bother with such trivialities. Little you, do you like this braid? Su Mingyu tugged at her pigtails, clapping her hands joyfully. I love it. It's so beautiful. Uncle Zhu, you are so amazing. Even more so than our kindergarten teachers. Su Yunfei glanced at his daughter, adorned in a fresh and elegant ancient-style long dress, complemented by an exquisitely intricate hairstyle, and felt a twinge of curiosity. Old Ancestor, I never imagined you would style a child's hair. Truly, one should not judge by appearances. Of course, Su Muyang replied, carefully assessing the situation before deftly inserting a jade hairpin into Su Mingyu's hair without lifting his gaze. The children I have cared for are certainly not few. However, it is rare to find one as well-behaved, adorable, and endearing to the old ancestor as little you. Ah, such words left Su Yingfei momentarily speechless. Pray tell, what is your true identity? You sound rather like a professional nanny. Brother Fei, do I look acceptable like this? The door to another bedroom creaked open, revealing Lu Wenwei, who stepped out with an air of shyness. At that moment, she was clad in a magnificent black evening gown that illuminated her presence. Yet, it was evident that she felt somewhat anxious, her head lowered in modesty. Wow, Aunt Lu, you truly look stunning. Su Mingyu skipped over, twirling around her. Even Su Yingfei was taken aback by the sight. Miss has decreed a reward. Suddenly, The woman in black who had just purchased candied hawthorns reappeared, stuffing several stacks of cash into the hands of the stylists. "Thank you, Miss Su." The stylists were instantly overjoyed, expressing their gratitude to Su Mingyu repeatedly. The bodyguards seemed somewhat foolish, yet perhaps this was simply the grandeur of a wealthy household. Su Muyang nodded with a smile. Indeed. This young man Ingfei has finally displayed a sensible perspective this time. However, you must possess a bit more confidence, as the daughter-in-law of the Su family. There is no circumstance and no individual in this world that should compel you to bow your head. Su Ingfei hurriedly interrupted him. Master, at this moment, my sole focus with Wen Hui is to swiftly rebuild my career. Matters of the heart are not a priority for me right now. Moreover, legally speaking, I am still married. Su Muyang's expression darkened, and he spoke with displeasure. A career? Is that truly worth worrying about? With the Su family as my backing, what venture could possibly fail? Remember this, in our family, no matter the gravity of the situation, nothing surpasses the importance of marriage and family. Furthermore, does that woman, who betrayed the Su family, even possess the qualifications to be an obstacle? If you wish for simplicity, I could easily eliminate her, rendering you a widower, thus allowing you to remarry. Hiss. The expressions of several stylists instantly shifted. To speak so casually about taking a life? Indeed, even in affluent families, there exists a certain ruthlessness. The faces of the others paled as well, and Su Ingfei repeatedly waved his hands. No, that's not necessary. I have already filed for divorce. It should be finalized in a few days. As for the future, let the bridges be crossed when we come to them. After all, she is Xiaoyu's biological mother. It would be inappropriate to, esteemed elder, allow me to handle this matter. Su Muyang furrowed his brows, but chose not to speak further. He simply lifted Su Mingyu and proceeded to walk outside. Since everything was in order, it was time to embark on their journey. Su Ingfei and Lu Wenhui hesitated for a moment before hastily following suit, leaving a few stylists in the room to exchange glances in bewilderment. However, they soon became exhilarated as a figure clad in black approached, cradling a box filled with cash. Is this truly necessary, esteemed ancestor? Upon descending the stairs, Su Ingfei was taken aback. To his astonishment, a convoy of vehicles was lined up outside. The fleet consisted entirely of black sedans, and to his disbelief, every car bore the emblem of Rolls-Royce. At the center stood an elongated Rolls-Royce, measuring nearly 8 or 9 meters in length. Flanking each vehicle were several men in black, standing as still as statues. Such a grand spectacle had already drawn the attention of the neighborhood residents, many of whom peered curiously from a distance, engaging in hushed discussions and capturing the moment with their smartphones. "Follow me," the figure instructed. Su Muyang embraced Su Mingyu and strode confidently towards the elongated Rolls-Royce. The bodyguard clad in black had already opened the car door in anticipation. Su Ingfei and Lu Wenhui exchanged a glance and, with a sense of resignation, stepped inside. The opulent interior of the car instantly enveloped them, evoking a sensation akin to that of Granny Lu entering the Grandview Garden. Su Muyang produced several bags of snacks, teasing Su Mingyu as he spoke. These vehicles were gifted by several princes from the Middle East. They are yours to keep. After all, as you embark on your new venture, having a few cars for transportation is only reasonable. Should you require a private jet, feel free to mention it while I am in good spirits. In this world, he indeed lacked wealth. Yet, for him, earning money was hardly a challenge. However, in an effort to alleviate some burdens for Su Ingfei, he had not been idle these past few days. He sent a clone to the Middle East for a brief excursion. A small demonstration of his capabilities had the affluent magnates of the region treating him with reverence. After all, what were mere financial gains to him? Despite his nonchalant tone, his words left Su Ingfei in a state of dizziness. A private jet? Initially, the prospect of a Rolls-Royce as a means of transportation was already astonishing. But in comparison to a private jet, a mere luxury car seemed trivial. No, it's quite unnecessary, esteemed ancestor. I truly do not require it. I had already won 24 million from that lottery ticket. Su Ingfei spoke somewhat hesitantly. That is your pocket money. You may accept it with ease. Su Muyang waved his hand dismissively and said, I have told you before, for the Su family, money is the least valuable thing. Of course, in this world, the power of money is indeed immense. Therefore, if you wish to establish a company, pursue a career, or earn wealth, I, as your ancestor, fully support you. Open the box beneath your feet. That is the true gift I bestow upon you. A box? It was only then that Su Ingfei discovered a large black safe placed beneath his feet. Upon opening the safe, he found it densely packed with computer hard drives, each adorned with a label. Peace Elite, PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds, League of Legends, Honor of Kings, Black Myth, Wukong, Plants vs. Zombies. What on earth is this? Noticing the bewilderment on Su Yingfei's face, Su Muyang calmly began to elucidate. These are all well-established games. The complete sets of data are contained within, including source codes and artistic models. To put it simply, all you need to do is set up the server and handle the promotional efforts, and you can officially launch operations. If executed properly, earning hundreds of billions within a year is entirely feasible. Hundreds of billions? The sheer magnitude of this figure startled Su Yingfei, causing him to leap up abruptly, his head colliding forcefully with the car's ceiling. Ouch! He yelped, nearly brought to tears. However, he quickly dismissed the pain, waving his hands in protest. No, this is simply too much. Ancestor, this is overwhelming. Sit down. Compose yourself. Su Muyang shot him a stern glare. As a descendant of the Su family, one should possess the poise to remain unflustered in the face of adversity. Look at Wenhui. She remains far more composed than you. Lu Wenhui forced a smile, which was more akin to a grimace than anything else. Ancestor. This is hardly composure. I'm utterly stunned. Earning hundreds of billions in a year is simply too. She struggled to find the words. Overwhelmed by the staggering implications of such a figure, even now, she felt dazed and disoriented. Composed. Su Muyang wore an expression of indifference. I have mentioned before that wealth holds little significance for the members of the Su family. A few hundred billion a year is merely a trifle, hardly worth considering. Hardly worth considering? Su Yingfei shook his head with a bitter smile, yet his heart was a tumult of emotions. In his earlier days of glory, he was a renowned young entrepreneur in the city, with an annual income surpassing 100 million. But now, what did that 100 million signify? That old ancestor. I was previously engaged in IT. I am not well versed in the gaming industry at all. Su Muyang cast a fierce glare at him, embodying a sense of disappointment akin to that of a mentor witnessing a student's failure to grasp fundamental lessons. Why don't you seek out talent? Recruit some professionals to assist you. You can simply sit back and reap the rewards, as long as your offer is enticing enough. What caliber of talent is beyond your reach? Other companies are offering annual salaries in the millions. Can you not propose 5 million? The Su family has never been populous, with few direct descendants capable of sustaining such a vast enterprise. It relies on the wisdom of recognizing and utilizing talent effectively. Must I instruct you on this? Remember it for the future. Yes, esteemed ancestor. I shall remember. Su Yingfei nodded thoughtfully. Yet the next moment, he was taken aback, pondering why his response felt so instinctive. It struck him with a sense of déjà vu, akin to a child addressing a parent. From now on, call me ancestor. Su Muyang casually corrected him. After a brief contemplation, he continued, however, you do raise a valid point. The gaming industry has its limitations, ultimately bound by constraints. Let me provide you with another batch of information in due time, consisting of highly promising IT projects. For instance, there is an app called Quine, which has the potential to dominate the short video sector and become a national-level application. Then, there is an app named Tuanlima for food delivery, and another called Dida for ride-hailing, as well as Taododuo for online shopping. This world's technological advancement lags behind the primary realm by over a decade, leaving a void where essential applications are concerned. Su Muyang, in a fit of inspiration, decided to draw upon the resources of the primary realm, casting everything he had into the fray. As for whether he could accomplish such a feat, one might underestimate the methods of a formidable entity. He seldom employed his extraordinary abilities in the principal world, perceiving it as a sanctuary for his spirit, a realm he was reluctant to disturb. If he were to apply himself, one might wonder where the information for these games originated. Was it not Su Muyang who discreetly acquired, or rather, appropriated it? After presenting an extensive array of examples, Su Muyang concluded with an air of satisfaction. These systems are well established. One merely needs to operate them methodically. Provided one does not act foolishly, attaining the position of the world's wealthiest individual within 3 to 5 years is quite feasible. The world's wealthiest individual? Su Yingfei sat in a daze, slumped softly in his seat. The title of the world's richest man is something most can only dream of. Yet why does it sound so casually spoken when it falls from your lips? More importantly, why do I always feel that what you say is destined to come true? Especially those projects. They exude a sense of reliability. My goodness, is this the path to becoming the world's richest man? Beside him, Lu Wenhui was so astonished she appeared almost dazed. I confess, I have an affection for Su Yingfei, even though he has a daughter. Even in his fallen state, I harbor no disdain. But why do I now feel that I am unworthy of him? How is it that my discerning eye has led me to select a man with the potential to become the world's richest? Only Su Mingyu remains oblivious to these thoughts, exploring the car with an inquisitive demeanor, leaving Su Muyang utterly charmed. As for that ancestor, I still find myself perplexed. These documents are invaluable treasures. How could they have chosen me? Even if I were indeed a descendant of the Su family reclaiming my heritage, such a grand gift seems excessive. The Su family must be quite prominent, right? Do the others within the family have no objections? From what I see in television dramas and novels, the intrigues within wealthy families are notoriously complex. After a significant pause, Su Yingfei finally regained some composure and posed the question that had long piqued his curiosity. Su Muyang let out a sigh, a hint of helplessness crossing his face. The bloodline of the Su family possesses certain peculiarities, making the procreation of descendants exceedingly difficult. For instance, one branch has passed down through 18 generations over the course of 500 years, nearly leading to a cessation of its lineage. Another branch has endured for an entire millennium. Yet over this span of more than 1,000 years, the total number of offspring barely exceeds 200. As for the main lineage, he fell silent. The memory of that formidable woman lingered in his mind. For thousands of years, there had been no sign of life from her. This thought left Su Muyang feeling somewhat despondent. With a weary wave of his hand, he shifted the conversation. In any case, every member of the Su family is regarded as the most precious asset of the clan. Previously, some mishaps led to your branch being scattered, but now that you have finally returned to the family, it is a momentous occasion. Moreover, having just turned 30, you have blessed the family with the delightful little one, Xiao Yu, which is a significant contribution to the Su clan. Such monetary matters are trivial and hardly worth mentioning. You may take them with ease. As for your concerns regarding internal strife, there is no need for worry. Due to the limited family members and the abundance of resources, familial bonds remain intact, with mutual support being the family's tradition. Should others learn of your return to the ancestral home, they would be overjoyed, not harboring any grievances. Hearing about the branches that have maintained their lineage for centuries, Su Yingfei was inwardly astonished. Goodness, the depth of the Su family's heritage far exceeded his expectations. However, upon further reflection, a sense of unease crept in. Ancestor, even though I have returned to the family, I have yet to achieve anything of merit. Accepting such a grand gift weighs heavily on my conscience. Is there anything I can do to contribute? Engaging in some tasks would at least bring me some peace of mind. Upon hearing this, Su Muyang's spirit ignited. Sitting up straight and fixing his gaze on Su Yingfei, enunciating each word with gravity. The only request I have of you, my descendant, is to bear many children and expand our Su family. Came the response. Su Yingfei was momentarily at a loss for words. Your request is quite straightforward. However, considering the earlier mention of the Su family's lack of offspring, he could comprehend it. Only Lu Wenwei's face flushed, and she quietly lowered her head. I always felt this remark was directed at me, yet I had no evidence. Sure enough, Su Muyang effortlessly steered the conversation toward her. Wenwei, you will bear a significant responsibility in the future. Of course, this matter is entirely voluntary and also depends on fortune. However, if you truly bring more children to the Su family, you will undoubtedly be their great benefactor, and the Su family will not be stingy. Noticing that Lu Wenwei's face had turned as red as a monkey's backside, Su Yingfei quickly intervened. By the way, elder, when might I have the opportunity to meet the other members of the family? Su Muyang shook his head with a bitter smile, about to speak, when he suddenly froze. Immediately, his brows furrowed deeply as he sank into profound contemplation. Su Yingfei and Lu Wenwei exchanged a glance, both somewhat perplexed. Was it really necessary to make such a fuss over a mere meeting? Little did they know, Su Yingfei's attempt to divert the conversation unexpectedly ignited Su Muyang's inspiration. Indeed, the Su family is scattered across various realms. Why can they not establish contact with one another? Much like the extraordinary chemical reaction that occurred when Su Ruobing was taken to the Tianwu world of Su Qing. What seemed to be a trivial matter of reclaiming a kingdom in a lower world transformed into the monumental task of reshaping the three realms within the Tianwu world. Different worlds, diverse cultures, and varying powers. What kind of sparks might they ignite? Take Su Yingfei's current predicament, for instance. It is hardly worth a mention to the Su family members in other realms. Yet, here I am, compelled to intervene personally. While I toil, those dutiful descendants merely reap the benefits? How outrageous. I am no mere beast of burden. In a fleeting moment, Su Muyang quickly formulated some thoughts. Observing that Su Muyang was lost in contemplation, Su Yingfei dared not speak, silently calming his own emotions. Time passed, and the vehicle came to a steady halt. Suddenly, Huang Yi, seated at the driver's wheel, spoke up. Master, we have arrived at the Four Seasons Hotel. We have arrived? Su Muyang nodded absent-mindedly. His brow still furrowed in concentration. He had managed to clarify his thoughts to a certain extent. Connecting the members of the Su family across various realms was not a formidable task. The challenge lay in traversing the fabric of time and space. His ability to facilitate interdimensional travel stemmed from his unique system. However, he pondered how he could achieve this without directly intervening. After meticulously assessing all the cards he held, a wave of discouragement washed over him. This endeavor would prove quite difficult. Welcome to the Four Seasons Hotel. Upon witnessing a procession of Rolls-Royce vehicles arriving at the hotel entrance, several welcoming attendants felt a jolt of excitement, their hearts racing. Such a display undoubtedly signified the presence of elite guests. Before they could approach to open the doors, a line of individuals clad in black had already formed on either side, and one of them gently opened the car door. Su Muyang descended the steps. Cradling Su Mingyu in his arms, his expression still one of distraction. Su Yingfei and Lu Wenhui followed closely behind as they alighted from the vehicle. They were well aware that the Four Seasons Hotel was the most luxurious five-star establishment in the city, frequented by guests of considerable wealth and status. During the illustrious period of Su Yingfei, it was not uncommon for him to host clients here, rendering the place somewhat familiar. Although it was Lu Wenhui's first experience in such a high-end venue, she felt a sense of ease with Su Yingfei by her side. Only Su Mingyu appeared to be a curious little one, twisting and turning in Su Muyang's embrace, eagerly observing her surroundings. Surrounded by a group of men in black, they swiftly made their way to a banquet hall on the 8th floor of the hotel. However, today, the hall had been transformed into an auction venue. With several security personnel and hostesses stationed at the entrance, a few guests were engaged in the check-in process. Although the security appeared professional, they paled in comparison to the formidable figures clad in black, reminiscent of Huang Jin's might. Oh dear! Su Yingfei exclaimed in surprise, suddenly recalling something, and said in a low voice, Ancestor, do we possess an invitation to the auction? Such prestigious auctions are not accessible to just anyone. Invitations are issued in advance by the auction house, and one must possess an invitation to gain entry. Furthermore, it is necessary to pay a deposit for bidding in advance. His abrupt inquiry caused Su Muyang to stiffen slightly. He had not been idle these past few days, returning to the main world to organize data, as well as taking a trip to the Middle East. Such trivial matters as an invitation were hardly likely to occupy the Ancestor's thoughts. At Su Yingfei's question, he could not help but feel a faint flush of embarrassment. At that moment, a middle-aged man, who was signing in ahead, inadvertently turned around and caught sight of Su Yingfei. He paused momentarily, as if a thought had struck him, and a smirk curled at the corners of his mouth as he approached Su Yingfei. Oh, isn't this Mr. Su? Congratulations, Mr. Su, on the expansion of your business. Have you set up your little stall at the Four Seasons Hotel now? The condescending emphasis, coupled with the unabashed disdain on his face, filled the atmosphere with a palpable sense of mockery. Su Yingfei let out a cold snort and remarked indifferently, I was wondering who it could be. Turns out it's you, General Zhang. After the collapse of my company, a vast market void has emerged. Why is General Zhang not busy seizing market shares, but instead here? He continued, I see now. General Zhang must believe victory is assured. Hence the weapons are sheathed and the horses are grazing in the southern pastures. It is only today that I understand why General Zhang was so thoroughly defeated by me before. It appears he is rather proud and arrogant. How foolish of me to consider you a rival. Clearly, my judgment was lacking. Though he spoke with uncertainty before Su Muyang, when it came to confronting others, he showed no sign of backing down. Of course, all of this was contingent on a certain premise. As the saying goes, money is a man's courage. With the mysterious Su family backing him and substantial funds at his disposal, Su Yingfei was indeed brimming with confidence. Lu Wenhui whispered, Old Ancestor, this person is Zhang Mingjia, a former competitor of Brother Fei's company. In the past, he had always been suppressed by Brother Fei's enterprise. However, later on, Lu Wenhui had originally been an employee of Su Yingfei's company. When the company faced its downfall, the other employees scattered like birds and beasts, with quite a few even turning against him. Yet, out of her admiration for Su Yingfei, she chose to remain by his side, thus she was well informed about these matters. Su Muyang nodded slightly, remaining silent as he quietly observed. These were merely trivial matters, best left to posterity to resolve. His primary concern at present was to address the issue of the invitation swiftly. Otherwise, arriving with his descendants to reclaim the jade pendant only to find himself barred entry, or worse, having to resort to unconventional means to gain access, would be a blow to his dignity. "Ah, is that not Mr. Su?" one man remarked. "Who is this? Is she perhaps Mr. Zhang's new girlfriend? It seems Mr. Zhang's charm is undeniable. His wife has just left him, and already he has found a new flame?" As the two men exchanged barbs, a woman approached, striding confidently in her high heels, her demeanor dripping with condescension. Upon their first encounter, she wasted no time in delivering a scathing remark, all while scrutinizing Lu and Hui from head to toe. "Goodness, Mr. Su truly is fortunate in love. And this lady is Lu and Hui?" She suddenly paused, momentarily taken aback. Lu and Hui, adorned with exquisite makeup and a luxurious gown, appeared strikingly different from her usual self. It took a moment for her to recognize her. Upon realization, a flicker of anger ignited within her. Miss Lu's tactics are indeed impressive. No wonder she is so protective of that young girl. It seems she aspires to be a stepmother. Yet, her choice in suitors leaves much to be desired, settling for a mere stall owner. How utterly laughable. After a few more jabs, her gaze shifted back to Su Muyang. A sudden pallor crossed her face as she instinctively recoiled a few steps, taking refuge beside Zhang Mingjie, which seemed to bolster her confidence. Pointing at Su Muyang, she exclaimed in a high-pitched voice, "Darling, that SM. Just a few days ago at the kindergarten, he insulted me. He even frightened our little Andy." Su Muyang cast a casual glance and soon realized that this woman was, in fact, a somewhat familiar face. She was the mother of little Andy, whom he had encountered just a few days prior while picking up Su Mingyu. However, he was taken aback to discover that she was related to Zhang Mingjie. No wonder she harbored such animosity towards Su Mingyu. Su Yingfei maintained her composure, a smile lingering on her face despite the argument with Zhang Mingjie. However, upon suddenly invoking Su Muyang's name, she lost her restraint. After all, Su Muyang was the representative of the Su family and a significant benefactor to him. Moreover, given Su Muyang's temperament, he might just utter the words "kill her" without hesitation. That would spell trouble. With these thoughts in mind, Su Yingfei stepped forward and commanded in a low voice, "Silence." Turning back to face Zhang Mingjie, her expression darkened ominously. "Zhang Mingjie, control your wife and make her stop talking, lest she provoke someone she ought not to." Zhang Mingjie was taken aback, but before he could respond, the woman had already begun to berate Su Yingfei. "Su Yingfei, you can't even manage your own wife, yet you dare to criticize others? You want me to be quiet?" Her words were abruptly cut off, as if a hand had been clamped around her throat. Indeed, not only did her voice vanish, but her appearance mirrored her predicament. At that moment, Huang Yi suddenly stepped forward, extending his right hand to grasp her neck, lifting her effortlessly off the ground. "Young master commands you to be silent." The woman's face turned crimson as she struggled, desperately clawing at Huang Yi's arm. Yet, her strength paled in comparison to that of the formidable man. After a brief struggle, her face grew increasingly red, her strength waning, and her mind spinning with dizziness. "Stop!" Zhang Mingjie was startled and rushed forward to rescue his wife. However, as he moved, several men in black quickly surrounded him, rendering him utterly immobile. Only then did Su Yingfei react, urgently calling out, "Huang Yi, desist. Stand down." "Yes." Huang Yi replied expressionlessly, loosening his grip, and the woman crumpled to the ground, coughing violently. Zhang Mingjie hurried over to assist her. Yet his gaze remained fixed on Su Yingfei, his mind swirling with doubt and confusion. He was no fool, having clashed with Su Yingfei in the business realm. He understood the stakes. In that fleeting moment, he sensed that if Su Yingfei had not intervened, that man in black might very well have killed his wife. Observing Su Yingfei's unchanging demeanor, it seemed as though such occurrences were commonplace. Who on earth were these people? Where did Su Yingfei acquire this band of lethal guardians? Are they bodyguards? Even during Su Yingfei's most illustrious days, it would have been inconceivable for him to employ such formidable protectors, let alone in his current state. His gaze swiftly fixated on Su Muyang. Could it be that these bodyguards belong to this young man? Who exactly is this young individual? And what is his connection to Su Yingfei? The adage that the wealthier one becomes, the more one fears death, rings undeniably true. Just moments ago, Zhang Mingjie had the audacity to mock Su Yingfei openly, But now, faced with the uncertainty of the situation, he dared not utter another word. If he were to meet an unfortunate end here, it would be an egregious injustice. In an instant, an eerie silence enveloped the entrance of the venue. Even the few security personnel and hostesses who had been present had retreated to a safe distance. At that moment, a figure burst forth from the venue, rushing towards Suing Fei. Upon seeing him, the individual eagerly approached, grasping Suing Fei's hand and shaking it fervently, a radiant smile illuminating his face. "Mr. Su, we are honored to welcome your esteemed presence." Suing Fei focused his gaze and felt a twinge of confusion. For this individual was not a stranger, he was Zhao Xingtai, the manager of the Ding Tai auction house, the very host of the auction. It was Zhao Xingtai who had facilitated the consignment of the jade pendant when he entrusted it to Ding Tai. Yet, even then, Zhao had merely exhibited the polite formalities of business. What could account for his current exuberance, even tinged with a hint of deference? However, he soon dismissed his thoughts, reasoning that perhaps this was all part of the arrangements made by his ancestors. Unbeknownst to him, there was more at play. Suddenly, a faint blush crept across Su Muyang's face, only to be swiftly replaced by his usual composure, as if nothing had occurred. How embarrassing, truly mortifying. The esteemed ancestor had forgotten the invitation, resorting to spells to rectify the situation. Although a mesmerizing enchantment had subdued Zhao Xingtai, alas. Ever since acquiring the system and magical prowess, I have increasingly neglected the use of my intellect. After a few days apart, General Su has grown ever more handsome and charismatic. I wish him a swift return to his former glory. Is this truly Mrs. Su? She is indeed beautiful, gracious, and gentle, perfectly matched with General Su. It is particularly admirable how Mrs. Su remains steadfastly by General Su's side during his tribulations. It is truly enviable. Lu Wenhui pressed her lips together, remaining silent. Your earlier compliments were delightful to hear, yet the latter part feels rather awkward. Zhao Xingtai, brimming with enthusiasm, continued to flatter. So, this must be the daughter of the Su family? Indeed. He suddenly paused, glancing at Su Muyang, who was holding Su Mengyu, his face etched with confusion. How peculiar. Who is this? Why does he seem so familiar? Unbeknownst to him, he had indeed encountered Su Muyang before, though that memory had been erased. With Zhao Xingtai accompanying him, the need for the invitation was rendered obsolete. At this moment, the auction venue was already bustling with attendees engaged in casual conversation in small groups. As soon as Suing Fei and his companions entered, they were already noticed. Haha. Little Su has arrived. An elderly man with graying hair approached slowly, supported by a young woman. He scrutinized Suing Fei for a moment before nodding and remarking, "You seem quite spirited. It appears you've regained your vigor." Suing Fei offered a slight bow, imbued with a touch of reverence. "Mr. Tian, it has been quite some time. I trust your health remains robust. I had intended to visit you in the coming days, yet here we are today. If it is convenient for you, may I invite you for tea after the auction concludes? We could also address the matter of the debt. That issue is not urgent." The elderly gentleman waved his hand dismissively, chuckling softly. "We can discuss it when your finances are more favorable. I am in no haste for the funds. Should you still find yourself in a tight spot, it matters not. My offer remains unchanged. As long as you agree to become our family's son-in-law, consider this debt as our dowry. I shall also assist you with that matter of yours. You and our Xiaoxua have engaged frequently in the business realm, and I believe you are quite familiar with one another. Please give it some earnest thought." Grandfather, Tian Shui beside him immediately expressed her discontent, pouting adorably, and then shot a fierce glare at Suing Fei. "Do dare to accept, if you wish." "Oh, is there some gossip afoot?" Su Muyang raised his eyebrows slightly, immediately intrigued. This old man's judgment appears to be quite discerning, as he has singled out a member of the Su family at first glance. However, a son-in-law? Does he believe that the Su family is devoid of worthy individuals? Meanwhile, Lu Wenhui, overhearing this conversation, was taken aback. What does this mean? Is someone attempting to steal my man? Instinctively, she felt a pang of anxiety and unconsciously leaned closer to Suing Fei. With the corner of his eye, Suing Fei caught a glimpse of her movements and recognized her inner tension. Gently grasping her hand, he smiled and said, "Mr. Tian, Miss Tian, allow me to introduce this as Lu Wenhui. In a few days, once my divorce proceedings are finalized, I plan to hold a wedding, and I sincerely hope both of you will grace the occasion with your presence." However, the smile on the old man's face abruptly froze, while Tian Shui's gaze sharpened. Fixated intently on Lu Wenhui, her eyes filled with scrutiny. Although she harbored reluctance towards this arranged marriage, what did it mean to refuse her in such a public manner? Was she slapping my face directly? As her eyes swept over Lu Wenwei's opulent attire, the young woman suddenly smiled. Her gaze towards Su Yingfei now laced with a hint of ridicule. No wonder the esteemed Su had the capacity to resolve his debt issues. It all made sense now. Which prominent family does this young lady hail from? Is Mr. Su not going to provide a proper introduction? Su Yingfei gently patted Lu Wenwei's hand, signaling her to be at ease, and then smiled softly. Miss Tian has misunderstood. Wenwei is merely an ordinary girl. She was initially a minor employee in my company. After my misfortune, while others scattered or even took advantage of my situation, she remained steadfast by my side. Recently, my family has expressed great satisfaction with her, which is why we have decided to formalize our relationship. Family. Old Master Tian, astute as ever, immediately fixed his gaze on Su Muyang, who was playfully entertaining Su Mingyu, pondering deeply. Is this truly Su Yingfei's family? But he has been orphaned for years, living a solitary life. How is it that a family member has suddenly appeared? Moreover, upon this family's arrival, Su Yingfei promptly began to address his debts, suggesting that they must possess considerable wealth. This young man must be seized. Old Master Tian had long admired Su Yingfei as a promising junior, recognizing his integrity and talent as exceptional among the younger generation. However, it was unfortunate that his judgment had faltered somewhat in choosing an unreliable partner. Yet, with that partner now gone, Old Master Tian's long-dormant aspirations had been rekindled. Although Su Yingfei had a history of a failed marriage, the elder did not mind. After all, men do not suffer from such experiences, but rather grow from them. Hence, he had proposed this notion. What he did not expect was the immense reaction from his granddaughter. Even more astonishing was how swiftly Su Yingfei seemed to have found another partner, one whom his family approved of. After a moment of contemplation, Old Master Tian stepped forward and addressed Su Muyang with a smile. My young friend, stop. Su Muyang, engrossed in amusing the little girl, did not even glance up. First, the term young friend should be used with caution, for you may not be worthy of it. Second, we, the Su family, cannot entertain the notion of becoming someone else's son-in-law. Third, your granddaughter lacks the qualifications to enter the Su family. What? Old Master Tian was momentarily taken aback, rendered speechless. However, Tian Shui raised her eyebrows indignantly and retorted, what do you mean by that? What do you mean by my lack of qualifications to enter your Su family? Who wishes to enter your Su family, anyway? Su Muyang pinched Su Mingyu's little face and casually remarked, impulsive in actions, proud in character, and headstrong. The temperament of a young lady is excessively demanding, inevitably causing unrest within the household. Most importantly, she lacks both bosom and backside, which suggests she may not be well suited for bearing children. Tian Shui pointed at Su Muyang, her face turning a shade of green with anger, speech seemingly escaping her. Meanwhile, Lu Wenhui quietly lowered her head, a faint blush gracing her cheeks. It was no wonder that the elder cherished me so dearly, evidently. I possessed none of these shortcomings. Noticing the atmosphere had thickened with tension, Su Yingfei promptly stepped in to mediate, saying, Elder Tian, my sincerest apologies. In a few days, I shall personally visit to extend my apologies. For now, let us take our seats. The auction is about to commence. With that, without waiting for Elder Tian's response, he quickly took Su Muyang away. Once they had distanced themselves, he quietly murmured, Elder, perhaps you should be more mindful of your words. After all, she is a young lady. One ought to consider her feelings. Su Muyang was unconcerned, merely smiling faintly as he said, Oh, I didn't expect you to be quite the tender-hearted one. Su Yingfei shook his head, expressing his helplessness. Old Ancestor, please stop teasing me. During my time running the company, I had a few business dealings with Tian Shui, but apart from that, there is truly nothing else. We ought to maintain a semblance of decorum, don't you think? Decorum? Su Muyang scoffed, curling his lip. That is something the old Ancestor has no need for. What matters is the freedom to act as one pleases. Remember, when one possesses sufficient strength, one becomes the very definition of rules and decorum. Grandfather, that person is far too overbearing. Does he truly believe the Tian family is easy to bully? No, I must find a way to teach him a lesson. Moreover, grandfather, you truly are mistaken. What is so commendable about Su Yingfei? He is merely a good-for-nothing who cannot even manage a woman. Do you truly wish for me to marry him? Does he even deserve that? Seated, Tian Shui remained visibly upset. Tian Lao fixed his gaze on the retreating figures of Su Muyang and others, his brow slightly furrowed. Xiao Shui, This individual likely possesses an impressive background. So do not act rashly. Su Yingfei is a decent young man, intelligent and resourceful. Even if you genuinely dislike him, there is no need to escalate matters unnecessarily. He perceived the depth of Su Muyang's character, despite his sparse words. From his calm demeanor, one could sense his extraordinary nature. As a successful businessman, he preferred to avoid enmity unless absolutely necessary, especially with someone who seemed remarkable. Tian Shui let out a cold snort, choosing not to respond further. However, her furious expression clearly indicated that she had not heeded her grandfather's words. Esteemed guests, welcome to the spring auction at Ding Tai Auction House. As time drew near, the hall was filled to capacity. An elegantly poised female auctioneer took to the stage, eloquently commencing the auction. The first item for bidding was a painting and calligraphy work titled Cloud and Mountain Scenery by the court painter Xie Huan from the Ming Dynasty. This piece, depicting landscapes, employed a rice dot technique that conveyed a profound atmosphere, with the ink's charm being both refined and flowing. The auctioneer spoke fluently, elaborating on the first item, while the large screen behind her displayed an image of the artwork, eliciting waves of admiration from the audience. Su Yingfei pondered for a moment before softly addressing Su Muyang. Ancestor, if I wish to visit the other members of the family, what kind of gifts should I prepare? There are many fine items at this auction. If possible, perhaps you could select a few for me? Is that so? Su Muyang casually glanced up, then returned to his amusement with Su Mengyu, who was giggling delightfully. It was merely an ordinary painting, essentially akin to the practice works of some younger generations in the family. The sentiment behind the gift is what truly matters. If you genuinely wish to present something, a few local specialties would suffice. The value of the gift is inconsequential compared to the thoughtfulness behind it. Su Yingfei contemplated this, momentarily at a loss for words. Although he was not well versed in art, he was aware that Xie Huan was one of the renowned landscape painters from the early Ming Dynasty, with few surviving works, thus naturally quite valuable. Yet, in the eyes of the ancestor, it was simply an ordinary painting. Was it possible that the younger members of the family produced works of such caliber? Good heavens, what sort of family was the Su clan? However, upon reflection, he felt a flush of embarrassment. After all, he currently possessed nothing and was burdened with debt. Even if he were to prepare gifts, they would be funded by the ancestor, which made him feel somewhat awkward. After a brief moment of discomfort, he could not help but inquire, Ancestor, where exactly is our family located? When will I have the opportunity to meet the others? Curious, are you? Su Muyang shot him a sidelong glance, chuckling lightly. Then you, and when we should hasten your wedding plans. When you marry, I shall bring a few family members to lend support. Huh? Lu and Hui, who had been attentively listening, suddenly found herself mentioned and blushed profusely. Ancestor, there are children present. What are you saying? Hee. Su Muyang playfully pinched Su Mingyu's little nose and smiled gently. Little Rain, would you like Aunt Lu to be your mother? Really? Su Mingyu exclaimed with joy, clapping her hands. Yes, that would be wonderful. Aunt Lu cooks delicious food, never scolds me, and plays with me. I absolutely adore Aunt Lu, unlike my previous mother, who hardly paid me any attention. As she spoke, a shadow of sadness suddenly crossed her expression. Su Muyang raised an eyebrow, a flicker of anger igniting within him. How dare they let the little princess of the Su family suffer? That woman is doomed. While they animatedly conversed, the onlookers could only observe their gestures, without a hint of sound. Why? The soundproof barrier, of course. The 12th item for auction was a magnificent jade pendant, crafted from the finest mutton fat jade. It exuded a warm and delicate charm, truly a masterpiece among jades. The screen displayed the familiar image of the Su family jade pendant. At that moment, Su Yingfei felt a surge of energy. He had not forgotten that his purpose for attending this auction was to reclaim the pendant openly. Previously unaware, he now understood it was the Su family's heirloom, and he felt a twinge of regret. Fortunately, with the support of his ancestors' funds, retrieving it would not pose a significant challenge. However, Su Muyang held a different perspective. This was the property of the Su family. Allowing it to be auctioned publicly was tantamount to tarnishing the family's honor. A glimmer of determination flashed in his eyes as he nonchalantly cast a glance at Zhao Xingtai. Suddenly, Zhao Xingtai felt a jolt and hastily ascended the stage. Wait a moment. Everyone turned to him in confusion, and the auctioneer instinctively paused. Zhao Xingtai wore an apologetic smile, bowing repeatedly to the audience. I sincerely apologize, everyone. This jade pendant has been withdrawn from the auction and will no longer be available today. What? A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. Withdraw the item at the last minute? What kind of operation was this? Not only the attendees, but even the staff were taken aback. The auction house thrived on credibility. And now Manager Zhao's unexpected announcement jeopardized their reputation. Who would want to engage with them afterward? Was he not sabotaging their own brand? After a brief uproar, someone voiced their dissatisfaction. Manager Zhao, what is going on? I came here specifically for that jade pendant to give to my son for his birthday. What does this sudden withdrawal mean? Others echoed their grievances as well. On stage, Zhao Xingtai maintained his beaming smile, continuously apologizing but offering no explanation. Su Yingfei glanced at the serene Su Muyang and tentatively inquired, Elder, what is the meaning of this? Su Muyang gently shook his head and spoke in a calm tone. To auction off the treasures of the Su family in such a manner would be a disgrace to my esteemed ancestor. Therefore, I do not hesitate to employ a few clever tactics. Su Yingfei was momentarily taken aback, then offered a wry smile. Ancestor, I understand your good intentions. However, the Dingtai auction house is renowned throughout the province, with substantial resources backing it, and we have had previous dealings. Given the current situation, it is likely that their reputation will suffer greatly. The jade pendant was initially presented by me. This is my mistake, and it need not involve others. Moreover, if we can retrieve it merely by spending some money, it ultimately returns to our possession, incurring only minimal handling fees. Ancestor, what do you think? Su Muyang's gaze swept across the venue, pausing momentarily on several faces before suddenly breaking into a chuckle. Very well, let us proceed as you wish. After all, if things do not go as planned, I am here to provide support. The atmosphere had grown somewhat chaotic, with numerous guests engaged in animated discussions, and some vocally expressing their discontent. Initially, it was merely a jade pendant. Their desire for it was not absolute. However, the auction house's approach left them feeling deprived of the respect they rightfully deserved. This, indeed, was the root of their dissatisfaction. At that moment, Su Yingfei rose and ascended the stage, leaving the audience momentarily taken aback. Su Yingfei, with a radiant smile, clasped his hands together in greeting and cheerfully addressed the audience. Ladies and gentlemen, I sincerely apologize. Allow me to clarify the situation. I am Su Yingfei, and having spent several years navigating the marketplace, many of you may recognize me and be aware of my circumstances. To be candid, this jade pendant is a cherished heirloom passed down in my family. As some of you may know, I recently encountered some difficulties that strained my finances, prompting me to reluctantly part with this pendant at the auction house. Fortunately, my fortunes have turned, and I have managed to regain stability, which has inspired me to reclaim this precious heirloom. After all, it is a legacy from my ancestors, and losing it would weigh heavily on my conscience. I am deeply touched by Manager Zhao Xingtai's integrity, willing to jeopardize the reputation of Dingtai Auction House to assist me. However, since Manager Zhao has shown such kindness, I too must not impose upon him. Hence, I wish to request a favor from all of you today. The starting bid will be 10 million, and I shall offer 12 million. I sincerely ask for your generosity in allowing me to reclaim the pendant. Following the auction, I would be delighted to host you all for tea as a gesture of gratitude. His words were delivered with humility and grace, reflecting his understanding of the mercantile world and the importance of maintaining amicable relations, unlike his ancestors who were less restrained. Upon hearing his explanation, the audience began to grasp the situation, engaging in animated conversation. Ah, now it makes sense. We had misjudged Manager Zhao, they exclaimed. Since Mr. Su has spoken, we must honor his request. Congratulations to Mr. Su on his resurgence. Let us discuss potential collaborations later. It became clear why the pendant was so exquisite. It was indeed a treasured family heirloom of Mr. Su. As the crowd buzzed with agreement to withdraw their bids, it was evident that Su Yingfei's influence was not merely a matter of personal favor, but rather a reflection of his well-established reputation. Most present were seasoned players in the marketplace, adept at weighing advantages and disadvantages without being swayed solely by personal inclinations. Even those unfamiliar with Su Yingfei recognized him as a self-made individual who had built a significant enterprise from scratch. Despite experiencing setbacks, his words indicated a remarkable recovery. Given this context, there was little reason to create unnecessary animosity. Of course, in business, one cannot shy away from conflict. The key lies in discerning whether the risk is worthwhile. For the average person, this jade pendant might merely represent a trinket, but for Su, it embodied familial heritage, invoking the memory of his ancestors. To contest him for such a deeply personal item would only sow lasting enmity. It seemed pointless to harbor animosity over a mere object of ornamentation when one could choose to maintain a cordial relationship with a prominent business figure. Consequently, many individuals, after careful consideration, chose to acquiesce to Su Yingfei, granting him a semblance of respect. However, as the adage goes, people possess myriad facades. For every individual who shows deference, there inevitably exists another who does not. Tian Shuelio raised her brows and proclaimed audibly, "Mr. Su, your assertion is fundamentally flawed. Since we have entered this auction, it is only fair that the highest bidder prevails. To expect everyone to relinquish their bids based on your mere words is rather presumptuous. Wouldn't you agree?" Has the tension escalated? A number of onlookers suddenly became invigorated as the flames of gossip ignited with fervor. Su Yingfei was momentarily taken aback, yet smiled as he spoke. "Miss Tian, your words do not reflect my own significance, but rather the support of everyone present who are willing to assist in this endeavor. If you have an affinity for jade, I shall procure a fine piece and personally deliver it to your residence as an apology." Tian Shui's expression darkened, and just as she was about to retort, her grandfather, Tian Lao, admonished her softly from the side. "Silence. Behave yourself." He then waved his hand towards the stage, saying, "Little Su, please continue. I shall refrain from interfering in this matter." "Thank you, Elder Tian." Su Yingfei replied courteously with a slight bow. Noticing that no one else opposed, he finally descended from the stage. Only Tian Shui, silenced by her grandfather, seethed with frustration, her teeth gritting in irritation, her eyes darting about in search of a scheme. With the tumult now quelled, the auctioneer resumed his duties. Lot number 12 is now up for bidding, with a starting price of 10 million yuan. Su Yingfei promptly raised his bidding paddle. 12 million. With the groundwork laid, no one contended against him. The auctioneer understood that this was merely a formality. 12 million. Once. 12 million twice. 12 million. Tian Shui scoffed, seizing her bidding paddle, ready to call out her bid. "How dare you, Su? Time and again, you have offended me. Do you truly believe that I, Miss Tian, am to be trifled with? I might concede this item to you. But do you expect to acquire it without offering something of value? Absolutely not." Just as she was about to shout her bid, a voice unexpectedly rang out from behind. 15 million. Tian Shui was taken aback, swiftly turning her head. It wasn't just her. Everyone present shared her astonishment. In the rear, a figure brandished a bidding paddle, his gaze brimming with provocation. Su Yingfei's expression suddenly darkened, for the individual holding the placard was none other than Zhang Mingjie. He never anticipated that this troublemaker would emerge to disrupt the proceedings. Su Yingfei wore a sullen expression, his tone decidedly unfriendly. "Zhang, are you truly refusing to show me any regard?" Zhang Mingjie playfully wagged a finger, grinning as he replied, "Ah, Su, you speak as if this were not an auction. Naturally, it is the highest bidder who prevails. Just the other day, my son was assaulted, leaving him quite shaken. Hence, I thought to procure a piece of jade to ward off evil. Today I fortuitously found one I quite fancy, so I made my bid. Is there a problem with that?" "You." Su Yingfei pressed his lips together, choosing silence. He was aware that, theoretically, Zhang Mingjie's actions aligned perfectly with the rules. If one chose to show him respect, it was a matter of goodwill. If not, he had little ground to complain. Contemplating this, he decided to ignore Zhang Mingjie and raised his bidding paddle anew. 18 million. 20 million. Before his words could even settle, Zhang Mingjie immediately countered. 24 million. Su Yingfei gritted his teeth and went all in. Though he claimed to have the backing of his ancestors, his greatest asset remained a trove of documents. Yet, even those invaluable resources were not cash. His only liquid asset was the 24 million he had won in the lottery. But was that enough? 25 million. Zhang Mingjie followed suit without hesitation. His wife, beside him, shook her fist and exclaimed, "Exactly. Make him bleed a little. Let me vent my frustrations." The two were engaged in a fierce duel of wits, yet, beneath the surface, they seemed to overlook something of significance. As Zhang Mingjie continued his relentless bidding, Su Yingfei fell into silence. He had no more funds. With only 24 million at his disposal, he was at a standstill. At that moment, Su Muyang spoke calmly. "Continue the bidding. Also, the one surnamed Zhang has a psychological bottom line of 50 million. Bid freely. Whether or not we reclaim the jade pendant is of little consequence. But teaching him a lesson is imperative." With the support of his ancestors, Su Yingfei felt a newfound confidence. However, he concealed it behind a grimace, as though he had made a momentous decision. 28 million. No, 30 million. Observing Su Yingfei's expression, Zhang Mingjie felt invigorated. He was no ordinary businessman. He had long been a formidable opponent to Su Yingfei. Now that he had finally risen from adversity, he would not allow Su Yingfei to subdue him once more. Seizing this opportunity, he resolved to make Su Yingfei suffer a substantial financial loss, thereby depleting his resources. Judging by his current demeanor, it appeared that he had indeed received an influx of capital, though it did not seem particularly significant. If he could maintain his cadence, perhaps he could exhaust Su Yingfei's entire fortune right here. With these thoughts in mind, he followed without hesitation. 35 million. Su Yingfei fell into silence, hesitating to follow up immediately. Many present were seasoned veterans, quickly discerning his inner conflict. The auctioneer paused for a moment before resuming his duties. 35 million. First call. 35 million. Second call. 35 million. Wait. Su Yingfei finally spoke, as if resolving to make a monumental decision. 40 million. Upon uttering this figure, he seemed utterly drained. Leaning weakly against his chair, Zhang Mingjie, also wavering, contemplated for a moment before sarcastically remarking, "Mr. Su, you just claimed this was a treasured heirloom of your family. It appears it is not as significant as you profess. A mere 40 million has put you in such a predicament? Hee hee. I wonder how your ancestors would feel about this, should they be aware." Su Muyang's lips curled into a faint, icy smile. "You have quite the audacity, young man, to invoke my esteemed presence." Upon hearing this, Su Yingfei appeared to be struck by a profound stimulus, abruptly springing from his seat with fiery red eyes. "Zhang Mingjie, how dare you insult my ancestor? This will be a matter of life and death. 45 million. Before he could finish, Zhang Mingjie suddenly interjected with a bid. 48 million. Su Yingfei blurted out without a moment's thought. However, as soon as the words escaped his lips, he was jolted back to reality, his expression darkening. "Zhang Mingjie, you tricked me. Ha ha." Zhang Mingjie erupted into laughter, his voice brimming with triumph. "Ah, Su, I never imagined you could lose your composure like this. 50 million. Will you follow suit, Su? If you choose not to, I shall simply take it home for my son Andy to play with. Ha ha ha. Considering it belonged to your ancestor, it would be most fitting for my son." It was over. Many spectators exchanged glances, their perceptions of the two men shifting. This time, Su Yingfei was destined to stumble. Who would have thought that after such a prolonged contest, Zhang Mingjie would gain the upper hand? It seemed prudent to be wary of this astute young man in the future. What a pity for Su Yingfei. Had it not been for his financial constraints and the necessity of reclaiming a family heirloom, he would never have succumbed to Zhang Mingjie. At this juncture, Su Yingfei had no choice but to bid. Otherwise, if that jade pendant were to adorn Zhang Mingjie's son's neck, he would truly be unable to hold his head high. Yet, would his finances suffice? Old Tian observed the scene with a detached demeanor until he finally spoke in a hushed tone. "Xiao Shui, when the time comes, bid for the pendant and present it to Su Yingfei." A timely gesture of support. "Grandfather?" Tian Shui was taken aback. Old Tian narrowed his eyes, intently watching Su Muyang's silhouette as he softly remarked, "This time, I wager Su Yingfei will prevail. Do not forget, though he mentioned family had arrived, they have yet to make their presence known. I have a strong premonition that the Su family will not simply endure this indignity." Tian Shui pursed her lips, harboring skepticism. Her grandfather was growing old. That member of the Su family was so uncouth and lacking in decorum, clearly not from a noble lineage. Was it truly worth such a struggle? Nevertheless, since her grandfather had spoken, she reluctantly grasped the bidding paddle. At that moment, Su Yingfei suddenly burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha, thank you, Mr. Zhang." Everyone was taken aback. What does Su Yingfei mean? In full view of the public, Su Yingfei clasped his hands towards Zhang Mingjie, smilingly saying, "To be honest, although my finances have recently become a bit more ample, they are still somewhat tight. I never anticipated that you, Mr. Zhang, would be so generous as to sponsor me with 50 million. Rest assured, when I make my comeback in the future, I will certainly remember your kindness. And you will be the one to face the consequences." Sponsorship? Everyone was momentarily perplexed. Where did this come from? But soon, someone came to a realization. Goodness. They had been so focused on the two of them sparring that they overlooked one crucial detail. This jade pendant was entrusted to be auctioned by Su Yingfei. This meant that if Zhang Mingjie truly spent 50 million to purchase this jade pendant, it would ultimately find its way back into Su Yingfei's hands. Were you truly engaging in a battle of wits with Su Yingfei? It was plainly a gift of money to him. In an instant, the gazes of all onlookers towards Zhang Mingjie took on an air of peculiarity. This individual was indeed remarkable. At that moment, Zhang Mingjie finally recalled what he had overlooked. Su Yingfei was the one who had made the commission. Upon this revelation, his expression turned ashen, akin to having swallowed a fly, feeling utterly vexed. In contrast, Su Yingfei radiated joy, beckoning to the auctioneer on stage. Mr. Zhang has bid 50 million. Will there be no further offers? The auctioneer, as if awakening from a dream, cast a strange glance at Zhang Mingjie and, in a formal manner, announced, 50 million once, 50 million twice, 50 million thrice. Sold. Congratulations, Mr. Zhang, on successfully acquiring this jade pendant. Instantly, thunderous applause erupted, mingled with subdued laughter. Some even heard an impassioned voice nearby. Thanks to my good friend for the 50 million. The auctioneer's voice reverberated in the hall, accompanied by hushed laughter, creating an especially jarring atmosphere. Zhang Mingjie's face flushed crimson, his mind spinning in confusion. Damn it! He had been outmaneuvered by Su Yingfei. Witnessing Su Yingfei's triumphant expression ignited a fire within Zhang Mingjie, and suddenly, a spark of brilliance flashed in his mind. Su Yingfei, how dare you play tricks on so many industry veterans? Everyone was taken aback. What did this mean? Zhang Mingjie surveyed the crowd and proclaimed loudly. As everyone has seen, Su Yingfei has repeatedly claimed that this is a treasured heirloom of his family, insisting on retrieving it for his ancestors. But what is the outcome? A mere 50 million secured it for me. What does this imply? It indicates that this is not some legendary heirloom, but rather a fabrication by Su Yingfei. His intention in doing this was to deceive individuals like me who hold a grudge against him, in order to artificially inflate prices. Oh, Su Yingfei, your thoughts are exceedingly malicious, aren't they? Is it truly so? A wave of commotion swept through the crowd, and many furrowed their brows in contemplation. Indeed, if one examines the outcome, it appears to be the case. A jade pendant that commenced bidding at 10 million was, astonishingly, driven up to 50 million. Moreover, after deducting auction fees, this entire sum would flow directly into Su Yingfei's pockets. Could it be that we are genuinely being toyed with as fools? The gazes of many began to shift towards Su Yingfei, their perspectives transforming. Yet, there were also those who discreetly raised their thumbs in admiration. It is no wonder that Mr. Su could rise from nothing and thrive in the business world. His cunning and stratagems are truly exceptional. This is evidently a case of willing participants entangled in a trap. If one grants him this favor, one would naturally avoid being duped. However, for those like Zhang Mingjie, who harbor grievances against him, it is certain they would fall prey. How astute! Su Yingfei's expression darkened as he exclaimed furiously, Zhang Mingjie, cease your nonsensical prattle. This is indeed a family heirloom passed down through the Su lineage. I, Su Yingfei, would never jest with the honor of my ancestors. Is that so? Zhang Mingjie retorted, laughter nearly bringing him to tears. If you claim it to be of such significance, then why have you not kept it? Could it be that the esteemed reputation of your forebears pales in comparison to a mere 50 million? Ha ha ha, Mr. Zhang, you are truly a paragon of filial piety. At this proclamation, the commotion in the room escalated. If the first scenario were plausible, it could only be described as a mere commercial deception, though somewhat contemptible. It would still be acceptable to some. However, should Su Yingfei's assertion prove true, that this indeed was a relic of his ancestors, yet he chose to sell it, how could one reconcile such an act? In that moment, many gazes directed toward Su Yingfei were tinged with increased suspicion. Zhang Mingjie, keenly aware of this shift, felt a surge of exhilaration within. Su Yingfei, your reputation has plummeted. Do you still wish to make a comeback? Who would dare to collaborate with you now? This dilemma was suddenly presented before Su Yingfei, leaving him at a loss for how to proceed. To admit that this is not a family heirloom would be to deceive everyone present, while acknowledging it as a family relic would brand him a traitor to his lineage. Damn it, how has Zhang Mingjie managed to think so swiftly today? Su Muyang has always been teasing Su Mingyu, seemingly indifferent to everything, yet secretly weighing his thoughts. In terms of cunning and strategy, Su Yingfei stands out among the younger generation. However, as the saying goes, a gentleman deceives with integrity. He possesses a certain level of righteousness, lacks a thick skin, and is not sufficiently ruthless, which has placed him in such a dilemma. Nevertheless, with the elder present, how could the Su family allow outsiders to take advantage of them? Ahem. Su Muyang gently cleared his throat. Su Yingfei promptly bowed respectfully and inquired, Ancient Ancestor, what are your commands? Su Muyang gently stood up while holding Su Mingyu and said softly, now that everything has settled, let us return home. Su Yingfei was filled with shame, yet there lingered a sense of reluctance within her. Ancestor, I apologize. Yingfei is inept and has failed to retrieve the family jade pendant. It matters not, Su Muyang replied, gently shaking his head as he walked calmly outside. Su Yingfei and Lu Wenhui were momentarily taken aback, but they quickly followed suit. This action instantly captured the attention of everyone present. Su Yingfei, a figure of considerable stature, displayed an unexpected deference towards the unfamiliar young man. Who then was this enigmatic youth? Amidst the curious and bewildered gazes of the crowd, Su Muyang approached Zhang Mingjia. With a fleeting glance, he remarked coolly, "The treasures of the Su family are not easily acquired. Deliver the jade pendant to Su Yingfei in pristine condition within 3 days." Having uttered these words, he dismissed the matter entirely and departed with an air of nonchalance. The onlookers exchanged perplexed glances, struggling to comprehend the situation. His statement seemed to carry an implicit threat. However, Zhang Mingjia was no ordinary individual. Could he truly be intimidated? After a moment of stunned silence, he erupted into laughter. 3 days? You expect me to comply just like that? Let me be perfectly clear. If I were to deliver it, it would be as a toy for our family aesthete. I am quite eager to see how you intend to deal with me. His boisterous laughter echoed throughout the expansive venue, while the others fell into an uneasy silence. Such matters were of no concern to them. They were merely spectators. Only Elder Tian, after pondering for a moment, slowly rose to his feet. Xiao Xue, come with me. Huh? Tian Xue was taken aback, quickly inquiring, Grandfather, where are we going? The next item up for bid is the Yanchai 18 Arhats, which you favor. Aren't we here for that? Elder Tian gently shook his head and replied, There is no rush. I find myself intrigued by that young man. Let us go and make his acquaintance. Make his acquaintance? Tian Xue felt exasperated. The young man's words had been quite abrasive, and she had yet to settle the score with him, yet now they were to extend a friendly hand? Nonetheless, she dared not disobey her grandfather's wishes, promptly assisting him as they made their way outside. The Tian family was a renowned business clan in the province, and Elder Tian was a respected elder in the commercial realm. His exit drew the attention of many, though most merely harbored fleeting curiosity before returning to their own affairs. Only a handful of astute individuals followed suit, exiting the auction house. Upon leaving the hotel, Lu Wenhui cast a furtive glance at Su Muyang, noting his unwavering calm demeanor. After a moment's contemplation, she expressed her concerns cautiously. Ancestor, please do not hold it against Fij. Today's events were indeed unexpected. Rest assured, we will retrieve the jade pendant swiftly. Why would I blame him? Su Muyang replied with a cheerful smile. You both need to focus on your wedding instead. I have come here with a purpose. As he spoke, his expression suddenly shifted, and a chilling aura enveloped him. At that moment, a long-forgotten voice echoed in his mind. Ding! The multiplicity system warmly reminds you. Detection of the 026 modern world indicates that your sole descendant, Su Lakai, has met an untimely demise. The host has lost the power bestowed by the 026 world, resulting in a 10,000th decrease in strength. What? This revelation ignited a fierce anger within Su Muyang. My Su family's descendant has perished under such circumstances? Who is responsible? Who dares to harm my kin? With the support of Tian Xue, Elder Tian swiftly exited the hotel. Following him were several guests from the auction, either sensing something amiss or eager to curry favor with Elder Tian. However, just as they stepped outside, an overwhelming pressure, almost tangible in its intensity, descended upon them. In a moment of distraction, one individual faltered and fell to the ground. Though the others did not collapse in such a dramatic fashion, they felt as though their hearts had been wrenched, cold sweat breaking out on their foreheads. Elder Tian's expression shifted as he quickly looked up. Before him stood Su Muyang, his face a mask of ominous intensity, emanating an aura so potent that it seemed to radiate from his very being. Such formidable presence, who exactly is he? Countless questions surged within Elder Tian's mind. This pressure surpassed anything he had encountered, even from the most esteemed individuals he had met in his lifetime. None could compare to Su Muyang. Su Muyang's imposing aura retracted swiftly, returning to a state of normalcy, yet his countenance remained quite grim. Yingfei, I have matters to attend to. I shall leave this in your capable hands. In due time, when you host your wedding, I will return to introduce my family to you. Without waiting for Su Yingfei's response, he strode away purposefully. His steps appeared deceptively languid, yet were filled with urgency, and in a mere moment, he vanished amidst the crowd. What could have transpired? Su Yingfei and Lu Wenhui exchanged glances, both enveloped in a haze of confusion. Su Mingyu pouted her lips, murmuring in discontent, Why did Uncle Zhu leave? He hasn't taught me how to perform magic tricks yet. Suing Fei crouched down, gently saying, Xiaoyu. Uncle has some matters to attend to. Let us play together another time, shall we? It is time for us to return home now. All right then, replied Su Mingyu, drooping her little head, appearing quite discontented. The thoughts of a child are often transparent, although their time together was brief. She could clearly sense that this uncle cherished her deeply. Little Su, please wait. Just as they were about to depart, Elder Tian approached briskly. After glancing in the direction where Su Mu Yang had vanished, he beamed with joy and inquired, Mr. Su, is this individual a member of your family? Has he left for a particular reason? It is truly unfortunate that we did not have the chance to meet earlier. Having already discerned the extraordinary nature of Su Mu Yang's identity, he refrained from presumption, addressing Suing Fei with a newfound respect, referring to him as Mr. Su instead of the earlier casual term. Suing Fei gently shook his head. I apologize, Elder Tian, but the Ancestor had to depart due to certain matters. I shall introduce you both when the opportunity arises. Very well, Ancestor? Elder Tian was momentarily taken aback, puzzled by this form of address. Suing Fei let out a bitter laugh, feeling somewhat helpless. The Ancestor mentioned that our Su family has multiple branches, with significant disparities in generations among them. Given his generation, I ought to address him as Ancestor. Frankly speaking, this title does leave him feeling quite helpless, but what can be done? After all, the Ancestor has given so much. However, this explanation stirred a tempest within Elder Tian's heart. The vast generational differences between the branches indicate something profound. It suggests that the so-called Su family has a lineage that spans at least a millennium. Such a generational descent could only lead to such variations. My goodness. Could it be that the Su family is indeed the legendary 1,000-year-old clan? Suing Fei was reluctant to dwell on the topic any further and swiftly redirected the conversation. Mr. Tian, your arrival is quite timely. I recall that I owe the Tian family some debts. If it is convenient for you, shall we sit down together and settle these matters? Mr. Tian's mind raced, yet a smile adorned his face. You are too kind, Mr. Su. It is merely a trifling matter of debt. However, I do have an idea. What projects do you plan to undertake next, Mr. Su? I could invest an additional sum, merging it with the previous debts, and consider it as my stake in the new endeavor. What do you think? Not much at all. Suing Fei silently scoffed within himself. In the case of ordinary projects, gathering a few investors could indeed consolidate resources and mitigate investment risks. However, with the robust support of Su Mu Yang, Suing Fei found himself in a position where he had ample funds and projects at his disposal, rendering the notion of risk nearly non-existent. Wasn't this old dang merely seeking to ride the wave of success at this juncture? Nevertheless, as a seasoned businessman, Suing Fei would not outright reject the offer. Old Tian, you are being overly courteous. Let us first settle our debts today. Once our elder returns, we can discuss the investment matters further. After all, this is a family-supported enterprise, and I cannot make unilateral decisions. Old Tian remained undeterred, continuing to persuade. Mr. Su is no stranger to the Tian family. We have made considerable strides in various industries over the years. His words were abruptly cut short as, at that moment, a convoy of Rolls-Royces approached, with a particularly opulent extended version making its way to the forefront. It glided to a halt before the crowd, and several individuals clad in black emerged, respectfully opening the doors before standing quietly behind Suing Fei. The display was certainly extraordinary. Of course, given the wealth of those present, purchasing a Rolls-Royce was hardly an issue. Yet, no one had anticipated the formation of such a convoy. Especially considering Suing Fei had recently been in a state of decline, this sudden turn of events was astonishing. Old Tian's mind raced, and he tentatively inquired, Mr. Su, is this? Suing Fei shook his head in resignation. This is a welcoming gift from my ancestor. Personally, I do not place much significance on such gestures. However, my ancestor insisted that, given my presence in the business world, I ought to maintain a polished exterior. Thus he insisted upon presenting me with this gift. But let us not dwell on it any further. Elder Tian, please get in the car. Let us find a place to enjoy some tea. What the hell? Many could not help but silently curse. What does it mean to be forcibly gifted? Are you unwilling to accept it? If you truly do not desire it, why not give it to me? Elder Tian, with his seasoned judgment, increasingly perceived the necessity of adjusting his demeanor in front of Suing Fei. From this moment forth, he resolved never to flaunt his status before him again. A mere greeting gift constituted an entire luxurious convoy. Such generosity is certainly beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. Coupled with Su Yingfei's own commendable capabilities, it appears he is poised for remarkable success. Fortunately, their previous relationship had been well maintained, yet that alone would not suffice. He must continue to curry favor and increase his efforts. After a moment's contemplation, he suddenly broke into a smile. Mr. Su, as you're aware, our Tian family has been striving in the business realm for many years and possesses some resources, even if our investments do not align. Should there be suitable collaborations between our respective businesses, I kindly ask for your support, Mr. Su. I, Old Tian, express my gratitude in advance. This statement took Su Yingfei by surprise. Elder Tian is a venerable figure in the provincial business community. It is rare to witness him adopting such a humble stance. Beside him, Tian Shui felt a surge of indignation. How could one so ineffectual in managing even a woman warrant such courtesy? However, in the presence of her grandfather, she had no say in the matter and could only stand by with a displeased expression. Elder Tian pondered for a moment before continuing. Mr. Su, I still have some standing. Regarding Zhang Mingjie's acquisition of your family's jade pendant, if it is inconvenient for you to intervene, I shall take it upon myself. Before he could finish his sentence, a sudden commotion erupted from behind. Elder Tian turned in displeasure, only to be taken aback. A familiar group of faces had unexpectedly surged forth from the hotel entrance. Weren't these individuals supposed to be attending the auction? Upon spotting Su Yingfei and Elder Tian at the hotel entrance, they converged around them, extending warm greetings. Mr. Su, hello. Elder Tian, greetings. Mr. Su, do you have a moment? Shall we go for tea together? Mr. Su, my younger brother has recently opened a club in the eastern part of the city. Perhaps you could offer some guidance? What on earth is happening? Su Yingfei was suddenly at a loss, as was Old Tian. Particularly, the latter, being astute and seasoned, keenly sensed the curiosity and apprehension reflected in the glances directed at Su Yingfei. What had transpired? Why did they wear such expressions? Just as they were grappling with their bewilderment, an ambulance unexpectedly arrived, with several medical personnel hastily pushing a stretcher inside. Old Tian furrowed his brow slightly and turned to inquire, what on earth is happening? Why has everyone emerged? And why has the ambulance arrived? Did a guest at the hotel fall ill? The others exchanged glances, and eventually, someone mustered the courage to speak. Mr. Su, Old Tian, after you left. Zhang Mingjie was about to hand over the jade pendant, and then, he hesitated, stammering under Su Yingfei's unwavering gaze, before reluctantly continuing. Then he had an accident. As soon as Zhang Mingjie received the jade pendant and stepped down, he inexplicably tripped and broke his nose. Just as he intended to sit down and rest for a moment, the chair suddenly collapsed, as if its legs had plunged into the ground, and blood was flowing profusely. The scene erupted into chaos, but that was not all. A light fixture above him inexplicably fell, striking him on the head and causing him to lose consciousness. We are uncertain if he can be saved. Mr. Su, although we have not collaborated before, should you ever find a need for my assistance in the future, do not hesitate to reach out. The collective astonishment of Su Yingfei, Old Tian, and the others was palpable. What kind of misfortune had befallen Zhang Mingjie? Experiencing one calamity after another? Old Tian's eyes gleamed with insight as he instinctively glanced at Su Yingfei, recalling Su Muyang's words before his departure, that within 3 days, Zhang Mingjie was to return the jade pendant. His mind swiftly formed a clear judgment. This series of events was undoubtedly connected to the enigmatic ancestor of the Su family. Yet, the pressing question remained, how had this been orchestrated? At first glance, these occurrences could only be attributed to coincidence, unless Old Tian surveyed the crowd. A realization dawning upon him. No wonder these individuals regarded Su Yingfei with both respect and trepidation. They were clearly not foolish and had arrived at similar conclusions. Either the ancestor of the Su family possessed extraordinary foresight and had orchestrated these machinations in advance, though the nature of such sudden incidents would typically preclude this possibility, or there existed some mysterious means at play. The wealthier individuals tended to place their faith in such phenomena. In an instant, Old Tian's gaze towards Su Yingfei shifted, brimming with intrigue. What manner of entity was this Su family, truly? As the crowd fell into silence, the medical personnel rushed out with a stretcher. On it lay Zhang Mingjie, his eyes tightly shut, and blood was visibly staining his forehead and the back of his head. His wife trailed behind the stretcher, weeping and wailing, having cast aside all semblance of composure. Upon noticing Su Yingfei and others observing her, she suddenly erupted in a frenzy. pointing at Su Yingfei's neck and hurling accusations. Su Yingfei, you have the audacity to commit murder. You are finished. You are as good as dead. I've already called the police. Prepare to rot in prison. After unleashing her tirade, she felt unsatisfied and viciously extracted a jade pendant from Zhang Mingjie's pocket, declaring, You coveted this jade pendant, didn't you? Well, let me tell you. I shall toss it into the cesspool shortly. If you desire it, then go dig it out yourself. Just then, her phone rang, disrupting her moment of wrath. Initially intent on ignoring it, the persistent ringing compelled her to answer. Yet, after only a few moments of conversation, she exploded with rage, violently smashing the phone onto the ground before lunging toward the stretcher and seizing the unconscious Zhang Mingjie, screaming, Zhang Mingjie, you scoundrel! You went astray a few days ago, and I haven't even settled the score with you yet. Now that Vixen is pregnant, and she dares to vie for my son's inheritance. You wretched woman. You bastard. I swear I will kill you. Several medical staff quickly attempted to restrain her, but she continued to shout, creating chaos in the vicinity. Witnessing the scene, a chill surged through the hearts of all present. Could it be that all of this was connected to that jade pendant? What sort of cursed jade pendant was this? It clearly sought to obliterate Zhang Mingjie's family. Elder Tian took a few deep breaths, forcing himself to regain composure, his demeanor taking on a hint of humility. Mr. Su, do you have a moment? Might I invite you to dinner? I have ceased to ponder Zhang Mingjie's predicament. No wonder he had proclaimed that within 3 days, Zhang Mingjie would return the jade pendant obediently. So that was it. In a dilapidated apartment in the modern world, the air suddenly shimmered slightly, and Su Muyang's figure appeared out of thin air. As soon as he materialized, he sensed something amiss. For within his perception, this world was thick with malevolent energy and ominous aura. Wasn't this the modern world? How could it be like this? Just as he intended to investigate further, his gaze sharpened, and he stood frozen, as if turned to stone, utterly motionless. For not far ahead, quietly lay a body, or rather, half a body. From his chest to his abdomen, there were 5 or 6 enormous wounds intersecting in a chaotic manner, with even a portion of his intestines protruding from one of the gashes. Dark crimson blood pooled around him, exuding a repugnant odor. His left arm was severed cleanly at the shoulder, lying quietly a short distance from the corpse. His right hand remained only as a thin layer of skin, dangling precariously at the wrist, held by nothing more than that fragile connection. A massive gash marred his leg, exposing the bone beneath. Most alarmingly, his head had been brutally cleaved in half. Through the faintest pulse of blood connection, Su Muyang immediately recognized him. This was Su Lukai, his sole descendant in this world. Yet now, this heir lay motionless on the ground, devoid of life, his body a mere shadow of its former self. He was dead. Su Muyang stood quietly, yet an overwhelming aura gradually surged around him. Who is it? A deep, resonant shout escaped through his clenched teeth. The sound reverberated, transforming the old apartment building into mere dust in an instant. A vast and unrestrained consciousness swept across the surroundings, and within moments, everything within 1,000 miles was vividly reflected in Su Muyang's mind. However, what he beheld left him utterly astonished, for this world was not one of normalcy, but rather a post-apocalyptic realm teeming with zombies. As he surveyed the desolation, the scene was one of utter devastation and chaos. The streets were choked with an array of vehicles, haphazardly strewn across the roadway. Debris danced in the wind, and the vast city was eerily devoid of the usual cacophony. Its silence deeply unsettling. Even more horrifying were the numerous wandering zombies on the streets, ragged and disfigured, aimlessly ambling with grotesque postures. Occasionally, their low, guttural growls pierced the stillness of the city, echoing ominously and strikingly discordant. No wonder he felt an oppressive chill and an overwhelming aura of malevolence upon his arrival. It was all too evident now. Su Muyang furrowed his brow and redirected his gaze towards the lifeless form of Su Lukai. After a brief moment, his frown deepened. He had discerned that Su Lukai had already transformed into a zombie before being dismembered. Damn, could it be that Su Lukai was assaulted by other zombies? Or had he fallen victim to the hands of the surviving humans? Su Muyang pondered for a moment, gently closing his eyes. Upon reopening them, his gaze had transformed into a soft golden hue. One of the 36 laws of Tiangang, the return of heaven and sun. With the ability to perceive the cosmos and illuminate the realm of Yinfu, one can comprehend all past causes and effects, unimpeded by obstacles. As golden light enveloped the corpse, An invisible thread of causality appeared within Su Mu-Yang's line of sight. One end connected to the center of Su Lakai's partially severed head, while the other danced aimlessly in the air, seemingly searching for something. Yet, there was no further development. The end of that causal thread merely flitted about without purpose, utterly unable to discern any direction. This is impossible. Su Mu-Yang's expression shifted dramatically, and he exclaimed in disbelief. Indeed, he had initially intended to trace the causal threads to identify the murderer of Su Lukai. However, he could scarcely fathom that one of the 36 heavenly techniques, the returning sun, had proven utterly ineffective. How could this possibly be? Su Mu-Yang's heart sank instantly. He had long realized that this realm was, at best, merely a diminutive world. The hierarchy of the heavenly Tao was only on par with that of the Tianwu world. Moreover, due to the surging malevolent energy, the heavenly Tao seemed to be subtly spiraling out of control. In such circumstances, the extraordinary powers from the supreme worlds had inexplicably faltered. Could it be that the force responsible for Su Lukai's demise surpassed even the level of the heavenly Tao in this world? How could that possibly be? After a moment of contemplation, Su Mu-Yang resolved to temporarily set this conundrum aside, for he had just employed the technique of reversing time and returning the sun, which had indeed yielded some effect. Thus, there remained a matter of greater significance to attend to. Su Mu-Yang slowly extended his right hand, gently reaching towards Su Lukai's lifeless body. As his arm drew nearer to the corpse, his right hand gradually transformed from solid to translucent. Where is this place? Su Lukai opened his eyes, a look of bewilderment on his face. He found himself in a profound and shadowy expanse, where the gaze met nothingness, seemingly endless and void of substance. Amidst this obscurity, a faint white light hovered in the air, slightly dispelling the surrounding darkness. The source of this light was all too familiar to Su Lukai. It was the jade pendant he had worn since childhood. Yet, the circumstances perplexed him. In this empty void, Su Lukai endeavored to move in a particular direction. However, no matter how long he traversed, the surroundings remained unchanged, the pendant's position unwavering. He attempted to examine the pendant, but aside from its luminescence and the warmth it radiated, it exhibited no other properties. Time slipped away, and after exhausting all conceivable options, despair began to envelop Su Lukai. Am I truly trapped in this inexplicable space? He thought, frustration mounting. Just as he seemed to succumb to hopelessness, the dark atmosphere around him surged violently. Suddenly, a massive tear appeared in the sky, light streaming through and dispelling the boundless darkness. A colossal hand reached forth from the rift, slicing through the void and advancing directly toward him. Su Lukai was rendered speechless, instinctively wanting to evade its grasp. Yet his body felt as though it were paralyzed, utterly immobile. This is the end, he despaired, closing his eyes as the enormous hand drew nearer. Su Lukai, if not now, then when? A deep voice resonated, akin to a thunderous bell, compelling him to open his eyes once more. What he beheld left him utterly confounded. The first figure he noticed was a young man with his hands clasped behind his back. The second glance revealed, bewilderingly, that it was himself, his own battered and lifeless body lying motionless on the ground. Wait, is that truly me? If that is my body, then who am I? In an instant, Su Lukai's mind faltered, unable to grasp the situation. Observing his own lifeless form, Su Mu-Yang sighed, recognizing the absurdity of his demise. Lukai, stop staring. That is your corpse. Me? A corpse? Su Lukai pointed at the corpse, then turned his finger towards himself, a look of utter bewilderment on his face. Just as he was about to retort, he suddenly fell into a daze. It was only then that he realized his hand was, astonishingly, semi-transparent. No, it was not just his hand. His entire body was enveloped in a translucent haze. Su Mu-Yang let out a faint sigh and spoke gently. You have passed away. Yet fortunately, you were adorned with the Su family's jade pendant, which has preserved your soul from dissipating. Now, I must inquire, how did you meet your demise? The jade pendant? The soul? Su Lukai glanced at his semi-transparent form and touched the jade pendant that had inexplicably returned to his chest, feeling increasingly bewildered. The words you utter could lead me to accuse you of promoting feudal superstition. Yet, considering his current predicament, after a prolonged silence, Su Lukai finally spoke weakly. Who are you? Su Mu-Yang let out a slight sigh. You may call me your ancestor. Ancestor? Su Lukai once again fell into a state of confusion. Isn't it enough that I find myself in this dire situation? Must you also take advantage of me? Noticing the skeptical expression on his descendant's face, Su Muyang's already irritable mood grew increasingly vexed. However, casting a glance at the wretched state of Su Lakai's body, he chose to exercise restraint. The boy had suffered enough misfortune. He resolved to endure a little longer. He extended his finger and gently tapped a few times, causing the jade pendant on Su Lakai's chest to pulse rhythmically. This jade pendant is a relic passed down from me, your ancestor. Now, can you reveal to me the circumstances of your demise? Who was it that ended your life? How did I die? A flicker of confusion passed through Su Lakai's eyes. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, he despondently shook his head. I do not know. I only remember that one day, out of nowhere, a horde of zombies emerged, biting anyone in sight, and those bitten transformed into zombies as well. Subsequently, I inexplicably entered a peculiar state, as if in a haze, yet possessing some awareness. Then, I found myself in a darkened space, illuminated solely by this jade pendant. After that, a colossal hand seized me, leading to my current predicament. Though his words were muddled, Su Muyang swiftly grasped the narrative. Earlier, during his mental probing, he had discerned that the air in this world was laden with a dense malevolence. To be ensnared by such essence would result in zombification, reminiscent of the zombie viruses depicted in apocalyptic films. He had not exerted his full strength, yet the scope of his investigation extended thousands of miles, and to his astonishment, this virus had enveloped the entirety of that expanse, leaving no living being. The state of confusion described by his descendant indicated that he had indeed been infected by the virus and transformed into a zombie. As for the mention of entering a dark space, it was likely a reference to being dismembered and meeting a definitive end. Fortunately, the jade pendant of the Su family provided protection, allowing his soul to be preserved within the spiritual realm. Otherwise, he would have truly ceased to exist. However, the pressing question remained. Who was the perpetrator? What methods had they employed to murder Su Lakai, leaving him utterly bewildered? Frankly, Su Muyang was incensed. His power derived from two sources. One stemmed from the blessing of progeny system. With each descendant born, his cultivation would incrementally strengthen. The other source emanated from the power of various worlds. As long as he left descendants in a particular realm, he could indirectly harness the world's strength through their bloodline connection. The more significant and influential his descendants were in that world, the greater the power he could channel. Yet, here in World 026, his bloodline had been severed, causing his strength to wane rather than flourish, a situation he could not tolerate, especially since this had been accomplished through an unknown method. Under the protection of the Su family jade pendant, Su Lakai had been slain. What manner of individual possessed such capabilities? Observing the self-proclaimed ancestor lost in thought, Su Lakai chose not to intrude, instead curiously examining his own condition. After a moment, a spark of realization illuminated his expression, and he exclaimed excitedly, "Of course. If a soul exists, does that mean I am now a ghost? Am I dead or alive? If there are ghosts, then is there also an underworld? Can I be reincarnated? Can I live again? If life is an option, who would willingly choose death? Although I have passed away now, if reincarnation were possible, wouldn't I be able to live for several more decades? If I could be reborn with my memories intact, I would undoubtedly become the protagonist of a novel. What does dying once even matter? My next life would truly be the time for me to showcase my talents." Su Muyang cast him a glance and spoke with a hint of irritation. In this world, the rules are imperfect. There exists only the realm of mortals, devoid of the cycle of reincarnation. Death is final. Should you wish to be reborn, you must venture to a more complete world governed by cosmic laws. Yet do not harbor such fantasies. A trace of melancholy crossed his face. My young friend, the higher you ascend, the more likely you are to attract the attention of certain beings. In a realm beyond your comprehension, I have a wife of unparalleled strength, one so powerful that even I am not her match. When it comes to it, you would need to respectfully address her as grandmother. This esteemed matriarch possesses all admirable qualities: exquisite beauty, a gentle disposition, formidable strength, and a vast influence. Her only flaw is a somewhat petty nature, particularly when it comes to jealousy. She can hardly tolerate even my few platonic female companions. I have countless women and descendants across the myriad realms, matters I must ensure remain concealed from her. If I were to bring a true direct descendant into that world, my young friend, while you might survive, I would assuredly be left in a state of near demise. When faced with the choice between my own life and that of my progeny, Su Muyang unhesitatingly chose himself. Then am I doomed? No. Does that mean I would merely become a wandering spirit, lingering in a state of half-existence? Goodness, what is the point of living then? Suddenly, Su Lukai's face turned ashen, and his entire being felt utterly defeated. In this state, he was unable to eat, drink, engage in video games, or even entertain the notion of romance. How absurd. The world was overrun with zombies. Even if he could form a relationship, would he truly want to pursue a romance with a zombie? Such a taste would be exceedingly grotesque. This meant he was destined to wander aimlessly like a lost soul. Would he be forced to revert to that previous state of inactivity, merely staring blankly at his jade pendant? Oh, what futility! What purpose did life hold in such circumstances? It would be far better to embrace death. Contemplating these thoughts, Su Lukai was engulfed in despair, feeling utterly hopeless. Su Muyang let out a cold snort and spoke lightly. Who says you cannot live? At this moment, the impact of this statement was truly profound. Su Lukai paused for a moment, then suddenly rushed over and seized Su Muyang. Please, save me. Save me. I do not wish to die. Nor do I want to become a ghost. I implore you, save me. Su Muyang dug at his ear, seemingly unable to grasp the words. What did you say? Help me. What? Please, I beg you, save me. What? I implore you, rescue me. I will bow my head in gratitude. After several attempts, a sudden epiphany struck Su Lukai, and he finally comprehended. Ancestor, save me. That's more like it. Su Muyang sighed in relief. The descendants of countless generations can indeed be troublesome, particularly those from the modern world, indoctrinated with materialistic beliefs from a young age, making it all the more difficult for them to accept such notions. They refuse to even utter the term ancestor, each one more unfilial than the last. Seeing Su Lukai finally amend his words, Su Muyang ceased to press him further and extended 2 fingers, speaking nonchalantly. To save you, there are 2 methods. The first involves transforming your soul into that of a ghostly cultivator. Once your strength increases, you may transcend the boundaries of life and death, allowing you to reshape your physical form. I choose the second option. Su Lukai blurted out without hesitation. Ghostly cultivator? That sounds ominous. Do you not realize I possess a timid disposition? I can hardly bear to watch horror films. If you expect me to become a ghostly cultivator, I fear I would frighten myself to death upon gazing into a mirror before even completing the transformation. What about the second option? Su Muyang cast a peculiar glance at him and spoke leisurely. The second option is rather simple. I shall take action and recreate a physical body for you. Then return your soul to it, and you shall naturally live again. Well, I made the right choice. At that moment, Su Lukai felt as though the heavens had illuminated before him. I will live. I truly shall live. In an instant, he was overwhelmed with excitement, dancing joyfully, tears streaming down his face. Su Muyang refrained from interrupting, merely observing him with a gentle smile. Once he had managed to regain a semblance of calm, Su Muyang began to speak leisurely. However, my esteemed ancestor, I must inform you that the process of recreating your corporeal form will demand an immense amount of effort, not to mention the numerous celestial materials and earthly treasures required. Thus, a pertinent question arises. Although you are indeed a descendant of the Su family, how do you intend to repay this debt? Repay the debt? Su Lukai was momentarily taken aback. It dawned on him that, although this individual claimed to be his ancestral figure, it was their first encounter, and the nature of their relationship was unclear. What reason would this person have to assist him? After much contemplation, Su Lukai gritted his teeth and resolved to act. Ancestor, whatever conditions you have, please express them. I shall fulfill them without fail. He had come to understand that since the ancestor had brought it up, he would undoubtedly not remain indifferent. However, at present, he possessed nothing of value, nothing that would warrant another's attention. The only conceivable possibility was that the ancestor desired him to undertake some task. Yet, what could a solitary spirit accomplish that a formidable being capable of exorcising ghosts and reconstructing flesh could not? Alas, in the face of mortality, what choice did he have but to acquiesce? Observing his resolute demeanor, Su Muyang finally unraveled the mystery. Once more, he raised 2 fingers and spoke slowly. First, you must guard this realm for a century. Rest assured, the new body I shall provide you will be remarkably durable and ever-refreshing, ensuring you could live for a millennium without issue. Live for a millennium? Su Lukai swallowed hard, feeling an unsettling dryness in his mouth. Well, as a wandering spirit, it was rather peculiar for him to have a moist mouth. How could an ordinary person possibly live for a millennium? And all it took was a mere century? Goodness! Wasn't he that a windfall of 900 years? Such an enticing proposition, only a fool would decline. No worries. Ancestor, leave it to me. A century is a century. I shall not waver for even a second. Su Lukai's chest thumped with a resounding thud, though it emitted no sound. Yet, this was precisely the imposing aura he sought, was it not? He merely acquiesced, oblivious to the fact that Su Muyang had uttered the words guard with great significance. Su Muyang did not expose the truth, but instead, with a smile, presented his second condition. Secondly, within this century, you must bear 10 offspring for the Su family. No problem. It's merely a matter of giving birth to 10. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Lukai was inclined to agree. However, as the words began to escape his lips, they abruptly halted, akin to a duck whose neck has been grasped. He suddenly recalled a critical thought. If memory serves me right, it appears that this world is teetering on the brink of being overrun by zombies. You expect me to father 10 children? With whom shall I conceive? With a zombie, perhaps? Goodness. Ancestor, I truly misjudged you. Who would have thought that this robust and imposing figure would possess such peculiar tastes? Observing his eyes darting about, Su Muyang let out a cold snort, and with a surge of formidable strength, he swiftly pinned Su Lukai to the ground. What are you thinking, young man? Do not presume that I am unaware. My purpose is to ensure that you produce offspring to carry on the Su family lineage. Do you truly comprehend what it would mean for you to be reproductively isolated from the zombie species? Su Lukai was pinned to the ground, his face a mask of sorrow and indignation. Is it my fault that you failed to express yourself clearly? Is it not entirely reasonable for me not to comprehend the complexities of both soul and body? Su Muyang let out a cold huff, choosing to disregard him. Instead, lost in contemplation as he stroked his chin. Merely reconstructing a physical form seemed trivial. A handful of soil could suffice for such an endeavor. However, the crux of the matter lay in the fact that a simple body would yield little more than a feeble being, potentially lacking the capacity for reproduction. Furthermore, he had not forgotten that Su Lukai had been slain by an unknown entity. If such a mysterious presence were indeed weak, it would merely invite a second demise. At the very least, it should be capable of withstanding some resistance until his arrival. With this in mind, the materials for this fleshly vessel required careful consideration. After pondering for a while, Su Muyang let out a long sigh. Alas, some matters must be faced eventually, for the sake of these ineffectual descendants. What did it matter if I, the ancestor, lost a little dignity? Resolute in his decision, he ceased to hesitate and seized Su Lukai's soul, vanishing into thin air. Unbeknownst to him, shortly after his departure, a mysterious portal suddenly materialized in midair. In a vast expanse of verdant jungle, a magnificent azure lake lay at its heart. In the center of the lake stood an extraordinarily tall and flourishing tree. Bellamy, crowned and staff in hand, led numerous kinfolk who knelt reverently before the tree, invoking an ancient and mystical chant. O sacred and majestic mother tree, you are the wellspring of life, the weaver of seasons, the guardian of all growth. It is you who bestowed upon us life, illuminated our wisdom, and granted us the right to exist upon this land. Today, your child Bellamy shall uphold your will. Inherit this sacred queen's staff, and assume the mantle of the Elven Queen. With a humble heart and sincere spirit, I shall fulfill the responsibilities and mission of the Elven Queen. May the Elven forest thrive in prosperity. May all living beings coexist in harmony. And may love and peace endure in this world. May the mother tree be with us. Following this lengthy prayer, countless members of the Elven kin knelt on one knee before Bellamy, their faces alight with fervor. May the mother tree be with us. May the queen be with us. Bellamy rose tall, lifting the queen's staff toward the heavens. Amidst the cheers of the crowd, she appeared sacred and inviolable. Yet, at that moment, a discordant voice suddenly rang out. Ancestor, where is this place? Wow, beautiful women. So many beautiful women. Hey, hey, hey. Their ears, could they be fairies? Everyone gasped in astonishment, instinctively turning their gaze toward the source of the voice. Beneath the mother tree, 2 figures had unexpectedly emerged. One was a young man with his hands in his pockets, and the other, a wretched soul, a filthy specter. The foul specters dare to defile the sacred mother tree. An enemy assault. An enemy assault. A fairy shrieked. In an instant, all the fairies were engulfed in fury. Some drew their bows, some unsheathed slender swords, while others brandished their staffs, beginning to chant incantations. The ethereal forces of magic, invisible and intangible, were summoned forth. By the heavens, Ancestor, what are they doing? Su Lukai was instantly startled and hurriedly took refuge behind Su Muyang. He may not understand the wooden stick he held, but the presence of swords and bows was unmistakably directed at him. Goodness, are they intending to take my life? Su Muyang glanced around and let out a faint sigh. In an instant, the tumultuous magic settled into tranquility, as if nothing had transpired. The elves, who were poised to surge forward, appeared as if their hands and feet were bound, utterly immobilized. What manner of magic is this? All the elves were struck with astonishment. Su Muyang, however, chose to ignore them, gazing at Bellamy with a hint of nostalgia in his eyes. Bellamy, it has been quite some time. You've grown so much. Are you about to inherit the position of the Elven Queen? Looking back at Bellamy, her gaze was fixed upon him, her eyes wide with astonishment, her delicate lips forming a perfect O. The scepter she held clattered to the ground. Lord Muyang, why you are Lord Muyang? In an instant, she twisted her body and fled frantically, disregarding the fallen queen's scepter. All the while, she shouted incessantly, Elder Alice. Elder Alice. It is Lord Muyang. Lord Muyang has returned. Lord Muyang has returned. In this state, there was no trace of the regal demeanor she had displayed moments before. What? All the elves were left in disbelief. What is happening? Who is Lord Muyang? Why does the queen react this way? And what does this have to do with Elder Alice? Su Lukai craned her neck. Her curiosity piqued as she gazed this way and that, mustering the courage to inquire. Elder, what is happening here? Are they not the fairies from Western novels? And why did that queen react to your presence as if she had seen a ghost? Who, pray tell, is that Elder Alice? A torrent of questions cascaded forth, overwhelming in their urgency. Su Muyang's face flushed slightly, rarely revealing a hint of embarrassment, and he immediately exclaimed, What does the matter concerning my ancestor have to do with you? Silence yourself. He was filled with indignation. How astonishing it was that he was truly angered out of shame. In Su Lukai's eyes, the flames of gossip ignited instantaneously. Ancestor, if you wish to proceed in this manner, I shall not tire myself. Pray, recount your tale. Moments later, a colossal green radiance suddenly ascended from the distant horizon. The light flickered erratically, emanating a subtle aura of authority. The trees on either side abruptly recoiled, unveiling a broad thoroughfare. Moreover, the towering trees, robust as they were, gently bent their trunks as if to pay homage to an esteemed visitor. Could it be that a significant figure is approaching? Su Lukai stretched his neck, straining to gaze into the distance along the grand avenue. There, a fleeting green figure flickered intermittently, as if dancing in and out of sight. With each shimmering moment, the distance between them diminished significantly. In a mere heartbeat, the figure approached with remarkable swiftness. Before him stood a tall and slender female elf. Her skin as luminous as pearls, radiating a gentle glow. Her eyes sparkled like two resplendent gems, profound and luminous, akin to the brightest stars in the night sky. Draped in a flowing green robe, though simple in design, it accentuated her ethereal beauty, exuding an air of elegance and nobility with every movement. She appeared as if she had stepped directly out of a painting, for indeed, she was an elf. Welcome, esteemed elder. Though the assembly of elves found themselves immobilized, their fierce gazes remained fixed upon Su Muyang and his companion, some even erupting in vehement curses. Yet, upon the arrival of this elf, they collectively offered their greetings, their voices imbued with profound respect, and then stood quietly awaiting her command. What took everyone by surprise, however, was that this elf seemed utterly oblivious to them. Her unwavering gaze locked onto Su Muyang, her beautiful eyes shrouded in a veil of mist. Su Muyang let out a soft sigh and gently remarked, Alice. It has been quite some time. Alice remained silent, her trembling right hand slowly reaching towards Su Muyang's face. Just as it neared, she abruptly turned her head, presenting him with the exquisite curve of her nape. Her voice, laced with a subtle quiver, resonated with a coldness as she inquired, Who are you? What is your purpose here? Ah, how intriguing. Su Lukai stood by, his eyes gleaming with excitement. The spirit of gossip ignited within him, nearly ready to fetch a small stool and crack open a couple of beers. This tone, these gestures, this expression, was it not reminiscent of a melodramatic evening soap opera? A catchy line echoed in his mind. You are cold, you are heartless, you are unreasonable. It is you who is cold, you who is heartless, you who is unreasonable. Where am I cold? Where am I heartless? Where am I unreasonable? Yet, he overlooked one crucial detail. Was the elder truly that kind of person? In Su Lakai's incredulous gaze, he witnessed Su Muyang wrap his arm around Alice's waist, pulling her into an embrace, and then leaning in for a kiss. What on earth? Su Lakai was so astonished that he jumped up. Brother, oh no, Ancestor, this is not how the plot unfolds. Is it truly this abrupt? Have we discarded all prelude? Not only he, but all the elves present were rendered speechless, frozen in disbelief, scarcely able to trust their own eyes. The foremost archmage of the continent, the esteemed elder of the elf clan, was forcibly kissed? The atmosphere became eerily silent. In Su Mu Yang's embrace, Alice stiffened momentarily, contemplating a struggle. Yet, the long yearn for sin enveloped her, intoxicating her senses. She melted like a pool of azure water, languidly collapsing into Su Mu Yang's arms, her arms instinctively wrapping around his neck. The familiarity of her actions was striking. What in the world? Su Lakai was utterly dumbfounded. What was happening? Just moments ago, she had projected disdain, claiming she did not know him, that she loathed him, that she wanted nothing to do with him. Now, how had it transformed into such tender affection? Was this the infamous first tactic of the domineering CEO? If the woman misbehaves, kiss her? Alice Elder, wait. Alice Elder. Queen Bellamy of the elves flew from a distance, breathless as she called out. Yet, upon witnessing this astonishing scene, she froze, stumbling midair and nearly falling. However, her voice roused Alice from her daze. Instinctively lifting her head, Alice was met with the astonished gazes of numerous elves, and she was immediately engulfed in embarrassment. Her delicate face turned a vivid shade of crimson, resembling a ripe apple, and she buried herself in Su Mu Yang's embrace, refusing to look up again. The contrast between her usual regal demeanor and her current bashful disposition evoked a sense of endearing charm, causing many elves to experience a profound sense of disillusionment. Yet, Su Mu Yang, possessing an unwavering confidence, remained unfazed, affectionately stroking Alice's silky green hair, before laughing heartily. Little Bellamy, while I catch up with Alice, please entertain the young friend I brought along. With that, his figure flickered, and he vanished with Alice. All present stood in a momentary stupor, their gazes converging on Su Lakai, filled with curiosity, scrutiny, suspicion, and resistance, a myriad of emotions. Under the intense scrutiny of so many elves, Su Lakai felt an unsettling sensation, as though he were transparent, exposed to their gaze. Well, he was indeed somewhat transparent now, so it was only natural. Fortunately, Bellamy approached him shortly after, curiously assessing him before placing her right hand over her chest and bowing slightly, with a hint of respect in her voice. I am Bellamy, the current queen of the elf clan. May I ask how you are addressed, sir? What is your relationship with Lord Mu Yang? A stunning beauty, the Elven Queen spoke to Su Lakai with such reverence that he was taken aback. Instinctively, he reached out his hand for a handshake but then reconsidered, feeling it inappropriate. He contemplated bowing in greeting, yet found that unsuitable as well. Ultimately, he mimicked her gesture, placing his hand over his heart and bowing slightly. Your Majesty, you are too kind. I am Su Lakai, a descendant of the Ancestor. He faltered, uncertain of what to say next. After all, Su Mu Yang had merely instructed him to refer to the Ancestor, and he was unclear about the specifics of this lineage. He had even learned the Ancestor's name, Mu Yang, from Bellamy. However, that information sufficed for the moment. Bellamy's eyes lit up, and she eagerly pressed on, Su Lakai? Su? Are you a kin of Lord Mu Yang? Yes, I suppose so. Su Lakai nodded uncertainly. I believe I am a relative? Bellamy instantly became animated, gesturing invitingly. Lord Su Lakai, please, allow us to converse further at the Queen's palace. Prepare the grandest feast to welcome Lord Mu Yang and Lord Su Lakai. What is happening here? Su Lakai was momentarily taken aback. How is it that, as the Elven Queen, she would show such courtesy upon encountering the Ancestor's kin? The other elves exchanged bewildered glances, utterly perplexed. What on earth was happening today? Elder Alice appeared composed, yet Her Majesty seemed anything but normal. Caw, caw, caw. A few crows flitted through the air, adding an air of awkwardness to the atmosphere. Bellamy offered a sheepish smile, slightly embarrassed. My Lord Lakai, I sincerely apologize for having forgotten. Su Lakai wiped away the non-existent saliva and feigned magnanimity, saying, Your Majesty, you are too kind. I truly appreciate your goodwill. This is my fault. A formidable mage like myself should humbly apologize, and any reasonable man would choose to forgive, wouldn't they? Moreover, it is hardly a grave matter. The incident originated from Bellamy's decree to extend a warm welcome to Su Lakai. Consequently, an array of rare magical fruits was delivered as if they were of no cost. Should other mages from the mainland witness this, they would undoubtedly be consumed by envy. It is well known that the elven race inhabits the bountiful elven forest, renowned for producing an abundance of magical fruits. Furthermore, this banquet was personally commanded by the Queen herself. Fruits of the 7th and 8th tiers of magical potency were in abundance, and even several varieties of the rare 9th tier magical fruits graced the dining table. Who among the ordinary folk could resist such temptation? Yet, alas, Su Lukai is not an ordinary person. Currently, he exists as a translucent spirit without a physical form. No matter how delectable the food may be, I can only gaze in envy, unable to partake. Bellamy, too, focused solely on hospitality, seemingly forgetting this crucial detail, which created an awkward situation. Noticing Bellamy's expression of guilt, Su Lukai swiftly adopted a gentlemanly demeanor to shift the conversation. By the way, Your Majesty, you may simply call me Lukai. I am but an ordinary person. The title of Lord Lukai is one I do not merit. How can that be? Bellamy insisted, shaking her head resolutely. You are a relative of Lord Muyang, of noble lineage, and it is essential that you receive the respect you deserve. You may call me Bellamy. Su Lukai scratched his head, uncertain how to articulate his thoughts. Surely, I cannot reveal that I am not particularly familiar with the Ancestor? However, what has the Ancestor accomplished that has led Her Majesty to treat his kin with such reverence? Contemplating this, he tentatively inquired, how about this? Let us forego formality. I shall call you Bellamy, and you may call me Lukai. By the way, what has the Ancestor done? You seem to hold him in high regard. Upon mentioning this, Bellamy's eyes sparkled with admiration. Lord Muyang is truly remarkable. Hundreds of years ago, Elder Alice encountered Lord Muyang during her travels across the continent. With his assistance, her power surged immensely, breaking through the limits of continental sorcery to attain the unprecedented realm of the divine mage. As for me, I was just born. But by a stroke of fate, I received guidance from Lord Muyang, which allowed me to become a level 9 mage and succeed as the Elven Queen. Lord Lukai, Lord Muyang mentioned that he aided Elder Alice's breakthrough using the secret techniques of the Su family. As a descendant of Lord Muyang, I wonder if you possess the secret art? Could you? Her expression bore a hint of embarrassment. Yet her gaze remained hopeful as she looked at Su Lukai, who would not wish to attain such extraordinary power as a divine mage. I, too, am a mage with dreams and aspirations. Yet, this hope is destined to be dashed. Su Lukai, despite his grand proclamations, is merely an ordinary individual. What do I know of sorcerers and divine beings? Presently, his sole focus rests upon a captivating young lady who astonishingly has lived for centuries. Indeed, the more enchanting a woman appears, the more adept she seems at deception. Just as the two were lost in their own thoughts, the queen's palace suddenly trembled slightly. Su Lukai remained unresponsive. Yet after a brief moment of astonishment, Bellamy's eyes sparkled with brilliance as he swiftly soared out of the palace. Upon witnessing this, Su Lukai promptly followed suit. In the distance, a sudden burst of milky white light emerged, radiating with an overwhelming and majestic aura, expanding outward in all directions. Encircling this ethereal glow was a faint green mist that lingered delicately, as the luminous rings swept across the nearby trees. The once sturdy and lush elvenwood visibly grew in size. No, it was not merely one ring. After the first, another ring materialized. With the emergence of each ring, the ground trembled once more. What could be the cause of this phenomenon? Su Lukai blinked in confusion, completely bewildered. Such a commotion had already attracted numerous nearby sprites, who quickly gathered around, chattering excitedly. Your Majesty, what has happened? Is there an enemy attack? Oh, such a rich and sacred life force. It surpasses even that of the mother tree. Forgive me. Not only is the life energy extraordinary, but the natural elements are remarkably vibrant as well. Your Majesty, what is going on? While they were still debating, Bellamy swiftly settled into a cross-legged position, a look of joy illuminating her face as she assumed a meditative posture. She did not forget to loudly remind everyone. All members of the elf clan immediately began meditating. Lord Muyang is assisting Elder Alice in enhancing her magical power. This is a tremendous opportunity. Why are you still dawdling? No sooner had she finished speaking than a young elf exclaimed in delight. Oh, what is happening? I was swept by that halo and have actually advanced from a level 3 archer to a level 4. What kind of power is this? Unfortunately, no one was there to answer him, as they had all sensed the extraordinary nature of the halo and promptly seated themselves to enter a meditative state. Only Su Lukai remained, glancing around in confusion, unsure of what to do. After all, he was not familiar with meditation. At that moment, the ground suddenly trembled violently, and a halo much thicker than before surged outward. The meditating elves were swept by the halo, and to their astonishment, dozens of them radiated a vibrant green light. This was a manifestation of magical advancement. After a few suppressed cheers, the scene fell silent once more, as everyone seized this rare opportunity and fervently began to meditate. Only Su Lakai stood there in a daze, momentarily lost, as he curiously focused on the halos. One by one, they appeared. After silently observing for a while, Su Lakai was astonished to discover a pattern in the emergence of these halos. After every 9 normal halos passed, a super halo would manifest. Accompanying the super halo was the intense tremor of the ground, along with the occasional flashes of advancement in the form of green light from the elves. No. As time progresses, the frequency and intensity of the radiant halos have become increasingly erratic and elusive. At times, a barrage of dozens of super halos descends like a tempest, leaving one breathless. Yet, there are moments when, akin to a gentle breeze and soft rain, amidst the ordinary halos, an extraordinary super halo may unexpectedly emerge, igniting a sense of anticipation for the surprises that await in the next fleeting moment. After much contemplation, Su Lakai scratched his head in bewilderment. For reasons unknown, he felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity and embarrassment regarding this rhythm. Half a day passed, and as dusk enveloped the sky, the halos ceased to appear. The elven forest returned to its tranquil state. However, within this serenity, countless cheers erupted. Wow, I've advanced from a level 4 swordsman to a level 6. Heavens! My elven bow has mutated. It can now create void arrows. I never imagined that with my qualifications, I could ascend to a level 7 grand mage. I have comprehended the gift of the goddess of life. This is a forbidden spell of the life element. Is this truly happening? Your Majesty, what is the meaning of this? Bellamy's face radiated excitement, clearly having reaped significant benefits herself. All of this is thanks to Lord Mu Yang. Elder Alice's ascension to the Divine Mage is due to Lord Mu Yang's assistance. These halos are merely the manifestation of energy released while Lord Mu Yang was aiding Elder Alice in her advancement. My ability to rise to a level 9 mage is a direct result of having experienced these halos several times in the past. Lord Mu Yang is our Elven clan's most esteemed friend. Praise Lord Mu Yang. The crowd erupted in astonishment, disbelief etched across their faces. Just a mere release of energy has bestowed such immense benefits upon us? Who exactly is this Lord Mu Yang? Could he possibly be a deity as the legends speak? Yet, it was the revered Elven Queen who voiced these sentiments, and they had indeed felt the truth of it. Even what seemed inconceivable began to garner belief among an increasing number of people, and curiosity about Su Mu Yang blossomed. Your Majesty, who is this Lord Mu Yang? Bellamy replied with a mysterious smile, pride evident in her tone. That is something I cannot disclose. You need only know that Lord Mu Yang is immensely powerful and extraordinarily noble. Furthermore, this is Lord Su Lakai, a kin of Lord Mu Yang, and I urge everyone to extend the utmost respect. All eyes once again converged upon Su Lakai, but unlike the previous atmosphere of suspicion and wariness, this time it was imbued with warmth and respect. A few audacious elves approached, curiously scrutinizing him. At that moment, a languid voice echoed, Bellamy, bring that young one to me. Yes. Recognizing Alice's voice, Bellamy did not dare to delay. He promptly dispersed the crowd and led Su Lakai further back. Advising him along the way, Elder Alice possesses a somewhat aloof demeanor and is not particularly fond of conversation. Should there be any oversight, do not take it to heart. As a descendant of Lord Mu Yang, you are a friend of our elven kin. As he spoke, Su Lakai's expression grew increasingly peculiar. Aloof? Are you referring to that shy maiden who openly embraces and passionately kisses in public? Surely not. The two soon arrived at a treehouse nestled deep within the forest. The structure was modest yet elegantly designed, seamlessly blending with its surroundings. Upon entering, they found Su Mu Yang seated calmly, sipping tea, exuding an air of serenity reminiscent of ancient sages, untroubled by worldly concerns. Alice sat beside him, lazily resting her chin on her hand, her complexion rosy and her eyes shimmering with depth. Although she still wore her simple green robe, her aura had transformed dramatically, radiating a vibrant charm. Even Bellamy could not help but exclaim, Wow, Elder Alice, you look stunning today. A flicker of panic crossed Alice's eyes, but she quickly composed herself, directing her gaze towards Su Lakai. Is this the little one you brought? Yes, Su Mu Yang replied, rubbing his nose with a hint of embarrassment. This is Su Lakai, my descendant. Descendant? Alice was taken aback, swiftly rising to her feet, her expression darkening as her eyes flickered with uncertainty. She scrutinized Su Lakai intently, her voice trembling slightly. Dark hair, is this your child with Candace? Candace? Bellamy's expression shifted, while Su Lakai wore a look of confusion. Who is that? Why does it sound like a foreign name? Wait, how have I become the child of my ancestor and that person? Sumu Yang's expression grew increasingly awkward. No, Alice. Let me explain. No need for explanations, Alice sighed, her countenance darkening further. I understand now. It's not Candace. Then it must be Isabella? Isabella? Bellamy's expression shifted once more, while Su Lakai appeared even more bewildered. No, but who is Isabella? Sumu Yang shook his head gently and said, It is neither Isabella nor Alice. Alice abruptly interrupted him, her expression darkening immediately. Could it be Sophia? Monica? Elena? Margaret? With each name she uttered, her countenance grew increasingly grim. By the end, her lovely face resembled a canvas smeared with ink. Sumu Yang rubbed his temples, a faint headache beginning to manifest. Women. Oh, women. He then let out a soft sigh and waved his hand, causing Bellamy and Su Lakai to momentarily lose their vision. When they regained their senses, they found themselves standing outside the treehouse, which was enveloped in a transparent barrier. Bellamy blinked in confusion and murmured to himself, A soundproof barrier? Is Master Mu Yang discussing some secret matter with Elder Alice? Su Lakai remained utterly indifferent to these matters. Who is Isabella, as Elder Bellamy and Alice have mentioned? Bellamy turned his head, his expression grave. Isabella is the High Priestess of the Holy See and the true leader of the Order faction on the continent of Ace. Furthermore, she is the only Grand Sage in the history of Ace. Quite an impressive background indeed. Su Lakai was momentarily taken aback, only to be filled with curiosity thereafter. What about Candace? Candace is the Grand Judge of the Dark Alliance Tribunal and the true leader of the chaotic faction in the AC continent. Furthermore, she is the only martial deity in the history of the AC continent. Astonishing. This is equally impressive. Su Lakai was so astonished that his eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets as he muttered to himself. These two women were more formidable than the last. And Elder Alice seemed to lack a bit of competitive edge. As a modern individual, he was not as naive as Bellamy and had already discerned many underlying truths. He held a favorable view of Alice, and seeing her seemingly at a disadvantage now filled him with an unspoken concern. Both were leaders of their respective factions, cloaked in nobility. Could Alice truly surpass them? Little did he know that upon hearing these words, Bellamy shot him a fierce glare. Who said that? Elder Alice was. After all, the first mage god in the history of the Ace continent, the leader of the neutral faction. Alongside Isabella and Candace, she was renowned as one of the three greatest experts on the continent. Yet, in my perspective, Elder Alice was indeed the most formidable. What a revelation. Su Lakai was instantly taken aback. I initially believed that Alice was merely an ordinary elder of the Elven clan, yet I was astonished to discover that she was, in fact, a leader of considerable stature. Then, who are Sophia, Monica, Elena, and Margaret? Bellamy scratched his head, equally perplexed. These individuals were unfamiliar to me as well. I vaguely recalled that they might have been princesses from several human empires centuries ago. However, they should have perished long ago. At this moment, Su Lakai's emotions were a whirlwind of complexity, tinged with envy, jealousy, and bitterness. Oh, Ancestor, how could you be such a scoundrel? Moreover, the objects of your affections are not ordinary individuals. Truly impressive. As Bellamy reflected on the earlier scene, a sudden wave of suspicion washed over him. Indeed, Elder Alice mentioned that you might be a descendant of one of them. Su Lakai fell into a moment of silence. How am I to respond to such words? I too wish my mother were one of the three great masters, a princess of the empire or something of that caliber. Yet the reality remains that my mother is merely an ordinary housewife. Fortunately, he was spared the embarrassment of answering that question, for suddenly the ground trembled, and that familiar yet shameful aura surged forth. It was not until the first light of dawn that Su Lakai and Bellamy were summoned back to the wooden cabin. Upon encountering Alice once more, her face still bore the lingering echoes of their previous encounter, and her gaze seemed to shy away. However, her tone was considerably gentler, infused with an almost imperceptible hint of sympathy. Poor child, you have endured much. Come here and let Annie take a look at you. Ah. The corners of Su Mu Yang's mouth involuntarily twitched. Such a shift in generational hierarchy was utterly confounding. If one were to delve into the matter, Su Lakai would have to address her as great-grandmother. Yet, women are invariably the most sensitive regarding age. Were he to actually call her great-grandmother, even Alice's gentle disposition might erupt into indignation. Su Lakai is indeed quite astute. At this point, how could he still be oblivious? This venerable elder possesses extraordinary abilities. Nevertheless, his desire to resurrect himself has led him to seek the presence of Elder Alice. What does this signify? It indicates that Alice either wields remarkable power or possesses valuable treasures. Having grasped this, Sulakai naturally understands the course of action he must take. Upon hearing Alice's summons, he promptly approaches with utmost respect. Greetings, Aunt. He expresses his sincere apologies for arriving empty-handed this time. It is indeed his oversight. Next time, he vows to come well-prepared to show his filial piety. A hint of a smile graces Alice's face, her satisfaction growing with each passing moment. Good child. Your intentions are what matter. I do not lack for such offerings. She then turns to Sumu Yang and inquires, do you wish to resurrect him? With your abilities? It should not pose a challenge, should it? Sumu Yang nodded and elucidated. I am preparing to create a new corporeal form to serve as a vessel for his soul. However, I fear that a mere haphazard construction of a body may prove insufficient. Should the power exerted be too great, the limited energy hierarchy of his world would be incapable of accommodating it. After much contemplation, I decided to seek your assistance. Here, I can fashion a body that precisely aligns with the power threshold of his realm. Sulakai's eyes suddenly brightened. After enduring so much, he had come to understand the significance of power. Indeed, the greater the strength, the better. Was the implication of his ancestor that his new body would possess formidable power? Truly, the ancestor was quite generous. Alice pondered for a moment before slowly nodding her head. I comprehend your intention, Bellamy. Please take charge and escort this child to the mother tree for the rebirth into an elven fruit. What? Bellamy's expression shifted slightly, and after a moment of hesitation, he bowed respectfully and said, as you wish, esteemed Elder Alice. Sulukai observed her expression, which appeared somewhat troubled, leaving him equally perplexed. What exactly is the spirit fruit? Why does it pose such a dilemma for Bellamy? Seeing the confusion on his face, Sumu Yang kindly explained, Lukai. The elven race differs greatly from humanity. The elves possess a mother tree, which absorbs magical energy to bear elven fruits. Each elven fruit nurtures a single elf. And when the fruit ripens, an elf is born. Naturally, elves can also reproduce in the conventional manner, yet such second-generation elves face considerable limitations in both talent and potential. Your Aunt Alice is willing to allow you to be reborn as a first-generation elf, which is quite a significant investment. This explanation indeed broadened Sulukai's perspective. He had only heard of viviparous and oviparous reproduction before, yet it seems that elves are born from fruits. The world is vast and full of wonders. He finally grasped why Bellamy was so troubled. The mother tree requires energy to birth each elf, thus each birth consumes immense energy. Furthermore, it appears that the elven race strictly enforces family planning. Claiming one quota means one less for the elves. It's no wonder that is the Elven Queen. Bellamy would be displeased. Wait, he suddenly realized that, according to this logic, Elder Alice must have been born from that very mother tree? And considering the relationship between the ancestor and Alice, that tree would essentially be the ancestor's mother-in-law? What a tangled web of relationships. Despite his chaotic thoughts, he knew the importance of propriety and promptly bowed, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, Aunt Alice. Thank you, Queen Bellamy. Hold on. Don't be so hasty in your gratitude. Sumu Yang abruptly interrupted him, setting down his teacup and gazing earnestly at Alice. Alice, if it were merely a matter of elven reincarnation, I would not exert such effort. What I propose is for him to enter the life spring of the mother tree to receive its baptism. Through the life spring, we shall reshape flesh and blood. What? At this declaration, it was as if a thunderclap had struck. Bellamy leapt up, exclaiming vehemently, impossible. That is absolutely out of the question. That is the life spring. Even Alice's countenance darkened slightly. She cast a deep glance at Su Muyang, then at Su Lukai, and let out a long sigh. Muyang, you are aware that the life spring is the source of power for the elven race. Even as the elder of the elves, I cannot easily acquiesce to such a request, though she did not dismiss his proposal outright. Her words conveyed a clear sense of refusal. Sulukai was utterly perplexed. What on earth was the fountain of life? However, since Alice had proclaimed it to be the source of the elves' power, it must undoubtedly be something extraordinary. The appetite of the ancestor was truly insatiable. Wait a moment. Considering the ancestor's rather demanding request, was it for his own benefit? If so, then it's perfectly fine. I have no objections, dear ancestor. Please continue. Listening to the ancestor's words, let us ensure he remains unharmed. Su Muyang was not surprised by their reaction. He merely raised his hand gently, as if intending to speak. Upon witnessing this, Su Lakai promptly bowed and paid his respects. Ancestor, Lakai and Bellamy shall take their leave. You and Aunt Alice may confer at your convenience. As he spoke, he grasped Bellamy's hand and made to exit. In his heart, he silently mused. Given the current atmosphere, It was evident that the Ancestor intended to employ special measures to persuade Elder Alice. He certainly could not linger here as an unwelcome presence. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly face expulsion once more, just as he had last time. This time, there was no need for you to intervene. I shall depart on my own. Sumu Yang's movements abruptly froze, and a dangerous glint flashed in his eyes. What an ungrateful descendant! How audacious of you to dare slander the ancestors! Do you truly believe that your thoughts remain hidden from the ancients? With a raised hand, he merely sought to amplify the gravitas of his words. Do you think that the ancients possess no other skills beyond persuading women? Speak only if you comprehend. Although frustration gnawed at him, now was not the moment for chastisement. He cast a fierce glare in the other's direction and retorted irritably, "Where do you think you're going? I was addressing you." He then turned to Alice with a serious demeanor. "Alice, you have misunderstood. If I were to utilize the fountain of life, I would, of course, be prepared to pay the requisite price. This price would be one that you, the elven race, and even the mother tree would find quite agreeable." Alice was instantly taken aback. Sumu Yang gently grasped her hand, whispering, "Given the bond between us, I cherish you dearly. How could I bear to let you suffer?" The sparkle in Alice's eyes shimmered, nearly overflowing with sweetness. "The children are watching. Do not behave so improperly," she remarked. Yet, despite her words, she clutched Sumu Yang's hand tightly, unwilling to let go. Sulike lowered his head in silence. Those two old scoundrels, Shah. Perhaps due to the inherent innocence of elves, Bellamy did not comprehend these matters and inquired with confusion, "Lord Mu Yang, what do you mean?" "The fountain of life is the most treasured possession of the elven race. The mother tree can only condense a single drop every 100 years. Sumu Yang smiled gently without responding to her. Instead, he took Alice's hand and stood up. "Let us proceed to the mother tree of life. Along the way, we shall gather the nearby clansmen, offering them a chance at fortune." Alice nodded softly, obediently following him as they made their way outside. Su Lakai remained in a daze upon encountering Bellamy, who he promptly pulled aside, whispering urgently, "Bellamy, why are you still in a stupor? The Ancestor has declared that he will bestow opportunities and benefits." Bellamy suddenly came to her senses, her eyes sparkling with renewed vigor as she hurriedly exclaimed, "I will go gather the others." In but a brief moment, Su Lakai found himself alone within the treehouse, his expression one of sorrow and indignation. "You all only know how to bully me. Do you not realize I am but an ordinary person? Is there no one to assist me in my flight? How am I to descend from such a lofty treehouse? Forget it, I shall descend slowly." As he cautiously began his descent, Su Lakai abruptly halted, then raised his palm and struck himself soundly. "Have you lost your mind? You have become a formless spirit. Why toil to climb down? Just jump down. Would it truly hurt you?" Upon arriving at the mother tree of the elves, Su Lakai was met with a cacophony of voices. All the nearby elves had been summoned. However, unlike the previous hostility, the elves now regarded Sumu Yang with eyes full of respect and reverence. Even Su Lakai basked in some of this glory as numerous elves bowed to him along the way, which made him feel quite elevated. Once the gathering was nearly complete, Sumu Yang, who had been whispering with Alice, finally stood up. Ascending into the air, he formed a series of hand seals and declared, "Array, arise." With his command, the ground trembled violently, as if a dragon were stirring beneath. Moreover, the trees within a 100-mile radius began to transform rapidly. Some grew instantly into towering giants, while others withered away, disintegrating into dust that scattered into the air. Still, others appeared to sprout legs, uprooting themselves from the ground only to re-establish their growth in a new location. "What is happening?" The crowd was perplexed, yet one elf's eyes brightened as he exclaimed, "How vibrant the natural elements are." His words echoed, prompting others to delve into contemplation, leading to astonishment. The natural elements of the world had surged in vitality several-fold, as if they had come to life, rejoicing in exuberance. Not only was their activity heightened, but their concentration also surged dramatically. To cultivate magic in such an environment would undoubtedly accelerate progress manifold. While some marveled at this phenomenon, others had already begun meditating, striving to capture the natural elements in the air. Among the elves, only Alice and Bellamy remained unfazed. Alice's gaze remained fixated on Sumu Yang, captivated by his formidable presence. Meanwhile, Bellamy's attention was locked onto the mother tree, exclaiming in wonder, "The mother tree! It has grown!" Upon her reminder, the crowd finally noticed that the mother tree of the elves, situated at the heart of the lake, was growing at a visibly astonishing rate. Originally towering over 100 meters, its dense canopy spread like an expansive umbrella, enveloping a radius of several hundred meters. However, Now the mother tree seemed to be surging forth with vigor, as if fueled by some potent elixir, rapidly sprouting branches and leaves. In mere moments, it had ascended several dozen meters, its vast crown becoming ever more luxuriant, evoking a sense of it overshadowing the very sky. If it were merely a matter of growth, that would suffice. Yet, the crux of the matter lies in the palpable surge of vitality emanating from the mother tree, brimming with life. Hundreds of vibrant, multicolored elven fruits swiftly formed, a testament to the tree's flourishing essence. Praise be to the mother tree. Praise be to Lord Muyang. Witnessing this spectacle, Bellamy was on the brink of tears, filled with overwhelming joy. As Su Muyang had elucidated, the birth of the elven race hinges upon the mother tree's ability to produce elven fruits. However, each instance of fruit formation demands an immense expenditure of energy. Thus, the elves born through this method are relatively few, with most being the second generation bred through conventional means. In comparison to those born from the mother tree, their strength and potential differ vastly. Now, the emergence of over 100 first-generation elves marked an extraordinary event for the elven kin. As Su Muyang gracefully descended, he proclaimed, "Esteemed friends of the elven race, I am the beloved of Elder Alice. Today, I have come to the elven forest to establish the Eastern Emu Great Formation. This formation shall harness the natural elements to aid you, my dear elven friends, in your cultivation. Furthermore, this array possesses the capability to confine and vanquish foes. With its protection, the elven court shall no longer fear external threats." Though the presence of confinement and destruction was not yet felt by them, the enhancement of their cultivation was palpably recognized. The rich magical ambience and the vibrant natural elements meant that their training here would accelerate at least tenfold compared to before. The transformation of the mother tree was also evident to all. However, he claimed to be the beloved of Elder Alice. According to elven customs, in order to preserve the purity of their bloodline, intermarriage with outsiders is forbidden. Yet, one might ponder, is Muyang truly an outsider? How could one who bestows such generosity possibly be considered an outsider? In that moment, all the elves bowed deeply in respect to Su Muyang, their hearts filled with admiration. Bellamy, with a solemn expression, declared, "Lord Muyang, from this day forth, you shall be regarded as the most esteemed friend of the elven race." Su Muyang waved his hand, smiling warmly as he spoke. "There's no need for such formality. As long as Alice is happy, that is all that matters." A delicate mist veiled Alice's beautiful large eyes, her gaze almost shimmering with emotion. "I am so happy. Truly delighted. Just being able to see you brings me immense joy, especially considering all that you have done for the elven clan." Su silently lowered his head, unable to suppress his inner disdain. Such trivial flattery could ensnare even the esteemed elder in a web of confusion? One might ponder whether the ancestors' methods were astoundingly clever or if the elven race was simply too naive. As Su Muyang was about to speak, he suddenly caught a glimpse of Su Lukai's peculiar expression, which rendered him momentarily speechless. Goodness, how could I have forgotten this young lad? I inadvertently uttered a couple of phrases that the younger generation overheard. This is quite troublesome. He cleared his throat, his demeanor becoming serious. I previously mentioned the desire to send this young man into the spring of life for a baptism. Of course, I am aware that the spring of life is exceedingly precious, with the mother tree of the elves able to condense but a single drop every decade. Utilizing the spring of life to reconstruct this young man's flesh and blood would undoubtedly place a tremendous strain on the mother tree. I would never wish to put you in a difficult position. Is there more to anticipate? Alice's eyes brightened once again. Su Muyang smiled faintly and walked slowly towards the mother tree of the elves, surveying it with keen interest. He spoke aloud, "As the mother tree of the elves, you embody the essence of life and nurture the elven kin. Alas, the path of magic is not the righteous one. You have strayed and are unable to awaken your wisdom, let alone transcend your innate form. Today, I wish to borrow 100 pounds of your life essence to aid the cultivation of my descendants. In return, I shall enlighten you and bestow upon you the primordial wood technique. From this day forth, our fates shall be unentangled." With that, he extended a finger and gently touched the trunk of the mother tree. Observant elves noticed a small, emerald-green sphere of light at his fingertip. Though diminutive, it seemed to pulsate with immense vitality, evoking an irresistible allure. As the sphere entered the tree, it trembled and began to grow at an astonishing rate, ultimately reaching into the heavens, its crown disappearing into the clouds. Moreover, from the majestic canopy, countless natural elements surged forth, staining the clouds above with vibrant green. The tree's crown obscured the sky, stretching endlessly, as if this colossal tree were the sole entity in existence. As the offspring of the mother tree, all present elves felt her joyous essence, kneeling in reverence and offering their tributes. Hail to the magnificent mother tree! Even Alice was no exception. Only Sulakai stood agape, staring skyward with a bewildered expression. As a modern individual, he had never witnessed such breathtaking supernatural power. After a long moment of awe, he abruptly turned to Su Muyang. His eyes filled with longing. Master, it turns out that my ancestor is the true master. It seemed as though Su Muyang had heard his unspoken thoughts. Without turning his head, he casually explained, the elf tree, also known as the tree of life, possesses a rather extraordinary origin. However, it lacks sentience and does not comprehend cultivation. For countless years, it has relied solely on instinct to absorb and expel energy, resulting in an accumulation of energy that is nothing short of immense. At present, it has been enlightened by me and is momentarily struggling to adapt, which has caused this considerable commotion. It will settle down shortly, after a prolonged period of contemplation. Sulakai finally articulated a word that most accurately reflected his current emotions. The ancestor is impressive. Su Muyang's lips twitched slightly. Kid, that remark of yours has instantly diminished the average cultural level of our Su family. Enough of this flattery. If you cannot compliment sincerely, it would be best to focus on fulfilling the tasks assigned to you by our ancestor. If it weren't for you, would our ancestor have expended such effort? Sulakai pointed to his own nose, momentarily taken aback. At that moment, the mother tree of the elves exhibited a remarkable transformation. Its entire trunk swiftly diminished in size, soon returning to its original form. Yet, everyone had discerned the difference. Previously, at a mere glance, the mother tree appeared unremarkable. However, now its trunk resembled exquisite jade, pure, warm, and vibrant, exuding a life force that was palpable. Among the hundreds of colorful magical fruits that had just formed, several had transformed into a spectrum of hues. Moreover, upon the jade-like trunk, a visage gradually emerged. It was that of an elderly woman. Her face etched with wrinkles and her eyes imbued with the weight of age, yet they sparkled with a brilliant light of wisdom. A benevolent voice resonated in the hearts of all present. It seemed as though she spoke for the first time, her delivery somewhat tentative, yet the meaning was unmistakably clear. Had the mother tree truly awakened wisdom? Countless elves stood in stunned silence before erupting into thunderous cheers. Soon, one individual knelt before Su Muyang, offering the highest tribute of the elven race. More and more elves followed suit, kneeling in reverence, until even Alice found herself unable to resist the impulse to bow. Su Muyang hurriedly pulled Alice up and turned to the mother tree of elves, saying, "There is no need for such formality between us. It is merely a transaction. Now, it would be wise for you to delve deeper into the insights of the primordial Emu technique. Additionally, I kindly request the opening of the fountain of life." The tree of life nodded, and its immense trunk slowly parted, revealing a hollow. Within this hollow lay a pool of milky white spring water, emanating a hazy, radiant glow. Just a single glance was enough for Su Lukai to feel a profound longing arising from the depths of his soul, a yearning that seemed to stem from the very essence of life itself. Su Muyang waved his hand, and Su Lukai soared into the air, landing directly in the fountain of life. Ah, how delightful! Su Lukai nearly moaned in pleasure. Although he currently lacked a physical form, remarkably, being immersed in the fountain of life enveloped him in a warm, soothing sensation. It was several times more comfortable than soaking in a hot spring. Su Muyang nodded in satisfaction, about to speak, when suddenly his eyes flickered, as if a thought had struck him. The tree of life, shall we strike a bargain? Bellamy is also your child, and currently the Elven Queen. You have now borne 18 elven fruits. Once they come into being, they will possess the essence of divine magic. Yet, with her mere 9th-tier strength, Bellamy is insufficient to govern the Elven clan. Since you have chosen to open the fountain of life, why not allow Bellamy to undergo the baptism as well? The mother tree of elves nodded slowly. As you wish, esteemed Lord Muyang. Upon hearing that she could indeed experience the baptism of the fountain of life, Bellamy was momentarily stunned before erupting into joy. Thank you, Lord Muyang. Thank you. Mother tree, there is no need for such formalities, Su Muyang replied with a smile. The elven mother tree, now practicing the primordial wood technique, would undoubtedly see a significant enhancement in power. The fountain of life no longer held the same rarity as before, even without my mention. The mother tree would eventually present you with this opportunity in due time. He spoke of it lightly, yet Bellamy remained profoundly grateful. Lord Muyang, you are far too modest. Were it not for your intervention, I cannot fathom when I might have encountered such an opportunity. I am truly indebted to you. Su Muyang suddenly smiled. Little Bellamy, When did you become so courteous? Since you insist on expressing your gratitude, how about doing me a small favor? He gestured towards Su Lukai, who was soaking in the fountain of life, and spoke with a hint of melancholy. This lad is utterly clueless about cultivation, and my skills hardly suit him. Since you two are undergoing the baptism together, it would be beneficial for you to impart some nature magic to him during this time. Without hesitation, Bellamy nodded vigorously. Rest assured, Lord Muyang, I will teach him everything I know. That's wonderful, Su Muyang replied, waving his hand. Bellamy immediately took flight and entered the fountain of life. As both had entered, the tree hollow slowly closed, reverting to its original trunk form. However, Su Lukai, immersed in the fountain of life, was left bewildered. Wait, Ancestor, what is happening here? I can understand you finding me a teacher for magic, as if hiring a tutor. But why does this tutor have to bathe with me? Isn't this what they call a romantic bath? In the dark, alone together, don't you fear something might happen? Yet, it seems somewhat thrilling to share a bath with a tutor. As the tree hollow sealed, the fountain of life was plunged into darkness. Soon, however, the jade pendant that Su Lukai wore around his neck flew up, hovering in midair like a little sun, radiating a soft white light that illuminated the fountain, casting an ethereal glow. Bellamy couldn't help but emit a contented sigh while soaking in the fountain of life. Yet, in such a closed and ambiguous environment, Su Lukai couldn't suppress a gulp. Ancestor, are you really testing me like this? Which individual could withstand such a trial? Aren't you afraid of causing a catastrophe? As if in response to his doubts, the jade pendant suddenly transformed. The soft white light gradually shifted to a gentle pink. Tender and romantic, dreamlike in its quality. Bathed in this rosy glow, the already stunning Bellamy appeared even more enchanting, leaving Su Lukai speechless. I'm sorry. Lukai. It's just so comfortable, Bellamy blushed, realizing she had been so absorbed in the experience that she almost forgot about Su Lukai. It's quite all right. Su Lukai swallowed hard and discreetly averted his gaze. No, he must resist the temptation. Perhaps this is a test from the Ancestor. If he remains steadfast and endures such trials, the all-powerful Ancestor will undoubtedly reward him. Furthermore, has not the Ancestor already awakened the wisdom of the Mother Tree of Elves? Now, as he finds himself within the very essence of the Mother Tree, should anything untoward occur, it would be observed firsthand by the Mother Tree, especially since the manifestation of the Mother Tree appears as an elderly woman. This simply cannot be allowed. Yet, as this thought crossed his mind, an extraordinary event unfolded once more. The jade pendant suddenly emanated a blinding light that swiftly transformed into a pink dome, securely enveloping the fountain of life. This dome seemed to possess a barrier effect, rendering the outside world invisible and silent. By the same token, whatever he did within would surely remain unknown even to the Mother Tree, right? With this realization, Su Lukai's courage surged, and any lingering sense of shame dissipated instantly. Bellamy, let us delve into the mysteries of magic together. He chuckled to himself, thinking, now even the Mother Tree will be oblivious to the fact that I am quite lacking in magical prowess, lest it be a source of embarrassment. Time slipped by unnoticed until the tree hollow slowly creaked open, allowing the light from outside to illuminate the space once more. Su Lukai was awakened by the joy of learning, and to his astonishment, he discovered that he had a physical form once more. No longer was he a mere wisp of translucence, but he had regained his familiar body. However, unlike before, the skin of this new form was truly exquisite. It radiated a soft, milky glow, reminiscent of the fountain of life. Come forth. The voice of Su Muyang drifted in from outside, revealing little emotion. Thank you, Lord Muyang, Bellamy exclaimed, soaring out and landing before Su Muyang, her face alight with astonishment. Lord Muyang, Elder Alice. It seems I have surpassed the 9th level of mage. Su Muyang, with a gentle smile, expressed his satisfaction. Bellamy, your aptitude is commendable. You have reaped significant benefits from this baptism. However, you have yet to attain the divine realm, and can only be considered a half-step toward it. To truly break through to the divine realm, one must seek certain fortuitous opportunities. Bellamy, undeterred, continued to wear a radiant smile. She felt quite content and replied, Thank you, Master Muyang. Su Muyang nodded slightly, then turned his gaze towards Su Lukai, his expression instantly paling. Su Lukai stumbled out awkwardly, nearly losing his balance upon landing. A broad grin spread across his face, brimming with excitement. Master, I have not let you down. I have mastered all of Bellamy's magic. However, he admitted, I am still not entirely proficient, but I shall practice diligently to meet your expectations. In that moment, he seemed to wear a sign that implored. Praise me, Master, I have withstood your trials, dedicating myself wholeheartedly to the study of magic, untouched by the allure of beauty. Are you not pleased with me? Do you not see potential in me? Please, shower me with compliments. Teach me some extraordinary skills. His words, rather than earning him encouragement, ignited an indignant fire within Su Muyang. You little rascal, are you truly incapable? The master has given you an opportunity, yet you squander it. Even if your body falters, could you not at least cultivate some relationships? Instead, you have devoted all this time solely to magic? Is that truly your concern? At this rate, how can the Su family hope for future generations? Each one more unfilial than the last. It's enough to infuriate me. Bellamy blinked her large eyes in surprise, suddenly exclaiming, "Oh, why is it so quiet? Where have all those people gone?" Alice's face flushed crimson, and she shyly lowered her head. Su Muyang, however, possessed an exceptionally thick skin, and with a grave expression, he remarked, "During this period, I have frequently assisted Alice in enhancing her magical prowess, which has resulted in a significant leakage of her aura. They have reaped excessive benefits and advanced far too rapidly. I am concerned that their foundation may be unstable. So I suggested they venture out to assimilate their gains." Before Bellamy could inquire further, Su Muyang deftly shifted the conversation. He cast a sharp glare at the bewildered Su Lukai and then took Alice's hand gently, speaking softly. "Alice, I must apologize, but I must take my leave." "Leave?" Alice gasped, momentarily forgetting her shyness as she abruptly looked up. You are leaving?" "Indeed," Su Muyang replied, gesturing towards Su Lukai with a hint of resignation. "I truly wish I could spend more time with you. However, this descendant of mine is rather disappointing. Although I have reshaped my flesh and blood using the fountain of life, it cannot yet be deemed a true body. I must find a way to further perfect it." He sighed, reflecting on the burdens of being the patriarch of the Su family. Alice silently lowered her head, her beautiful eyes now shrouded in mist. "Could you stay with me for a few more days?" Su Muyang sighed silently. "I wish I could," he lamented. "However, the little rascal's foundation is unstable, and if he does not recover swiftly, it may hinder his future cultivation. After all, he is a descendant of the Su family. I cannot act irresponsibly. Don't involve me." If Su Lukai possessed the ability to become invisible, he would undoubtedly employ it without hesitation. "Oh, you old ancestor, deceiving innocent elves is one thing. But do you truly wish to fool someone as knowledgeable as myself? This situation clearly indicates your desire to flee while using me as an excuse. Bah, you incorrigible old fool. A scoundrel. Must we depart immediately, old ancestor?" Upon witnessing Alice's pitiable demeanor, Su Lukai felt a pang of compassion. After all, she is his aunt. It is rather unjust to elevate his own status so significantly. Su Muyang cast a discreet glare at him and remarked, "Your body is now constructed from the fountain of life, imbued with an abundance of vital energy. In other words, you have become a fantastical version of Tang Xing's flesh, irresistible to anyone who lays eyes upon you. If you wish to continue down this path, I have no objections. Then I suppose that's it." Su Lukai immediately relented. "Never mind. A dead friend is better than a living foe. My apologies, and Alice." Alice let out a soft sigh, and combined with her exquisite beauty, it evoked a sense of compassion in all who beheld her. "Are you planning to depart from this world? When will you return? Will I have the chance to see you again?" Su Muyang hesitated for a moment before letting out a long sigh. "Alice, I do not wish to deceive you. I shall not be departing from this world just yet. I intend to travel for a while longer. As for our future encounters, there will be ample opportunities." Alice's expression transformed from worry to joy, her eyes gleaming with anticipation as she gazed at Su Muyang. "If possible, may I accompany you on your travels? Just like the old days when we adventured together across the continent." Su Muyang's face betrayed a hint of difficulty. "Alice, the current state of this lad is rather dire. He possesses only flesh, devoid of any bones. Therefore, I plan to make a trip to the Dark Alliance to procure their artifact, the Scythe of Death, in order to provide him with a skeletal structure." "An artifact?" Su Lukai's eyes instantly lit up, although he was unaware of the nature of this Scythe of Death or its true potency. The mere mention of the term divine artifact indicated its extraordinary significance. Truly, the ancestor was quite generous. However, to his surprise, Alice keenly seized upon the crux of the matter upon hearing this. "To the Dark Alliance? Does that mean you intend to seek out Candace as well?" Su Muyang forced a few chuckles, his expression somewhat awkward. After all, Candace was the grand judge of the Dark Alliance. If something went awry with the Death Scythe, she would undoubtedly investigate, and perhaps even find herself embroiled in the matter. As a friend, both emotionally and logically, I felt compelled to inform her in advance. Alas, if it weren't for this young man, I would not have put my friend in such a difficult position. He wore a facade of righteousness. Yet it left Su Lukai feeling utterly distraught. Ancestor, I implore you to act like a human. Why must you use me as a shield while clandestinely meeting your lover? You incessantly claim I am your descendant, but in truth, you merely regard me as a tool. And a coerced one at that. And Alice, please do not be deceived. Indeed, Alice fell silent. Although she was a sprite and inherently innocent as a woman, she possessed an extraordinary sensitivity in certain aspects. After a prolonged silence, Alice finally spoke slowly. What happens after we locate the death scythe? Cough, cough. Su Mu Yang's embarrassment deepened. This young man had flesh and bones, yet he still lacked vital organs. Thus, I found myself obliged to journey to the Holy See to acquire their angel's heart. Using the angel's heart as a heart, I would forge the necessary organs for this young man. As the patriarch of the Su family, I was truly troubled for my descendants. Silence enveloped the scene, plunging it into a suffocating stillness. Even Su Lukai was rendered speechless. Ancestor, if memory serves me correctly, you have a lover named Isabella, the high priestess of the Holy See, do you not? Why must you seek out your lovers one by one to assist me in acquiring a body? Are you certain that your intentions are genuinely to aid me in reshaping my corporeal form? You dare to utter this before Alice, unconcerned about igniting a fire in the backyard? However, to his utter astonishment, upon hearing Su Mu Yang's words, Alice suddenly broke into a radiant smile, filled with an indescribable joy. Mu Yang, you must tell me, I am truly happy. With your capabilities, you could have discreetly sought them out without my knowledge. Yet you chose to share this with me. This indicates that I hold a significant place in your heart. Thank you. I am genuinely overjoyed. It was all over. Su Lukai closed his eyes in anguish. And Alice, are you not aware that you have been manipulated? He lamented. You are, after all, one of the three great masters of the continent. Should you not possess a modicum of dignity befitting your status? He feared that if this continued, they would soon find themselves in a predicament akin to a pixelated existence. However, he was unprepared for the sudden turn of events that unfolded in that moment. Alice suddenly interjected. In that case, I shall accompany you. Even Su Mu Yang was taken aback by this revelation. Alice flashed a confident smile, imbued with a hint of mischief and pride. Since you intend to seek the scythe of death and the heart of the angel, conflicts may very well arise. As the foremost mage of the continent, I am certain I can be of assistance. Besides, you sought me out first upon your return and have spent such a considerable time with me. If there is to be jealousy, it should be from the other two. Stunned, Su Lukai found himself at a loss for words. Old Ancestor, you truly are the epitome of men. O spirit of the wind, dancing through the atmosphere, grant me translucent wings, that I may soar freely through the heavens. Su Lukai intoned an ancient incantation in a melodic tone. In the realm between heaven and earth, the elemental forces of wind stirred to life, swiftly manifesting a pair of translucent wings behind him, gently lifting him into the air. Bellamy fluttered gracefully nearby, offering constant guidance. Yes, just like that. Maintain a steady flow of magic. Add a touch of magical energy to the left wing, and you shall turn right. To ascend, you must increase your magical output while bang. Su Lukai suddenly accelerated, colliding forcefully with a large tree ahead. Strangely, instead of being left battered and bruised, he was flattened into a pancake. His round head transformed into a flat disc, with his nose, mouth, and eyes all recessed, resembling a child's simplistic drawing. Not only his face, but his entire body became a thin layer, pressed tightly against the tree. His arms and legs, propelled by inertia, flung outward before becoming ensnared around the trunk. Bellamy was not taken aback. Rather, he stifled a laugh. Su Lukai, feeling despondent, leaped down and rubbed his face a few times, reshaping his nose, eyes, and mouth. He then took a few deep breaths, allowing his body to expand back to its usual form, and lamented, Ancestor, why do I feel as if I've become a lump of clay? I can be molded into any shape one desires. Not far behind him, a pristine white unicorn trotted leisurely. Su Mu Yang sat on the unicorn, cradling Alice in his arms, engaged in hushed whispers. Upon hearing his words, she smiled and replied, Did I not mention this before? While you appear to have a tangible form now, it is merely flesh and blood coalesced from the fountain of life, not yet fully solidified. That is why I am determined to assist you in seeking the scythe of death in the heart of an angel. Did you truly believe my motives were solely to seek out individuals? Am I truly that type of person? Alas, I intended to share my heart with the luminous moon. Yet the moon only illuminates the ditches. Oh dear, magic is indeed a challenging pursuit. With a miscalculated maneuver, Su Lukai once again plummeted from the sky, landing in a heap. As he recomposed himself into a normal appearance, he couldn't help but reflect with sincerity. Earlier, while indulging in a bath of love in the tree hollow, he had managed to grasp the fundamentals of magical theory and incantations. However, the practical application proved to be far more complex. Alice smiled and offered him words of encouragement. Lukai, you have already made significant progress. The sorcerers of the continent cultivate their craft gradually, honing their abilities step by step, thereby mastering their power with ease. You, however, have been forcibly elevated through the fountain of life. Although you possess 9th-level magical power, your understanding of power control is still non-existent. Nonetheless, with such a foundation, it won't be long before you become a true 9th-level nature mage. Bellamy, too, scoffed, visibly disgruntled. Indeed, it took me a full 2 centuries to reach the level of 9th-grade sorcerer. You have achieved 9th-level magical power in just a few days. If this were to spread, many would be consumed by jealousy. Su Lukai chuckled with pride. Envious, are we? Jealous, perhaps? Resentful? There's nothing to be done. After all, I have a remarkable ancestor. Observing his arrogance, Su Muyang playfully delivered a light slap to his head, causing it to sink into his neck. What are you so proud of, young man? Given your current situation, mastering nature magic will yield excellent results. But delving into elemental magic will prove to be significantly more challenging. Abandon your pursuit of nature magic for now and attempt to cultivate the wings of wind in elemental magic instead. It would be surprising if you succeeded at all. Su Lukai skillfully extracted his head, chuckling. Old Ancestor, while that may be true, the ability to soar into the skies is indeed the dream of humanity. Furthermore, how magnificent it would be to glide through the heavens with wings. What nonsense! Su Muyang nearly burst into laughter, exasperated by his naivety. His lack of worldly experience was glaringly apparent. Fine, pursue your studies in elemental magic if you wish. It can't do any harm. However, within half a month, you must master the art of nature magic to perfection. Su Lukai immediately wore a frown of despair. Master? If I have to master this in just half a month, how much suffering must I endure? I believe that learning cannot be accomplished in a single leap. A gradual and steady approach is the true path to success. Su Muyang let out a cold snort and remarked nonchalantly, in half a month, we shall arrive at the territory of the Dark Alliance. By then, after I forge your skeleton with the scythe of death, you will also need to learn necromancy from Candace. Time is of the essence, you know. What on earth? Su Lukai's face turned pale, and his voice trembled slightly. Elder, does that necromancy magic really involve all those skeletal figures like they portray on television? Elder, I am truly terrified of ghosts. Please do not frighten me. Are you afraid? Su Muyang replied languidly. Then let me offer you another chance. If you master the necromancy magic, once you arrive at the Holy See, I shall have Isabella teach you the light magic. How does that sound? Light magic, which embodies righteousness, is the most effective against ghosts. Once you learn it, all those spirits and undead will steer clear of you. I will learn it. Upon hearing that he would no longer have to fear ghosts, Su Lukai immediately perked up. Yet, he quickly reconsidered and felt a sense of unease. Wait a moment, doesn't that mean I must first interact with those ghosts and undead before I can learn light magic? So, the dilemma arises. While mastering light magic would eliminate my fear of ghosts, the prerequisite is to engage with them. Isn't this akin to the age-old question of which came first, the chicken or the egg? Elder, are you jesting with me? Alice, listening to their exchange, became increasingly perplexed. Muyang, with your capabilities, if your intention is merely to create a physical body for him, surely there are myriad methods available. Why must it be through these 3 specific items? And why is it necessary to learn these 3 schools of magic? Su Muyang cast a glance at the sorrowful and indignant Su Lukai, shaking his head with a sigh. Alas, there is no remedy. After all, his world is indeed extraordinary. Having mastered the 3 schools of magic, he possesses the ability to command the undead through necromancy, purify the environment with light magic, and rejuvenate life using nature magic. Should he succeed in these endeavors, it would yield immense merit. Immense merit? Su Lukai's ears perked up suddenly. The concept of merit is familiar to anyone who has perused online novels. It is indeed a most precious treasure. Bellamy blinked in confusion and interjected with a question. My Lord Muyang, what is merit? What benefits does it confer? Su Muyang explained with a smile, the benefits are truly immense. To put it simply, the heavenly Tao of that realm has been tainted, resulting in a complete imbalance and a loss of its ability to govern the cosmos normally. If this young man can indeed restore that world to its former state, he would be rendering a great service to the universe. The Tao is impartial. as a reward for his efforts. It is entirely plausible that he could supplant the heavenly Tao and become the sovereign of that realm. Oh, the so-called heavenly Tao can be roughly understood as akin to a creator deity. All living beings in the world revere you. The cosmos operates at your behest, and you achieve immortality, existing eternally through the ages. This explanation left the three individuals utterly speechless. They had initially believed his intentions were solely to resurrect Su Lukai, but they were taken aback to realize that Su Mu Yang's ambitions far exceeded anyone's expectations. He was audaciously aiming to forge a creator deity from nothing. How could this possibly be? How could this be conceivable? Su Lukai's speech has become so stammered. To replace the natural order of things. That's something one wouldn't even dare to contemplate. Just look at your lackluster demeanor. What truly is impossible? Su Muyang let out a cold snort, displaying a look of disappointment akin to that of a teacher witnessing a student's failure. It is merely a small world, after all. The power of the heavenly Tao is rather limited, is it not? What is there that cannot be replaced? If a departmental manager in a company fails to perform adequately, the boss, in a fit of rage, dismisses him and replaces him with someone more competent. Isn't this the norm? The Su family boasts a lineage of exceptional talent. Some are busy establishing the heavenly realm, while others are preparing to create the cycle of reincarnation in the netherworld. If one can construct an entire triad of realms, what is so daunting about a mere human world governed by the heavenly Tao? When the Ancestor instructed you to guard that realm for a century, did you think it was merely idle talk? Based on my calculations, you need only invest a century to completely purify that world, thereby officially replacing the heavenly Tao. I shall ask you one question. Are you willing to undertake this task? If you are hesitant, I shall summon another member of the Su family from another world to take on the challenge. Why not do it? Su Lukai exclaimed with fervor, his eyes gleaming with ambition. Is it not just 100 years? Let us do it. The Ancestor has paved the way to such an extent, one merely needs to lie back and reap the rewards. What is there to hesitate about? Even if it does not succeed, the worst that can happen is a wasted century. Besides, the Ancestor mentioned that this new body can live for 1,000 years. Have you thought this through? Su Muyang suddenly adopted a serious demeanor and spoke earnestly. To offer a return, one must first make a sacrifice. Attaining great merit and earning the recognition of the Tao is not a trivial matter. Over the course of a century, you must be diligent, toiling day after day without a moment's respite. For 100 years, in that world, you will find no other beings besides yourself. You must also endure the immense solitude and loneliness, with not a soul to converse with. Unless, he cast a swift glance at Bellamy, implying something significant. Unless you are willing to share a portion of your merits and seek out suitable companions. The ancient forces, dormant vitality, awaken at this moment. With my desire, I summon the power of nature. O trees, heed my call. Nature's magic, bestow upon you vibrant life, allowing the verdant splendor of the forest to endure eternally. Solike chanted a lengthy incantation in a rapid succession, causing the natural elements to coalesce and seamlessly merge into the verdant expanse before him. Instantly, the forest appeared to burgeon as if infused with a potent elixir, growing at an astonishing pace. Grand Ancestor, I have succeeded. I can now wield the 9th level spell, Natural Growth. Despite being breathless and fatigued, Solike could not contain his exuberance, shouting in exhilaration. What an achievement! Su Muyang let out a cold snort and remarked with indifference. With the fountain of life as your flesh and blood, is it not expected that you wield 9th level natural magic? Your strength is too dispersed, and your control over the elements is rather coarse. You should engage more with Bellamy. Su Lukai vigorously nodded and hurried to Bellamy's side, chattering incessantly. Ever since he learned of the path arranged for him by his ancestor, Su Lukai felt as though he had been invigorated by a powerful stimulant. Apart from sleeping, he devoted himself entirely to the pursuit of magic. He even neglected meals, for he was no longer a normal person. His energy was boundless, rendering food unnecessary. His fervent dedication only served to irritate Su Muyang. Youngster, you have completely missed the point. Your current focus should be on finding suitable allies. Do you understand? Helpless, he could only find various ways to nudge Su Lukai towards Bellamy. Seeing the camaraderie blossoming between Su Lukai and Bellamy, Alice smiled faintly. I believe the Elven race is about to select another queen, just like in the old days. Su Muyang was momentarily taken aback. In the past, Alice was the most gifted elf and the designated heir to the Elven throne. However, after encountering Su Muyang, she voluntarily relinquished her claim to the title and became an elder instead. After all, she was no longer pure at that time. Similar circumstances surrounded Isabella of the Holy See and Candace of the Dark Alliance. Reflecting on past events, a sweet smile graced Alice's lips. But just then, her expression changed abruptly, and she shouted urgently, "Thorn barrier." Within a radius of several miles, all natural elements instantly coalesced around them, forming a thick barrier. The barrier was a glimmering emerald green, adorned with countless barbs that glinted ominously. Sue Lukai and Bellamy not far away were momentarily taken aback as well. Alice's overwhelming magic had seemingly drained all nearby natural elements, even dispelling the magic they had conjured. What was happening? What was Elder Alice about to do? But in the next moment, they quickly understood. A shadow suddenly erupted from the ground, transforming into a streak of black light, hurtling directly toward the thorn barrier. Before the barrier could fully take shape, it had already penetrated within. Sighing softly, Alice paused momentarily, then helplessly exhaled, dispelling her magic to reveal the scene within the barrier. Ancestor, Lord Muyang, Sue Lukai and Bellamy gazed in astonishment, their souls seemingly fleeing in terror. For within the barrier stood Sue Muyang, serene and composed. Yet, beside him, an enigmatic figure enveloped in dark mist had mysteriously appeared. In the figure's hand was a short sword, radiating an otherworldly hue. Its tip deeply embedded in Sue Muyang's chest. Ancestor. Upon witnessing this harrowing scene, Sue Lukai rushed forward without a moment's hesitation. His heart consumed by profound grief and rage. How could the Ancestor have been struck? Good heavens, could it be that the Ancestor would perish just like that? My celestial dream has yet to commence, and now it faces such a dire end? Silence. Alice snapped irritably, waving her hand as several vines materialized out of thin air, ensnaring him firmly in place. Not only that, but one vine also sealed his mouth, rendering him utterly mute. Elder Alice. Bellamy exclaimed in alarm, his voice laced with urgency. Humph. Alice scoffed, turning her head away, presenting the onlookers with the exquisite silhouette of her back. Sue Lukai, being astute, swiftly discerned the underlying intricacies. Who, after all, is the Ancestor? A figure capable of elevating Alice to the realm of the divine mage. What might his own prowess entail? Yet, in this instance, even Alice had reacted. Invoking her protective magic, why then did the Ancestor display no semblance of response? With such suspicions in mind, Sue Lukai scrutinized the situation further and ultimately uncovered an anomaly. The dagger appeared to have plunged into Sue Muyang's chest, yet there seemed to be no trace of blood whatsoever. Had the Ancestor been struck or not? Was he injured or unharmed? The dark energy swirled, gradually dissipating into the air, revealing the true form of that figure. Hiss. Sue Lukai inhaled sharply. His eyes momentarily filled with astonishment. Beautiful. Truly breathtaking. The figure before him was an exquisite woman of unparalleled beauty. She donned a form-fitting black leather armor that accentuated her flawless, voluptuous physique. With broad shoulders and a narrow waist, her long legs were enveloped in sleek black knee-high boots, exuding an explosive sense of power. Her neatly cropped black hair shimmered under the sunlight, reflecting a metallic luster. Beneath her high forehead lay a pair of piercing crimson eyes, sharp as a hawk's, and below them were her delicate, deep purple lips. Such hues did not diminish her allure. Rather, they radiated an enchanting glow. Even after spending considerable time in the Elven forest, surrounded by handsome men and beautiful women, the enchantress before Sue Lukai left him utterly mesmerized. She was astonishingly beautiful, even in comparison to Aunt Alice. Sue Leighton was momentarily taken aback. Why should he compare her to Alice? Nevertheless, he could not help but secretly draw parallels between the two. In contrast to Alice's serene and composed demeanor, this woman exuded a certain audacious charm and striking elegance. Most importantly, while Alice was an elf, embodying the slender and delicate physique characteristic of her kind, this woman's figure was a breathtaking curve, brimming with an indescribable allure. How absurd. What was he thinking? Sue Lukai hurriedly shook his head vigorously. After all, this was the nemesis responsible for the assassination of the Ancestor. Yet foe? He was mistaken once more. Sue Muyang maintained a serene expression, as if he were not the one pierced by the dagger. He gazed quietly at the woman before him, his voice gentle. Candace, it has been a long time. How have you been? The name Candace stunned Sue Lukai momentarily. If memory serves, this name signifies the leader of the Chaos faction, the chief judge of the Dark Alliance Tribunal. Moreover, she holds another significant title as one of the lovers of the Ancestor. What is this unfolding narrative? An encounter between former lovers, commencing with a stab? Yet, the Ancestor is a scoundrel. He deserves the betrayal. As a devotee of beauty, Su Lukai unhesitatingly sided with Candace. You are still alive? Candace inquired, her tone laced with a palpable bitterness. Su Muyang remained with a gentle smile. Of course, you once stated that if I were to perish, it could only be at your hands. Ah, Su Lukai silently lowered his head. The Great One is indeed extraordinary, even in matters of love. His approach is so unique. Who would have thought that upon hearing these words, Candace not only felt no joy but was instead filled with even greater ire. With a sudden motion, she drew her dagger, only to thrust it forward with a sharp sound. Then why, upon your return, did you seek out Alice first? Su Muyang's expression shifted dramatically, a frown settling upon his features. In truth, my return this time is primarily for him. He indicated towards Su Lukai, elaborating further. He is my descendant. He has perished, leaving only his soul behind. In that instant, Candace's gaze pierced through Su Lukai like a sharpened blade. Merely casting a glance ignited her fury once more, and she began her practice dance of drawing and sheathing her sword, over and over again. Such a rich essence of life, is this indeed your offspring with Alice? You actually fathered a child with her? Alice had turned her head away in response. At the mention of this, her cheeks flushed a deep crimson as she huffed indignantly. Humph, he is certainly not my descendant. Not. Candace's voice rose to an almost shrill pitch, her temper flaring. Damn it, how infuriating. Has Isabella truly outdone me? As she spoke, she jabbed at the air with her short sword. Su Lukai felt a pang of bitterness. What is the situation with all of you? Do you mean to say that my mother can only be one of you? You truly underestimate my esteemed ancestor. I can assert with utmost confidence that the degree of my ancestor's infidelity far surpasses your wildest imaginations. As Candace continued to inflict harm upon Su Muyang, Alice finally erupted. A flash of green light appeared, and a vibrant green magic arrow swiftly manifested, striking Candace's short sword from her grasp. Candace, this marks the 18th time. Do not be so insatiable. Not only her, but even Su Muyang's expression gradually darkened, his gaze now brimming with peril. Woman, you are playing with fire. Do not lightly test my patience. The repercussions are beyond your capacity to bear. Is that so? Candace arched an eyebrow, brimming with provocation. Yet, I am precisely curious about what consequences will arise from provoking you. Su Muyang slowly approached her, a wicked smile playing at the corners of his lips. If you intended to provoke me, I must inform you, you have succeeded. No one can escape my control, and you are no exception. Enough of your nonsense. Candace suddenly shouted, her entire being erupting into a torrent of black mist that obscured the sky and devoured the light. Let me see just how formidable you truly are. Boom. The overwhelming black energy exploded, sending Su Lukai and Bellamy flying far away, landing with great difficulty after an unknown distance. How impressive! Bellamy exclaimed in astonishment. I have surpassed level 9, yet before her, I find no room for resistance at all. Is this the true power of a divine master? Meanwhile, Su Lukai's expression grew increasingly peculiar. No, if you two are truly intent on fighting and exchanging threats, I can understand that. But why do your words evoke such a strange sense of DJVU? And Bellamy, you are far too naive. Do you not find this feeling of being tossed aside rather familiar? Are you certain this was Candace's doing? Oh dear, Elder Alice, are you injured? Why is your face so flushed? Before Su Lukai could explain, Bellamy suddenly began to shout again. Alice stood at the edge of the black mist, her delicate face flushed like a ripe apple, radiating vibrant crimson. Hearing Bellamy's inquiry, she felt a mix of embarrassment and anger. Be quiet. Have you two mastered the forbidden spells? Have you practiced instant casting? Focus on your training instead of pondering these matters. Azure Barrier, Absolute Defense, Moonlight Shield, Earth Guardian, Whirlwind Mist. One spell after another was unleashed. Red, blue, white, black, each spell intertwined like an intricate nesting doll, firmly ensnaring Su Lukai and Candace within. How remarkable! Bellamy exclaimed, his eyes wide with awe. Elder Alice has truly outdone herself, casting so many forbidden-level protective spells at once. I always thought she was only skilled in nature magic. I never imagined her elemental magic would be so formidable. Wait, she suddenly gasped. If the aftermath of their battle requires so many forbidden-level protective spells, just how powerful is Candace? Does Master Muyang need to exert considerable effort to deal with her? As if to confirm her suspicions, the earth trembled violently, as if a dragon were stirring beneath, fissures tearing through the solid ground. Hiss! Bellamy inhaled sharply, murmuring to himself. I wonder how the battle is faring. I hope Master Muyang remains unharmed. Hey, Lukai, are you not worried about Master Muyang? I implore you. Please refrain from speaking further. Su Lukai covered her face, unable to bear the sight of this naive fairy any longer. One must wonder just how lacking in discernment your kind truly is. How is it that a fairy as oblivious as you can ascend to the throne as the queen of your race? Do you not find this rhythmic disturbance somewhat familiar? Shall I enlighten you? Time seemed to stretch indefinitely before the earth finally regained its former tranquility. Several layers of barriers dissipated, revealing the scattered starlight beyond. Bellamy's expression grew increasingly grave. Lord Mu Yong must have triumphed. Yet it took such an extended period to vanquish Candace. The reputation of the martial god is indeed well-deserved. She pushed aside Su Lukai's hand that was covering her mouth and asked with a hint of confusion, Lukai, why are you silencing me? Could it be that Lord Mu Yong has lost? Su Lukai wore a sorrowful expression, wishing he could dig a pit and bury himself in it. Bellamy. We are but juniors. Is this a matter you can discuss? I would wager that, given their capabilities, even from such a distance, they would surely be able to hear us. Even if you wish for demise, must you involve me in your folly? Indeed, the ground beneath them suddenly heaved, propelling them forward at an alarming speed. Before long, they found themselves before Su Muyong and the others. At this moment, Su Muyong maintained an air of serenity, resembling an ancient sage in his calmness. Alice stood beside him, casting a fierce glare at Bellamy. Candace, on the other side, shifted her gaze between Bellamy and Su Lukai. Her expression filled with curiosity. After observing for a while, she abruptly turned to Alice and remarked, Alice, it appears you intend to entrust the education of this little sprite to this young man from the Su family? Education? What educational duties? Bellamy exclaimed, momentarily taken aback, then brimming with indignation. In the realm of magical education, Su Lukai stands as a distinguished instructor. Nevertheless, she refrained from elaborating further, instead offering a graceful elven salute. Queen Bellamy, it is an honor to meet your excellency, the Grand Judge. The Grand Judge, noticing a surge of emotions, inquired, do you require my assistance for healing? What on earth? A few individuals were momentarily taken aback. Alice was the first to regain her composure, her expression darkening as she nonchalantly waved her hand. Edict. Silence. An unseen beam of light instantaneously descended upon Bellamy. Her eyes widened in shock, and though she opened her mouth, no words emerged. Oh dear, Candace suddenly exclaimed. You can wield edict magic? This is a form of rule-based magic reputed to be accessible only to the divine. Have you achieved another breakthrough? Alice, maintaining her composure, cast a sidelong glance at Su Muyong and smiled. Recently, I have fortuitously acquired some new insights. Sister Alice. Candace grasped Alice's hand affectionately. Will you teach me? Otherwise, I fear I shall be unable to contend with Isabella. With a resolute expression, she bit her lip as if making a significant decision. I still have 17 chances left. May I trade one for your guidance? Alice's face flushed crimson. What are you babbling about? Is it not embarrassing to speak such things in front of the children? Su Lukai desperately lowered his head, envisioning himself as a quivering quail. You cannot see me. You cannot see me. You cannot see me. Unfortunately, how could he possibly evade detection? Especially now that Alice was both embarrassed and irritated, seeking a way to change the subject. Lukai, come over and greet your Aunt Candace. Your Aunt Candace is the chief judge of the Dark Alliance Court, and your matters will eventually come under her purview. With his ruse uncovered, Su Lukai had no choice but to approach, bowing respectfully in greeting. Greetings, Aunt Candace. You are truly beautiful. No wonder the Ancestor often speaks of you. Alice's gaze grew increasingly dangerous. Boy, you never said such a thing to me. Yet Candace's expression brightened instantly, her eyes toward Su Lukai now imbued with warmth. Oh my, what a sweet tongue you have. For that compliment. Anything you need will be taken care of by Aunt. It was only at this moment that Su Muyong leisurely spoke up. I want this lad to learn necromancy. After considering various options, it seems you possess the most profound understanding of the necromantic arts on this continent. Thus, I have come to seek your assistance. Humph. Candace scoffed, visibly displeased. What use is necromancy, no matter how strong? It remains thoroughly suppressed by Isabella. If I hadn't promptly adjusted my martial skills, I would have truly struggled to hold my head high before her. Impressive. The current Su Lukai had just begun to grasp the power dynamics of the continent, and he was taken aback by her words. So, this Aunt Candace was also adept in both magic and martial arts? Moreover, she had reached the pinnacle in both skills? No. According to her implication, even with her formidable prowess, she was still firmly suppressed by that Isabella. Just how powerful could she be? Truly, she must be the beloved of the Ancestor. Turning to serious matters, Candace scrutinized Su Lukai carefully, her brow slightly furrowing. This boy is quite peculiar. He appears to possess a robust life force, yet there is an air of insubstantiality about him. Additionally, life and death are oppositional. How could he possibly learn necromancy? Su Muyang explained with a smile, of course, it is not possible now. However, this matter still falls upon your shoulders, as you are, after all, the Grand Judge of the Dark Alliance. Not anymore. Candace suddenly interrupted him, her gaze directed at him filled with an odd mixture of amusement and disbelief. If you had arrived a couple of days earlier, I would still hold that title. But now, I am no longer the Grand Judge. What on earth? A few of them were taken aback, and Alice couldn't help but exclaim, what happened? Candace shrugged her shoulders nonchalantly and replied, I no longer wish to be the Grand Judge, but those old geezers in the Joint Council refused to agree. In a fit of rage, I gave them a good thrashing and subsequently forcefully defected from the Dark Alliance. So now, not only am I no longer the Grand Judge, but I have also become a wanted criminal of the Dark Alliance. I estimate that news will spread across the continent in a couple of days. By that time, I wonder how many adventurers will come after me for the bounty offered by the Dark Alliance. Despite discussing such a significant matter, Candace's tone and demeanor were remarkably relaxed, devoid of any trace of concern. Come on, I am one of the 3 greatest experts on the continent, aside from Isabella and Alice. My rivals who are also my sisters, who else do I have to fear? Su Muyang felt a tinge of curiosity. What is going on? Why did you suddenly depart from the Dark Alliance? Do you wish to know? Candace's eyes twinkled as she playfully extended a finger. If you owe me once more, well, never mind. I'm not particularly interested in knowing. Whether the Dark Alliance thrives or perishes has nothing to do with me. Su Muyang curled his lips, wearing an expression of utter indifference. Women, indeed, must never be allowed to gain the upper hand. Candace leaned closer, her smile reminiscent of a mischievous little thief. Aren't you curious? This matter pertains to you. Su Muyang responded with a courteous smile. If I truly wish to know, I could simply calculate it with a flick of my fingers. What event in this realm could possibly elude me? However, that would render it rather mundane. Furthermore, he was well aware of Candace's nature, recognizing that she was not a person who lacked discernment regarding the gravity of situations. Since Candace could leverage this matter to manipulate him, it indicated that the issue was not significant and was entirely within his control. If she desired to maintain a little secret to enhance their intrigue, then feigning cooperation would suffice. Moreover, this approach could ultimately be beneficial. Su Muyang's objective this time is directed towards the side of death. However, considering Candace's status and dignity, he refrains from employing coercive measures, instead opting to negotiate a price akin to his dealings with the Elven race. Now that Candace has severed ties with the Dark Alliance, he finds himself unencumbered by previous reservations. Shall he directly seize the side of death? As he ponders this, a sudden thought crosses his mind, prompting him to lift his gaze towards the distance. What is it? What is he looking at? Noticing his demeanor, Candace also feels a spark of curiosity. Su Muyang suddenly burst into laughter, realizing that what he had said had indeed come to pass. A necromancer was hastening toward them, boasting of formidable 9th-tier strength and wielding a scythe of death. Candace, your pursuer has arrived. With a rhythmic sound of grinding bones, a massive skeletal dragon soared through the air. Its colossal form stretched over several dozen meters, its frame resembling a jagged mountain. The dragon's bones were a ghastly white, and its enormous, menacing skull housed hollow eye sockets that seemed to flicker with an eerie blue flame, emanating a mysterious and terrifying aura. By the heavens! Su Lukai was taken aback, instinctively retreating a few steps, his face turning ashen. The skeletal dragon appeared exceedingly terrifying, did it not? In contrast, the others remained unfazed, casting quizzical glances at Su Lukai. Bellamy, who had been released from her silence, candidly expressed her surprise. Lukai, why do you react this way? Are you afraid of the skeletal dragon? Impossible. Su Lukai bristled at the inquiry from the stunning beauty. He puffed out his chest, striving to embody a sense of masculinity. I am merely curious. After all, this skeletal dragon had wings devoid of feathers yet was capable of flight, which utterly defied the laws of physics. He chuckled awkwardly a few times in an attempt to alleviate the tension. Su Muyang couldn't help but chuckle in disbelief. In that case, I shall leave this necromancer to you. The ability to summon a bone dragon and wield the scythe of death certainly makes her a worthy adversary. Should you manage to defeat her, I assure you that I will invest greater effort in crafting your bones. What on earth is this? Su Lukai's face turned pale. Please. I am terrified of ghosts. And now, you want me to compete against professional players? Sumu Yang cast him a sidelong glance and said nonchalantly, "Of course. If you are inclined towards compassion, there are alternative methods. I could arrange a trial in an illusionary realm, sending you to the underworld." "That's definitely her." Su Lukai blurted out without a moment's hesitation. "The underworld? Good grief. That's the true epicenter of horrors. It's south the kind of place that could frighten one to death." Suddenly, he paused. "Compassionate? Ancestor, are you implying that this necromancer is a woman?" Candace interjected with a mischievous grin. "Not only is she a girl, but she is also quite a beautiful one. Selena, I am here." Her voice reverberated from afar. And the skeletal dragon abruptly accelerated, diving down to the ground. From the dragon's back emerged a petite figure clad in a gray robe, adorned with a large hood that obscured her features. Upon noticing the presence of several individuals, she trembled slightly before slowly approaching, respectfully bowing to Candace and softly murmuring, "Good afternoon, teacher." Candace waved her hand dismissively. "No need for that. Are you here to capture me?" "Not at all." Selena replied with an adorably confused shake of her head. "How could I possibly come to apprehend my teacher? I am here to invite you back." "Isn't that essentially the same?" Candace inquired with a playful smile. "What if I choose not to return?" Selena appeared momentarily perplexed, scratching her head in confusion. "But my father said that if you do not return, then I have no reason to go back either." "Teacher, what am I to do?" Candace slapped her forehead, feeling somewhat exasperated. "Mu Yang, this is my apprentice, the youngest daughter of the co-chairman of the Dark Alliance Council. This girl possesses remarkable talent in necromancy, though she is a bit timid." "What? Timid?" Everyone was taken aback. The notion of a timid necromancer sounded rather peculiar. Sumu Yang scrutinized Selena for a moment, feeling somewhat speechless. Initially, he had thought that the delivery would arrive at his doorstep, providing an opportunity to repurpose the situation by having her serve as a sparring partner for Su Lukai. However, it turned out that she was actually his junior, which made any attempt to seize her talents rather inappropriate. Nevertheless, after traversing the realms for so many years, could such a trivial issue truly perplex him? In just a fleeting moment, an idea took shape in his mind. In truth, if he wished for Candace to return with him, it was certainly feasible. "Huh?" Selena slightly lifted her gaze to regard him, only to quickly lower her head again, seemingly hesitant to meet Sumu Yang's eyes. Observing her social anxiety, Candace felt a flush creeping across her cheeks. After all, this was Lord Mu Yang, effectively your Grandmaster. His words carried the weight of my intentions. "Good afternoon, Grandmaster." Selena instinctively performed a respectful greeting, only to realize her faux pas as she abruptly raised her head, her expression one of bewilderment. "Grandmaster?" It was only at that moment that everyone could discern her features concealed beneath the hood. As Candace had remarked, she was indeed a rare beauty. Her long, silvery hair cascaded like a waterfall over her shoulders, and her fair visage resembled a freshly bloomed white rose, delicate and pure. Her bright, large eyes sparkled with a clarity akin to serene lake waters, brimming with curiosity and innocence. Coupled with her petite frame, she appeared as though she had stepped out of a comic book. Yet, for some inexplicable reason, she exuded the aura of an adorable little rabbit, naive yet endearing, as if she could be startled at any moment. This was in stark contrast to the chilling and ruthless image of a necromancer that everyone had anticipated. Sumu Yang had long been aware of this, hence he was not surprised. After all, that mere hood could hardly obstruct his gaze. Observing Selena's adorable and naive demeanor, his mood seemed to lift considerably. He pointed at Su Lukai and cheerfully remarked, "If you wish for your teacher to return, it is quite simple. Just eliminate him, and I shall allow Candace to go back." "What? Murder?" Upon hearing these words, Selena's complexion turned pale, as if she had received a tremendous shock. She stumbled backwards several steps, waving her hands in denial. "No, no, no. How could I possibly kill someone? Killing is wrong. What nonsense is this?" Almost everyone was bewildered. "You, a necromancer, a key figure of the evil faction, representing the very essence of death, engage with the deceased daily. Yet you dare to claim that killing is wrong? Have you mistaken your script?" Candace rubbed her forehead and, with a hint of exasperation, explained, "Selena has always been timid and inherently kind-hearted. Yet her talent for necromancy is unparalleled. That is why I took her as my apprentice. She was still a child back then, so I allowed her to practice only necromancy, refraining from introducing her to the concept of killing too soon. Just a few days ago, she turned 18 and has become an adult. I had intended to gradually expose her to such matters, but unforeseen circumstances led to her being abandoned." Thud, thud, thud. It was as though 1,000 arrows pierced Bellamy's heart, inflicting a staggering blow. 18 years old, a level 9 necromancer? What kind of terrifying talent is this? As an elf, a favored child of nature, it took me 2 centuries to reach the status of a level 9 sorcerer, making me one of the rare geniuses of the elven race. But now? First, Sulukai casually reaches level 9 while bathing, and now an 18-year-old level 9? My goodness, when did this world become so bewildering? However, upon hearing this, Su Mu Yang's gaze suddenly sharpened. Very well then, I shall propose another condition. You shall spar with this individual. If you win, Candace will accompany you back. How does that sound? Su Mu Yang, ever adaptable, promptly altered the conditions. Candace raised an eyebrow slightly but remained silent, tacitly accepting Su Mu Yang's wager. Is that so? Selena tilted her head, scrutinizing Su Lu Kai, her expression shifting to one of dismay. Yet, I seldom engage in physical confrontations, and he appears rather formidable. Su Lu Kai puffed out his chest, and suddenly began to tremble. Little sister, fret not. I shall be gentle. I assure you, I won't make you cry. Selena, tugging at her small face, glanced at Candace, and upon seeing her mentor's encouraging gaze, could only nod helplessly. Very well then, you must go easy on me. Absolutely. In response to such an adorable little girl, Su Lu Kai felt even more elated. Selena did not draw her staff. Instead, she swiftly formed hand seals, reciting incantations. Oh! Souls lingering on the brink of life and death, break free from the shackles of the void and heed my call. Mist of spirits, whirlpool of souls, gather around me. Let the bones reassemble and the soul fire reignite. Bellamy, observing Su Lu Kai's smug expression, felt an inexplicable annoyance and couldn't help but murmur. Isn't that the incantation for summoning the undead? Such a rudimentary spell, can it be cast instantaneously? I truly overestimated her. Just as she uttered these words, her voice abruptly halted. Before Selena, a malevolent portal to the undead was slowly opening. Rows of spectral warriors and teams of wraiths emerged in an orderly fashion, soon encircling Selena without an escape. Moreover, following these lesser beings, formidable undead summons began to materialize in succession. Oh, even Alice couldn't help but be taken aback. Skeleton warriors, ghastly ghouls, death knights, phantom assassins, soul captors, undying liches, and bone dragons. This little girl possesses commendable strength, given her level of expertise. To be deemed impressive is indeed a significant accolade. Candace instantly swelled with pride. Of course, just look at who trained her. However, she shook her head helplessly, choosing not to elaborate further. There was no need for more words, as the dynamics of the battlefield had already shifted. After summoning a multitude of undead creatures, Selena did not immediately launch an attack. Instead, she continued to chant spells. Wall of the Underworld, Bone Armor, Guardian of the Nether. A series of protective enchantments desperately enveloped her. Meanwhile, witnessing Selena conjure such an array of chaotic entities, Su Lu Kai was left bewildered. It dawned on him that this seemingly shy and socially anxious girl was, in fact, a bona fide level 9 necromancer. Meanwhile, he was merely a novice, having only recently dabbled in the arcane arts. In a state of hubris, he had the audacity to claim he wouldn't make her cry? Who would make whom cry was still uncertain. Upon reflecting on these matters, Su Lu Kai felt an overwhelming urge to slap himself repeatedly. Fortunately, his reaction was not sluggish. He promptly began to cast spells. Under immense pressure, the speed at which he cast his magic surprisingly increased significantly. Vine Armor, Thorn Shield, Verdant Barrier, Life Restoration. One protective spell after another desperately enveloped him. He even cast 2 continuous recovery spells in succession. However, the paradox was that both individuals were fervently defending themselves, with neither daring to initiate an attack. This scene left several spectators speechless, finally grasping the reason behind Candace's earlier expression. How terrified must you both be to not even attempt a tentative assault? Indeed, they were 2 novices with 0 combat experience. Alice cast a sidelong glance at Candace, a hint of amusement in her tone. Is this truly your apprentice? Candace sighed, choosing not to respond further. What more could I possibly say? This young girl has scarcely engaged in battle throughout her life. In contrast, Su Mu Yang nodded thoughtfully. Indeed. This young lady possesses remarkable potential. Given time, she will undoubtedly surpass Candace with ease. What? Candace exclaimed in astonishment, her words escaping her lips. Is that true? You believe Selena could surpass me? Alice and Bellamy shared a similar reaction. It is well known that throughout the history of this continent, there have only been 3 divine-level masters, with Candace being one of them. If what Su Muyang claimed were indeed true, then Selena would have transcended the realm of the divine. Su Muyang nodded and patiently explained, the manifestation of power is never singular. Candace, although you excel in both magical and martial arts, ultimately you have harnessed the essence of death to its fullest extent. This young girl, however, treads a different path, in giving rise to yang. When the power of death reaches a certain threshold, it can bloom anew from within the depths of demise, transforming the very essence of strength. At that moment, a flicker of tenderness appeared in his gaze. I shall find her an exceptional master. Humph. Candace suddenly scoffed, her expression darkening. She was indifferent to the notion of finding a master, but the tenderness reflected in Su Muyang's eyes was unmistakable, stirring an inexplicable sense of unease within her. What sort of master could elicit such concern from you? Su Muyang remained oblivious to her peculiar demeanor, still ensnared in a particular emotional state. She hailed from a lineage emblematic of slaughter and annihilation. Although she possessed unparalleled power, she did not succumb to the boundless bloodshed like her kin. Instead, she emerged untainted from the mire, with a gentle disposition and a fundamentally kind heart, embracing all beings with a spirit of compassion. At last, one fateful day, through her compassion, she grasped the profound mysteries of the cycles of life and death, thus attaining the ultimate path. The more Candace listened, the more discomfort brewed within her, as a certain envy began to intensify. Su Muyang hails from another realm, a truth she is well aware of. Su Muyang has women in other realms, and she is well aware of this. Yet, she has always firmly believed that regardless of how many women Su Muyang may have, she would still hold a significant place in his heart. However, today, this conviction has been shattered, for at this moment, the tenderness in Su Muyang's eyes, capable of melting anyone's heart, is something she has never experienced before. In an instant, the flames of jealousy within her surged even more fiercely. Even her words were laced with a hint of gritted teeth. Are you saying that she is truly the one you love the most? Is she the true mistress of the Su family? Su Muyang remained ensnared in a profound emotion, instinctively shaking his head. No, my true wife is not well. Suddenly, his expression shifted dramatically. For, at the moment Candace uttered the words the true mistress of the Su family, in an infinite expanse beyond time, within an unknown realm, an awe-inspiring palace, an indescribable and unseen presence slowly opened its eyes. Seal the heavens, conceal the earth, cut the cause, yield no fruit. In the land of AC, the heavens transformed. The once unattainable sky seemed to draw near, oppressive to the point of suffocation. Beyond the horizon, a swirling gray chaos was faintly discernible, surging with immense, overwhelming power that sent shivers down the spine. The expressions of Candace and her companions had utterly changed, for in their sight, Su Muyang, who was exerting his full magical prowess, had morphed into an existence they could not comprehend. At times, he manifested in myriad forms, each more diverse than the last, filling the view with nothing but Su Muyang. At other moments, he coalesced into one, infinitely compressed, resembling a bizarre scroll of art, alternating between illusion and reality. He floated uncertainly between the two. Though he was near, he felt as distant as if separated by infinite realms of time and space. What is happening? The women were utterly dumbfounded. Beyond the endless expanse of time, an unknown entity, its phoenix-like eyes slowly opened, gazing towards a sense direction. Merely a fleeting glance seemed to pierce through layers of space and the vastness of eons. Wherever its gaze fell, countless beings within the cosmos felt a stirring in their hearts, instinctively bowing in reverence to their innermost truths. Long live the Empress! After casting a casual glance, the Empress withdrew her gaze, murmuring to herself, the mysteries of fate, beyond perception? Merely trivial matters. Gently, she caressed her flat abdomen before gradually closing her beautiful eyes once more. It was only at this moment that Su Muyang retracted his divine powers, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. Fortunately, he had reacted swiftly, concealing the secrets of the heavens. Otherwise, someone's jealousy would have been provoked. Muyang, what has happened to you? The events that had transpired surpassed the comprehension of the few present. Candace cautiously inquired, no trace remaining of her earlier boldness. Although Su Muyang felt a lingering unease, he comforted them with warmth. It is of no consequence, merely a concealment of fate. Earlier, you inadvertently touched upon a certain indescribable and unseen presence. With her cultivation, she is capable of sensing any mention of her name. Should she take a fancy to investigate? Then he refrained from continuing, silently adding to himself, she would uncover the existence of a woman in my life. What? Merely mentioning her name can trigger a response? The group was immediately taken aback. At their current level of cultivation, they found it incomprehensible to grasp such a realm, yet their astonishment remained unbridled. However, the pressing question was that it seemed no one had uttered any names moments ago. They quickly rifled through their memories, suddenly struck dumb. If they recalled correctly, the only phrase that bore any relation to a name was Candace's reference to the true mistress of the Sioux family. This implied that even a specific title, devoid of an actual name, could provoke a certain awareness? My heavens, what manner of being is this woman? The crowd was engulfed in myriad thoughts, and the atmosphere swiftly descended into a profound silence. Su Muyang let out a helpless sigh and turned to glance at Su Lukai and Selena. After such a commotion, how could these two novices possibly have the inclination to fight? Now, they resembled two trembling quails, huddled together in a corner, shivering in fear. Alas, such is the way of things. Su Muyang shook his head in resignation. After the recent upheaval, he found himself devoid of any desire to engage in the game. Initially, he had intended to cultivate Su Lukai, but it now seemed prudent to allow him to grow at his own pace. With this thought in mind, he reached out and gently waved his hand. Suddenly, a rift in the dimensional space opened beside Selena. A remarkably large scythe, with an unusual design, seemed to be drawn by an unseen force, soaring from the dimensional void directly into Su Muyang's grasp. It was a pitch-black scythe, towering over a person, forged from an unknown dark metal, its handle adorned with exquisite yet eerie patterns. The sharp blade pulsed with a faint purple luminescence, exuding an ominous aura while simultaneously radiating an inexplicable sense of sanctity. "Oh, my side of death, why does it refuse to obey?" Selena exclaimed instinctively, intending to step forward in pursuit. Yet, upon seeing Su Muyang wielding the scythe, she hesitated, retreating timidly behind Candace, whispering, "Teacher, my master has taken my scythe." Su Muyang said with a smile, "Little girl, since you have no desire to take a life, how about lending me the scythe of death for a while? Rest assured, I promise to return it." Selena shrank her neck and replied weakly, "Master, do not attempt to deceive me. My father has warned me that the scythe of death is a divine artifact, not to be shown to others. Otherwise, I would find myself in grave trouble." Su Muyang chuckled softly, casually brushing past the scythe of death. The elongated scythe trembled violently and then swiftly melted into a viscous black liquid. Amidst Selena's exclamations of astonishment, the liquid surged rapidly, transforming into a dark, metallic skeleton. Su Muyang then chuckled, "Since you fear being seen by others, why not change your appearance?" With that, he casually gestured, and the metallic skeleton began to clatter into motion. It raced towards the terrified Su Lukai, crashing headfirst into him. "Ah!" Su Lukai gasped in astonishment, instinctively attempting to evade. Yet, alas, how could he possibly escape? The metallic skeleton collided with him, and rather than knocking him down, it swiftly merged with his very being, everything occurring with an astonishingly natural fluidity. Su Lukai momentarily froze, lifting his arm to scrutinize it closely, even pinching it a few times. In stark contrast to his previous gelatinous form, his current physique resembled that of a human. Beneath the flesh, there lay a distinctly firm skeletal structure. Had he finally acquired a body? In that instant, Su Lukai was nearly overwhelmed with joy. "I, Su Lukai, have finally become solid." While he reveled in his newfound state, Selena was filled with urgency. Though she harbored fear towards Su Muyang, she felt little trepidation towards Su Lukai. She hastily approached him, her large, innocent eyes already misty with impending tears as she reached out to touch him, her anxiety palpable. "How could you take someone else's belongings? Return my scythe at once." Gazing into Selena's pure, wide eyes, Su Lukai inexplicably felt a pang of guilt. How could he? Having taken the precious artifact from such an adorable little girl, was he still human? No, it was the ancestor who had taken her possession. "I am innocent." A dignified ancestor, resorting to stealing from a child. How shameful. As a man of aesthetic appreciation, Su Lukai instinctively aligned himself with Selena, casting a profound disdain towards the ancestor. What a disgraceful descendant. How dare you slander the ancestor? Su Muyang shot a glare at Su Lukai, though he felt little anger within. To others, being captivated by a beautiful woman might seem like an act of servility, yet to the old ancestor, it represented potential for greatness. Of course, this was contingent upon the ability to win her over and subsequently sire a brood of 10 or 8 offspring. As long as you could bear children, you would be hailed as a great benefactor of the Sioux family. However, you are still quite inexperienced, thus it falls upon me, the old ancestor, to give you a nudge in the right direction. Su Muyang quickly donned a benevolent expression, smiling warmly at Selena. Selena, do you wish to reclaim the scythe of death? Selena furtively glanced at her master, sensing an undercurrent of mischief, yet she nodded and whispered, of course I do. My father said it is a cherished artifact of our lineage of great significance. Precisely, he replied. Su Muyang nodded with a sense of comfort and continued. I am your master, not someone who covets your belongings. I merely wish to borrow for a while. This young man needs to attend to some matters and requires the use of the scythe of death, but only for a brief period, merely 100 years. After that, the original will be returned. 100 years? Selena's mouth formed a na shape in astonishment. Is that really considered brief? Yet, she lacked the courage to challenge Su Muyang and instead cast a pleading gaze towards Candace, observing the little girl's pitiful demeanor. Candace felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. Nevertheless, she gently ruffled the girl's hair and reassured her, do not worry, your master is a truly good person. He would never genuinely bully you. She refrained from directly countering Su Muyang, fully aware that he had his reasons for such actions. Moreover, the imposing presence he had just displayed instilled in her a deep-seated respect, even a touch of trepidation. I used to be quite cheeky with him and often enjoyed poking fun at him. I hope he isn't truly upset. Su Muyang smiled enigmatically. If you find this century too long, there are alternatives. To undertake this task alone would indeed require a century. However, I have enlisted Bellamy as an assistant. I estimate that it could be accomplished in approximately 40 to 50 years. Alas, if we had a powerful necromancer to assist, it could be resolved in no more than a decade. His words were rather blunt. Even though Selena was somewhat naive, she discerned the underlying meaning. In that moment, she was engulfed in turmoil. To seize it? Surely, with such a formidable master, how could one possibly succeed? Not to seize it. Yet if the artifact were lost, her father would undoubtedly scold her. Was she truly expected to assist this Su Lakai for a decade, as her master suggested? Noticing her inner conflict, Su Muyang fanned the flames further. Selena, if you do not wish to take a life, do you aspire to save one? Save someone? Selena's eyes suddenly sparkled with realization. But upon recalling something, she furtively glanced at Candace, donning a fierce expression. I am a necromancer. After all, I shall inevitably claim many lives. The others were left speechless. Truly, who could be deceived by such a clumsy performance? Su Muyang remained unconvinced and continued to provoke. The world this young man inhabited had encountered significant turmoil. With undead creatures rampant and humanity on the brink of extinction, I entrusted him with your death scythe to sweep away those abominable entities and restore clarity to the world. Unfortunately, he stands alone and feeble, and it is uncertain how long it will take him to purge those undead beings. In fact, he may not even be able to match the rate at which the undead proliferate. Alas, at this rate, who knows when that world will return to normalcy? Selena fell into silence. By now, Su Lakai was acutely aware of the elder's intentions. A wave of elation surged within him as he eagerly chimed in. Indeed, there are billions of undead creatures there. It is difficult to fathom how long it would take with just my strength. Although Bellamy was also a level 9 mage. Being a nature magic practitioner, she excelled in ecological restoration but fell short in eliminating undead beings. Bellamy immediately became displeased. Can you refrain from elevating and belittling me at the same time? With just the two of you novices, I could easily handle both of you. Observing her sulky demeanor, Elder Alice let out a silent sigh. Oh, dear child, do cultivate some wisdom. Su Muyang wore a look of amusement, relishing the unfolding drama. What a delightful surprise it was. This rascal had previously failed to ignite any spark with Bellamy despite their prolonged encounters, only to unexpectedly find himself enamored with the adorably naive lowly type. Yet, it appeared that Bellamy harbored some feelings for him as well. She liked him, yet he did not reciprocate. He liked her, yet she remained indifferent. Was this not the epitome of a melodramatic soap opera? Nonetheless, one might as well accept that the spoils of conflict ultimately belong to the Su family. When the time comes, they could be cast into a remote world, free to pursue their affections as they pleased. As long as they could bring forth heirs for the Su lineage, the ancestors would not meddle further. After some deliberation, Selena timidly inquired, Are you certain you will return my scythe of death? I assure you, Su Lakai exclaimed joyfully, eager to affirm his commitment with fervent oaths. The ancestors had declared that upon the completion of the task, he would ascend to replace a celestial authority. At that point, would he still be concerned about such a trivial scythe? Observing his unwavering conviction, Selena pouted in agreement. Very well then, but you must keep your word. When shall we depart? Sulukai, momentarily taken aback, turned to the Ancestor. When do we embark on our journey? Sumu Yang felt a pang of irritation and swiftly delivered a reprimanding slap, exclaiming, "You foolish brat. Hasn't the Ancestor already stated? Once we acquire the scythe of death, we must pay a visit to the Holy See." The Holy See? Candace's expression tightened as she interjected, "Muyang, are you aware of this?" Several individuals turned their curious gazes towards her, with Alice unable to restrain her inquiry. "Candace, what is it? What do we know?" Seeing their genuine confusion, Candace reluctantly elucidated. "Isn't it because of Isabella's predicament? My departure from the Dark Alliance this time is precisely to make a trip to the Holy See to lend a helping hand." Though her words were fierce, her intentions were hardly obscured, particularly for Alice, who was well acquainted with their relationship. This was not merely lending a helping hand. It was evidently a mission to rescue Isabella. Perhaps she had staged a defection to avoid entanglements with the Dark Alliance. Although Isabella's troubles startled Alice momentarily, she remained unperturbed. Even Sumu Yang did not take it to heart. The fact that Candace had not immediately reported this matter upon their reunion indicated her belief that she could handle it with ease. If his own partner believed in his capabilities, how could he show weakness? Yet, despite this, his curiosity could not be contained. As one of the three great masters of the continent, the High Priestess of the Holy See, what could have befallen Isabella? Candace's expression grew peculiar. Just days prior, the Pope of the Holy See had received a divine revelation from the celestial realm, indicating that the rebirth of angels was to be initiated, bringing Isabella into the divine realm to be reborn as a four-winged angel. As she spoke, she attentively observed Sumu Yang's reaction. Indeed, his countenance darkened considerably. It was not just him. Alice's expression soured as well. Bellamy, however, was oblivious to the underlying issues and exclaimed in astonishment upon hearing the news, "Angels? And four-winged angels? Is this true?" It was said that the celestial realm occasionally selected virtuous and powerful believers from the Holy See to enter the divine realm. Yet, only two-winged angels had ever been chosen. Four-winged angels were unprecedented. Nevertheless, given Lady Isabella's exceptional prowess, ascending to become a four-winged angel seemed only fitting, did it not? Sulukai wore a face full of envy. The fabled angels, their mere mention evokes admiration, though he possessed little knowledge of the divine realm. He had heard whispers of angels in his previous world. In his understanding, angels were heavenly messengers, embodying beauty, purity, kindness, and integrity. Surely, for the unseen Aunt Isabella to ascend to the status of an angel, it must be a fortunate occurrence? Yet, why did the elder's countenance appear so grim? Soon, Sumu Yang alleviated his confusion. "Lakai, as a member of the Su family, it is imperative that you enhance both your strength and your perspective. The term angel may sound alluring. Yet in truth, they are not but puppets." Puppets? Both Sulukai and Bellamy were taken aback. Fortunately, Sumu Yang, intent on broadening their horizons, patiently elucidated further. Angels predominantly emerge from the angel rebirth pool. They are merely pure energy entities devoid of intellect, and can indeed be classified as puppets. Should a human aspire to transcend into an angel, they too must enter the angel rebirth pool for baptism. These transformed angels, possessing far superior strength and potential compared to their predecessors, are considered the C'Armée de la C'Armée among angels. However, therein lies a crucial caveat. The angel rebirth pool harbors profound secrets. All who undergo this baptism shall have a seed of loyalty implanted deep within their souls. In essence, once transformed into an angel, one is eternally bound to loyalty, rendering the term angel synonymous with that of a slave. A being stripped of self-will is, at best, an elevated puppet. Sumu Yang had long since discerned that this world does not exist in isolation. Rather, it is interlinked with two other realms. According to the lore of the Ace continent, one of these realms is known as the Divine Realm, while the other is referred to as the Nether Realm, both of which could be considered the upper echelons of the Ace continent. However, the barriers separating the Ace continent from these realms are remarkably robust, rendering interaction between them exceedingly challenging, and thus, such connections are relatively rare. Sumu Yang traversed countless realms, encountering a plethora of worlds. Yet he found little intrigue in these two particular worlds, and thus did not delve into them deliberately. However, the existence of angels was a common phenomenon across many worlds, and he deemed it unremarkable. With a mere moment of contemplation, he concluded that the celestial beings in this realm's divine domain were no different. In earlier years, he had casually mentioned this matter to Candace and others. Consequently, the reincarnation of angels was perceived as a momentous occasion by many. Yet for Candace and her companions, it was nothing short of a calamity. Upon receiving this news, Candace swiftly resolved to assist Isabella. Though their rivalry stemmed from jealousy as competitors for affection, it was merely a reflection of their shared connection as women beloved by Su Mu-yang, akin to sisters under one blanket. On occasions when she found herself outmatched in their friendly sparring, she would often call upon others for assistance. Such a bond could hardly breed true enmity. However, just as she stepped outside, she encountered Su Mu-yang, alleviating her concerns entirely. Su Mu-yang's explanation caused a transformation in the expressions of Su Lukai and a few other younger members. No wonder the Ancestor's countenance was so grim. Someone intended to vie for the Ancestor's woman. After some contemplation, Su Lukai cautiously inquired, "Ancestor, what shall we do? If we rescue Aunt Isabella, will that not lead to a conflict with the divine realm?" To be candid, he was inwardly anxious. Not long ago, he had been an ordinary young man living in a modern metropolis. Although he had recently encountered extraordinary powers, certain deeply ingrained notions were not easily altered, and his understanding of high-level forces was still quite nebulous. The divine realm was an imposing concept, renowned for its overwhelming strength. While the Ancestor appeared formidable, could he truly contend with legendary angels or even greater powers? Candace detected the trepidation in his heart and couldn't help but chuckle softly. "My dear boy, do you perhaps lack confidence in your Ancestor? In truth, this situation is not particularly troublesome. Even without your Ancestor, I could manage it adequately. Your Ancestor has mentioned that the spatial barriers are exceedingly robust. Thus, the passage to the divine realm is not easily accessible. It requires considerable energy and resources to open. I had originally planned to venture to the Holy See myself, to obliterate the passage and rescue Isabella. Once the passage is destroyed, re-establishing it would be a formidable challenge. However, now that your Ancestor is present, the divine realm has undoubtedly attracted immense trouble. Your Ancestor's temperament is not as temperate as you might presume." Su Mu-yang nodded slightly, yet his mind was swirling with other thoughts. A mere divine realm and underworld held little significance for him. In times past, if someone dared to provoke the women he cherished, even if it were merely to elicit a smile from them, annihilating the divine realm would hardly have seemed extraordinary. However, circumstances have changed. In earlier days, although he had numerous descendants across the heavens, procreation was solely a means to enhance his power, often devoid of any emotional connection. Many times, after fathering a child, he would simply collect his system rewards and depart, indifferent to the child's development. After all, with such a multitude of progeny, it was impossible to oversee them all. Yet, the present is different. In his quest to break through his limitations, he must now devise ways to empower his descendants, thereby receiving their strength in return. Considering this, Su Mu-yang pondered for a moment before slowly shaking his head. It is best to spare the divine realm this time and focus on rescuing Isabella. As for the divine realm, it serves as an excellent training ground, so I shall keep it for now. The Su family has many descendants, and I will ensure they venture into the divine realm for their training. After all, for my family to grow increasingly powerful, we require a variety of nourishment. His words were delivered lightly, yet Su Lukai's expression shifted dramatically. What the Ancestor implied was that he intended to tame the angels of the divine realm to serve as a sharpening stone for the Su family's younger generation. This would not only lead to the destruction of the divine realm, but also result in its complete exploitation. Wait, I am also a descendant of the Su family, which means I might have the chance to venture into the divine realm for training as well. Could I possibly engage in combat with those legendary angels? Goodness, would I be capable of that? To avoid prolonging the tension, we should set off to the sacred church sooner rather than later, Alice interjected, sensing the atmosphere had grown heavy. Indeed, Candace chimed in suddenly, her eyes lighting up with inspiration. With a flourish of her hand, a massive necromantic portal opened, and a colossal skeletal dragon emerged, soaring forth. Compared to Selena's skeletal dragon, this one was several times larger, shrouded in swirling black mist that nearly coalesced into substance. Candace leapt onto the back of the skeletal dragon and naturally commanded, "You two, along with the little sprite, ride on Selena's skeletal dragon and engage in some youthful exchanges. The three of us old-timers shall take my vehicle, no, my skeletal dragon king." Alice's cheeks flushed suddenly, and she instinctively declined. No, the noise would be too overwhelming. She abruptly stiffened, unable to continue her protest. Meanwhile, Bellamy exclaimed in astonishment, "Huh? Lukai, what kind of magic is this? This is clearly nature magic. Yet I have never seen it before." Curiously, she reached out to touch Su Lukai's face. At that moment, two large leaves had sprouted from his eyebrows, drooping down to completely obscure his eyes. Even more peculiarly, his ears had transformed into two large fruits, effectively blocking them entirely. Bellamy was filled with curiosity. There was nature magic that she was unaware of. However, the objective of casting magic is to effectively strike down one's enemies. Yet here you are, covering your eyes and ears, rendering yourself blind and deaf. Are you not inviting defeat? Truly, a novice with zero combat experience. As she continued to explore, Su Lukai could only helplessly dispel the magic, his expression exceedingly peculiar. Well, I merely aimed to develop a spell that could seal all 5 senses, but unfortunately, I can only manage to cover my eyes and ears for now. Indeed, the most effective approach might be to feign death. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration illuminated his thoughts. Selena, are you not a necromancer? Is there not a spell within the realm of necromancy that allows one to simulate death? A state wherein one cannot see, hear, or think, utterly oblivious to the world's calamities, remaining undisturbed even amidst chaos? Selena blinked in confusion before her eyes lit up with realization. Yes. If I were to feign death during a confrontation, would that not spare me from the need to fight? Allow me to ponder this. Though creating a spell of my own is quite challenging, the fact that you could conjure this invisible magic is truly remarkable. Observing the two novices earnestly deliberating over such a futile spell, Bellamy was overcome by a peculiar sense of superiority. In life, one ought to possess a modicum of cleverness. Much like myself. Su Muyang's lips twitched slightly as he helplessly spoke. Enough of this nonsense. Do you truly wish to brazenly soar on a skeletal dragon to the Holy See? Allow me to create a fixed-point teleportation. We shall proceed directly. As he spoke, he casually gestured in the air a few times. In that moment, a mysterious element coalesced in the atmosphere, forming a shimmering hexagram that glimmered with golden light. Su Muyang lifted his foot and stepped into the hexagram. Moments later, his form suddenly vanished, leaving only the hexagram flickering erratically. Candace retracted her skeletal dragon and cast a sidelong glance at Su Lukai, remarking nonchalantly, "Kid, have you even managed to create your own magic? Quite impressive talent." I must say, Su Lukai felt a slight tingling sensation on his scalp. Alice possessed a tranquil demeanor and treated him with utmost kindness, rendering him unafraid of her. However, Aunt Candace was an entirely different matter. Even the elder dared not provoke her. With such a fiery temperament, she would discipline him as though he were a mere child. In fact, if one were to consider generational hierarchy, he was not even worthy of being called a grandchild. With this thought in mind, he hurriedly made his way towards the hexagram. "Aunt Candace, you flatter me. Is this truly a teleportation array? How astonishing." Just as he was about to step through the hexagram, the flickering star unexpectedly vanished into thin air. Su Lukai was sprinting with all his might. Leaving no room for reaction, he crashed heavily to the ground, stars dancing before his eyes. Suddenly, Candace's brow furrowed upon witnessing the scene. Muyang had deactivated the teleportation array. Was he attempting to resolve the issue on his own, without involving us? Alice also frowned, but then seemed to recall something. She looked up at the sun, her expression darkening. "If I remember correctly, Isabella is quite the neat freak, right?" Candace nodded in confusion, uncertain why she had suddenly brought this up. Indeed, under normal circumstances, this would be her bathing time, wouldn't it? Yes, she typically took half an hour for her baths. Her words abruptly halted as she tugged at her hair, a layer of frost settling on her countenance. How infuriating. This time, she had actually seized the opportunity. Alice shook her head in resignation. "Let us just wait here. I estimate it will take about half a day." Candace, increasingly agitated, raked her fingers through her hair. "It's easy for you to say. Isabella will certainly seize the opportunity without hesitation. Based on my understanding of her, it will take at least a day and a night. It's maddening, it truly is." She turned to see Su Lukai, sitting on the ground with his head cradled in his hands, groaning discontentedly, and her pent-up fury found an outlet. "You brat, come here. Don't you want to learn necromancy? Let Aunt Candace teach you properly." "Please, no?" Su Lukai exclaimed, eyes wide, emitting a pained wail. "Aunt Candace, I'm genuinely afraid of ghosts. At least let me mentally prepare. Don't come any closer." Before long, he was engulfed by an endless swarm of skeletons and specters. In the absence of transcendence through battle, he faced the specter of death. Under the threat of an overwhelming fear, Su Lukai grew and attained enlightenment. He learned nothing of summoning undead or ghostly bone dragons. Yet, remarkably, he intuitively mastered numerous protective spells of the necromancy school. Even bizarre combat experiences awakened within him at an astonishing pace. For instance, how to endure blows with less pain, how to look dashing while being struck, and how to feign greater suffering. Time seemed to stretch endlessly, and eventually, a dizzy Su-Lukai caught sight of the familiar hexagram through the gaps in the skeletons. Under the immense weight of hope and pressure, his inner cosmos erupted. The body, transformed by the artifact, the scythe of death, suddenly radiated an astonishing aura of death, akin to a raging hurricane that swept away the surrounding undead. Then, propelled by the speed of his life, he dashed into the hexagram. Ancestor, save me. Su-Lukai emerged in a resplendent hall after a tumultuous passage through the hexagram. Before him lay a scene that felt strangely familiar. Su Yang sat serenely like an ancient sage, while on the other side sat an enchanting beauty. Her skin was as delicate and flawless as mutton fat jade, seemingly radiating a halo of sanctity under the dim light. Cascading like a waterfall, her golden hair fell gracefully over her slender shoulders, with each strand shimmering as if illuminated by a divine glow. The corners of her lips were perpetually curved upwards, adorned with a gentle smile, reminiscent of the warm sun in spring, capable of dispelling the shadows that linger in one's heart, though she merely sat in silence. An aura of purity and tenderness permeated every corner, evoking a sense of reverence. Ah, goddess. Upon seeing her, Su-Lukai instantly felt an affinity. He hurriedly bowed respectfully. Greeting. Junior Su-Lukai pays his respects to Aunt Isabella. Rise. Came Candace's dissatisfied voice from behind. Having traversed the spatial array, she was displeased to witness Su-Lukai's deference towards Isabella. Kid, while I graciously teach you necromancy, I have yet to receive such respect from you. Caught between the command of one aunt and the plea of another, Su-Lukai felt somewhat bewildered. Fortunately, Isabella spoke at the right moment, her voice soft and melodious, each word infused with warmth. Good child, rise. Relax a bit in front of Aunt. There is no need to be so formal. Observing her demeanor, Isabella's irritation grew. You youngsters, do not be deceived by her seemingly virtuous appearance. She is the high priestess of the Holy See, responsible for missionary work. Their light-based magic can be rather insidious, possessing brainwashing and seductive effects. Otherwise, how could there be so many fanatical followers? Isabella smiled gently, her demeanor unperturbed. The divine loves humanity, showering light upon the world. As messengers of the divine, we must spread the gospel of God. The veneration of the masses stems from their inherent goodness, from their yearning for love and light, and has nothing to do with brainwashing. Su-Lukai shrank his neck, hesitant to speak. Truth be told, his first impression of Isabella was exceedingly favorable. Not merely due to her extraordinary beauty, but also because of the sacred and gentle aura she exuded. However, upon her speaking, with every utterance invoking divinity and light, she bore an uncanny resemblance to a brainwashed religious zealot. As a modern individual, Su-Lukai was an atheist, lacking fervor for religion. Moreover, with the support of his formidable ancestor, he felt no trepidation towards the divine. Isabella's words, though seemingly innocuous to those in this world, significantly diminished his initial impression. Noticing his peculiar expression, Su Yang chuckled softly and elucidated, Lukai, though she practices light magic, ultimately, she is on the path of becoming a deity through faith. By igniting the divine fire with the belief of the masses, one can coalesce divine attributes and ascend to divinity. This approach has its advantages and disadvantages. I shall elaborate further on another occasion. Candace disdainfully curled her lip and remarked coldly, such a path can easily lead one to folly. Just look at Isabella. You hold such fervent faith in the divine, yet now the deity seeks to ensnare you as a slave. Are you truly willing to accept this? Isabella's expression remained serene, embodying an aura of sanctity. The divine is infallible. Su-Lu was utterly bewildered. Both Alice and Candace, being former companions of the Ancestor, were unwavering in their devotion. Yet here was Isabella, exhibiting such profound reverence for the divine. Did the Ancestor standing in her heart pale in comparison to those elusive gods? Ancestor, are you truly capable? It was not only Su-Lu who was perplexed. Candace shared her confusion. In her recollection, Isabella had never been so compliant. Had she not once embraced her role as a saint and engaged intimately with Su Yang? Yet, after years apart, she had undergone such a transformation? After scrutinizing Isabella closely, Candace felt a flicker of defiance and provocatively countered, what if the divine is mistaken? Isabella remained steadfast in her expression of sanctity and devotion. The gospel of the divine blesses all beings, and each decree impacts countless lives. Therefore, should the divine err, it is the multitude of beings who would suffer. For the sake of all, we, the faithful, must unflinchingly risk our own well-being to admonish the divine, guiding it back to righteousness. Candace paused, momentarily speechless, before pressing on with her inquiry. And what if the divine disregards your counsel? With a gentle sigh, Isabella's voice resonated with compassion and mercy. If such were the case, for the sake of countless beings, I would have no choice but to resort to force and usurp its position. Should I ascend to divinity, I would undoubtedly rectify the chaos and correct the errors of false gods. Sulu nearly choked on his own disbelief. My apologies, Annie, I was wrong. I should never have questioned you. You truly are remarkable. Candace, equally astonished, blurted out, You would become a god? You think becoming a god means you will never err? Isabella cast her a bemused glance, as if regarding a fool. I have already stated that the divine is infallible. If I were to become a deity, how could I possibly falter? Good heavens! Candace was rendered speechless. Your reasoning is so astute. Though I sense something amiss, I find myself at a loss for words. Their conversation was comprehensible to Sulakai, the avowed atheist. However, Bellamy and Selena found themselves enveloped in a haze of confusion, experiencing an overwhelming sense of shock despite their inability to grasp the dialogue. Selena gently tugged at Candace's sleeve and whispered, Teacher, what did you mean by what you just said? Candace cast a complex gaze at Isabella, her expression laden with nuance. To put it simply, she began. If divine will aligns with my interests, then it is just. If it stands against me, then it is erroneous. Can a deity ever err? Selena was immediately taken aback. Echoing Candace's incredulous inquiry, what happens if God is wrong? Advise him, Candace replied. And if he cannot be persuaded? Then I shall usurp his position. Should anyone defy me, I shall strike them down. Eventually, they will comply, and I shall be infallible. Selena fell silent, her youthful worldview shattered by the profound implications of such assertions. Suddenly, Su Muyang chuckled lightly, Candace, you have fallen significantly behind Isabella. Should she advance further, she may grasp the essence of above and below. I alone am supreme, thereby consolidating divine essence and truly becoming a deity. What? Candace gasped in shock. Until now, she and Isabella had been on equal footing. Although hindered by their inherent attributes, she had always been a peer. Yet now, she realized she had yet to approach the threshold of divinity. While Isabella was merely a step away, how could she have surpassed her by such a margin? Not only Candace, but even the typically serene Alice was unsettled. Muyang, is what you say true? Indeed, Su Muyang affirmed. However, it is at this juncture that true peril arises. The notion of above and below, I alone am supreme holds grave consequences. Success leads to divinity, while failure results in becoming a Buddha. One thought can elevate to divinity, another can descend to a Buddha, a precarious balance, indeed. What on earth? Sulakai was increasingly bewildered. When did it become so unfashionable to attain enlightenment? Alice, equally perplexed, inquired further. Enlightenment? What is that? Some sort of heretical path? Indeed. Su Muyang emphatically nodded. In my view, the Buddhist teachings represent the most profound heresy in the world. They stand as the mortal adversary of our Su family. After all, Buddhism forbids procreation. Su Muyang spoke the unvarnished truth, an undeniable and stark reality. My true ace in the hole is the multi-child, multi-blessing system. Yet you from the Buddhist sect insist on cultivating a life of asceticism and celibacy. Is this not a direct contradiction to my intentions? Should any of my descendants, in a moment of despair, choose to pursue Buddhism, I would suffer a grievous loss. Isabella nodded slightly, revealing no surprise. The path to divinity is indeed fraught with challenges, a fact I had long anticipated. Therefore, Muyang, I require your assistance. Before Su Muyang could utter a word, Candace interjected. That is imperative, after all. We are his women. If he does not look after us, who will? Right, Alice? Alice nodded in agreement, her expression one of concurrence. If you care for her, you cannot neglect us, can you? You are paving the path to divinity for him. What about us? Su Muyang's gaze was somewhat peculiar, as if he had discerned Isabella's intentions, yet he did not voice any objections. Speak your mind. What assistance do you require? At this moment, after much build-up, Isabella finally unveiled her true purpose, inquiring with a hint of hope. Since Candace and Alice are in agreement, I shall be forthright, to prevent any missteps on my part. Could you perhaps guide me for a while? What? Candace and Alice were momentarily taken aback. After all this, is this your aim? I thought those involved in religion were supposed to be pure-hearted. Why are you so calculating? You may possess the visage of a white lotus, but it seems you are not but a green tea. Seeing the two women ready to retort, Su Muyang hurriedly intervened, attempting to smooth over the situation. In that case, prior to the divine summoning, I shall dedicate myself to guiding Isabella. Candace, Alice, there is no need for haste. When the time comes for you, I will likewise extend my assistance. The two women exchanged glances, resigned to their fates. Their relationship was both simple and complex, yet they understood the importance of priorities. With Isabella at a critical juncture, it was only natural for her to take precedence. Nevertheless, a sense of indignation lingered within them. For them, engaging in profound discourse with Su Mu-yang was not solely for pleasure, but also for the enhancement of their abilities. Although the trio had been subtly competing against one another, they shared a sisterly bond, far from the discord imagined by outsiders. Yet this time, it appeared that the green tea had seized an opportunity. How detestable! When the moment of my breakthrough arrives, I shall demand thorough guidance. Meanwhile, Su Lukai, who had been feigning a quail-like demeanor, observed the bewildered expressions of Bellamy and Selena, filled with envy. The instantaneous understanding they shared was utterly exasperating. To be honest, how I envy your pure and beautiful simplicity. Alas, I can never return to such innocence. After the esteemed figures had swiftly resolved the most pressing matters, they finally recalled a less critical issue. Isabella, what were your original plans regarding the reincarnation as an angel in the divine realm? God, speak plainly. What does this have to do with me? What? Isabella's nonchalant retort left Candace's mind racing. This time, it is the divine realm that seeks to guide your reincarnation as an angel, and you claim it is unrelated to you? Isabella replied with a casual demeanor. Reincarnating as an angel is a dream for countless individuals. As a future deity, how could I possibly disregard the modest wishes of my followers? Candace grew increasingly perplexed. What do you mean by that? Isabella offered a slight smile and replied coolly, since the news broke, numerous high-ranking members of the clergy have sent gifts, hoping I might elevate their standing. Even that old chap, the Pope, has offered a considerable sum. Thus, the pressing dilemma I face is to whom I should sell this coveted opportunity to be reborn as an angel. Sell? With a thud, Su Lukai's legs buckled, and he collapsed to his knees. Oh dear aunt, I initially believed I had overestimated you, yet it turns out I still underestimated your prowess. No wonder Aunt Candace was utterly overwhelmed by you. The realms in which you operate are simply incomparable. While Candace merely contemplated the destruction of the passageway, and Isabella went so far as to sell the very chance to be reborn as an angel. Who could ever fathom such a thing? Presenting a facade of purity while cunningly plotting behind the scenes, she has brought the green tea aunt to her knees. Seeing Su Lukai's exaggerated reaction, Su Mu-yang felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. All right, rise. I have not forgotten your matter. After a brief contemplation, he turned to Isabella and inquired, what if we were to offer the heart of an angel to the Pope in exchange for the opportunity of reincarnation as an angel? Do you think that would be feasible? If not, I shall have to resort to force. The heart of an angel holds certain value for this young man, and I certainly shall not relinquish it. Oh, at this, Isabella finally focused her attention on Su Lukai, scrutinizing him with curiosity. You intend to transform the heart of an angel into flesh and blood, while the scythe of death shapes the bones. What precisely are you planning to do? Before Su Mu-yang could respond, Alice interjected with a placid tone, this young man is a descendant of Mu-yang. He intends for him to harness the powers of life, death, and nature, amassing great merit to ultimately replace the heavenly path. Oh. The heavenly path can be simply understood as the creator god. My goodness. Isabella was momentarily taken aback, nearly letting a curse slip from her lips. I have toiled for ages, barely reaching the threshold of divinity. And now you tell me this foolish boy aims to attain the position of creator god in one fell swoop? Alice maintained her calm demeanor and continued. It is not just him. Our elven kin, Bellamy, and Candace's apprentice, Selena, will also follow this young man and achieve divinity alongside him. Although it may take a considerable amount of time, approximately a decade. Double kill. The weight of Alice's words struck Isabella profoundly, leaving her utterly disarmed. I have devoted years to a secretive path of cultivation, and yet, merely in 10 years, one can achieve the status of creator god? And not only for oneself, but to bring others along to divinity? What have I been laboring for all these years? Observing the once pure and benevolent Isabella nearly grinding her teeth in frustration, Candace felt a surge of delight. Serves you right for flaunting. Now you see that there are greater powers beyond your own, don't you? Candace silently acknowledged Alice with a thumbs up. Well done, sister. No wonder they say that the barking dog is the one that does not bite. Comparisons often reveal truths. While Isabella was on the brink of divinity, Candace had been consumed by envy. Yet now, with the juxtaposition of Isabella and Su Lukai, Candace felt a rush of satisfaction. However, a moment later, a thought struck her, and she grew anxious again. Wait, what am I so pleased about? My own future remains the most uncertain of all. The atmosphere among the women grew increasingly peculiar, leaving Su Muyang somewhat perplexed. As the saying goes, 3 women constitute a play, and the ancients certainly did not deceive me. Fortunately, Sophia, Monica, Elena, and Margaret met their untimely demise early on. Ahem, Su Muyang cleared his throat, redirecting the conversation. Isabella, do you find this proposal feasible? Isabella withdrew her thoughts, pondering for a moment before slowly nodding. The Pope, being of advanced age, would face dire consequences if he failed to make a breakthrough. Thus, if he were to exchange the heart of an angel for this opportunity, it should pose no significant issue. After all, a sacred relic belongs to the Church. But one's life is one's own. However, she suddenly smiled mischievously, her tone softening slightly. Look, the heart of an angel is indeed a sacred object of the Church, a culmination of the devotion of countless generations of its members. Auntie, I understand. I comprehend everything. Su Lukai felt a cold sweat forming on his forehead. He was far too familiar with this narrative, with such importance placed on it. Was the next line not bound to involve monetary compensation? Rather than passively waiting, it would be wiser to take the initiative, leaving a good impression in the process. Auntie, I assure you that I would never solicit your assistance without reason. If there is anything you require of me, please do not hesitate to ask. Although I may lack capabilities, I do have my esteemed ancestor at my disposal. After all, he is my very own ancestor. Su Muyang, who had been watching with a smile, nearly kicked him in jest. Young man, you are quite adept at leveraging your ancestor. However, Isabella regarded him with newfound respect. This young man possesses quite a cleverness. It is no wonder your ancestor has taken a keen interest in your development. This matter should be quite straightforward for you. I have a grandniece who has just turned 20, possessing considerable strength, and is barely a 9th-level paladin. Unfortunately, she is rather preoccupied with combat, which causes me much distress. Ah, how fortuitous! Su Lukai exclaimed, slapping his thigh with delight. Auntie, you may not realize, but my world is overrun with zombies, billions of them. If it were merely us, who knows how long we would toil to vanquish them. Auntie, I felt an instant connection upon meeting you, and given our relationship. I shall speak candidly. Would you be so kind as to allow your grandniece to assist us? Thank you. Being seasoned in society's nuances, Isabella wore a satisfied expression. This young man certainly knew how to navigate social interactions. Yet, she feigned reluctance. However, should she truly join, it may detract from your own merits, which might not be entirely appropriate. What do you mean by inappropriate? Su Lukai replied, growing anxious. Auntie, battles necessitate a well-rounded team of warriors, healers, and mages. As you observe our small team, we are composed primarily of mages and healers, with the notable absence of a main tank, without a frontline protector to safeguard us. The rear-line mages and healers would find themselves in perilous circumstances. Aunt, if you could persuade your niece to join our ranks, it would not merely be an act of goodwill, rather, it would be a significant assistance to us, if not a matter of life and death, given your compassionate nature. It is hard to believe you would stand idly by while we are thrust into jeopardy. Everyone in the room appeared utterly bewildered, grappling with the absurdity of the situation. Although the concept of a main tank was foreign to them, the implication of being relegated to a subordinate role was not lost. How could it be that Isabella, who seemed intent on claiming your merits, was now being portrayed as your savior? The narrative had shifted, painting a picture where Isabella was beseeching your favor rather than the other way around. As a future deity, one would expect a modicum of decorum, yet here you were, seemingly devoid of shame. What had gone amiss in this exchange? Each of them hailed from noble lineages, their understanding of someone like Su Lukai, a mere commoner, utterly lacking. What was dignity, after all? And was it truly shamelessness? To show deference to one's elders is a mark of filial piety. In contrast, Su Muyang nodded approvingly, clearly impressed. Young man, you have promise. The 3 essential qualities for courting a lady are boldness, meticulousness, and a thick skin. You possess all 3. If you persist, you shall undoubtedly emerge as a rising star within our esteemed Su family. Yet, youthfulness had its pitfalls, as you had overlooked a crucial detail, and thus, I must step in to fill that void. He cleared his throat, and, rather abruptly, inquired, by the way, Isabella, is your niece comely? A few individuals appeared momentarily taken aback. Isabella instinctively nodded, of course. She is renowned as the most beautiful of the 4 lovely maidens of the Holy See. Though she may not surpass my own beauty, she certainly eclipses that of this little sprite and novice mage. Stealing a glance at the visibly displeased Bellamy and Selena, Su Lukai's heart brimmed with delight. One was noble and elegant, another adorably naïve, and yet there was one even more exquisite than they. The prospect of venturing forth with 3 enchanting companions to slay monsters was enough to elevate his spirits immensely. Should Su Muyang become aware of his thoughts, he would surely administer a few reprimanding taps on the head. Boy, what I desire is for you to forge connections. Without such connections, how can one ever expect to procreate? At that moment, however, Su Muyang remained blissfully ignorant, reveling in the notion of adding another daughter-in-law to the family. Isabella, when shall the passage for summoning be opened? Isabella, under the impression that he was concerned about the matter of the heart of angels, replied with a smile. The summoning passage is not easily activated. Following the divine decree, the Holy See has been making preparations. However, if we calculate time, it will be at least another fortnight before it can be opened. Rest assured, within 3 days at most, I shall acquire the heart of the angel. After that, we will depart without hesitation, leaving the rest to whoever may desire it. Su Muyang gently shook his head and said, No, we shall wait here. I wish to observe this passageway. Through this channel, I aim to pinpoint the coordinates of the divine realm. Ah, a spectacle awaits. The few women familiar with his character immediately became intrigued. Yet, little did they know that if Su Muyang succeeded in identifying the coordinates of the divine realm, it might not bode well for them. Previously, Su Muyang had shown little interest in the divine realm. The system had presented him with numerous worlds, some of which he had yet to cultivate. For instance, in the continent of AC, despite having 3 women, the vast differences in their life forms rendered the prospect of progeny exceedingly challenging. Consequently, he had yet to leave any descendants there, nor could he harness the world's power. With his own plate still unfilled, why concern himself with the divine and nether realms? However, the situation had changed. In pursuit of swiftly enhancing his strength and breaking through his limitations, he realized that aside from nurturing these descendants, he must also take matters into his own hands and resume his former endeavors. He hoped that within the divine realm, he might encounter a few enchanting ladies who were also easily capable of bearing children. Does this mean we shall have little to occupy ourselves for the next half-month? Candace inquired softly, her eyes shimmering. Upon hearing this, Su Lukai suddenly jolted, leaping from his chair. Elder, he exclaimed, I wish to take Bellamy and Selina for a stroll. It may take us a few days to return. Would that be convenient? At that moment, his heart was nearly in turmoil. Who could predict what mischief the old codger would concoct in the coming days? Remaining here could lead to numerous unforeseen predicaments. The best course of action, it seemed, was to make a strategic retreat. Isabella nodded in satisfaction, increasingly pleased with her perceptive junior. No wonder Mu Young was so keen on nurturing him. After all, they were at the headquarters of the Holy See. An elf and a necromancer wandering the streets would be nothing short of a provocation. Very well, Scheibel, my grandniece, is currently honing her skills in the Beast Mountain range. Why not join forces with her? It would provide you all with mutual support. Su Muyang casually pointed, and 2 small orbs of light, one white and one black, swiftly entered Su Lukai's mind. These encompassed the entirety of the light magic and necromancy. Initially, I had intended for your 2 aunts to instruct you, but now, you must rely on your own gradual understanding. When you return in a few days, Su Lukai, ever astute, promptly spoke in a hushed tone. Rest assured, esteemed ancestor, at present, I lack the heart of an angel, and thus may not wield the powers of light magic. However, I assure you that my mastery over nature magic and necromancy is unparalleled, and I shall not bring shame upon your esteemed self. Satisfied? Su Muyang nodded and casually tapped the air a few times, summoning the familiar hexagram once more. May the esteemed ancestors and the 3 of you enjoy yourselves. We shall take our leave now. With the order to depart issued by the elder, Su Lukai dared not linger. Grabbing the bewildered Bellamy and Selina, he swiftly made his way inside. Once the hexagram vanished, Candace suddenly recalled a crucial question. Did they know Scheibel? This was inconsequential. The priority was to erect a barrier first. Holy Light Hammer. A colossal hammer radiating with sacred light descended from the heavens, striking the giant dragon with tremendous force. The impact slammed the beast into the ground, creating deep fissures across the already sturdy earth. A figure clad in silver armor approached the dragon, her one-handed sword ringing out as it struck against her shield. Black Dragon Ernest. A month prior, in the Principality of Pran, under the auspices of the Holy See, you mercilessly slaughtered an entire village, committing egregious sins. I, Paladin Scheibel, hereby sentence you to death on behalf of the Holy See. As she raised her sword to deliver the fatal blow, a shimmering golden hexagram suddenly appeared before her, and 3 figures materialized in front of her. In a moment of unexpected urgency, Shebel's sword inadvertently pierced the chest of one of the newcomers. Ah! Sulukai let out a loud cry as he traversed the hexagram with Bellamy and Selena, his heart secretly rejoicing. At last, he had liberated himself from those persistent old foes, no longer burdened by anxiety. However, to his utter astonishment, as soon as he landed and had yet to find his footing, a sharp pain pierced through his chest. Looking down, he was horrified to discover a gleaming single-handed sword embedded in his breast. He shrieked in terror, and not only was he startled, but so was Zybier. Upon realizing the gravity of the situation, without a moment's hesitation, a radiant white light enveloped the area. Holy healing! This was a healing skill of the paladin, renowned for its effectiveness in treating wounds. Yet, to her dismay, the spell seemed to have no effect whatsoever. It would be entirely accurate to say there was absolutely no impact. At the very least, it roused Sulukai from his shock. In a flurry of panic, he hastily withdrew the sword, rubbing the wound with his hand, and astonishingly, the injury began to heal at a visible pace. Throughout the ordeal, not a single drop of blood was spilled. This was something Sulukai had previously discovered. His body was no longer ordinary. His flesh and blood were composed of the fountain of life. An old adage states that drawing a knife to sever water only makes it flow more. Thus, could his entirely liquid form truly morph like jelly? It was far from simple. Just as swords cannot cleave through flowing water, his body was impervious to ordinary blades. He even speculated that if he were to be cleaved in two, he would simply reassemble. Coupled with the immense vitality contained within the fountain of life, one could assert that he had nearly attained immortality. However, this trait underwent a new transformation upon merging with the scythe of death. To put it simply, my flesh is malleable. No matter how you twist it, I remain unscathed. My bones, you could exhaust yourself trying to break them. As long as you cannot kill me, the one who ultimately meets their demise will surely be you. Today, this remarkable attribute was momentarily showcased, leaving Zybier in a state of bewilderment. Meanwhile, Ernest, who had nearly succumbed to despair, suddenly glimpsed a flicker of hope in the face of this unforeseen turn of events. Observing Zybier lost in thought, he seized the opportunity as she loosened her grip on the holy light hammer. Dragon blood ignition. The blood coursing through its veins surged as if ignited, boiling with an intense fervor. This tumultuous energy bestowed upon him immense power. With a mighty flap of his ebony wings, he unleashed two colossal shockwaves, sending the unsuspecting individuals sprawling to the ground. The holy light hammer upon him disintegrated into myriad specks of white, scattering through the air. Ernest did not linger. He exerted every ounce of strength, fervently beating his wings, his form vanishing like a shadow into the horizon. Stop, you scoundrel. It was only then that Sibel grasped the situation, but it was far too late. She cursed vehemently, stamping her feet in frustration before turning to demand, "Who are you? Why are you suddenly here? Are you accomplices of Ernest? What on earth is happening?" Sulukai felt somewhat dazed and, upon lifting his gaze, he was momentarily taken aback. Before him stood a statuesque female paladin, towering at an impressive height of nearly 6 feet. Her stature, remarkable among women, exuded an aura of grace rather than bulk. Her skin was as pristine as ivory, yet bore a subtle bronze hue. The contours of her face were sharp, with a prominent nose and a slightly raised chin, and her brows, thicker than those of the average woman, radiated an air of defiance and pride. Clad in exquisite silver armor adorned with intricately carved holy runes, the formidable breastplate embraced her upright form, showcasing the unique blend of feminine strength and elegance. With just one glance, Sulukai was quick to ascertain her identity. She was Shebel. His certainty stemmed from her beauty, which rivaled that of Bellamy and Selena. However, the only aspect that irked him was that, despite this being their first encounter, she had already thrust a sword into him. As Sulukai observed Shebel, she too scrutinized the 3 unexpected newcomers. Her gaze first fell upon Sulukai, the one she had wounded, but swiftly shifted to Selena, drawn by the overwhelming aura of necromantic energy emanating from her. To a paladin of her caliber, it was unmistakable. "Evil necromancer, perish," she proclaimed, as she swiftly traced a symbol in the air with her one-handed sword, conjuring a cross of holy light that surged towards Selena with divine force. Following the cross, she brandished her shield in her left hand and her sword in her right, launching herself into the fray. The entire sequence unfolded with astonishing speed, leaving Selena, a novice with no combat experience, utterly bewildered and rooted to the spot. There is no need to mention Sulukai, whose combat experience is not only shallow but also distracted by admiration for Zybier's beauty. Only Bellamy reacted promptly, unable to retrieve his staff in time. He unleashed a series of instant spells. Thorn Shield, Vine Entanglement, Wooden Spear. Though the level of these instantaneous spells was not high, Bellamy's combat experience was commendable, and he executed these spells with remarkable precision. A verdant shield materialized out of thin air, steadfastly blocking the holy light cross. The vine entangled around Selina's waist, pulling her away, while the wooden spear hurtled towards Zybier. Such low-level magic would naturally inflict no harm upon Zybier, yet it momentarily hindered her, allowing Selina to be drawn to a distance. It was not until this moment that Su Lukai regained his senses and called out urgently, "Stop! Zybier, cease. We are not your enemies." However, Zybier paid no heed to his explanation and disregarded him entirely, dashing towards Selina. "Damn the necromancer! I, representing the Holy See, declare you a sinner." Hearing this declaration, Su Lukai felt a surge of irritation. Another fool brainwashed by religion. Bellamy, strike first and ask questions later. Vine Entanglement. Without needing to be told, Bellamy understood what to do, unleashing a torrent of instant spells. Though their levels were not high, the sheer momentum was enough to instill fear. A 9th-level mage? Zybier's expression shifted. It was only then that she realized the magical fluctuations emanating from the man and the elf before her were both of the 9th level. Yet, rather than deter her, this revelation only intensified her fighting spirit. "So you are in league with this necromancer. Then you shall all perish." Brandishing her sword and shield, she charged forward. In an instant, the three were engulfed in battle. As soon as they clashed, Su Lukai could not help but silently lament. Despite joining forces with Bellamy, they found themselves being suppressed by Zybier. Theoretically, after undergoing the baptism of the Fountain of Life, Bellamy had surpassed the 9th level, though he had not yet reached the divine level, merely qualifying as demigod level. After merging with the Scythe of Death, Su Lukai attained a demigod level of power. On paper, the confrontation between two demigods and a level 9 seems unequivocally favorable for the former. However, the reality of combat is not so straightforward. Bellamy, a master of natural magic, excels in this domain. Natural magic is characterized by its strengths in control, support, and healing, in Su Lukai's words. It is a profession suited for a rear-line support role. Moreover, given the urgency of the situation, Bellamy had no time to retrieve his staff, rendering his unarmed spellcasting considerably weaker. There is no need to elaborate on Su Lukai, whose power level has reached impressive heights, yet lacks the proficiency to wield it effectively, akin to a child brandishing an AK-47, merely an intimidating sight. The crux of the matter lies in the fact that Zybier is a 9th-level paladin, adept in offense, defense, mobility, and healing, a true paragon of versatility. It is not surprising that a melee class could swiftly dart into the backline, engaging the enemy face-to-face, enabling her to face two opponents simultaneously. Selina, in a state of stunned realization, finally grasped the situation. "Oh, so we are to engage in combat. What should I do now?" As a novice with no combat experience, Selina instinctively resorted to her most familiar approach. With the opening of the necromancer's portal, an overwhelming horde of undead surged forth, fervently charging towards Zybier. She adeptly began to cast various protective spells upon herself. Once her preparations were complete, she suddenly rolled her eyes and collapsed onto the ground. A 9th-level necromancer. Zybier's countenance darkened with grave concern. When did 9th-level mages become so prevalent? In this desolate region of the Beast Mountains, could 3 of them materialize so easily? Yet, she remained undaunted, her fighting spirit intensifying. With a mighty roar, she radiated holy light, enveloping herself as if encased in a divine shell, and plunged into the throng of undead. Though numerous, the undead were devoid of coordination, fighting purely on instinct. Coupled with the inherent advantage of light magic over the undead, Zybier maintained the upper hand even against the overwhelming numbers. Skeletons were shattered into fragments, and spirits dissolved into nothingness. In this moment, Zybier embodied the essence of a war deity. However, the sheer volume of the undead inevitably slowed her progress. Granting Bellamy and Su Lukai a moment to catch their breath, Bellamy retreated with an ominous expression. As the Queen of the Elves and a demigod-level expert, being suppressed by a mere 9th-level paladin incited her fury. "Do you truly think you can underestimate me?" Drawing her staff from the dimensional space, she began to chant an incantation. Dancer of leaves, walker of roots, under the watchful gaze of sun and moon, form a sturdy wall to imprison those who defy nature. Elven will, nature's wrath, nature's prison, confine. As the incantation took effect, every tree within several miles responded to her command. Countless trees and vines coalesced into layers of entrapment. Descending upon Zybier like a torrential storm, enhanced by natural elements, the trees became remarkably resilient, and the vines, exceedingly tenacious. Even someone as formidable as Sherbel requires significant effort to sever a single strand. Yet, she managed to cut through one, then another, and soon, countless more. Before long, an immense cage materialized, completely ensnaring Sherbel within its confines. Observing Sherbel's predicament, Su Lukai finally exhaled a sigh of relief. All right, Selena, it's all taken care of. You may return your undead minions. They are rather unsettling. However, his words were met with silence. Puzzled, he turned his gaze only to find Selena lying motionless on the ground not far away. Selena? Selena? Su Lukai was taken aback and hurried over. Crouching down to scrutinize closely, he observed that Selena's complexion was pallid, devoid of any trace of color. Could this truly be happening? A heavy sensation enveloped Su Lukai's heart as he extended his trembling hand, slowly reaching towards Selena's nose. Moments later, Su Lukai suddenly felt his body weaken, as if all his strength had been drained, and he collapsed limply onto the ground. There was no breath. Selena had, astonishingly, ceased to breathe. Was it possible that Selena was gone? That adorable and endearing Selena was no more? Selena, with a startled exclamation, Su Lukai immediately knelt to the ground without a moment's hesitation. He then clasped his hands together and placed them upon his chest, rhythmically pressing down. 1 press, 2 presses, 3 presses, he continued without pause. What is he doing? Bellamy had restrained Zybier and had come merely to assess the situation. But he was taken aback by this unexpected scene. In the midst of Selena's uncertain fate, Su Lukai was engaged in this act. Bellamy's expression grew noticeably colder. Su Lukai performed cardiopulmonary resuscitation for a while, yet he could still not detect a heartbeat, leaving his mental state in utter disarray. In a moment of desperation, he resorted to another form of modern emergency intervention. He pinched Selena's nose with one hand, supported the back of her neck with the other, took a deep breath, and pressed his lips against hers. Oh dear. 2 shades of crimson instantly flushed across Bellamy's face as she hurriedly turned her head away. Su Lukai, what are you doing? Even in Selena's dire condition, how could you act in such a manner? Are you still even human? Su Lukai, in a state of urgency, bellowed. What are you still standing there for? Hurry and save her. Quickly, you perform cardiopulmonary resuscitation while I administer artificial respiration. We must bring her back to life. It was only then that Bellamy snapped back to reality. This was not the time for discussion, but rather the moment for action. Swiftly, she waved her wand and recited a few incantations, unleashing a hazy green light. Life restoration. However, to her astonishment, the restorative magic proved utterly ineffective. A wave of despair washed over Bellamy. Lukai, she is a necromancer. My nature magic has been significantly diminished. Magic? Magic. Suddenly, Su Lukai was struck with a profound realization. This was not the modern urban world he was accustomed to, but rather a realm infused with magic. Enchanting spells capable of achieving feats previously deemed impossible. As the old adage goes, a person's potential is like a hidden treasure, always waiting to be unearthed. In this crucial moment, he recalled the necromantic magic that had been imparted to him by his ancestor. At this life and death juncture, an epiphany washed over him. He swiftly formed intricate hand seals and began to chant an ancient incantation. I am the messenger who wields dominion over the undead, unlocking the gateway to soul restoration. With darkness as my soil and resentment as my sustenance, I shall mend the wounds of the soul, restoring the essence of the departed and allowing the lost spirits to once again radiate their brilliance. Soul restoration. Level 9 necromancy. Soul restoration. As the incantation flowed from his lips, elements of the universe swiftly coalesced, transforming into a force capable of nurturing the soul, which was then infused into Selena's being. Su Lukai gazed at Selena's petite figure with great hope, yearning for even the slightest sign of response from her. Yet, he was met with disappointment. For Selena remained utterly still. It was over. Su Lukai sat limply on the ground, his eyes vacant. Selena was truly gone. Bellamy pondered for a moment, and suddenly a spark lit up in his eyes as he exclaimed, Lukai, quickly find a way to contact Lord Muyong. He must have a solution. Yes, we must seek out the Ancestor. Su Lukai abruptly raised his head, reigniting a flicker of hope within him. If the Ancestor was indeed so powerful as to resurrect even a wandering spirit like himself, then surely he could bring Selena back to life. Without a moment's hesitation, he yanked the Su family jade pendant from around his neck, just as he was about to shatter the pendant to summon the Ancestor. A deep feminine voice resonated through the air. Holy light. Instinctively, both turned towards the source of the voice. They beheld the enormous cage that imprisoned Zybeer, from which countless beams of white light were emanating through the cracks, causing the cage to swell slightly. Oh no. Bellamy's expression shifted, and she hastily raised her staff, preparing to reinforce the cage once more. After initially securing Zybeer, she had neglected to monitor the situation. To her surprise, upon losing control over her, the cage's power had diminished, and Zybeer was now seizing the opportunity to attempt a forceful escape. Wait. Suddenly, Su Lukai halted her, his expression as cold as ice, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. Release her. Bellamy was momentarily taken aback and quickly replied, letting her go is too troublesome. We should wait for Lord Muyang and the others to arrive. I cannot wait any longer. The intensity of Su Lukai's murderous gaze escalated. She had slain Selena, and compensation was demanded in blood. Even if Selena could be revived, she must die once. Release her. At this moment, Su Lukai was completely consumed by rage. Watching Selena perish before him while feeling utterly powerless ignited a fierce inferno within him. Seeing his demeanor, an inexplicable panic gripped Bellamy, prompting him to instinctively dissolve the natural prison. Evil necromancer, prepare to face my judgment. As the natural prison dissipated, Shi-Bei-Er was enveloped in holy light, charging forth with her sword and shield. However, the scene before her rendered her speechless. Su Lukai gradually ascended from the ground, his eyes a terrifying crimson, radiating an ominous glow. He then extended a finger to his mouth and bit down fiercely. Instantly, droplets of milky white blood flowed from the wound, eerily suspended in midair. Moreover, Su Lukai reached out with his other hand, grasping the injured finger and yanking it forcefully. A segment of black bone was extracted from the wound, which then elongated in the wind. In mere moments, it transformed into a uniquely shaped colossal scythe. This scythe was pitch black, towering over a person, forged from an unknown dark metal, with beautiful yet sinister patterns etched along the handle. The sharp blade shimmered with a faint purple glow, exuding both a foreboding aura and an inexplicable sense of sanctity. Shi-Bei-Er's pupils constricted as she gasped. The necromancer's artifact, the Scythe of Death. Indeed. She recognized that it was the legendary artifact of the necromancer clan, the Scythe of Death, a relic that could rival the holy artifact of the sacred church, the Heart of the Angel. But now, this artifact was wielded by an unknown youth, who was brandishing the Scythe of Death, intoning an ancient incantation in a peculiar cadence. Shadows of the abyss, spirits of the netherworld, traverse the boundaries of life and death, descend before me. With my blood, I summon your power. With my will, I beckon your scythe. With souls as offerings and death as the guide, the grand feast of mortality commences, allowing the essence of souls to radiate brilliance amidst the darkness. As the incantation is intoned, the very fabric of the heavens and earth shifts in hue, an eerie green intertwining with ghastly white, unabashedly emanating the stench of death. Within a radius of several dozen miles, countless flora and fauna wither instantaneously, decaying and returning helplessly to the embrace of the earth. Countless creatures, their vitality siphoned away in an instant, transform into stark white skeletons, which then disintegrate into powder, dancing upon the winds. All the forces of death ultimately converge before Su Lukai, coalescing within the few droplets of blood that swirl in the air. At last, the blood traces a vast hexagram in the sky, at the center of which an immensely formidable scythe of death gradually emerges. The incantation of Su Lukai finally reached its concluding phrase, the forbidden spell of the undead, the soul harvest. Within the sacred tribunal, several women were engaged in a heated debate, the atmosphere charged with tension. After a thrilling game of rock, paper, scissors, they had reluctantly reached a consensus regarding the order of actions. Now, their discussion had shifted to the matter of timing. At that moment, Sumu Yang suddenly twitched his lips in exasperation, interrupting them. All right. Let us pause for a moment. We must step outside. The women cast puzzled glances in his direction, their eyes revealing a hint of skepticism. You're not trying to find an excuse to escape, are you? Sumu Yang felt somewhat helpless toward these enchanting women. Stop daydreaming. Those little rascals are engaged in a fierce brawl, nearly bursting their brains out. Are you certain you do not wish to witness the spectacle? The women exchanged glances, each silently contemplating. The negotiations had reached an impasse, and the most prudent course of action was to temporarily set aside their disputes and seek alliances. Thus delaying matters was not necessarily a disadvantage. With this thought, they all nodded in agreement. As for Sumu Yang's mention of brains being splattered, they paid it no heed. Ridiculous. With Su Muyang overseeing the situation, what trouble could possibly arise? As Su Muyang activated the teleportation array, several figures vanished from sight in an instant. On the battlefield, Shebel was already acutely aware of the sin of death. Under such immense pressure, she too erupted with ferocity. The battleground had transformed entirely into a realm of death, with no escape, no evasion, only the option to endure. Holy Shield, Divine Protection, Sacred Barrier. Light Guardian, a series of protective spells enveloped her completely. It must be said that Shebel's combat aptitude was indeed remarkable. In a mere instant, she transitioned from a versatile paladin to a pure tank. Yet, regrettably, no matter how powerful she was, she remained merely a level 9 paladin. And what of Su Lukai? His power had ascended to the demigod tier. This spell was one of the ultimate dark magic incantations. Conjured with his own blood, his life force, as the catalyst, wielded through the artifact, the Scythe of Death. How could such a force be easily resisted? As the colossal scythe drew nearer, the myriad of light shields surrounding Shebel shattered like fragile bubbles. Shebel felt the agonizing sensation of her soul being gradually torn apart. Though she fought with every ounce of her magical prowess, despair began to seep into her heart. Could it be that today, she would truly perish here? She, the beacon of hope for the holy sea of this generation, praised even by the continent's foremost master, Isabella, who believed she might one day transcend into godhood. Evolving from an ordinary paladin into the first holy knight in the history of the Ace continent. But was she to die here today? No. She could not surrender. A defiant light sparkled in her eyes, and all her magical energy ignited fervently. Even the shields had solidified somewhat under this explosive force. However, many matters are not swayed by subjective desires. Despite her desperate struggle and fiery outburst, the colossal scythe of death continued to shatter the layers of her protection, inexorably advancing toward her. At last, the final layer of her shield was breached. Sibel's magical energy had been utterly consumed, her vitality steadily stripped away, and her soul relentlessly torn apart, rendering her utterly devoid of strength. She knelt on one knee, supporting herself with her sword, exerting the last vestige of her strength to remain upright. With a proud lift of her chin, she fixed her gaze fiercely upon the scythe of death. I am Sibel. You may defeat me, but you shall never conquer me. Just as the lethal scythe was about to descend upon her, a voice suddenly resonated in her ears. Freeze. This command seemed to press the pause button, and in that instant, all existence came to a standstill. Even the formidable scythe of death was forcibly immobilized, unable to move. A chuckle echoed. Oh, my little ones, how full of vigor you are. With great effort, Sibel raised her gaze and beheld 4 figures that had mysteriously appeared before her. Among them was her lifelong idol, her great-aunt Isabella. Great-aunt. Hope reignited in Sibel's eyes. Her great-aunt was the first grand sage in the history of the Ace continent, the continent's foremost master. With her presence, could this turmoil finally come to an end? Yet, to her astonishment, Isabella merely cast a glance around, her expression tinged with helplessness. Muyang, Sibel is gravely injured. What do you propose we do? Ah? Sibel was momentarily taken aback. What is happening? Who is her great-aunt consulting? Su Muyang waved his hand, and the ominous aura surrounding the realm of the deceased dissipated in an instant. Even the scythe of death retraced its path, vanishing into Su Lukai's body. Ancestor, please save Selena. She has killed Selena. Upon witnessing the Ancestor's arrival, Su Lukai resembled a person who had found salvation. Tears streamed down his face, his voice a mixture of joy and righteous indignation. Su Muyang, however, chose to ignore him, merely surveying the surroundings before shaking his head in resignation. You all, why engage in conflict only to mar the environment? Do you not comprehend the wisdom that verdant mountains and clear waters equate to boundless riches? There is a complete lack of awareness regarding sustainable development. As he spoke, he deftly gestured with his hands, executing a series of intricate incantations, and with a gentle point declared, rewind time. As the incantations took effect, the world around them seemed to reverse, as if a rewind button had been pressed. Countless leaves and fallen blossoms ascended from the ground, returning to their branches, shifting from yellow to green, bursting forth with vitality from decay. The trees flourished, and flowers bloomed in abundance, exuding life. In the air, countless particles coalesced, forming skeletal figures. Flesh, scales, and feathers rapidly materialized upon the bones, ultimately transforming into the original birds and beasts. The sounds of chirping and roaring filled the air, as these creatures, startled, swiftly dispersed, brimming with vigor. Upon surveying the battlefield, which spanned dozens of miles, one would find it indistinguishable from its state prior to the conflict. The only distinction lay in the presence of the few individuals. Selena remained quietly sprawled on the ground, while Sherbel lay exhausted. This astonishing spectacle left onlookers gasping in disbelief, rendered speechless by the sheer magnitude of the event. Though they were aware of the great power possessed by their ancestor, they had not anticipated such extraordinary capabilities, capable of resurrecting the fallen and reversing the flow of time. Suleika was stunned for a long time, suddenly awakening with a look of wild joy. Ancestor, Ancestor, please save Selena. Selena? Su Muyang suddenly wore a peculiar smile, his gaze towards him becoming increasingly enigmatic. My boy, let's not rush into matters concerning Selena. Instead, let us discuss your affairs. My affairs? Su Leighton was momentarily taken aback. What could it be? The others were equally filled with curiosity. Su Muyang cast a glance at Selena, who lay on the ground, and the smile in his eyes deepened. Young man, earlier you were all over Selena. Did you ever consider her feelings? She is an innocent maiden, unjustly subjected to your disrespect. How will she face the world from now on? Therefore, you must take responsibility for your actions. What nonsense is this? Su Lukai was momentarily bewildered. Ancestor, what are you talking about? Lives are at stake here. Ancestor, I was just saving someone. Cardiopulmonary resuscitation and artificial respiration. Surely you are familiar with these techniques? Hee. Su Muyang raised an eyebrow and turned to inquire. Isabella, as the high priestess of the sacred church, when it comes to saving lives, you are the expert. Have you ever heard of these life-saving methods from me? Isabella regarded Su Lukai with a peculiar expression. I have never heard of them. Su Lukai nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. Ancestor, you are setting me up. It is understandable that Isabella and the others have not heard of them, as they belong to a different system. But for you to claim ignorance, I'd never believe it. What are you trying to do? Are you intent on labeling me a lecher? Su Muyang shook his head, revealing a sense of helplessness. Candace, I never anticipated that this young man would be such a lecher, taking advantage of others' vulnerabilities. Selena hails from an illustrious lineage. If this matter were to be exposed, her reputation would be irreparably tarnished. However, since this young man is my descendant, I find it difficult to impose punishment upon him. After much contemplation, I believe there is but one course of action left. Perhaps we could facilitate matters and solidify the relationship between these two young souls? It appears they share a genuine bond, and we would merely be acting as benefactors. What do you think, Candace? What on earth? What matter are we to solidify? Su Lukai was utterly bewildered. One might wonder why the esteemed elder deviated from conventional norms. Whether it be rescuing others or resolving the issues concerning Shibei heir. These would indeed be the appropriate methods. Yet here I am, unjustly branded with the label of a lecher. And you wish to force an unwanted union upon me? What on earth is this absurdity? While I concede that Selena is undeniably beautiful and charming, she has only just turned 18. Wait, has Selena truly reached 18? Candace, too, was momentarily taken aback, but soon regained her composure, eagerly nodding in affirmation. Yes, indeed. Rest assured, I shall take charge of this matter. I can decide Selena's fate, and even her father's presence would be of no consequence. In just a few short exchanges, the matter was seemingly settled. Listening to their unabashed discussion of these irrelevant topics, Alice was immediately displeased. I say, you two, enough of this. While you are preoccupied with Selena, have you given any thought to our dear Bellamy? What about my concerns? Bellamy, who had been quietly observing, suddenly felt a surge of confusion. Alice began counting on her fingers. In terms of status, Selena is the daughter of the Grand Speaker of the Dark Alliance. But Bellamy is the rightful queen of the Elven race. Does Selena's reputation matter less than Bellamy's? Previously, in the Elven Forest, the two had spent considerable time together in the Fountain of Life. Who knows what may have transpired? Surely, that would impact Bellamy's reputation as well. Moreover, this young man knew Bellamy first. If there were to be any commitments, they must first settle the affairs between the two of them. Oh dear. What is Elder Alice saying? Bellamy was instantly mortified, her pointed ears flushing a delicate pink. How had the conversation taken such a peculiar turn? Candace let out a cold laugh. Bellamy? If I recall correctly, Bellamy is already over 200 years old, is she not? Significantly older than Su Lukai. Do you find that suitable? What is unsuitable about it? Alice retorted confidently. The Elven race is a long-lived species, and under normal circumstances, their lifespan extends to a millennium. Therefore, 200 years is merely akin to a human in their early 20s. What is inappropriate about that? Moreover, being older implies a capacity to care for others. What? Should that little girl Selena, who knows nothing, addressed Sulakaya's father?